Chapter 1. The Arrogant Male Model. Ruan Li wanted to tell her fiancé that she had recovered from her face blindness, but instead, she overheard him betting with his friends. Ruan Li? Arranged by my family. I don't like her. Whoever can pretend to be me and sleep with her, ruining this engagement, I'll give my sports car to him. Don't worry. She has face blindness. A room full of rich second-generation young men were eager to try. Ruan Li paused in her steps. Through the slightly ajar door, she unexpectedly bumped into her fiancé's pure and innocent junior. The junior was young and beautiful, with a provocative gaze, wrapping her arms around Jiang Siyan's neck and kissing him. Everyone cheered. "Ah, see, Ruan Li will be here soon. Aren't you afraid she'll find out? What's there to be afraid of? It's not the first time." Jiang Siyan's collar was slightly open, and he smiled lazily. "Anyway, she has face blindness." Ruan Li lowered her eyes, intending to leave. Suddenly, a line of text floated before her. The junior is kissing the male lead so passionately. The female supporting character is indeed eavesdropping. So annoying. Female supporting character. I advise you to be sensible and not disturb the junior and the male lead. Come on, male lead, hurry up and break off the engagement with the gold-digging female supporting character. I want to see a sweet plot. Gold-digging female supporting character? Me? Ruan Li struggled to digest the scene before her. The comments said she was the gold-digging female supporting character, and the male lead was her fiancé, Jiang Siyan. Ruan Li felt a bit confused. Is this right? When she was 5, she was sold to the mountains while trying to save Jiang Siyan. When she was 18, the Ruan family found her and wanted her to marry Jiang Siyan because he had a car accident and was very likely to be disabled. Ruan Li was very obedient, facing Jiang Siyan's erratic temperament. She was also very patient. He didn't like others to touch him. Whoever touched him, he would hit. Not even doctors were spared. Ruan Li learned massage skills and, disregarding his resistance, helped him with rehabilitation. Everyone thought that the first thing Jiang Siyan would do after recovering would be to marry her. But he thanked the doctors and nurses. He even gave 100,000 red envelopes to the cleaning lady in the ward. But he never thanked Ruan Li. He even spoke harshly to her with a bad attitude. Ruan Li thought that what awaited her was a bitter start followed by sweetness. But unexpectedly, she suffered year after year. The junior mentioned in the comments was the heroine of this world, and also Jiang Siyan's childhood friend. When Jiang Siyan had the car accident, this childhood friend happened to be studying abroad. She had just returned to the country not long ago. Indeed, a returning white moonlight. Sigh. The male lead had the accident because he was chasing after the junior who went abroad. Only the unloved one is the third party the female supporting character was. Drugged and immediately assaulted by the second male lead. Hee. Let's see how this tainted woman competes with our junior. Before Ruan Li could finish reading the comments, a wave of heat spread from her lower abdomen, gradually enveloping her body. The female supporting character's drug effect is kicking in. It's the second male lead's deep affection drug. The second male lead likes the junior, but to support the junior, he endured the disgust and did this with the female supporting character, thinking it would make the junior react. Yes, he even recorded a video that will be played when the male lead and female supporting character get engaged. What a bargain for the female supporting character. To put it another way, it's just two. Can't they let our junior enjoy it all? Ruan Li's throat tightened. Do they want this bargain? Ruan Li grew up in the countryside. Having harvested wheat and planted seedlings, she had plenty of strength and means. But now, she felt weak all over, her mind gradually becoming unclear. In a moment of desperation, she dialed her brother's number. As soon as the words "help me" left her mouth, she was interrupted by her brother's impatient voice. Ruan Li, you know very well that our parents and I are accompanying Baozhu at the Fu family's banquet, and you're deliberately using this method to attract our attention. Do you want to ruin Baozhu's chance to meet the prince of the Fu family? The call was hung up. Ruan Li wanted to call the police again, but her phone was already dead. She remembered that the rumored prince of the Fu family from the capital had recently come to Haicheng, a Wall Street prodigy, a wealthy heir with morals and propriety. He still had no marriage match. Countless people in Haicheng wanted to climb this social ladder, and the Ruan family was no exception. Her parents had high hope for their adopted daughter, Ruan Baozhu. Ruan Li's consciousness was gradually fading. She didn't have time to analyze who this deep affection second male lead was, but she bit her cheek to maintain a brief moment of clarity. She had to leave here quickly. As she turned the corner of the hallway, Another door opened. A tall figure stepped out. The dim lights of the corridor cast upon the man, gradually revealing a superior and cold face beneath the blue shadows that covered it, like thin snow under the moonlight of the late Tang dynasty, or like the brief blue sky after sunset. The comments erupted again. Wow, what a handsome face. Who is he? He is the male lead's roommate, Shi Yu, a poor but handsome school idol, with a gambling father, a sick mother, a sister in school, and a broken self. What a pity. This body type must smell so good. I remember his ending. It seems he was supported by a rich woman. Ruan Li's eyes moved. At that moment, a wealthy-looking woman chased after the man from the box behind him. Shi Yu, please think about it again. Money is not an issue, as long as you agree. Shi Yu glanced at her with his thin eyelids, coldly saying, Auntie, I'm very expensive, you can't afford me. Behind the two was a man in a suit and leather shoes, comforting the wealthy woman. Ms. Yao, don't be angry. Our young master is a first-timer. He hasn't done this before. In an instant, Ruan Li understood the identities of the people involved. A wealthy woman, an arrogant male model, a madam who was peddling. Although Shi Yu was rude and impolite, he was indeed very beautiful. Ruan Li's mind stirred. Rather than being led by the plot, it was better to take the initiative. As they brushed past each other, Ruan Li reached out and grabbed the boy's sleeve, whispering, I have money. How much for a night with you? Fu Shi Yu. Chapter 2. I don't sleep with just anyone. Ruan Li pretended to be skilled at flirting with a male model, but her trembling voice betrayed her nervousness. She had been obedient, honest, and a pushover for 21 years. Her few acts of rebellion in life might have been giving up the last big question on the math exam to attend the same school as Jiang Siyan. This nervous demeanor fell into Shi Yu's eyes. He leaned down, a faint smile curling his lips. How much are you offering? Facing the suddenly enlarged handsome face, Ruan Li's watery eyes widened, unable to distinguish if it was the drug's effect or the allure of that face that made her heart race. The pain from biting her mouth earlier made her mind unusually clear at this moment. She bit her dry lips, wanted to say 1,000, but feeling it didn't match his face, she changed her mind and said, 10,000? 10,000? This statement made the assistant behind them stop his heart. The sky has fallen. Is this girl drunk, or does she not want to live anymore? Not only did she mistake the prince of the capital for a male model, but she also offered such a low price. The last woman who wanted to drug the young master spent over $1 million just to bribe the waiter. And what happened? She not only failed, but was also sent to a mental hospital by the young master. 10,000? How did this girl even say that? The assistant cautiously glanced at MS Yao behind him and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ms. Yao didn't hear it. Otherwise, with her protective nature, hearing that her precious nephew was only worth a night for 10,000 would probably make her explode on the spot. The assistant was about to step forward when he heard the young master's voice say, Deal. Assistant. Did he hear it wrong? Or has the young master gone mad? Ruan Li was also a bit surprised. He agreed so readily. She thought it would be like haggling at a market. Just as Ruan Li was regretting, did I bid too high? Her wrist was seized by an irresistible force. She was led in front of the rich woman by Shi Yu. This is my girlfriend, Shi Yu said, turning to look at her with a half-smile on his handsome face. Baby, say hello. Baby? Ruan Li's head buzzed. Was this the emotional value provided by the male model? She was confused. What? Call her aunt, Shi Yu said, as if it were only natural. Ruan Li, this is so rude. Although the rich woman was older, she was well-maintained. Shi Yu, who was a male escort, not only lacked etiquette, but also attacked the customer based on her age. It was truly terrible. Ruan Li raised her eyes to assess the rich woman. After meeting the rich woman's serious, scrutinizing gaze, she murmured softly, so young, she should be called sister. Yaoing raised her eyebrows, retracting her scrutinizing gaze, and a smile appeared on her usually stern face. No wonder Shi Yu likes her. I find her likable too. Whenever you two have time, come to my house for a visit. My husband is rarely home, and I'm quite lonely by myself. Ruan Li stiffened. Could this rich woman be into both men and women? She gulped hard. She wanted to refuse directly, but felt it would be impolite, so she nodded ambiguously. Good girl. Yaoing was increasingly satisfied with this niece-in-law. Thinking that she was the first to meet her niece-in-law, she smiled even more happily and directly took out a card. There's 500,000 in here. The password is 666666 as a meeting gift. Ruan Li, She suspected she wasn't drugged, but had instead eaten something poisonous from a fantasy after a feast. She spent 10,000 to sleep with Shi Yu. And now, a rich woman who likes Shi Yu is giving her 500,000. Having never won another bottle when buying iced tea since she was little, Ruan Li felt a bit unreal facing this pie falling from the sky. She almost blurted out, "Sister, I don't want to work hard anymore." Not only was she shocked, but so were the comments in front of her. What? The female supporting character not only freeloaded off the poor campus heartthrob, but also earned 490,000. Wait, is this right? This girl is so lucky. If it were me, I'd go in and act for a few episodes. What about the male second lead? Did he get lost? Wasn't it agreed that he would overpower the female supporting character today and record a video to be played at the wedding of the female supporting character and the male lead? As Ruan Li was in a daze, the rich woman had already left, kindly taking the madam with her. By the time she came back to her senses, she had been pulled into the private room by Shi Yu. This club was membership-based, located in the core area of High City where land was extremely expensive, known for its good privacy and luxurious decoration, frequented by the rich. Second generation, Ruan Li had come here a few times with Jiang Siyan, but when she saw the setup in front of her, she was still taken aback. This private room was much larger than the others, with an extremely high ceiling. A 5-meter spotless glass framed the exquisite night view of High City, rich and charming to the eye. Outside the window, the high-rise buildings on both sides of the riverbank and the magnificent century-old Western-style buildings complemented each other, illuminated brilliantly. Shi Yu lazily leaned against the sofa. Even without the lights on, one could see his long legs naturally splayed apart, with nowhere to place them. Ruan Li's throat felt a bit dry, and she shifted her gaze, murmuring softly, "Is this the treatment of the top tier?" The room fell silent for a moment. A low laugh broke the silence, and Shi Yu spread his arms, resting his elbows on the back of the sofa, his collar slightly open, revealing a small patch of cold white skin that dazzled the eyes like fine white porcelain. The cool blue light illuminated his face from the side, making his already superior features appear even more three-dimensional. He smirked. "Want to try the skills of top tier?" Ruan Li's face heated up. "No, you don't have to do anything." She didn't dare to go out, fearing the male second lead mentioned in the comments was still there, so she pointed to one side of the big bed. "Just let me borrow half the bed." "That's not possible." Shi Yu leaned back lazily, his gaze fixed on Ruan Li's beautiful and harmless face, speaking slowly. "I don't sleep with someone sober." Chapter 1. The Arrogant Male Model. Ruan Li wanted to tell her fiancé the news that her face blindness had been cured, but she overheard him betting with his friends. "Ruan Li? She was arranged by my family. I don't like her. Whoever can pretend to sleep with her and ruin this marriage, I'll give my sports car to whoever does it. Don't worry. She's face blind." A room full of rich second-generation heirs were eager to try. Ruan Li paused in her steps. Through the slightly ajar door, she unexpectedly collided with a pure-looking junior beside her fiancé. The junior was young and beautiful, with a provocative gaze, wrapping her arms around Jiang Siyan's neck and kissing him. Everyone cheered. "Ah, see, Ruan Li will be here soon. Aren't you afraid she'll find out?" "Afraid of what? It's not the first time." Jiang Siyan chuckled with a casual smile. "Anyway, she's face blind." Ruan Li lowered her eyes, intending to leave. Suddenly, a line of text floated before her eyes. "The junior is kissing the male lead. How exciting. The female supporting character is eavesdropping. So annoying. Female supporting character, I advise you to be sensible and not disturb the junior and the male lead. Please, male lead, hurry up and break off the engagement. With a gold-digging female supporting character, I want to see sweet drama." Gold-digging female supporting character? Me? Ruan Li tried to digest the scene before her. The barrage said she was the gold-digging female supporting character, and the male lead was her fiancé, Jiang Siyan. Ruan Li felt a bit confused. Is this correct? When she was 5 years old, she was sold into the mountains while trying to save Jiang Siyan. When she was 18, the Ruan family found her and wanted her to marry Jiang Siyan because he had a car accident and was very likely to be disabled. Ruan Li was very obedient. In front of Jiang Siyan, who had a bad temper, she was also very patient. He didn't like anyone touching him, and whoever touched him, he would hit. Not even doctors were exempt. Ruan Li learned massage techniques, ignoring his resistance, to help him with rehabilitation. Everyone thought that the first thing Jiang Siyan would do after recovering would be to marry her. but he thanked the doctors and nurses. Even the cleaner in the ward received a 100,000 yuan red envelope from him. Yet he never thanked Ruan Li. He even spoke harshly to her with a bad attitude. Ruan Li thought that what awaited her was sweetness after bitterness. But unexpectedly, she suffered year after year. The junior mentioned in the barrage was the female lead of this world, and also Jiang Siyan's childhood sweetheart. When Jiang Siyan had his accident, this childhood sweetheart happened to be studying abroad. She just returned to the country not long ago, truly the white moonlight coming back home. Sigh, the male lead had the accident just to pursue the junior studying abroad. The one not loved is the third party. The female supporting character drank drug water and was immediately taken advantage of by the second male lead. Hee, let's see how this tarnished woman competes with our junior. Before Ruan Li could finish reading the barrage, a wave of heat surged from her lower abdomen, slowly spreading throughout her body. The female supporting character's drug is taking effect. It's the affectionate second male lead who drugged her. He likes the junior, but in order to support her, he is willing to endure disgust and be with the female supporting character, thinking only of the junior's reaction. Right? He even recorded a video that will be played when the male lead and the female supporting character get engaged. What a bargain for the female supporting character. To put it mildly, it's just 2 hours. Can't we let our junior enjoy it all? Ruan Li's throat tightened. That if they want this bargain, should she just give it to them? Ruan Li grew up in the countryside. Having cut wheat and planted seedlings, she had strength and means. But now, her body felt weak and her mind was becoming increasingly unclear. In a moment of desperation, she dialed her brother's number as soon as the words, "help me," left her mouth. Her brother's impatient voice interrupted. Ruan Li, you know very well that my parents and I are accompanying Baozhu at the Fu family's banquet. Are you deliberately trying to draw our attention with this? Do you want to ruin Baozhu's chance to meet the heir of the Fu family? The call was hung up. When Ruan Li thought of calling the police, her phone had already run out of battery. She remembered that the rumored heir of the Fu family had recently come to Haicheng, a Wall Street teenage genius, a wealthy son who practices restraint and propriety. To this day, he has no marriage. Many people in Haicheng want to climb this social ladder, and the Ruan family is no exception. Her parents had high hopes for their adopted daughter, Ruan Baozhu. Ruan Li's consciousness was gradually fading, and she didn't have time to analyze who this affectionate second male lead was. She bit her cheek to maintain a brief clarity. She needed to leave here quickly. Just as she turned the corner in the hallway, another door opened. A tall figure stepped out. The dim light in the corridor fell on the man, and the blue shadows covering his face gradually receded, revealing a superior and cold face. Like thin snow under the moon of the late Tang dynasty. Like the brief blue sky after sunset. The barrage erupted again. Wow, what a handsome face. Who is it? He is the male lead's roommate, Shi Yu, with a gambling father, a sick mother, a sister in school, and a broken self. What a pity. With that physique, he must smell good. I remember his ending. It seems he was kept by a wealthy woman. Ruan Li's eyes moved to a T this moment. A wealthy woman-like figure chased out from the box behind the man. Shi Yu, please consider it again. Money is not an issue, as long as you agree. Shi Yu glanced with his thin eyelids and said coldly, "Aunt, I'm very expensive. You can't afford me." Behind them was a man in a suit, calming the wealthy woman. "Mr. Yao, please don't be angry. Our young master is inexperienced. He hasn't done it before." Instantly, Ruan Li understood the identities of these people. A wealthy woman, an arrogant male model, a madam running a brothel. Although this Shi Yu was rude and impolite, he was undeniably beautiful. Ruan Li's mind shifted. Rather than being led by the plot, it was better to take the initiative. As they brushed past each other, Ruan Li reached out and grabbed the boy's sleeve, asking quietly, "I have money. How much for a night with you?" Fu Shi Yu. Chapter 2. I don't sleep with vegetarians. Ruan Li pretended to be skilled while pointing at the male model, but her trembling voice betrayed her nervousness. She had been obedient for 21 years. Docile, honest, and a pushover were all her labels. The few rebellions in her life might have been giving up the last big question on the math exam to attend the same school as Jiang Siyan. This nervous appearance fell into Shi Yu's eyes. He leaned down, his thin lips curling up. "How much will you pay?" Facing the suddenly magnified handsome face, Ruan Li's watery eyes widened. unable to tell if it was the effect of the drug or if it was because of this enchanting face that her heart raced uncontrollably. The pain from biting her mouth earlier made her mind exceptionally clear at this moment. She licked her dry lips, wanting to say 1,000. But feeling it didn't match this face, she changed her words. 10,000? 10,000? This sentence reached the ears of the assistant behind, causing their heart to stop. The sky has fallen. Was this girl drunk, or did she not want to live? Not only did she mistake the heir of the Fu family for a male model, but she also offered such a low price. The last woman who wanted to drug the young master spent over $1 million just to bribe the waiter. And what happened? Not only did she fail, but she was also sent to a mental hospital by the young master. 10,000? How did this girl say that? The assistant cautiously glanced at Mr. Yao behind and sighed in relief. Fortunately, Mr. Yao didn't hear it. Otherwise, with her protective nature, if she heard that her precious nephew was only worth 10,000 for a night, she would probably explode on the spot. Just as the assistant was about to step forward, they heard the young master's voice say, "All right, assistant, did they hear wrong, or had the young master gone mad?" Ruan Li was also a bit surprised. He agreed so readily. She thought it would be like haggling at a market. Just as Ruan Li was regretting, "Did I bid too high?" Her wrist was caught by an irresistible force. She was led by Shi Yu to stand in front of the rich woman. "This is my girlfriend." Shi Yu turned his head to look at her, a half smile on his handsome face. "Baby, greet her." "Baby?" Ruan Li's mind buzzed. Is this the emotional value provided by the male model? She was confused. "What? Call her Annie." Shi Yu said it as if it were perfectly natural. "Ruan Li, this is too impolite." Although the rich woman was older, she was well maintained. Shi Yu, being a duck, not only lacked the ethics of a duck, but also attacked the customer based on age. It was truly terrible. Ruan Li raised her eyes to assess the rich woman. After meeting the rich woman's serious gaze, she muttered softly, "At such a young age, she should be called sister." Yao Ying raised her eyebrows, retracting her scrutinizing gaze, and her usually stern expression softened into a smile. "No wonder Xiao Yu likes her. I like her too. When you both have time, come to my house for a visit. My husband is rarely home, and I feel very lonely by myself." Ruan Li froze. Could this rich woman be into both men and women? She swallowed hard, wanting to refuse directly. She felt it would be impolite, so she nodded ambiguously. "Good girl." Yao Ying was increasingly satisfied with her niece-in-law. Thinking that she was the first to meet her niece-in-law, she smiled even brighter and directly pulled out a card. "There's 500,000 in here, and the password is 66s. Consider it a meet-and-greet gift." Ruan Li. She suspected she wasn't drugged but rather hallucinating after getting food poisoning from a bad meal. She spent 10,000 to sleep with Shi Yu. And now, the rich woman who liked Shi Yu gave her 500,000? Ruan Li, who had never won another bottle while buying iced tea since she was a child, felt a bit unreal facing this sudden windfall. The word "sister, I don't want to work hard anymore" almost slipped out. She wasn't the only one shocked. The comments in front of her were also buzzing. What? The female supporting character not only freeloaded off the poor school hunk, but also earned 490,000? Wait, is this right? This girl has such good luck. If only I could go in and play a few episodes. Where's the male second lead? Did he get lost? Wasn't he supposed to overpower the female supporting character today and record a video to play at the wedding between the female supporting character and the male lead? While Ruan Li was in a daze, the rich woman had already left, kindly taking away the madam. By the time she came back to her senses, she had already been pulled into a private room by Shi Yu. This club operated on a membership basis, located in the core area of the bustling city, known for its excellent privacy and luxurious decor. The rich second generation of High City often came here to play. Ruan Li had come here a few times with Jiang Siyan, but seeing the setup before her, she was still taken aback. This private room was much larger than the others, with an extremely high ceiling. A 5-meter tall, spotless glass wall framed the exquisite night view of High City, rich and charming. Outside the window, the skyscrapers on both sides of the river complemented the magnificent century-old Western-style buildings, all aglow with lights. Shi Yu lazily leaned back on the sofa. Even without the lights on, one could see his long legs naturally spread apart. Ruan Li's throat felt a bit dry, and she averted her gaze, murmuring, "Is this the treatment of the top card?" The room fell silent for a moment. A low chuckle broke the stillness, and Shi Yu opened his arms, resting his elbows on the back of the sofa, his collar slightly open, revealing a small patch of cold. white skin. That was dazzlingly pale, like fine porcelain. The cool blue light shone on his face, making his already superior features even more three-dimensional. He smiled faintly. Want to try the skills of the top card? Ruan Li felt her face heat up. No, you don't have to do anything. She didn't dare to go outside, fearing that the male second lead mentioned in the comments hadn't left, so she pointed to one side of the big bed. Just lend me half the bed. That won't do. Shi Yu leaned back lazily, his gaze fixed on Ruan Li's pretty and harmless face, and said slowly, I don't sleep with plain ones. Chapter 3, come here, kiss me. Only sleep with the meat? Before Ruan Li could react, the man's deep voice rang out again. Come here, kiss me. Ruan Li suddenly looked up and met Shi Yu's dark pupils. The man sat on the sofa, lazy and cold, as if he was born noble. The clarity she had maintained by biting her cheek gradually became muddled, struggling against the only remaining awareness. Calm down, calm down. Ruan Li shifted hadgaze. Try to look at the comments to distract herself. The feeling is so strong. My legs went weak just from the screen. Damn, such a lustful man is just a passerby. Strongly recommend him to be included in the harem of the sister treasure. Hee. I turned the screen brightness to maximum and found out Shi Yu was wearing a full set of shirt clips. So clever. Speaking of big, the female supporting character won't have no reaction, right? The comments made her heart race. She couldn't calm down at all until another comment appeared. Don't worry. Tonight is an important plot. The female supporting character will definitely lose herself. The second male lead drug is very strong. If she doesn't do it, she'll die. As soon as she leaves the room, she will bump into the second male lead, and she will beg him like a dog. And he will record a video to publicly execute her at the wedding. Ruan Li, calm down. She took a deep breath, tensed her body, and approached Shi Yu. Are you sick? You're my first guest. The man smiled. Want to check the goods first? How to check the goods? Ruan Li didn't understand, but she looked at his lips that opened and closed. She wanted a kiss. She thought so and did so. Feeling the touch on her lips, Shi Yu's gaze darkened. Before he could push her away, a drop of moisture landed on his face. As her vision refocused, she met a pair of moist eyes. Clearly, he was the one at a disadvantage, yet she cried sadly. He laughed instead of getting angry. Why are you crying? Ruan Li wiped her tears and realized she had actually cried, honestly saying, maybe it was too stimulating. This is stimulating? Ruan Li felt a bit embarrassed, her eyes reddening even more. Shi Yu took in her fluster and entanglement. This person who appeared out of nowhere, mistook him for a duck, should be taught a lesson. I have something even more stimulating. He grabbed Ruan Li's wrist and pulled her into his arms. Want to try? In his exclusive space, a sweet scent wafted, intertwining at his nose, sometimes present, sometimes absent, enticing him to explore deeper. The teasing thought gradually changed flavor. He wanted her to cry even harder. He thought so, and did so. Outside the window, the moon rose to the zenith. The city's landscape lights went out, and the river's surface rose with damp fog, obscuring the orange-yellow streetlights on both sides. Like a nearsighted person taking off their glasses, their gaze unfocused, blooming fireworks in front of them. Ruan Li curled up on the bed, the dark sheets contrasting with her snow-white skin, her whole body filled with the scent of Shi Yu. She inexplicably thought of the classic line from Dr. One. The wine of that day was not enough to move me. Ruan Li was confused. In fact, she had liked Jiang Siyan. When she first came to Haicheng, many people called her a country bumpkin. Facing their ridicule and pushing, Jiang Siyan would protect her. Although she was face-blind and couldn't remember Jiang Siyan's face, she remembered the warmth of his hands when he held hers, tightly connecting her to this unfamiliar city. But just now, the sound of water in the shower drilled into her ears, and she woke up from her dream. What had she just done? Ruan Li hastily put on her dress, took out 10,000 yuan and placed it on the bedside, enduring her sore legs, and left the room. What about the scene just now? What is something I can't watch because I'm too noble? The female supporting character enjoyed herself, ignoring Shi Yu. Not enjoyable. I hope the female supporting character gets severely abused. Why should she be served comfortably by the handsome guy? Laughing to death. Shi Yu doesn't even know the person ran away, still asking someone to send her a small umbrella. Ruan Li had no mood to look at the comments anymore. She ordered a ride and returned to the Ruan residence. At 2 in the morning, the Ruan family was brightly lit. The family was gathered around Ruan Baoju. Our Baozhu is beautiful and has a good temperament. As long as the prince of the Fu family sees you, he will definitely like you. It is said that the prince of the Fu family had something to do temporarily and couldn't come. In a few days is Mrs. Fu's birthday, and they invited our Ruan family. The prince of the Fu family will definitely go. He will recognize you as his white moonlight. It is said that Mrs. Fu likes cultural collectibles, and Mom specially asked someone to buy a piece of Song Dynasty Ru porcelain. You should personally give it to Mrs. Fu. She will definitely like it when she sees it. Ruan Baozhu finally smiled through her tears. At the entrance, Ruan Li stood in the dim shadow, like a mouse peeping at someone else's happiness. She didn't want to disturb the warm moment of the four of them, trying to close the door as quietly as possible. Ruan Baozhu turned her eyes and saw the shadow at the entrance, sweetly saying, "Dad, Mom, you shouldn't be so good to me. I'm worried my sister will be unhappy." Brother frowned. "She bullied you again, didn't she?" No, I borrowed that necklace from my sister yesterday. She misunderstood and thought I wanted to steal her things." Still saying no, Brother angrily said, "If it were me, Grandma is also biased. Clearly you are more suited to that necklace." But she gave it to Ruan Li, saying she grew up in the countryside. "Not like you need to attend various gatherings. Normally, how would you use such an expensive necklace?" Back then, she was willing to marry a disabled person, really crazy to want to climb the social ladder. Besides, she has been following Jiang Siyan for 4 years. He hasn't said he would marry her, totally useless. If I had known Jiang Siyan could stand up again, I wouldn't have brought her back. The more Brother spoke, the angrier he got. He continued, "Baozhu, wait. I'll go to her room now and take her necklace to give to you." "That wouldn't be good. There's nothing wrong with it." Father spoke, "Just a necklace. Baozhu is our Ruan family's lucky star. Ever since we adopted Baozhu, heaven has been blessing our Ruan family." Mom also hugged Baozhu tightly, gently saying, "Little Li was abducted since she was young. Her mind isn't good. Her luck isn't good. Raised in the countryside, she is shallow, seeing something she wants to claim as her own. Fortunately, Baozhu is smart. Becoming the white moonlight of the prince of the Fu family can help our Ruan family." Ruan Li was stunned. Because she was abducted, Jiang Siyan was saved, the Ruan family was able to rise. Because she married in place of Ruan Baozhu and took care of Jiang Siyan, the Ruan family maintained a relationship with the Jiang family. How did it all become her delusion now? Back then, she agreed to replace Ruan Baozhu and marry the injured Jiang Siyan. It was for her adoptive mother's medical expenses. After Jiang Siyan's car accident, the doctor said he might never be able to stand up again. The Jiang family wanted Ruan Baozhu to marry in, with the condition of continuing to support the Ruan family. But Ruan Baozhu was unwilling, her eyes swollen from crying. The Ruan family felt sorry for her, so they found Ruan Li, promising to treat her adoptive mother. "Ah, sister is back?" Ruan Baozhu's voice came, interrupting Ruan Li's thoughts. Everyone in the room looked at her. Mother's tone was disappointed. "What time is it? Why are you only coming back? This is so unruly. You can't do this. What happened to your neck?" Chapter 4 ran away after enjoying. Ruan Li confusedly covered her neck. In a mirror at the entrance, the red marks on her neck reflected back at her. Brother angrily said, "Where have you been messing around?" Saying this, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her in front of their parents. Ruan Li was already pale, and under the light, the ambiguous marks on her neck were even more conspicuous. "Damn it!" Father was furious, raising his hand to hit her. Ruan Li sidestepped, avoiding it. Father couldn't control his strength and fell onto the coffee table, not only shattering a fine purple sandalwood teacup all over the floor, but also injuring his waist. Ruan Li blinked. She didn't do it on purpose. Habits become second nature, and that is how she developed a reflex for avoiding danger. Why wasn't he the female antagonist hit? There is a feeling of powerlessness, as if a slap couldn't reach through the screen. Seeing old Deng pull a muscle made me a bit happy. Am I the only one who thinks the female antagonist family is being a bit excessive? That is right, you're the only one. Ruan Li reached out to support her father. "Are you okay? How can you still say that? Your brother has a short temper. Where have you been messing around?" "Brother, don't blame sister." Ruan Baozhu stood in front of Ruan Li, anxiously saying, "Sister, I know you love to play, but this can't be known to the Jiang family. Now that the family business has issues, we're counting on you and brother AC getting married to strengthen ties with the Jiang family." It was better not to mention it. As soon as the Jiang family was brought up, Everyone tensed. Mother said disappointedly, Xiao Li, your foster mother is a country person and probably didn't teach you that girls should have self-respect and self-love. She continued in a few days. Baozhu will attend the Fu family's banquet. You can give Baozhu the ruby necklace Grandma gave you, and we want to pursue what exactly you were doing tonight. Ruan Li blushed. I was just with a C. What? This statement was like thunder on a clear day. The entire Ruan family was momentarily stunned. Ruan Baozhu narrowed her eyes, weakly saying, but brother, you see posted on Moments, there are many people, and there is also his childhood friend who just returned from abroad. I didn't see you. As soon as these words came out, Ruan father's scrutinizing gaze landed on Ruan Li. What is going on? Ruan Li lowered her head, revealing her slender neck, her ears reddening. There were indeed many people there. Damn, is this female antagonist a white lotus? I really thought she was a pure flower. In the corner of the gathering, a hem. A cough echoed in the living room. Ruan Baozhu still wanted to ask more, but Mother Ruan pulled her to the side. Baozhu, you're still young and don't know many things. All right, it's getting late. You should go back to your room and sleep. As for the necklace, Mom will buy you a new one. Ruan Baozhu gritted her teeth secretly. She forced a smile. Sister, I just happen to have something to ask Brother AC. I'll call him tomorrow morning. You don't mind, right? Ruan Li smiled. You can call him at noon. He is exhausted and probably won't wake up in the morning. Ruan Baozhu. Laughing to death. This female antagonist is so good with her words. One mouthful is like a whole novel. The female antagonist is quite smart, preserving Grandma's necklace. Smart my ass. Just knows how to play these little tricks, waiting to see the female antagonist crash. The moonlight cast a silver glow as Shi Yu stepped out of the shower. Some water droplets lingered on his thin shoulders. With a white towel wrapped around his waist, his long legs fully visible, he walked to the bedside and saw the empty side of the bed, pausing for a moment. A stack of cash directly caught his eye. Exactly 10,000. Shi Yu smiled instead of getting angry. You had fun and ran off? Do you really think I'm a fool? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded. When he opened the door, Shi Yu saw his assistant standing outside. What are you doing here? Young master, you forgot, you asked me to bring. A lifelong reserved Chinese person really couldn't say the words condom. So the assistant simply shoved a black bag into Shi Yu's hand. Shi Yu, no need. The assistant was stunned, his gaze dropping. So soon? The next moment, a sharp gaze like a knife struck him. Ah, no, the assistant quietly tried to make up for it. Young master, it's normal since it's your first time. Shi Yu didn't speak, just raised his hand, his long index finger twirling in the air. The assistant turned around in confusion. Then, his backside received a kick. Go check that person. Yes. After taking another cold shower, Shi Yu lay back on the bed. The sheets and quilt had been changed, but the sweet scent remained. The more he slept, the more restless he felt. He picked up his clothes and returned to school. The dormitory was a 4-person room, and his roommate was Jiang Siyan. Their relationship wasn't particularly close, but Jiang Siyan unilaterally considered him a brother and even added him to a group chat. Along the way, group messages kept flashing. Go Junjun. See, I don't know who spread the rumor that whoever sleeps with your fiancé, he gets your sports car. These people are too despicable. I suggest calling the police. Jiang Siyan, it's not a rumor. Go Junjun. Zhou Wu, I'm going. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Brother C, you're not joking. Then I'll take it seriously. Jiang Siyan, true. Shi Yu turned off the screen, his eyes devoid of emotion. He was interested in sports cars. He had no interest in someone else's fiancé, either. Upon returning to the dormitory and opening the door, he saw 2 people lying on his bed in the dim moonlight. It was his roommate, hugging a woman on his bed. The smell of alcohol mixed with the woman's perfume was unpleasant. Shi Yu's brows furrowed as he picked up a cup of water and poured it over the bed. Chapter 5. Can you still sleep? Ah, a scream erupted, and Shuangnan was suddenly drenched with cold water, waking up with a shout. Who splashed me with cold water? Jiang Siyan, who was next to her, was also awakened. In the hazy light, he met Shi Yu's emotionless gaze, instantly sobering up. Sorry, Yuga. Jiang Siyan quickly lifted and Shuangnan off the bed. I drank too much and thought this was my bed. Hearing Jiang Siyan apologize, and Shuangjie's eyes widened. She had known Jiang Siyan for so many years and had never seen him so cautious in front of anyone. She aggrievedly said, "It's just sleeping on your bed. Do you have to splash cold water on me? How can a big man hold a grudge against a little girl like me?" Of course, in the darkness. Shi Yu's voice was cold. "I think it's dirty." And Shuangjie felt as if struck by lightning. Ruan Li was taking a shower when a large number of barrage comments suddenly floated by. She was startled, thinking these people could see her, until she saw the text above. "Shi Yu is too much. It's just that Mei Bao slept on his bed. Does he have to splash cold water on our Mei Bao? If he thinks it's dirty, he was just biting and licking the female antagonist. He seemed to enjoy it. What a harsh male supporting character. No wonder he is poor. Wish him and the materialistic female antagonist lock each other down." Oomph. In the future, the male lead and Mei Bao will have a grand battle on this harsh male supporting character's bed in 180 different positions. I fully support. Based on a barrage, Ruan Li roughly guessed what had happened, staring at the words about biting and licking the female antagonist. Her face turned red as the scene she had deliberately tried to forget resurfaced. No way. She patted her face, shaking off the images in front of her. The next morning, Ruan Li went to the school library. She had 8 part-time jobs, ranging from photo editing, drawing, video editing, online voice acting, wedding dress modeling, to dog walking and training. Occasionally, she also took up housekeeping services. She had tried everything that could make money. This weekend, she was supposed to be very busy.
But in Shuangjie hadn't completed her quality development credits, which would affect her graduation.
Jiang Siyan applied for an activity group to help the younger sister and pulled Ruan Li in to make up the numbers. She specifically set aside time this weekend to work together. They had agreed to meet at the library entrance at 11, but she waited until past without seeing anyone. She called Jiang Siyan. Jiang Siyan didn't answer. When she dialed Jiang Siyan's number for the 3rd time, he answered impatiently. "What is it?" "A C. Where are you?" "It's Saturday. We agreed to work in the library together. Can't you just do it yourself?" "But a C." A female voice came from the phone. "We're meeting Senior Ruan Li at the Southern City CAF. It's a newly opened trendy restaurant. I also need to check in there." "Okay, whatever you say," Jiang Siyan replied indulgently. At that moment, the barrage floated past her eyes. The male lead is helping his sister pick bed sheets, and the sister is a blogger with the theme of a one-day boyfriend. So sweet. What's the difference from newlyweds? Oh no. The sister is still kind-hearted and doesn't want to leave the female supporting character hanging, so she arranged to meet at an internet-famous CAF. Damn the female supporting character. She's just using it as an excuse to ruin the couple's date. Ruan Li doesn't want to be a third wheel either, but her adoptive mother is sick and needs money. The Ruan family sent her adoptive mother abroad to control her, and there's been no news. The Ruan family says that she can only see her adoptive mother if she marries Jiang Siyan. Ruan Li navigates to a CAF in the south of the city, which is quite remote and inaccessible by public transport. After taking a taxi to the place, she finds out the CAF is in a trial operation with almost no customers. She finds a window seat, and just as she sits down, she receives a call from her best friend. "Li, urgent help. I'm sending you a WeChat contact card. Can you help me train this one? You two are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and your persona is a carnivorous girlfriend. You are strangers who had a one-night stand. At first, he is an aloof, high-value man who needs your gradual training, and later he becomes an obsessive, possessive, and gloomy male ghost. Please, I'm in a rush, and the fee is doubled. Once I'm done, I'll give you a lot of happiness, guaranteed to make you forget who Jiang Siyan is." After hanging up the phone, Ruan Li finds a new contact card in her WeChat. The profile picture is very internet-friendly, showing a pale-skinned boy holding a DSLR camera, with the camera blocking most of his face, and behind him is a vast blue sea. The name is Roman, which means moon. Her best friend, who is studying computer science, established a virtual boyfriend studio before graduation to provide emotional value for single women. This isn't Ruan Li's first time helping her best friend train. Last time, Ruan Li trained at Sundra Queen with a loyal dog personality. Although it was vastly different from her own personality, it significantly reduced her sense of shame since she was facing a character. More importantly, the compensation was generous. After the fee was doubled, she could earn 40,000. She noted the keywords: one-night stand, female, seducing male, carnivorous girlfriend, aloof, high-value man at first, and later an obsessive, gloomy male ghost. After a moment, Ruan Li earnestly typed 4 words in the friend request. Can I still sleep? In the library, Shi Yu was writing a thesis. His WeChat lit up with a message from his roommate. Jiang Siyan, sorry about last night. You go. Xiaonan, and I want to treat you to dinner as an apology. The location is a Black Pearl restaurant in the city center. Shi Yu's gaze was cold as he deleted the chat. Although he hadn't met Jiang Siyan's fiancée, he knew it wasn't T and Xiangnan. The one thing he despised most in life was being a third party. Doesn't T intervening in someone else's relationship make you feel disgusted? Shi Yu's eyes were dark and stern. The girl who initially wanted to approach him felt intimidated and ultimately didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, the WeChat icon in the bottom right corner of his computer kept jumping. Shi Yu clicked on it and a friend request popped up. Lazy pear mud. Can I still sleep? Chapter 6. I have last night's video under normal circumstances. Friend requests are approved instantly. But Ruan Li stared at the screen for a minute, and it still hadn't been approved. She scratched her head. Could this be part of the aloof persona? She had to get that 20,000 training fee. Thinking of this, Ruan Li sent another message. I have last night's video. This time, the request was approved. Only a question mark. This is really aloof. Ruan Li typed away on the keyboard. Lazy pear mud. If you don't want anyone to see last night's video, tonight at the old place, let us meet. You think you could just enjoy and run? Ruan Li's fingers paused. Wait, how does this person know about last night? Ruan Li was genuinely startled. Although she knew these types could listen in on phones for the best effect, she still exited the chat, planning to write her thesis to calm down. When she finally looked up from the sea of knowledge, she realized it was already 5 p.m. The originally clear sky was now filled with dark clouds, and the lead gray clouds hung low, brewing a storm. Jiang Siyan wouldn't come. Ruan Li packed up her computer and called for a ride on her phone. But the place was too remote, and with the impending rain, she raised the price 3 times but still didn't get a ride. I'm sorry, said a CAF staff member. Miss, we're closing soon. Ruan Li turned around and realized she was the only customer left. A sense of anxiety crept up from deep within her. She was very afraid of being left alone like this. It was just like when she was abducted. She looked up and found everyone had disappeared. Coupled with the swirling dark clouds, it easily created a feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. Hello, I can't get a car. She showed the staff her phone screen. Could you please take me to the subway station? I can pay. I'm sorry, miss. The staff member replied apologetically. We all live nearby and want to go into the city. Ruan Li wasn't the type to be a bother. So she packed her things and stood under the CAF's eaves. The CAF lights turned off one by one, until the last sign light went out. The staff members gradually left. The kind staff member who had talked to her left a small light on, casting a warm yellow glow. A thunderclap sounded from the sky, particularly striking against the low buildings, signaling that a heavy rain was imminent. Ruan Li called Jiang Siyan. The call didn't connect. Please, female supporting character. Don't disturb the male lead. The sister hurt her foot, and the male lead is accompanying her in the hospital. The sister fell asleep, and the male lead stayed by her side. So sweet. In order to matchmake the female supporting character and the male lead, the sister even specially hired 2 thugs to tease the female supporting character, hoping the male lead would come to the rescue. The sister is so kind. So, does that mean the female supporting character is about to be bullied by thugs? So exciting to watch every day. Ruan Li was alert. A glance revealed 2 men approaching not far away. In front of the low houses, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom sped by, splashing the rainwater on the ground. The Fu family was planning to build a drone base in the suburbs of the South City, and Shi Yu was there for an inspection. He leaned back in the back seat, and his phone vibrated, receiving several voice messages. It was Jiang Siyan. Hugo, are you in the South City? My fiancée, is at a CAF in the South City. Can you help bring her back? He then sent a photo. The image loaded slowly, and Shi Yu's emotionless gaze glanced out the window. Outside, dark clouds loomed, and there were hardly any businesses on either side of the street. Under a dim light, 2 drunken men were approaching a woman. Through the hazy air, a familiar face was clearly reflected. It was the same face that had cried in his dreams the night before. Stop the car. Shi Yu got out. As the car door closed, The photo of Jiang Siyan's fiancée, loaded on the phone he had thrown onto the leather seat. It was Ruan Li. Chapter 7. Go to my house, thunder rumbled. Ruan Li quietly grasped a colorful decorative wine bottle at the CAF entrance. She hoped she was overthinking it. But when the two blonde men approached her, and one reached out to touch her face, her palms began to sweat. She gripped harder, her fingers turning pale as she held onto the glass bottle. Ensuring it wouldn't, tea slipped from her hand when she swung it. Just as she was about to smash the bottle over the blonde's head, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Behind her, a clear voice rang out. That won't kill anyone. She turned sharply and met a pair of pitch-black eyes. The black turtleneck shirt revealed a pale face, with a lock of bangs dampened by the rain, exposing dark and damp eyes. Ruan Li's heart skipped a beat. It was Shi Yu. No way. Where did this person come from? The male lead is worried about the female supporting character and sent her roommate to pick her up. What? Our sister, Bao, has sprained her ankle, and the male lead is still thinking about the female supporting character? Poor Sister Bao. Expecting a dramatic chase to win back her husband. I thought the female supporting character would be bullied. What a waste of anticipation. Don't worry. Sister Bao is trying to make the hero saving the beauty effect more realistic, and she brought 2 underground fighters. A C is the heir of a wealthy family, has been taking elite courses since childhood, and has learned karate and Muay Thai, while Shi Yu is a poor kid who can't beat these two. Seeing the spoiler, Ruan Li's anxious heart finally calmed down. Underground fighters are reckless in fights. You can't handle them. Ruan Li didn't want to involve innocent people and quietly said to Shi Yu, you should run and call the police. I can't. Shi Yu raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Ruan Li, what time is it? And you're still hesitating over these things? She could only tell the truth. You make money with your looks. What if you get hurt? I can't afford to pay for that. Huh, so you're a pretty boy. The 2 thugs grinned with yellow teeth, mocking her. Let me tell you, no one can run. Ruan Li was extremely nervous, but Shi Yu behind her seemed unfazed, lazily whispering in her ear. I'll teach you how to kill someone. Before Ruan Li could react, her arm was forcibly swung out. A crisp sound echoed in the air, and a wine bottle shattered. Another flash of lightning struck, and rain mixed with blood trickled down from the punk's head. The thug, who had been arrogant just a second ago, was now frozen in place. He couldn't even see when a man had made his move. Remember, aim for this next time. Shi Yu's voice was calm, and he added with disappointment, what a pity, it was an empty bottle. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the 2 thugs turned and ran. I'm hurt. After they left, Shi Yu spoke. Where are you hurt? Ruan Li asked nervously, holding Shi Yu's hand. Let me see. After seeing the wound, she let out a sigh of relief. It was just a shallow cut on his fingertip from the glass shards that had splintered in the air. It's nothing. It'll heal soon. That won't do. Shi Yu leaned down, his peach blossom eyes fixed on Ruan Li. I'm in the skin business. What if I get a scar? How will I make money? Then should I take you to the hospital? Ruan Li asked. No hospital. Then where to? Anywhere. Ruan Li was an honest person, and facing someone who had saved her, she couldn't come up with any rebuttal. Then let's go to my place. I have iodine. But she looked down at the ride-hailing app again. Still no cars available. You live in Shuangjie mansion. Shi Yu's gaze fell on the destination on the screen, and he put his hands in his pockets. Come on, I'll drive you. Ruan Li reacted and looked around. The empty road had only a black sedan, no electric vehicles. Where's your car? As if to answer her, the black car turned around and stopped in front of her. Without rain curtains blocking the view, the car's sleek lines and prominent emblem caught Ruan Li's eye. She stared at the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of her, then looked at the driver, stunned. Rumor had it that Shi Yu always ate at the cheapest stalls in the cafeteria. This had been confirmed by Jiang Siyan. Otherwise, the title of school heartthrob wouldn't be accompanied by the word poverty. But at this moment, Shi Yu leaned back against the genuine leather seats of the Rolls-Royce, the starry ceiling sparkling, as if the cosmic flow was merely his backdrop. No matter how you looked at it, it had nothing to do with poverty. Aren't you getting in? Shi Yu lifted his eyes, his dark gaze twinkling, captivating. Ruan Li was surprised. This is your car? Fu Shi Yu stared at Ruan Li's widened eyes in astonishment, smiling slightly. Are you envious? It's a body swap. Chapter 8, What are you hiding from? Ruan Li was greatly shocked. Is being a duck this profitable? She dazedly got in the car, and the Rolls-Royce left the southern city, arriving at Shuangjie mansion. stopping at the carport. This was the wedding house prepared by the Jiang family, relatively close to the school. Originally, both families hoped Shi and Jiang Siyan would live together to cultivate their relationship. Entering the elevator, the cramped space made Ruan Li a bit awkward. She held her phone and messaged her brother. Ruan Li, bro, can you tell me the address of the foster mother sanatorium? Brother, if you can get Siyan to move back to the wedding house, I'll tell you the address. Ruan Li was troubled. Jiang Siyan would rather squeeze into a 4-person dormitory than live under the same roof as her. How could he possibly move in? Her eyes inadvertently glanced to the side, and the elevator's mirror reflected Shi Yu's broad shoulders and long legs, stirring a thought in Ruan Li's mind. If you only look at this back, it's almost identical to Jiang Siyan's. We're here, come in. Ruan Li opened the door, letting Shi Yu in, while she quietly snapped a picture of him, changing his shoes, and sent it to her brother. Ruan Li, what a coincidence. C said he wants to move back too. Shi Yu didn't notice the movement behind him. Jiangjing Mansion had 2 households per floor, and there was a pair of men's sneakers at the entrance. Glancing around, her gaze landed on a men's coat hanging on the balcony. It was a classic Adidas model. Her roommate Jiang Siyan had one just like it. Do you live alone? He knew that many single women would place men's shoes at the entrance and hang men's clothes on the balcony to pretend they had a man at home. Kind of. Ruan Li thought for a moment. My fiancé comes over occasionally. Last week during the heavy rain, Jiang Siyan had come once, and the coat on the balcony was his. Ruan Li looked down to change her shoes. She had rushed out this morning, and her shoelaces were tied too tightly, making it hard to take off, and, coupled with her anxiety about her brother noticing something from the photo, she was somewhat distracted. She vaguely heard Shi Yu say something cautious. I'll go get the medicine box. Make yourself at home. Ruan Li clapped her hands. Just as she stood up, her eyes widened instantly. She saw Shi Yu unbuttoning his shirt with one hand, the straight and cold white collarbone reminding Ruan Li of the art museum's collection. You, why are you taking off your clothes? Shi Yu replied, I'm wet. He said it nonchalantly, walking up to Ruan Li with his bare chest, his muscles rising and falling with his breath. Where's the bathroom? Ruan Li was stunned. You want to take a shower? Shi Yu nodded. If I get sick, I can't open for business. Otherwise, will you support me? Mentioning money, Ruan Li's gaze shifted away from his chest muscles and shook her head. Last time she spent 10,000, it was due to circumstances. Her money was useful and couldn't be spent on a man. The guest bathroom is at the entrance. I'll go find you a clean set of clothes. She turned around and just took a step when her wrist was grasped by a warm hand. Shi Yu's voice sounded. Together? The 2 words pierced her ears like boiling water. Ruan Li's ears and cheeks flushed. She had heard Shi Yu's name in her freshman year. With a well-known, handsome appearance, rich young ladies pursuing him could line up from the south gate to the north gate. The school forum always had live broadcasts of confession scenes, but he had always remained solitary, truly a high mountain flower. And Ruan Li could never have imagined that the high mountain flower was a playboy. No, that's not necessary. Ruan Li lowered her head, wanted to leave quickly. But Shi Yu didn't plan to let her go. Where are you hiding from? Didn't you repeatedly say you wanted to sleep with me? Ruan Li fell into confusion. Besides asking Shi Yu how much he charged under the influence of drugs last night, when had she ever said she wanted to sleep with him? Or perhaps this was the tactic of a top tier. It was okay to deceive feelings, but not money. No, my boyfriend is coming back, Ruan Li said, trying hard to pull her wrist free, turning back to the bedroom and firmly closing the door. As the wooden door closed, Ruan Li leaned against it, her heart racing uncontrollably. She saw a news report about Japanese hosts luring guests step by step into a downward spiral, not only emptying the woman's wallet, but also tricking her into making money in the industry, which would then be spent on him. It was terrifying. She felt that Shi Yu was planning something similar. A woman like her, honest and naive, was the easiest target for such bad men. Ruan Li made up her mind. After taking the medicine, she would make him leave. The next second, a bold red comment popped up in front of her. Ahead is a battlefield. Is the female supporting character a prophet? The male lead really came. Laughing to death, Shi Yu just entered the bathroom. He really can't explain this now. Chapter 9. Battlefield. Ruan Li's heart tightened. She saw the comments rolling in. Jiang Siyan is worried about the female supporting character and is already driven to the downstairs. ISNT that a coincidence with Shi Yu. Wait, not only the male lead is downstairs, But Ruan Li's foster sister has also come, bringing Ruan Li's brother. My goodness, how exciting. Can't wait. When Si Yu discovers the female supporting character's infidelity, he can rightfully break off the engagement and be with his sister treasure. The comments were all celebrating. Only Ruan Li felt a pang in her heart. If her brother and Jiang Siyan bumped into each other downstairs, her lies would be exposed. Not only would she be unable to get her foster mother's address, but she would also anger her brother and cut off her foster mother's medical expenses. Ruan Li slapped her face. Calm down, there must be a way. She steadied her mind and decided to go downstairs to intercept Ruan Baozhu and her brother. At least she could get her foster mother's address. As for Jiang Siyan, the worst-case scenario would just be a broken engagement. With that thought, Ruan Li approached the entrance and, upon hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, instinctively turned her head. The decoration of this marriage room was designed by both families, filled with various little details. For instance, the bathroom door was made of frosted glass. The warm orange light flickered, revealing the outline of the person inside. Oh my, those shoulders, that waist, those legs, too amazing. Something else off upstairs. Though the words are rough, they're not wrong, but this is too rough. In the next life, I'll still be your online friend, too extreme. Ruan Li de avertit hergaze. This was not the time to think about such things. Her urgent task was to stop her brother. She opened the main door and paused. Outside stood two figures, one in blue and one in yellow. Sister-in-law, you're home. The round-faced boy in yellow looked a bit surprised, holding a stack of beer. We were just about to knock. The slightly taller boy in blue was carrying a box of drinks. Upon seeing Ruan Li, he slightly nodded, sister-in-law. Ruan Li, who had previously suffered from face blindness, struggled to recognize them, but upon hearing their voices, she identified the two as Jiang Siyan's roommates, Go Junjun and Zhao Shun. The comments kept rolling. Whereas the male lead? The male lead is worried about Ruan Li and not wanting to face her in the new house. Used the excuse of helping his brothers carry beer upstairs to check if Ruan Li was home. He asked in the garage downstairs. Huh? Doesn't that mean he missed a good show? No. Ruan Baozhu and her brother have already come up and are now waiting at the elevator, ready to catch the female supporting character in the act. It's a mess. Hurry up and drink it. Ruan Li's back tightened. Life is only one, but there are more than one deadly things at stake. Who has come? Behind her, the bathroom door opened, and Shi Yu walked out, not having changed his clothes. He was only wrapped in a gray-pink bear-pattern towel around his waist. He lifted his gaze, and his straight eyes met the doorway, landing on the two familiar faces. Inside and outside the door, their eyes met. In an instant, the air froze. A few meters away, in the hallway, Ruan Baozhu was in high spirits. Although she couldn't see what was happening in the room, she could clearly hear a male voice coming from inside. That's strange, Ruan Baozhu muttered with a suppressed smile. Why does it sound like it's not CG's voice? What did you say? Ruan Baozhu weakly replied, Brother, I saw the photo that sister sent you. But I think that back view doesn't look like Si Yu. Maybe I'm mistaken. Don't overthink it, brother. Ruan Bo frowned. His finger hesitated above the send button. His gaze turned upward, landing on the photo. If the person in the photo wasn't Jiang Siyan, then who was it? He furrowed his brows and took a step closer. The female supporting character's brother is coming. So satisfying. The female supporting character's lies are about to be uncovered. The brother is getting closer. Footsteps indeed echoed in the hallway. Ruan Li's heart tightened. Facing the surprised gazes of Go Junjun and Zhao Shun, she spoke as calmly as possible. Please just put the things down. Go Junjun, what? He not a delivery person. That sounds so awkward. On the other side, Shi Yu had already walked to the fridge and poured himself a glass of water. When he saw Go Junjun still standing there, his gaze turned cold. Please come in and sit for a while. Go Junjun laughed, feeling exasperated. How could he be so calm after being caught in an affair? He had always been just, and previously stood up for Ruan Li over the gambling issue. Now he felt it was unfair for Jiang Siyan. A sentence do you think you deserve, Si Yu? Was stuck in his throat. Just then, Ruan Li asked in surprise, You know them? Go Junjun frowned. Of course we know each other. We're all in the same dorm. Before he could finish, Zhao Shun pulled him back. What a coincidence. Didn't he expect it to be you guys? Zhao Shun said. We'll put the stuff here and leave. Let us have a meal together next time. Saying that, Zhao Shun placed the beer and drinks at the door and pulled Go Junjun away. What's going on? Am I the only one who doesn't understand? I don't understand either. What is going on with Zhao Shun? Why did he pull him away? To be honest, these two, one in blue and one in yellow, really do look like delivery guys. Ruan Li's palms were slightly damp with sweat. She had previously interacted with these two. Go Junjun came from a slightly wealthy family, naive and righteous. Zhao Shun was recognized as a study god, mature for his age, good at reading situations. Just now, she had acted naturally and emphasized her face blindness, so Zhao Shun would only think she mistook Shi Yu for Jiang Siyan. As for why Shi Yu was here, to drive a car, pretending to be Jiang Siyan to seduce her. Such a cautious and clever person wouldn't wade into this muddy water. Ruan Li let out a sigh of relief, but to her surprise, Shi Yu was too calm. Being discovered in disarray with his roommate's fiancé, he was still composed, truly worthy of being the top host. The 2 boxes of beer and drinks were blocking the entrance. Just as Ruan Li was about to move them, a pair of hands lifted the boxes effortlessly before her. Ruan Li looked up and met Shi Yu's chest. After taking a hot shower, his skin glistened with moisture. She hurriedly lowered her head. Her gaze fell on his narrow waist wrapped in the gray-pink bear towel. The bear's face had distorted into a long-nosed Pinocchio. She was momentarily breathless. Is this the capital of a top host? Do you know them? Shi Yu's voice rang above her head. Ruan Li jumped in surprise, stuttering, "Don't talk nonsense. How could I know them? We didn't have. I mean Go Junjun and Zhao Shun." Shi Yu raised his eyes, looking down at Ruan Li, who was blushing and trying to explain, "What are you talking about?" Chapter 10. Makeup tonight. Ruan Li was stunned for a moment. Her face burned. She thought, she really couldn't say it out loud. A wave of embarrassment hit her brain, and Ruan Li felt like she was glued to the ground, unable to move. Awkwardly trying to change the subject, "I'll find you some clothes first." Outside in the hallway, Go Junjun didn't understand. "Zhao Shun, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Shun caught a glimpse of someone in the hallway, tightened his grip on Go Junjun's arm, and whispered in a voice only the two could hear. Ruan Li is face blind. "Have you forgotten Si Gu's bet?" Go Junjun was taken aback. "Are you saying?" "Yes, she mistook someone." "What?" Go Junjun was surprised, but how could Shi Yu? He seemed to realize something and didn't ask further. That's right. Even if Shi Yu wasn't interested in women, money could make the devil push the millstone. Jiang Siyan used an $8 million sport car as a bet, and everyone in the group knew that Ruan Li was beautiful, cool, and well-behaved. Facing such a beauty, even if the seduction didn't succeed, the man wouldn't lose out. With such a mindset, those who wanted to impersonate Jiang Siyan to seduce the face-blind Ruan Li included Gujiang. Go Junjun's sympathy overflowed as he quietly sighed. "Ruan Li is too pitiful. I heard that Si was in a car accident and broke his leg, and Ruan Li has been taking care of him. What a good girl. Si too. We, as brothers, can see that he cares about Ruan Li. Why would he still find someone to test her? I really don't understand." Zhao Shun thought for a moment and replied seriously, "The moon hangs high, not just shining on oneself." "What?" Noticing that someone was getting closer from the other end of the corridor, Zhao Shun didn't say more. "In any case, don't tell anyone about this matter. Let's pretend we didn't see Shi Yu. Don't worry. I'll keep it to myself." Zhao Shun nodded. Actually, there was one more thing he didn't tell Go Junjun, which was Shi Yu's true identity. He had learned accidentally that the poor school hunk was actually the prince of the capital circle. When gods fight, the little devils suffer. Whether it was Shi Yu or Jiang Siyan, neither was someone they could provoke. As for Ruan Li, was she really as innocent as she appeared? While the two were whispering, Ruan Baozhu was feeling proud at the other end of the corridor. She had been waiting for the sound of an argument to come from the room. Unexpectedly, in a peaceful atmosphere, the door was closed. Jiang Siyan's 2 brothers acted as if nothing had happened and planned to leave. Ruan Baozhu's smile froze on her face. How could this be? They had discovered Ruan Li's affair with a wild man. How could they be indifferent? Just as the two were about to pass her, Ruan Baozhu grabbed one of the men and sweetly asked, "Is Ruan Li and brother Si in there?" How could this be? Ruan Baozhu couldn't help but raise her voice. Go Junjun was startled by her shout. Rolling his eyes, "Sister, this is their private matter. What does it have to do with you? Are you trying to dig into their relationship?" Ruan Baozhu was both angry and frustrated, raising her hand to knock on the door to confirm for herself. Jiang Siyan lightly spoke up, advising her not to disturb them. No one would like to be interrupted at such a time. Ruan Li was taken aback. She didn't believe it. She had to knock on this door to see if the man inside was really Jiang Siyan. Stop making a scene. At a critical moment, Ruan Bo stopped Ruan Li, saying reassuringly, "It seems that little Li was right. Her relationship with Asi has eased a lot recently." According to their agreement, Ruan Bo sent the address of a foreign sanatorium to Ruan Li. When Ruan Li received the message, her apricot eyes widened in surprise. It was her foster mother's address. Thinking about meeting her mother soon, her brows and eyes lit up with joy, and as she picked up the medicine box to go to the living room, her steps became much lighter. Shi Yu leaned back on the sofa, watching the girl walk towards him. She had changed into a home dress, her hair down, slightly curled and piled like clouds on either side of her shoulders, making her oval face appear fair with a smile on her cheeks. Shallow dimples enhancing her soft and charming eyes. At the entrance, he noticed a badge that had been issued by Haiqing University during its centennial celebration last year. So, she was also from Haiqing University. Since they were from the same school, it wasn't surprising that Zhao Shun and Go Junjun knew her. Sure, you just didn't expect that those two, who were usually inseparable, even delivered takeout together. "Here's your clothes." Ruan Li handed the neatly folded clothes to Shi Yu. The lead gray short sleeve and matching pure cotton long pants carried the scent of laundry detergent. "Shi Yu didn't take them." She explained, "They're new. My boyfriend hasn't worn them yet." "Boyfriend?" Shi Yu repeated the 3 words, continuing her line of thought. "Do you like him a lot?" Ruan Li nodded. Shi Yu chuckled softly. Indeed, she was very cautious as a girl living alone. There were boy sneakers outside the door, and a man's coat hanging on the balcony, as if there really was a boyfriend. But she forgot to put some men's items in the bathroom. He didn't expose her, just said, "I don't want someone else's." He then extended his hand. "Just apply the medicine." Ruan Li looked at the already healed wound, a bit confused. But considering that Shi Yu had helped her at the CF entrance, she half squatted in front of the sofa, holding his hand and applying the antiseptic with a cotton swab. Shi Yu stared at her face. Her long eyelashes drooped, casting an orange shadow on her eyelids. As she squatted down, the pale yellow skirt swept the ground, revealing her delicate and fair toes, stepping on the dark carpet. She seemed to acknowledge that this skirt was very conservative, completely defenseless. The half-high collar covered her upper arms, and the skirt reached her ankles. Even the cartoon print on her chest had faded with time, revealing a childish and careless vibe. Little did she know, when she raised her arms, the overly large sleeves hardly concealed anything. Slim waist, soft lips, sweet voice. Shi Yu felt a bit restless. At that moment, a cool breeze brushed against his fingertips. It was Ruan Li's habitual blowing on the wound while applying the medicine. Her lips were naturally rosy, as if she had applied lip balm. One could almost picture her during her school days, called out by the discipline master to remove her makeup, using the back of her hand to rub her lips raw to prove her innocence. "All done," Ruan Li said softly. "It's getting late. You should go." "Go." Shi Yu's fingers moved slightly, the sensation lingering. In the next second, he locked one arm around Ruan Li's waist, effortlessly pulling her onto his lap. The loose nightgown was outlined by his strong arms, the hem of the skirt rising a few inches to reveal her slender ankles, porcelain white and fragile, like a still-life exam subject for art students. "What are you doing?" Meeting Ruan Li's surprised gaze, Shi Yu tightened his hold, his fingertips sliding up from the cuffs. The cool touch like beautiful jade, tempting one to play with. He squinted his eyes. "I have professional ethics. I didn't finish yesterday, so I'll make up for it tonight." Chapter 11. Who's more impressive, me or him? Make up for it. Ruan Li's almond eyes widened, still recovering from the sudden feeling of weightlessness for being picked up, when Shi Yu's 2 sentences hit her face. Her face instantly flushed, no need to make up. She wanted to get off Shi Yu, but didn't dare to move rashly, as if walking through a minefield, afraid of igniting a fire. "No way, baby." Shi Yu's voice was almost whispering in her ear, his hot breath spreading on her tender skin, causing her to tremble. "In our line of work, we can't let the clients lose out." "I'm not losing out." Ruan Li's heart raced, her voice trembling. She barely used her weak willpower to resist the temptation, suppressing the impulse to relive last night's shivers. He must want her to savor it, to extract more money from her pockets. Ruan Li raised her hand, pushing against Shi Yu's chest. But upon touching his firm, warm skin, her hand froze. She forgot that Shi Yu wasn't wearing a shirt. In an instant, Ruan Li felt as if she were frozen. When she tried to retract her hand, both of her wrists were already gripped by one of his large hands. Looking up, she collided with Shi Yu's interested gaze. Not losing out? Then what else shall we eat? Ruan Li's head buzzed. The meaning of being well-read manifested at this moment. In just a second, her mind was filled with various texts, all telling her the standard answer to this question. The barrage of comments suddenly increased. Eat what? The person doesn't understand. With such a good figure in front of us, who wouldn't want to eat? Her face turned yellow. I love watching eating broadcasts. Eat hard, eat fiercely. This is infuriating. Why does the female supporting character get to eat so well? Go die. Go die. In the marriage room, stealing a man, does the female supporting character have no shame? Don't worry. In the original story, there's a scene where the female supporting character is hospitalized, and Mei Bao and Si have a very exciting scene in front of her hospital bed. Even more thrilling than this. Ruan Li. I didn't expect she still has scenes in Sleeping Fiancé. She was lost in thought, feeling a tightness around her waist. Shi Yu. Thinking about your boyfriend? As he spoke, he kissed her lips, asking, who has better, me or him? Ruan Li's breath caught. Even though Jiang Siyan had said from the beginning that they could play around, hearing it from Shi Yu's mouth still made Ruan Li feel a bit ashamed. He clearly knew she was Jiang Siyan's fiancée. Or perhaps Shi Yu was so dedicated because of Jiang Siyan's sports car. Thinking of this, Ruan Li's mood became a bit complicated. After all, she wasn't a great beauty. Her personality was dull and uninteresting. And she had always had a mediocre relationship with boys, with hardly any male friend around her. She thought she had no charm that could make Shi Yu willingly pursue her. Yesterday, she thought paying $10,000 for an overnight stay was a lot. But after seeing Shi Yu's Rolls Royce, she realized how expensive he was. That money probably wouldn't even be enough for a tip. Remembering the comments from Jiang Siyan's brothers about her in the box yesterday, Ruan Li felt nauseous. If Shi Yu succeeded, would he treat sleeping with her as a bragging point and boast about it? Ruan Li pushed Shi Yu away, her tone weak. I got my period, and I love my boyfriend very much. I won't betray him. Yesterday was an accident. You should leave. Fu Shi Yu's gaze turned cold. How many people wanted to climb into his bed, and he wouldn't even spare them a glance. He had always been the one to give others the cold shoulder, and he had rarely been rejected. What boyfriend? That was just an excuse to reject him. He suddenly grabbed Ruan Li by the back of her neck and kissed her fiercely. Ruan Li was caught off guard by the deep kiss, and she lost track of how many times the minute hand of the clock on the wall turned. She only felt the air in her body being sucked out, unable to breathe. After a long while, Shi Yu finally let her go. His lazy voice whispered in her ear. So inexperienced? Didn't your boyfriend teach you how to kiss? Ruan Li gasped for breath, unable to speak, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at him. But her misty gaze and red-rimmed eyes had no deterrent effect. Shi Yu couldn't help himself, and embraced her again, kissing her for a while. It wasn't as fierce as before, but he still kissed her until her lips felt numb. Once Ruan Li caught her breath, she retorted out of spite. Of course he taught me. We kiss every day. Shi Yu's eyes darkened. He knew this boyfriend didn't exist, but just thinking of her kissing someone else stirred up feelings of irritation in his chest. He stood up coldly, saying, all right, will you bring your boyfriend over? I want to meet him. The next day, Sunday, Ruan Li woke up and saw in the mirror that her lower lip was swollen, with a cut that had scabbed over. Her face couldn't be covered with a band-aid like her neck, so she tried a light-colored lipstick, but it didn't cover well. Only a plum-red glossy lip gloss could do the trick. However, that color looked strange on her bare face. So Ruan Li had to spend a little more time doing her makeup. Her already delicate features looked even prettier, and while writing her thesis in the library, she attracted the attention of two boys who approached her. Ruan Li politely declined, saying, sorry, I have a boyfriend. The boys seemed a bit disappointed, but didn't persist. However, Ruan Li felt a damp gaze behind her, as if someone wanted to devour her whole. She looked around, but didn't see anything unusual. So she shook her head and focused on searching for information about getting a passport, planning to bring her adoptive mother back to the country. Just thinking about meeting her mom soon made her smile unconsciously. But when she saw that a household registration book was needed for the passport application, she couldn't smile anymore. The household registration book was with her brother and wouldn't be easily given her. How could she get it? In her 21 years of life, there had been very few occasions when she needed the household registration book, and she only knew of one situation where the Ruan family would unhesitatingly hand it over to her: marriage. She murmured to herself, "Marry Jiang Siyan." Suddenly, the bullet screen filled with comments. What daydream is the female supporting character having? Laughing to death in the original story. The male lead and Mei Bao got their marriage certificate. Is that true? Would the Jiang family agree? It doesn't matter if they disagree. A new policy will be implemented in 10 days, and a household registration book won't be needed to get a marriage certificate. That's great. Getting married without a household registration book is truly a great invention. Great? Ruan Li shook her head, her face scrunched up like a little bitter melon. She didn't know if it was great or not. She only knew that if marriage didn't require a household registration book, then she really wouldn't have any reason to apply for a visa. A sense of urgent anxiety rose from her lower abdomen, burning all the way to her heart. 10 days. How could she gain the trust of the Ruan family in 10 days and make them believe that Jiang Siyan would get the marriage certificate with her, thus getting the household registration book? Ruan Li felt like a headless fly and simply messaged Jiang Siyan, hoping for luck. He got drunk and agreed. As long as he answered yes, she could screenshot it to show the Ruan family. Thinking of this, she quickly typed on the keyboard, "Ruan Li, do you want to get a marriage certificate?" Soon, the other party replied, "Jiang Siyan, are you sick? Jiang Siyan, do you think you're worthy? Jiang Siyan, why aren't you talking?" Ruan Li drooped her eyes, realizing it definitely wouldn't work. She rested her chin on her hand, her gaze unconsciously scanning the library, when a strikingly superior profile caught her eye. It was Shi Yu. He was still dressed in black, making his already fair skin even more dazzling, with gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the cold light from the computer screen, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Completely different from the seductive man who had kissed her yesterday. He was typing on a keyboard, his fingers strong and his knuckles long. Ruan Li felt her legs go weak for some reason. She quickly averted her gaze, but suddenly realized something. From this angle, Shi Yu and Jiang Siyan bore a slight resemblance. Last time, she had sent a photo of Shi Yu's back to her brother, and her brother seemed not to have suspected anything, thinking that Jiang Siyan had really returned to the new house. This indicated that the two of them had similar body types and heights. If she added a bit of photo editing, an absurd thought floated up. Ruan Li's throat tightened, her gaze sweeping around the library. Seeing everyone focused on their studies, she opened the video function on her phone and walked toward Shi Yu. As she got closer, Shi Yu lifted his gaze to look at her, his dark eyes devoid of emotion, his aura intimidating and coldly aloof. As if he was still angry, Ruan Li was startled. The words she had intended to say, asking Shi Yu to impersonate Jiang Siyan, got stuck in her throat and wouldn't come out. Would such a proud person be willing to be someone else's stand-in? If he refused, would he tell the Ruan family or Jiang Siyan about this? If he agreed, would he keep the secret and not let anyone know? Ruan Li felt uncertain. Her lips moved, but she didn't speak. She quickly leaned down and kissed Shi Yu on the side of his face, while simultaneously pressing the shutter on her phone. Chapter 12. A photo of him. In the packed library. As her lips touched his cool skin, Ruan Li's face turned red. Without waiting for Shi Yu to react, she slipped away from the library. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, like a beautiful dream. Help! I don't understand what the female supporting character wants to do, but I'm somehow shipping it. If I were Shi Yu, I'd be so into it. Shi Yu, yesterday she rejected me with her boyfriend, and today she kisses me in public, and she even did full makeup. She must be in love with me. Completely entranced, this male model might as well quit and become my husband. To be honest, this pair is truly eye-catching. Bullet screen, wake up. How did you start shipping this? The scheming female supporting character is a duck crap. I took a screenshot. How do I send it to Sigu? Urgent. I want to report that Ruan Gairin has been having an affair, disrupting the harem, a crime that cannot be pardoned. Leaving the library, Ruan Li walked down the steps and hid on a bench under the shade of a tree. She took a screenshot from a steamy video, edited it slightly, and sent it to her brother. After he replied with A, she retracted the photo. Ruan Li. Sorry, I sent it by mistake. Brother, pretend you didn't see it. Brother, is that C in the photo? Ruan Li. Brother, don't ask. Ruan Li spoke ambiguously, leaving her brother with endless imagination. If she rashly told her family that she and Jiang Siyan were getting married, they wouldn't believe her. So Ruan Li planned to slowly deepen their impression of her romance with Jiang Siyan, like boiling a frog in warm water. It was a risky move, but she also had a backup plan. Even if one day her secret was exposed, she could blame her face blindness, claiming she mistook Shi Yu for Jiang Siyan. At this moment, a WeChat message popped up. Running away after flirting? Ruan Li, who is this? She scrolled up the chat history and remembered. It was her cyber boyfriend that she had trained. What a sin. She had forgotten about her money-making job. Character setting, carnivorous girlfriend. Goal, train the aloof flower to become a sultry male ghost. Lazy pear mud. Are you there? Show me your abs. Lazy pear mud. Not going to show? Then good night. Are you in American time? Lazy pear mud. No, I just want it to be night soon so I can sleep with you. Did your period end? Ruan Li almost jumped off the bench. How did he even know about her menstrual cycle? She contacted her best friend to ask what was going on. Her friend, still very busy, quickly responded, Baby, do you have a record of your period? Cyber boyfriend, as a robot that understands girls, read some background permissions after user authorization to check your monthly period data. Ruan Li recalled, It seems I clicked on some confirmation permission pop-up. That makes sense. On the other end of the phone, there was a rustling sound, as if sorting through a pile of documents. Lily baby, I have a meeting with the client soon. I can't talk now. Okay, you go ahead. Ruan Li held her phone and sent a kiss back. Returning to the chat interface, she saw her cyber boyfriend had sent her a bunch of messages. Why are you silent again? I'm not in a good place right now. Can I show you? Photo, just as Ruan Li was about to open the picture, a hand patted her shoulder from behind. A vibrant female voice exclaimed, Xiao Li, why are you here alone? Wow, what good stuff are you looking at? Ruan Li was startled. Before she could turn off the screen, the person leaned over, exclaiming with excitement, Wow, don't tell me this is your Jiang Siyan's abs? No, the person was Ruan Li's roommate by Rindan. The school required freshmen to live on campus, and she ended up in the same dorm as Bai Rindan. Bai Rindan was great in every way, except for one flaw. Whatever she knew, she would eventually let the whole school know. This is my part-time job, training, still in the secret testing phase, Ruan Li explained, making a shushing gesture. Commercial secret. Bai Rindan nodded. Don't worry, you know me. I can keep a secret. Ruan Li, Bai Rindan grinned, examining the photo for a while before breaking into a wide smile. Wow, look at those muscle lines. Wow, that waist. And how come the background is in the library? But the abs look all wet? Is that water intentionally splashed? So hot. Way hotter than those male models online. As she spoke, Bai Rindan couldn't wait to pull out her phone to do an image search. Didn't find anything? Xiao Li, quickly ask who the original poster of those abs is. I need to follow them quickly. Ruan Li was stunned, hearing Bai Rindan say that made her realize the little details in the photo. She mumbled, It's probably edited. Well, Bai Rindan said, a bit disappointed, based on my extensive experience, normal people don't have such perfect abs. Really? Ruan Li inexplicably thought of Shi Yu. His abs look quite similar to those in the photo. By the way, Bai Rindan spoke up. Did you get your internship certificate stamped? The counselor has been pushing for it. Mentioning the internship, Ruan Li's romantic thoughts vanished. Not yet, she sighed. Our boss said to wait until we secure the order for the Fusher drones before stamping it. Is he trying to hold you back from getting the internship stamp? A bit, I guess. But wait, aren't you interning at Zhang's? Just have Jiang Siyan talk to your boss. Who would dare to ignore the prince's words? Hearing this, Ruan Li forced a smile. Tell Jiang Siyan? He wouldn't even help her, let alone make things easier. Bai Rindan couldn't look at it any longer. You're the top of our major. A bunch of companies are scrambling for you. If it weren't for your parents pushing you to intern at Zhang's, you wouldn't have to deal with this nonsense. The more Bai Rindan spoke, the angrier she got. She suddenly stood up. You can't swallow your pride? I'll go talk to Jiang Siyan. Wait, Ruan Li chased after her. Just then, the screen lit up. Not satisfied? Why did you kiss my photo if you're not satisfied? Ruan Li. Lazy pear mud. When did I kiss your photo? Lazy pear mud, tell me. Where did you steal the picture from? After sending it, there were no more messages from the other side. Ruan Li also put away her phone and left in the direction by Rindan had gone. She couldn't shake the feeling that a gaze was fixed on her back. Like the damp rain and wind of early spring, it wrapped around her tightly. But when she turned around, besides the lush trees and the white building of the library, there was nothing else. Chapter 13. She understands men Ruan Li didn't catch up with by Rindan. But she saw Jiang Siyan. He was standing in the shade of a tree, talking on the phone, with a flashy orange sports car not far away. The passenger window was halfway down, revealing the face of her junior, and Shengnan. She looked pure and was also an internet celebrity with a fashionable style, wearing a yellow plaid strapless top paired with a white cake skirt, looking particularly eye-catching. Sweet and spicy little fox. Wow. The male lead is taking his junior to swim. The junior can't swim. Sigu will teach her. So sweet. Is a famous scene about to happen? The junior is afraid of water. How cute she looks diving into CGE's arms. Manager Chun, a new person will report to your department on Monday. Arrange her in the Fusher Drone Project Group, Jiang Siyan said into the phone. Ruan Li happened to pass by and overheard. Manager Chun was her immediate superior, the one who had been holding up her internship certificate. Ruan Li felt a bit dazed. A gust of autumn wind swept in, howling in her ears, making her feel slightly dizzy, vaguely hearing Jiang Siyan say again, "She's in your department, take care of her." His tone was a bit awkward. After all, Jiang Siyan had always hated nepotism. He had warned Ruan Li not to disclose their relationship at work. The male lead instructed his subordinate to take care of the junior. Daddy's boyfriend. Sigu directly placed the junior in the Fusher project that the female supporting character struggled for 6 months to get, instantly gilding her resume. That must have infuriated the female supporting character. So sweet. My number one sweet moment. Ruan Li couldn't quite feel anger, just a bit sad. It turned out that what had been troubling her all along could be solved with a phone call from Jiang Siyan. As for the Fusher drone project, it had been something she had been following closely. Initially, the old employees at Zhang's didn't believe they could secure the Fusher order from Beijing. But it was her boldness and countless all-nighters rewriting the proposal that earned the opportunity for Fusher to send someone to Zhang's for a report. The barrage was still busy shipping sugar. Did anyone notice that Sigu and the junior are wearing matching outfits today, both in shades of yellow? So compatible. Yellow is good. Thinking about underwater teaching later, the girl was touched by the male lead and couldn't help but tease a little AC. Just like a heart that is yellow. We're all brothers. What's wrong with a little touch? What are you doing here? Jiang Siyan's voice rang out. Ruan Li looked up and saw Jiang Siyan looking unhappy, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, all its fur standing up. How did you eavesdrop on my phone call? How long have you been here? Just arrived. What did you hear? Huh? Ruan Li shook her head in confusion, as if she really hadn't heard anything. Only then did Jiang Siyan relax, his hands in his pockets, glancing at her, casually asking, "What do you want?" The counselor urged for the internship certificate. Ruan Li pressed her lips together. "My certificate has been stuck with Manager Chun. Do you want me to help you?" Jiang Siyan showed a mocking expression. "Who are you to me? Why should I help you?" The autumn wind blew, penetrating Ruan Li's clothes. After a while, she lowered her head, realizing, laughing to death, our male lead only gives up principal for the girl. Sister, who are you? Do you even deserve it? What a refreshing contrast. A C in the orange-red sports car, and Shengnan's coquettish voice came. When are we leaving? I'm so sleepy. Got it. The voice is so soft, got a real little fox. Although our girl is a tomboy, her voice is really sweet. The contrast is killing me. I want to say who. Oh, as soon as the girl speaks, our male lead is hooked. A C indeed likes the girl, but is unaware. As the barrage said, Ruan Li saw Jiang Siyan turn back in response, a smile that couldn't be hidden at the corner of his lips. It felt like she was struck by lightning. Even though she knew from the start that Jiang Siyan would reject her, the cutting words really fell into her ears, contrasting sharply with that secretly hidden smile, and there was still a slight bitterness in Ruan Li's eyes. She decided to let Jiang Siyan go. At that moment, the campus broadcast sounded, a hoarse female voice accompanied by a sorrowful melody drilled into Ruan Li's ears. He never mentioned he liked you. You are willing in every sentence. His response, in lonely times, yet you are overly excited. Ruan Li's whole body stiffened. True feelings change in an instant, not to mention, Jiang Siyan never said he liked her. Only she was immersed in the time when they relied on each other. At that time, her face blindness had not improved. But every time she interacted with Jiang Siyan, she could feel that his eyes were bright when looking at her. She thought that was the signal of liking. Even though everyone said he became violent and unruly after breaking his leg, not daring to let anyone get close, even the heir's status was shaky. But to her, he was the only warmth in this unfamiliar city. Yet she forgot that he was just temporarily at the bottom, giving her the illusion of being fellow lost souls. Upon careful reflection, even during that time, Jiang Siyan was also sometimes warm and sometimes cold towards her. When Jiang Siyan was talking to Shuangjie, Ruan Li quickly walked away. The golden sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, dappled on her face, but it couldn't dispel the chill in her heart. 10 more days. Once she got the household registration booklet, she would take the initiative to annul the marriage with Jiang Siyan. Formally, set him free, but things didn't go as planned. Ruan Li saw her brother's car at the school gate. The window rolled down, and her brother looked at her with a cold gaze. Ruan Li, good job. You've learned to lie. In the passenger seat sat Ruan Baozhu, and in the back were Ruan's father and mother. The family seemed to have originally planned a trip, but because of this photo, they changed their course to find her. Brother, don't be angry. Ruan Baozhu clung to Ruan Bo's arm, acting cute. Maybe that kissing photo is synthesized. I believe in my sister's character. She wouldn't lie to us. Kissing photo? Ruan Li's heart suddenly tightened. But when she saw the photo, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was a photo of Shuangjie kissing Jiang Siyan in a private box at Young Club yesterday. It's not synthesized, Ruan Li said. I was there too. What? The Ruan family was shocked. I'm very traditional. I don't mind these things. Ruan Li smiled gently, looking at Ruan's father in the back. Dad, you're also a man. You should understand a C. Ruan's father frowned. What do I understand? Ruan Li, a C is very excellent. I don't dare to wish to be his only woman. As long as he treats others like a hotel and me like a home, I'm satisfied. At this point, I'm the same as my mother. In an instant, the atmosphere froze. Ruan's mother looked at her husband in shock. Ruan Donghai, what's going on? Wife, don't listen to her nonsense. It's not true. Ruan Li was stunned, looking at Ruan's mother. I thought my mother knew. Last time at the Peace Hotel, Dad went upstairs with Secretary Jean and then gave Aunt Yao a limited edition Hermes Equigene. Ruan's mother, Ruan's father, Ruan Bo, Ruan Baozhu. Wow, the female supporting character's mouth is quite damaging. I thought the female supporting character was a Qing dynasty person who could enter the museum, but unexpectedly she did it on purpose, with the most cowardly face, revealing the biggest scandal. I kind of like the female supporting character now. What to do? Chapter 14, Teach me to swim. Because of this sentence, Ruan's mother's handbag fell on Ruan's father's face. Ruan's father's face hit the car window. The violent impact made his face's flesh tremble. Dad, Mom, Ruan Bo and Ruan Baozhu exclaimed, trying to mediate. The car window reflected Ruan Li's face. A pair of apricot eyes filled with worry. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but she was clumsy with words, stumbling. Truly an honest person. After a round of explanation from Ruan's father, Ruan's mother finally believed it, retracting her hand. But the originally warm atmosphere was gone. Ruan Baozhu couldn't take it anymore. Clearly it was Ruan Li being judged. Why was their family collapsing? She looked at Ruan Li with resentment. Why did you come back? Why did you destroy our originally harmonious and happy family? She forced a smile. Sister, are you sure C will definitely marry you? He seems to be having a great time with others, even posted on Moments. Saying this, she raised her phone to show her family. Ruan Li also saw it. It was a selfie Jiang Siyan posted with Shuangjie. The background was in a private pool. There were only the two of them in the venue. And Shuangjie was wearing a wine-red bikini, making her fair skin stand out, her chest tightly pressed against Jiang Siyan's arm, just like lovers. The caption was, Teaching the Coward to Swim. Ruan's father frowned upon seeing it. Isn't it the girl from the photo, just now? Yeah. Asi seems to really like her, Ruan Baozhu sighed, looking at Ruan Li with pity. Sister, just afraid that if you spend the night with Asi, he still won't marry you. Mom is right. Girls need self-respect and self-love. If you give your body to Asi, he won't know how to cherish it. Sister, why not like someone else? Even though you have lost your first time as a woman, it's worthless you can't marry into a wealthy family. But finding someone similar to our Ruan family's background is also okay. I just hope you're happy. This sentence was like adding fuel to the fire. The Ruan family all turned serious. Compared to family disputes, they were more afraid that Ruan Li couldn't bring benefits to the Ruan family. Little Li must marry into the Jiang family, by any means necessary. Ruan's mother said to Ruan Li, "Get in the car. I'll take you to the swimming pool." But Ruan Li was afraid of water. She was abducted at the beach when she was young, and she still had a small yellow duck float. Even though her adoptive mother rescued her from the traffickers, she still had a deep fear of going into the water. "No buts," Ruan's mother interrupted. She firmly stated, "As elders, we shouldn't interfere. You go in and find Siyan. No matter what method you use, I want to see a C choose you over that girl." Just like that, Ruan Li was forcibly pulled into the car. Ruan's mother even specially went to the mall to pick a swimsuit for Ruan Li, handing it to her. "This outfit suits you very well. Once you wear it, no man can refuse." When she spoke, Ruan's mother was genuinely proud. No matter whether she likes this daughter or not, it cannot be denied that Ruan Li has inherited the strengths of both her and her husband. With fair skin and dark hair, she is naturally charming. Not only is her face beautiful, but her figure is also exquisite, with a graceful neck, slender shoulders, a slender waist, and a fair chest. However, this child has been raised by a rural woman, making her conservative and dull, and her outdated dressing style hides these advantages. "Thank you, mother." Ruan Li took the bag, lowered her eyelashes, and saw the swimsuit crammed into a small bag, the outline unclear, only knowing that the fabric was pitifully little. The Ruan family's car stopped at the entrance of a private paradise. This is a well-known private pool club in Haicheng, which only accepts 3 reservations during each time slot. Strangely, this kind of place is usually strictly managed, yet Ruan Li walked in without anyone stopping her. Pushing open the pool gate at the end of the corridor, she saw a girl hanging on Jiang Siyan, playfully scolding, "Good. Jiang Siyan, you actually dared to post on social media, calling me a coward? Aren't you afraid? Then let go of me." "I'm not afraid. It's just that the water is too cold." "Ouch. Don't let go, coward. Jiang Siyan, you're done for." And Shuangjie jumped on him, pinching Jiang Siyan's face. In the scuffle, the bow of her swimsuit around her neck came undone, and Shuangjie immediately blushed. "It's all your fault. Hurry and help me tie it back." Jiang Siyan caught a glimpse of a figure from the corner of his eye, his thin lips curling up. The next second, he lifted Shuangjie's chin and kissed her. The young couple embraced tightly, as if they wanted to merge into each other's bones. Water droplets rolled off their bodies, splashing onto the surface, creating ripples. The sound of water echoing. This scene was far more exciting than what happened yesterday in the private room. The barrage in front of Ruan Li turned pink. So cute. The little sister is so fierce and adorable. "Let me see," is the male lead smirking with a sideways glance. The female supporting character must be jealous. "I'm loving this. What a pity," the male lead deliberately posted on social media to provoke the female supporting character, and also purposely let her in through the front desk, just to stage this play. In reality, it was just a close-up. They didn't actually kiss. Poor little sister. Be brave, kiss him hard, make it real. The male lead must be unable to resist you. Ruan Li watched quietly. Even though the barrage kept saying it was just a close-up, and the male lead was intentionally making the female supporting character jealous. But whether it was a real kiss or a close-up, it no longer mattered. Ruan Li turned around, planning to wait until the two had finished kissing before going in. "Stop right there." An angry voice rang out. Turning back, she saw Jiang Siyan swimming to the shore, water splashing everywhere, grabbing her wrist. "Are you trying to pretend you didn't see anything? If I sleep with someone else, would you still bring me a swimsuit? Ruan Li, you really are too virtuous." Facing the angry Jiang Siyan, Ruan Li sighed inwardly. She didn't care. She was just swallowing her anger for the sake of marrying into a wealthy family. If she cared, then she would be a jealous, venomous female supporting character who slanders brotherly love. No matter what she did, it was wrong. Ruan Li didn't want to tear her face apart with Jiang Siyan for now. She raised her gaze in confusion. "Are you Aussie?" Hearing her uncertain tone and seeing the bewilderment in her eyes, Jiang Siyan suddenly remembered something. Ruan Li is face blind, so she didn't recognize him? Then all his acting just now was for nothing? What about yesterday? Did she not recognize him in the private room, either? These thoughts were like a breath of fresh air, dispelling the irritation of the past 2 days. Jiang Siyuan's lips curled slightly, but his tone remained unfriendly. Otherwise? Did you come looking for me on purpose after seeing my post on social media? Or was it about the internship certificate? He spoke for himself. Then your calculations are wrong. I won't give any special treatment to anyone. In fact, his call this morning was just a hint to Manager Chun to take care of Ruan Li. And Shuangnan had said that whoever falls in love first loses. And he, Jiang Siyuan, didn't he like to lose? The water surface was calm, and Ruan Li, as Jiang Siyan wished, showed a hint of jealousy at the right moment. I want to learn how to swim too. She raised her face, displaying the jealousy of a woman seeing her fiancé swimming and kissing another girl. Good for you. Jiang Siyuan scoffed. I can teach you, but there has to be a sequence, right? You saw it too? I'm teaching someone else. You can wait until tomorrow. No, I want to learn right now. The blue waves rippled, light refracting on Ruan Li's brows, her expression determined. Jiang Siyuan was taken aback for a moment. He was about to agree when he heard in Shuangnan's cry for help from behind. Ah, see, save me. Ah, the little sister fell into the water. It's all the female supporting character's fault. Wasn't she aware of the order? But I clearly saw the female lead intentionally let go of the railing. What do you mean? If it weren't for the female supporting character stealing people, would the little sister have fallen into the water? I don't care. The high sweet scene of artificial respiration is coming. Chapter 15, Don't Kiss the Photo, Kiss Me. Splash. Jiang Siyuan jumped into the pool, carrying the unconscious and Shuangnan out of the water, pretending to perform artificial respiration. Do you really have to do artificial respiration? Ruan Li asked. Of course. Jiang Siyuan said anxiously. She's faking it. Enough, Ruan Li. Lives are at stake, and you still have the mood to be jealous? Nan is my brother. She's not like you little girls, who have so many little thoughts. Ruan Li stopped talking, but she noticed the corners of Shuangnan's lips rising. She quietly watched as Jiang Siyuan performed artificial respiration on Shuangnan. After a while, Shuangnan woke up with red eyes, as if startled, and softly punched Jiang Siyuan's chest. Crying, she said, "It's all your fault. Were you just now? Do you know I was scared alone in the water?" Jiang Siyan tightly held her in his arms to comfort her. Okay, it's my fault. After a moment, when Shuangnan met Ruan Li's gaze, she finally recovered from the emotions of life and death, and suddenly pushed Jiang Siyuan away. All right, I'm not that delicate. You teach Ruan Li's sister first. She's so delicate. Teach her well. Don't just throw me in the water and ignore me like you did. She then quietly whispered in Jiang Siyuan's ear, Don't blame Ruan Li. She thought I was faking it because she cares about you. I'm not learning how to swim anymore, and I won't accompany you in acting anymore. You better treat the pretty sister well, otherwise I won't let you off. Woo-woo. The little sister is deliberately acting fierce, pushing the male lead to the female supporting character. And Shuangnan is truly a little angel, a good baby loving her sister. Those who said the little sister was competing, come out. Not good. They're a knife in the sugar. Don't be afraid. The male lead is heartbroken and will drive the female supporting character away. The pool was very quiet. Ruan Li, Jiang Siyuan said coldly, turning his back to her. You go out first. Okay, I'll come in 10 minutes. Don't you have any sympathy? Jiang Siyuan suddenly lost his temper. Do you have to rush today? What if I say I want a day? Jiang Siyuan stood up, his cold gaze landing on Ruan Li, a mocking curve at the corner of his lips. Ruan Li, I finally understand why Uncle Ruan and Aunt Ruan prefer Baozhu over you. This sentence was like a sharp blade, stabbing at Ruan Li's weakest point. She paused, her loose hair falling over her forehead, casting a blue shadow on the water. She rarely took the initiative to fight for anything. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she knew she couldn't win, whether it was her parents' affection or Jiang Siyuan's heart. As long as she didn't fight or snatch, even if she got nothing, she could comfort herself. It's okay. I never fought for it anyway. She believed in the barrage's evil, believed that Jiang Siyuan liked her, which gave her an inexplicable sense of confidence, prompting her to fight for it again and again. Unexpectedly, she still couldn't get what she wanted. How embarrassing. Ruan Li turned around and walked out the door. Her phone kept vibrating, all messages from the Ruan family urging her to report her progress. Ruan Li went to the front desk. Boss, is there still an empty pool? Sorry. The boss was in a bit of a dilemma. All the rooms were fully booked, and there were quite a few guests, with only room 2 being occupied by a single person. Can I meet this person? No, the boss said mysteriously, lowering his voice. That person has a bad temper and hates being disturbed. The Ruan family was urging her, and Ruan Li, with a try-and-see mentality, knocked on the door of room 2. After a moment, there was no response. She tried to push the door, and it opened. The azure waves shimmered on the walls, making it feel like she was in a blue planet. A figure, like a flying fish, broke through the water's surface, the man's cold. Lean-back muscles and arms resembling silver blades in the cold mist, firm and strong, perfect like a sculpture from ancient Greece. Seemingly hearing the noise, the man's sharp gaze shot over. Who? Sorry. Ruan Li quickly lowered her head, her prepared words disrupted by his overpowering aura. Stammering, can you lend it to me for a moment? Just 5 minutes. I can pay for it. I can cover all your expenses today. No one responded in the empty pool. With a splash, the man emerged from the water, his damp footsteps slowly approaching, his feet coming into view. Then came his long, straight legs and well-defined abs. Too close, Ruan Li took a half-step back while the man advanced. Water droplets slid down his misty abs, disappearing into his dark swim trunks, outlining prominent traces. Ruan Li's pupils trembled, her head lowering even more. I can lend it to you, but how do you plan to use me? 5 minutes might not be enough. Above her, a familiar lazy voice rang out. Ruan Li suddenly looked up, only to meet Shi Yu's nonchalant gaze. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Shi Yu's thin lips curled up as he stepped closer, leaning down to stare at Ruan Li. Didn't you come on your period? How can you swim? Or did you lie to me last night? Ruan Li. She almost forgot about that. When Shi Yu kissed her yesterday, she indeed thought she was on her period, but later, she discovered in the bathroom that she wasn't. If it were a girl on the other side, it would be easy to explain. It's a normal situation during ovulation. Many women get confused, asking their companions in a panic. Quick, check if I got any on my pants. But facing Shi Yu, Ruan Li could only vaguely say, I didn't lie to you. I thought I was on my period. Oh, Shi Yu elongated his tone lazily, so last night, he leaned close to her ear, whispering 2 words. His moist, ambiguous breath sprayed on her ear, causing Ruan Li's face to flush. I didn't. What did you say that my esteemed self can't hear? I guessed it. He, yellow heart, yellow heart. No wonder you're the top pick. You really know how to flirt. No, these words must be accompanied by that handsome face. If it were any more ordinary, it would be harassment. Isn't this guy a high mountain flower at school? A poor campus prince? Why is he talking so spicy? Honestly, I think Shi Yu is more handsome than the male lead. Are your eyes blind? Just a duck with no money and no power. How can he compare to the young prince of Haicheng? Is the female supporting character planning to make a comeback and continue using Shi Yu as Jiang Siyan's substitute to deceive the Ruan family? This reminded Ruan Li. She set aside her chaotic thoughts and said seriously, Are you free? Can you teach me how to swim? I'm very expensive. How much? I can pay. I don't charge. Shi Yu's gaze openly fell on Ruan Li's lips. In the library, it was these 2 lips that stirred his heart to distraction, kissing and running away, and later asking for his abs photo on WeChat, ignoring him when he didn't provide it. He did. She still ignored him. He chased after her, wanting to clarify, but bumped into Ruan Li sitting on a bench, kissing her phone screen. Why are you kissing a photo? To kiss him. Shi Yu glared at Ruan Li with a vengeful nature. Want a kiss? Chapter 16. The third wheel. Not even a dog would be one. Seeing Shi Yu not being serious, Ruan Li decided to look for someone else and turned to leave. Shi Yu blocked the door. Not going to learn anymore? You weren't planning to teach seriously either, Ruan Li mumbled. Learning to breathe is the first step in swimming. Shi Yu looked at her. If you can't even kiss, how can you learn to breathe? Ruan Li was amused by this twisted logic. So, does that mean you learned to swim that way? No. Then how did you learn? I was thrown into the sea. Either I died or swam. And that's how I learned. Ruan Li pausa. She saw the water waves reflecting on Shi Yu's superior profile, adding a hint of sadness. It felt like a thorn piercing her heart. Just as she was about to say something, she saw him smile. So want a kiss? Ruan Li. She was crazy to believe his words. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Shi Yu grabbed her, suggesting a different way to teach her, considering the minor protection mode. Ruan Li finally stopped. Come, open your mouth. Shi Yu stepped into the pool, personally demonstrating, take a deep breath, hold it, quickly sink into the water, and let it out. Ruan Li followed along on the shore. Breathing seemed simpler than she thought. Shi Yu praised her. Good girl. On the other side of the wall, Jiang Siyan rushed out, feeling a bit frustrated. He had spoken harshly to Ruan Li earlier, letting his emotions get the better of him. That wasn't his intention. Jiang Siyan hurriedly passed by the next room and heard a man's low, husky voice coming from the private pool, the sound intermittent through the door. Open your mouth. Take a deep breath. Let out. Good girl. Jiang Siyan was taken aback. What a terrible voice. But he didn't have the habit of eavesdropping. He just felt that this voice sounded very much like his roommate, Shi Yu. He shook his head. No way. After all these years of being roommates with Shi Yu, he had never seen him show any extra expression. Although he was poor, he didn't have an ounce of shabby air. Instead, he had a refined and distinguished appearance. Even though he was taciturn and cold, he had a good reputation. Yet no one could truly get into his heart. He was genuinely a high mountain flower. In the face of various confessions, Shi Yu always rejected them gracefully. Only once did the art department's flower sneak into the boys' dorm, hiding naked on Shi Yu's bed. When Shi Yu returned, he tossed both the person and the blanket into the hallway without any sympathy. Just as Jiang Siyan was reminiscing, the pool door opened. A tall figure walked out, and Jiang Siyan felt like he had seen a ghost. Hugo, is that really you? Shi Yu, what a coincidence. Jiang Siyan pointed to the door, tentatively asking, Girlfriend? Really? Jiang Siyan was excited. Where did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell us, brothers? He was genuinely curious about what kind of girl could make Shi Yu, this high mountain flower, fall for her. He cheerfully said, next week. And Shangnan and I plan to go camping. You go. Why not bring your girlfriend along? Upon hearing in Shingnan's name, Shi Yu's brow furrowed. He hated third parties the most. Therefore, even if he liked someone, he would never become the kind of person who ruins others' relationships. Let's talk about it later. Shi Yu went to the front desk and said to the boss, give me a float. Sure. The boss quickly got up and took it out. Fu Shao, what color do you want? Just let us know. There's no need for you to come in person. Shi Yu didn't waste words with the boss. His gaze sweeping over the float designs on the screen, the corners of his lips curling up. That one. Pink, it suits her. The boss nodded repeatedly, saying, I heard that in a few days it will be Mrs. Fu's birthday. Many wealthy families in Haicheng have received invitations. It's been a long time since it's been this lively. Fu Shiyu's eyes darkened. A third will forcing their way into a position, and they dare to celebrate a birthday? His thin lips curled into a cold smirk. He would make this party even livelier. Ruan Li was changing into her swimsuit in the changing room. In the floor-length mirror, her beautiful figure was reflected, long limbs and skin whiter than snow. Ruan's mother had a knack for choosing clothes, and this swimsuit was of verdant green. From the front, it was connected by a metal clasp, quite conventional. But from the side, it was completely different. Ruan Li suspected she was wearing it wrong. So she checked online and discovered it was a trendy item. The seller had named it, regretfully Green Qing, already recognized the Dio of the universe. Ruan Li, after browsing the buyer reviews, she confirmed that this swimsuit wouldn't lead to any embarrassing incidents from the side while swimming, and only then did she accept the outfit. She took out a small bottle of concealer and applied it to her chest. There was a conspicuous tattoo of a letter there, the initials of Jiang Siyan's name. It was also a tattoo that the Ruan family had forced her to get to sever her thoughts of marrying someone else. A woman who had tattooed someone else's name on her body would find no man who wouldn't mind. Ruan Li's life was over. She could only marry Jiang Siyan. That was their exact wording. The female supporting character is so cheap. She actually tattooed Siyan's name on her body. How shameless. TSK. Let us see how she finds a new partner. You guys are being too much. This tattoo was forced on her by the Ruan family, not her choice. Then why didn't Tishi refuse? This kind of game of wanting to refuse, but also welcoming him, dressed so provocatively. Luckily, the male lead hasn't seen her. So desperate for a man, she might as well become a princess. So infuriating. The synopsis said the female supporting character lost her virginity to the second male lead. The video will be released during her engagement with the male lead. Why hasn't Tia been shown yet? Don't worry. The The major plot points 1T change. Just watch slowly. Ruan Li paused. If the plot wouldn't change, she was destined for a predetermined ending. At the engagement banquet, Jiang Siyan would replace her with a new bride and sweetly kiss in Shuangjie, while she would be exposed by a private video, publicly humiliated, and driven out of the Ruan family, with her adoptive mother cut off for medical expenses, dying far from home. What was the point of her doing all this? The ringing in her ears resembled the sound of the sea breeze blowing through rusty iron nets, howling in her ears and isolating her from other sounds. Meanwhile, Shi Yu returned, but couldn't he find Ruan Li. He called out a few times, but no one answered. Had she run away again? The narrowness of his eyes surged with irritation, a crazy thought fleeting through his mind. He wanted to lock her up, keep her by his side. The luxurious pool became a boring backdrop. Shi Yu lost his desire to swim and walked toward the changing room, easily pushing open the flimsy door. A soft gas sounded. A dazzling shade of green caught his eye, reminiscent of the first snow of winter, heavy as it fell upon the evergreen pines. Ruan Li didn't expect Shi Yu to walk in. The concealer in her hand fell to the ground as she squatted, wrapping her arms around herself, staring wide-eyed at the door. The shimmering light from the pool filtered through the door, casting a blue sheen on Ruan Li, her snow-white skin becoming a fine canvas painted with the endless sea of sky and water. Shi Yu's gaze was deep, as if a tangible look descended from above, landing on her chest, where a small tattoo rested. It was his name, Shi Yu. Chapter 17. You have a crush on me? Laughing to death. Pay attention to Shi Yu's gaze. It's a misunderstanding. I have to say, the female supporting character's figure is amazing. So hot. Oh my, the impoverished school hunk is indescribable. He doesn't look impoverished at all, very wealthy. I can't blame him. If Azu or Ian also tattoo my name on their great pecs, I wouldn't be able to resist either. This is getting obsessive. Is this right? Isn't it? A man with such good hardware, doesn't he deserve to be with the female lead? Author, do you have something on your mind? The male supporting character has one fatal flaw. He is poor. Just on this point, the sexual appeal is maxed out. He definitely can't compete with our C. Ruan Li instinctively covered her chest. The tattoo brought her not just shame, but also a scar in her heart. It was the first knife that stabbed her after she had once held hope for her family. Where did you get this tattoo? Shi Yu asked. Ruan Li felt a bit annoyed. This person seemed to have no sense of propriety, showing no embarrassment for barging into the changing room, lazily leaning against the door while casually speaking to her. It's none of your business. You should leave. Fine, I'll go. You can swim alone. Don't. Ruan Li grabbed him. The photo hadn't been taken yet. He couldn't leave. She spoke in a muffled voice, first year of college. Shi Yu stared at her angry yet timid face and laughed. So, you've had a crush on me since then? Ruan Li. Ooh. The embarrassment that had surged in her heart transformed into surprise at that moment. She couldn't help but laugh. It was as if a switch had been flipped. She laughed so hard her stomach hurt, and her legs lost strength while squatting, almost falling over. Shi Yu reached out first and caught her. Without the barrier of clothing, she could clearly feel the warmth and firmness of his abs. Ruan Li stopped laughing. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Ruan Li blushed and changed the subject. Aren't you supposed to teach me how to swim? First, collect some tutoring fees. That sounds inappropriate. Then I want to teach you. It's too late. Shi Yu picked her up horizontally, long legs stepping into the pool, pretending to kiss her. Ruan Li protested. Let go of me. Shi Yu released her. The pool wasn't deep. Ruan Li stepped on the bottom and walked towards the shore, only to hear Shi Yu's voice behind her. The first step in learning to swim is to eliminate the fear of water. Are you still afraid now? Ruan Li paused. Her attention had been entirely captured by Shi Yu, and she had forgotten her fear. In fact, due to memories of being abducted in childhood, she would panic just standing at the pool's edge. Yet now, she was standing in the water. Shi Yu's lips curled up. Still want to learn? Ruan Li nodded. Yes, I want to learn. Come, I'll teach you to float. He swam towards Ruan Li, his palm resting on her waist, lifting her to float on the water surface. Relax, breathe slowly. Imagine you're a piece of driftwood, very light, floating on the sea. But Ruan Li was still very scared. She wasn't afraid of drowning. She was afraid that when she lifted her head from the water, she would be left alone again. The deep blue surface of the water overlapped with the sea in her memories. She felt her body stiffening inch by inch. Just as she was about to fall into another midnight nightmare, a pair of warm hands grasped hers, intertwining their fingers. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." His voice rippled through the water, seemingly tangible, brushing against her ear. Ruan Li inexplicably thought of the hand that had held hers 4 years ago in the hospital, stirring her heart. That night, at the Ruan family dinner table, when Ruan Li showed the edited video to her family, she felt as if the touch of fingertips underwater still lingered at her waist, a bit dazed. Most of the scenes she selected were from behind or parts of underwater teaching, and the Ruan family didn't notice anything amiss. Ruan's mother revealed a satisfied smile. "I told you this outfit suits Li very well. Shi Yu really likes it. However, our Ruan family is a scholarly family, a reputable household. You should keep your distance with Shi Yu and let him marry you as soon as possible. Otherwise, wearing a wedding dress with a big belly, we Ruan family can't afford to lose face." These words were indeed harsh. Ruan Li obediently nodded. "Don't worry. Asi has promised to get a marriage certificate with me." "Really? I'm also worried he might just be impulsive. After all, what men say at times can't be trusted." Ruan Li felt bitter. Her father was a man and should understand that. Ruan's father. Seeing the topic shift back to him, Ruan's father feared something else would be exposed. He hurriedly said, "How about this? Once I get the household registration book back from the bank tomorrow, I'll give it to Li, so you can get married to Shi Yu any time." Ruan Li's heart stirred. She didn't expect to get the household registration book so soon. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and pretended to sigh. "Well, it can only be like this." Ruan's mother revealed her affectionate feelings. "Li, you should come with me to Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet on Wednesday. It's time to broaden your horizons and stop being so petty. As for the gift, you should personally pick one out for Mrs. Fu. Don't let your mother down, understood?" "Yes, mother." "Mom, you're biased." Seeing Ruan Li become the focal point of the family's attention, Ruan Baozhu spoke up. "Sister is your biological daughter. The white porcelain vase you asked someone to help me find should be given to Mrs. Fu in my sister's name." "That won't do." Ruan's mother immediately shook her head. "Baozhu is our little lucky star. When the young master of the Fu family sees you at the banquet, he will recognize you as his white moonlight. Our gift must be heartfelt for Mrs. Fu." Ruan Baozhu's face turned red. For years had passed, and the young master had surrounded himself with beauties and had long forgotten who she was. "He won't." Ruan Bo laughed. "My brother has inquired, and that young master is pure-hearted and has no women around him. He's just waiting for our Baozhu." "Really?" Ruan Baozhu's face flushed, feeling shy. Ruan Bo raised his glass. "Come on, let us toast to my sister and the young master of the Fu family, recognizing each other soon." The Ruan family clinked glasses as if the young master of the Fu family had already become their son-in-law. Ruan Baozhu felt a bit shy. Sister is so beautiful. Maybe the young master would prefer her. "Her?" The brother scoffed. "It's been 4 years, and she hasn't even been able to win over Jiang Siyan. Do you think the young master of the Fu family would like her?" Ruan Li sat quietly as an outsider, eating her meal, until her phone rang, displaying a video call. It was her virtual boyfriend. Ruan Li was not surprised. She had previously programmed this feature. "I'll go take a call." Ruan Li stood up, giving herself an excuse to leave the dining table. Unexpectedly, her thumb accidentally pressed the answer button. The video connected, and the sight of a well-defined 8-pack abs not only entered her view, but also that of the Ruan family present. The previously lively atmosphere fell silent instantly, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. Chapter 18. The damp male, Ghost the virtual boyfriend, was supposed to share scenery and hobbies with the player, giving them a taste of real romantic feelings. But to flaunt abs right off the bat was something she had never seen before. Facing the tense atmosphere at the dining table, Ruan Li hung up the call, showing a hint of bashful smile. "I'll head upstairs first." Ruan's mother narrowed her eyes. "Is it Shi Yu?" Ruan Li's face turned red as she mumbled an affirmative. Ruan's mother showed a look of satisfaction. The female supporting role is back at it, acting in public. To be fair, the female supporting role's acting is quite good. Don't slander our Siga. Our Siga wouldn't show you his abs. Don't dream. Ruan Li ignored the barrage of comments and went upstairs. She could hear her father and Ruan Bo talking behind her. "Ruan's father, you should treat your sister better." Once she marries into the Jiang family, she will definitely need to mediate and support us. Ruan Bo was unconcerned. What is there to worry about? Baozhu is the white moonlight of the young master of the Fu family. By then, Ruan Li and the Jiang family might even have to rely on us to establish a connection with the Fu family. The young master of the Fu family? Ruan Li lowered her eyes, the dim light at the top of the stairs casting shadows on her face, obscure and unclear. Back in her room, Ruan Li opened the chat interface and sent a question mark. The other party replied with a vague message. Not a stock image. Ruan Li paused for a moment, piecing together the morning's chat history, realizing, because she said his abs were a stolen image earlier, he called to prove it wasn't a stock photo. Ruan Li was once again surprised by his progress. However, she remembered the original intent of her training, to turn the unattainable flower into a damp male ghost. She had asked her best friend how to measure success. Her friend said, "You need to train him from a high and mighty God, who is seen as self-disciplined and aloof by ordinary people, into a sensitive, suspicious, dark, creeping figure who secretly observes everything about you, becoming a madly possessive, morbidly obsessed, damp male ghost. He will plunder, imprison, and have a strong sense of possessiveness. You want to be able to escape, no matter where you are. There will always be a damp gaze shadowing you, consuming you alive. You will fear, become addicted, and be obsessed. And you are the one in control of this relationship." Ruan Li didn't understand, but respected this. She respected money. Ruan Li believed that insecurity was the best dowry for a man. Lazy pear mud. I don't like this style. Then what do you like? Hearing this, could it generate exclusive borderline videos based on player preferences? Ruan Li decided to give it a try. She searched online for commands and sent them over. Lazy pear mud. The background is a male dormitory, cold and thin-skinned, muscular men, wearing white shirts, black shirt clips tightly wrapping the lines of their chest muscles and biceps. Sleeves rolled up to the forearms, exposing their lean arms and silver wristwatch, fingers slowly moving the drawstring of gray pants. Lazy pear mud, shot from a low angle with side backlighting, pink blue light sources illuminating from both sides, wearing a duckbill cap and a black mask to increase the mystery. Ruan Li thought for a moment and added another instruction. Lazy pear mud. No background music, play the sound effects of fabric rubbing. After sending all the instructions, Ruan Li realized that completing so many commands would require a large data model. The virtual boyfriend her best friend developed seemed insufficient to handle this many commands. She felt a bit worried. Would it break? As she expected, the other side went quiet. It indeed lagged. Just be patient. Ruan Li set her phone to silent mode and focused on writing her paper. When she looked at the time again, several hours had passed. The moon rose high, casting a bright glow. She took a shower, lay down on her bed, and found she had received 10 unread messages. 2005. You want me to shoot this kind of video? Impossible. 2210. Not impossible. 2240. Video. My roommate is back. I'm just casually shooting. 2250. Not satisfied? Are you looking at others' borderline videos? Ruan Li clicked on the video. Her eyes widened. The background was in a male dormitory, dimly lit, and the man was wearing a white shirt, his long fingers resting against his throat, loosening his tie, the reflection of his watch glinting on his jaw, slowly unbuttoning his collar. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing sharp forearm lines, one hand resting on the edge of the table, the other hand, as per her instructions, resting on the drawstring of his gray sweatpants. Even without seeing his face, he exuded an overwhelming presence. The background was quiet, with only the sounds of fabric rubbing and a man's deep breathing. As the background noise of the door opening signaled the return of his roommate, the man finally put away his phone, ending the recording. The screen went dark, reflecting Ruan Li's flushed face. Watch it again, please. Wow, what is this called? I want to download it too. What is it called? It's called Husband. Although I graduated a long time ago and forgot Li saw, I'm burning up right now. Ruan Li buried her face in a plush pillow, trying to cool down physically. This was too much. Her head was spinning, remembering that the training manual clearly stated to give timely positive feedback. She suppressed the impulse to savor it repeatedly and typed a line in the input bar. Chapter 19. Your boyfriend doesn't mind? Lazy pear mud. This is okay. Ruan Li felt that this compliment was not enough. She copied some flattering comments from various male streamers' comment sections and sent them all at once. Lazy pear mud. It's just average. I've watched it 50 times. Lazy pear mud. It's not that I'm lecherous, but since the flower blooms so beautifully, not watching it would seem to lack appreciation. Lazy pear puree. I'll give you 1 minute to take it back. Or, tonight my left I will miss you, and my right I will only see mosaics. Lazy pear puree. Who told you to send such unhealthy videos? I'm going to punish you according to the law, and your punishment is to be my mistress. About a minute later, the other party lazily replied, Does a boyfriend mind? Lazy pear puree. You don't mind that I have a boyfriend, but my boyfriend cares that I have a mistress? Who loves me more, can't I tell? Am I the mistress? Lazy pear puree. There's an old saying in China, Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. So having a mistress signifies completeness. I'm going to take a shower. Lazy pear puree. Can I buy a ticket to watch? Haicheng University, boys' dormitory. Jiang Siyan returned to the dormitory and saw his roommate, Shi Yu, staring seriously at his phone, as if waiting for some important news, exuding a vibe that discouraged approach. The dormitory inexplicably turned cold by 2 degrees. After he took a shower and looked again, he saw Shi Yu holding his phone, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Girlfriend? Although the two of them had a bit of an unpleasant quarrel in the afternoon, Jiang Siyan had a short memory and asked proactively. Shi Yu was also in a good mood, responding with the The phone unintentionally tilted, and Jiang Siyan caught a glimpse of a few lines of conversation. His quick reading ability made him blurt out, Brother's waist is not a waist, it's a deadly curved knife. Brother, aren't you hot wearing so many clothes? Want to wear brother's clothes? Just when Jiang Siyan wanted to continue reading, Shi Yu had already turned off the screen. Jiang Siyan was surprised. Is this from your girlfriend? Shi Yu replied with a sound of affirmation. Even though it was just one tone, it revealed his good mood. Jiang Siyan curiously asked, What kind of person can pick you, this high and unreachable flower? I really want to meet your girlfriend. What's her name? Shi Yu paused. Right? He still didn't know her name. He had only heard her family call her Ruan Li during the video call, just now. On the other side, Go Junjun's eyes lit up like a large feline. He couldn't hide a single secret, and his mouth seemed to be unable to control itself as he said, I know. Zhao Shen seemed to have anticipated this scene long ago, picking up the instant noodles he had prepared earlier and feeding them to Go Junjun. The atmosphere in the dormitory became inexplicably strange. Jiang Siyan asked in confusion, Guzzi, what do you want to say? Go Junjun was on the verge of tears. I want to say this question is too hard. Choo choo choo. I can't do it. Choo choo choo. No way. Jiang Siyan squinted. Why aren't you surprised that Yu Ge has a girlfriend? Did you already know? Go Junjun felt embarrassed. He wanted to say, what is this? You know Yu Ge's girlfriend. It's your fiancée, but he couldn't say it. He took a handful of instant noodles and chewed. Jiang Siyan perked up and leaned closer to Go Junjun. So, how is she? Is she pretty? Pretty. Is she from our school? Yes, she is. Just as Jiang Siyan wanted to ask more, Zhao Shen spoke up. I met her once last time, but it was dark, so I didn't see her clearly. Wait, you know too? Jiang Siyan couldn't believe it. So I'm the last one in the dormitory to know? He turned to Shi Yu. Yu Ge, you have to bring your girlfriend to the camping trip next week. I have to meet her. Shi Yu agreed. It's settled then. Jiang Siyan smiled. I'll also invite Ruan Li. They're both girls and should get along well. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Shen's hand flipping through the book paused. Meanwhile, Junjun remained silent, just eating noodles. Chapter 20, Driving. Monday, early morning. Before dawn, Ruan Li arrived at the company. So early? A colleague from the algorithm department greeted Ruan Li. I came early to prepare for the morning report, Ruan Li replied. She was interning in the Zhang's planning department, and the company required colleagues to use nicknames. Such a promising newcomer. A colleague patted her shoulder. I heard the young master of the Fu family is coming to listen to the report today. He's fully responsible for the new product, which is his first step in establishing himself in the Fu family. As long as you secure the advertising contract for Fu's new product, you'll be set for a full-time position, and the bonus will be substantial, at least this much. Saying that, the colleague made a gesture for 6,000? No, 6 figures. Ruan Li's eyes lit up so much. She planned to buy a house and move her household registration away from the Ruan family. Housing in Haicheng is expensive. She had saved some money over the years, but it wasn't enough for a down payment. If she could really secure this order, Ruan Li took a sip of coffee. Feeling energized. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Her phone vibrated. It was Manager Chen's call. Ruan Li felt a bit resistant. This was the person who had been holding up her internship certificate, refusing to sign it. She answered the phone and heard the other party's dissatisfied voice. Why did it take you so long to answer? You're at the company, right? I'll send you a location. Drive over to pick me up, and then go to Haida to pick someone up. Hierarchy matters. As for who to pick up, Ruan Li had a vague guess in her heart. When she drove and arrived at the entrance of Haicheng University, seeing in Shengnan in a small Chanel suit confirmed her answer. The younger sister is so beautiful. The female lead is especially cute. Her personality is very boyish. When she found out she had to wear this outfit, her face wrinkled up like a little bitter melon. No wonder she wore such a girly outfit. Poor younger sister. Hee hee. I remember the younger sister wore this outfit and had a big fight with the male lead in the office. And her bodycon skirt got ripped. Ruan Li, sometimes seeing these bullet comments makes her feel quite helpless. Missin, sorry to keep you waiting. In the back seat. Manager Chun changed from being sharp-tongued to warmly getting out of the car to greet her, flattering like a Shiba Inu meme. Ruan Li simply pulled up the divider. Choosing not to see. It seemed that Miss N was live streaming. She waved at the screen. Babies, today is my first day of internship. And my boss sent a car to pick me up, so I can't be late. See you tonight. Miss N is an internet celebrity? Manager Chen asked cautiously after getting in the car. Not really, just sharing my life, and some people happen to like me, and Shengnan replied. Manager Chen's gaze glanced at the screen, surprised. Over 300,000 followers? This platform has strong monetization capabilities. Doesn't Miss N earn millions a year? Not that much. And Shengnan shook her head, but I do earn over 100,000. Ruan Li listened in. Is being a blogger that profitable? While waiting for an exceptionally long red light, she searched for Shengnan's account. A day in the life of a little wealthy girl unboxing. A happy daily life of a little wealthy girl at home. Every post had a high number of likes. The comments were all positive. The green light turned on, and Ruan Li continued driving. I wonder how Miss N and our little Jiang Siyan know each other. Childhood friends. They both attended the international class in middle and high school and sat together for several years. No wonder little Jiang specifically arranged for you to be on this project. It shows how much he values you. I wonder if little Jiang has any food preferences. I booked a private restaurant for lunch and hope Miss N can help check it out. No problem. Asi's taste is similar to mine. He said he wanted to find someone with a similar taste. Otherwise, there could be disagreements after marriage. Are you two getting close? Manager Chen asked. This doesn't count as work, right? And Shengnan replied with a smile. Of course, I was being chatty. Why does the female lead speak so strangely? Yeah. Didn't the bullet comments say she was just acting with the male lead, not a real mistress? Now, she doesn't even know the one driving is Ruan Li. Why is she speaking so ambiguously? A bit suspicious. Can we talk about it? You're the suspicious one. Your whole family is suspicious. The meeting was scheduled for 10 in the morning. However, the traffic light at the intersection ahead was broken. Behind her, Manager Chun reprimanded. Hurry up and drive. Don't you know what time it is? If you're late and it affects the project with Fu's company, don't blame me for not signing your internship certificate. Manager, the traffic light at the intersection is broken. The partition opened, revealing a beautiful oval face. And Shengnan's expression froze. Ruan Li smiled at her. What a coincidence, in Junior. A hint of guilt flashed in Shengnan's eyes. Indeed, just now, and Shengnan's words clearly implied to Manager Chun that she was Jiang Siyuan's girlfriend. Little did she know that all this was heard clearly by the legitimate fiancé, who wouldn't feel guilty. On the other side, Manager Chun was anxious. How do you drive? Don't you check the traffic conditions in advance? Do you know that the young master of Fu's company is coming to the office today to hear the drone planning proposal? Are you trying to make me late? The words young master of Fu's company had been heard too frequently by Ruan Li recently. She spoke up. We have the drone samples in the car. We can use the drone to communicate with the drivers and clear a path. No way. Fu's cloud view hasn't been released yet. If there's an accident due to your misdirection, causing major public opinion issues, who will take responsibility? I can take responsibility, Ruan Li said. Manager, today's planning report is very important to me. That won't do either, Manager Chen frowned. Miss N and I'll take a taxi on a small road. As for the report to Fu's company, Manager Chun was in a dilemma. At this moment, and Shengnan spoke up, I can report. I'm a blogger, and I think this would also be a plus for the client. Hearing this, Ruan Li's eyes darkened. No way. Ruan Sr., I know you girls like to fuss over details, but this isn't the time for you to be petty. Since it's beneficial for the company, you should sacrifice yourself. Manager Chun, what do you think? That's right, let's do it this way. Manager Chun made a decision. Look at Miss Anne's perspective. You should learn from her. Saying that, he was about to get out of the car, but the car door was locked. Ruan Li took out the internship certificate and handed it over. Manager, I can give this reporting opportunity to Miss Anne, but you should sign this internship certificate first. Manager Chun, you're doing this on purpose. Ruan Li, there's half an hour until the meeting starts. I'm just an intern. I can live without the certificate. But Manager Chun, if you lose Fu's big contract, will you be fired? The atmosphere in the car froze. Manager Chun gritted his teeth and signed. The female supporting character worked hard for half a year on this plan. Just one step away, and it got snatched away by the female lead. Even if I get the internship certificate, I still feel unwilling for her. Who cares? Just thinking about the little treasure holding the results of the female supporting character's hard work for half a year. Showing off in front of the male lead and the client is so satisfying. So there really are people who like the main character getting ahead by underhanded means. The female supporting character is beautiful, strong, and pitiful. I love her. The female supporting character is so pretty. Why not just marry Fu's young master? Only Fu's family can handle this crazy couple of the male and female leads. This matchmaking seems fine to me. Chapter 21. Does the young master know 3 and 3? Ruan Li let Manager Chun out of the car. At the same time, she paused the recording. Indeed, Ruan Li had prepared the proposal for Fu's company for a long time, and the bonus was quite substantial. But even if the contract could be signed today, it would take at least a month for the finance department to process the payment. Too slow. She needed quick money. Having this recording would make a difference. She had to thank in Shengnan's influencer status. Once the recording from the car was posted online, it would be a disaster for Shengnan. Moreover, her identity wouldn't be easily checked. Jiang Siyan would definitely offer a considerable amount as a hush fee to protect his little childhood sweetheart. Ruan Li lowered her gaze, recalling the bullet screen that had just flashed by. Marry Fu's young master? These bullet comments were quite clever. At that moment, the sound of an ambulance siren echoed on the road. A little girl, about 8 or 9 years old, got out of the ambulance. Please, uncle and aunt, let me through. My mom fainted. We need to get to the hospital quickly. The girl was wearing a faded top, her shoes caked with mud, pleading with the drivers to make way for her urgently needed mother. Everyone wanted to help, but the blocked intersection left no room to spare. Ruan Li felt a bit dazed, as if she saw her past self. When her adoptive mother fainted for the first time at home, she had also gone from door to door asking villagers for help. Human life is paramount. Ruan Li released the drone out of the window. While controlling the drone, she used the speaker to communicate with each car. Soon, the road was cleared. The ambulance honked, thanking Ruan Li. The little girl kept bowing in her direction to express her gratitude. Just when she thought the matter was over, it was casually recorded and posted online, becoming a trending topic. Since Ruan Li had not shown her face throughout, it sparked a discussion about finding the Good Samaritan. Someone online even provided clues. Isn't this car appearing in our Nanbao's live stream? The truth is out, sisters. Nanbao is a blogger, and her videos often feature aerial shots. It must have been her using the drone to clear the way for the ambulance. Wow, Nanbao is beautiful and kind-hearted. I love her even more. Quick follow. Does anyone know which model of drone this is? I won't like it. It's from Fu's new release. It hasn't hit the shelves yet. Fu Group, send money to our Nanbao. When Ruan Li learned of this, she had just stepped into the office. A crowd of people stood in front of Shengnan, including Jiang Siyan and Madame Jiang. Madam, young Master Jiang, Manager Chun grinned, thanks to Shengnan's decisive action, without fear of taking responsibility. She used the drone to help clear a green path for the ambulance. Ruan Li's steps faltered. When Manager Chun saw her, he showed a hint of guilt. But soon, he added, I was also there at the time, but she was worried about problems and kept stopping Miss and Madame Jiang frowned, her well-maintained face showing strong disappointment. Looking at Ruan Li, she said, after all, She grew up in the countryside and can't bear responsibility. Is this right? Sister, you should deny it quickly. But Shuangjie did not deny it. Although I like the villainous female lead. The plot where the pampered wife takes credit for the hard work of the female supporting character is just too much. The bullet comments are full of saintly hypocrites. If you don't like it, don't watch. Who forced you to watch? That's right. We want the villainous female lead. The White Lotus sister is so charming. This is a sweet pet story. The female supporting character dares to steal credit, and she will be humiliated. Don't worry. Yay. Ruan Li looked at the overwhelming bullet comments, feeling darkness closing in. Even if one makes mistakes, they will still be cherished. Is this what it means to be the main character? Is this right? This isn't right. She clenched her fists, facing countless gazes as she spoke. The one who saved people wasn't Shuangjie. It was me. Enough. Jiang Siyan interrupted. His eyes were filled with displeasure as he looked at Ruan Li. Not only do you not reflect, but you also dare to steal someone else's credit. Fortunately, Manager Chen informed us first. Otherwise, you would have succeeded. This month's bonus performance is all deducted, and a company-wide reprimand will be issued. Ruan Li certainly did not accept this outcome. You can check the dashcam footage. However, when they called up the cloud video, they found that the morning's video had been deleted. Ruan Li froze. Manager Chen sneered. You didn't delete it on purpose, did you? The discussions in the office penetrated Ruan Li's ears. What a shameless person. How come I didn't know she was this kind of person before? Jiang Siyan glanced at his watch, saying in a deep voice, the young master of Fu's company is about to arrive. Don't let outsiders see the joke. Manager Chen, urge your subordinate to write a 5,000-word self-criticism and read it at tomorrow's regular meeting as a warning. Manager Chen understood. Everyone walked toward the conference room. Ruan Li felt as if her legs were filled with lead, and everything before her turned black. Just as she was about to fall, a hand rested on her waist. Through the thin fabric, the palm was exceptionally warm. She turned around in surprise and saw Shi Yu standing behind her, not knowing when he had appeared. Different from the way she had seen him before, he was wearing a lead gray suit, with a dark patterned tie at his collar and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose. Ruan Li remembered that Shi Yu was interning at the Fu Corporation. What a coincidence. She pretended that nothing had happened and revealed a decent smile. I didn't expect you to be involved in this project as well. Are you just letting them slander you like this? Shi Yu spoke. This one sentence shattered Ruan Li's disguise. As an adult, shouldn't he pretend he hadn't heard anything? Yet, he was the only one who believed her. The emotions that Ruan Li had been suppressing surged up upon hearing this caring remark, and she could barely hold back her tears as she hurriedly left the office. The corridor was quiet. Hearing footsteps behind her, Ruan Li asked, Aren't you going to the meeting? Doesn't matter either way, he replied, hands in pockets. But I'm afraid you'll end up feeling miserable alone. Ruan Li retorted, This person could poison himself just by touching his own lips. She sighed. Have you ever seen a short drama about a dragon king? In it, the protagonist gets bullied, and a group of people appears to punish the villain. Then in front of the villain, they say, The 3-year term is up. Welcome back, Dragon King. It's very satisfying, but after all, it's just a short drama. Were there any Dragon Kings or war gods in reality? Why not? Shi Yu interjected, You could join the Fu Corporation and become a representative of the client. Ruan Li's eyes widened. Thank you for the excitement, she said, but this sounds like a delusional fantasy of a worker poisoned by the grind. This project won't be given to the Jiang Corporation, Shi Yu explained. Yunkan is a key project for Fu Corporation's RD over the next 5 years. There are internal controversies, and Jiang's capability is insufficient to promote Yunkans's. And you, helping to clear the way for ambulances with Yunkan, are a great contributor to Fu Corporation. Staying with Jiang will only make things difficult for Fu Corporation. How do you know so much? Ruan Li asked, puzzled. Are you a sugar baby of Mrs. Fu? Shi Yu? He laughed instead of getting angry and pulled Ruan Li's waist. Can't you wish for something good for me? Ruan Li's internal alarm went off. I have a fiancé. Really, he's a Jiang Corporation. That's fine, I don't mind. But he does, Shi Yu said with a smirk. I don't mind that you have a boyfriend, but does your boyfriend mind you having a sugar daddy? Can't you see who loves you more? Ruan Li thought, confirmed. He's playing abstract. But why did this sound a bit familiar? Just then, Assistant Wang, who had just found out Ruan Li's identity and was rushing to report, suddenly stopped in his tracks upon seeing the scene. The sky has fallen. Young Mastinos, what is this? Others are willing to be the third party. But I am not. Chapter 22. Your industry must charge a lot for on-site services. Ruan Li thought Shi Yu was joking with her. But unexpectedly, she really received a call from Fu Corporation. The person who contacted her was Wang Ying, the HR supervisor from Fu Corporation's Haicheng branch, asking her to report to the branch within 3 days. Ruan Li felt dizzy, thinking she was dreaming. Quitting the client side and joining the main client? Such a thrilling plot really happened to her. Ruan Li immediately took her internship certificate to find someone in HR to get it stamped. Passing by the administrative office, she heard someone discussing, "Have you heard? The new girl in the planning department is the future princess. She's quite pitiful too." No one in the entire company believed she could secure the contract with Fu Corporation, and she took it on by herself. Now that the project is successful, a princess parachuted in to reap the rewards. How tragic. This girl didn't make a fuss? Sigh, with no background and a soft temper. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been bullied by Manager Chun for so long. You know how the economic environment is. It's already good enough for her to stay at Jiang Corporation after graduation. How could she dare to say anything? Just then, Ruan Li knocked on the door. "Hello? I'm here to resign." "Resign?" The HR staff looked a bit surprised. "Yes, and I also need to get the official stamp on my internship certificate." "So sudden? Have you found a new job?" "Yeah." "Which company?" Ruan Li smiled, but said nothing. To HR, it seemed like she was just putting on a brave face. HR advised, "The current job market is tough. If you face some difficulties at work, just endure it. It wouldn't be worth resigning." Ruan Li just smiled, appearing amiable. Soon, her internship certificate and resignation procedures were completed. The smell of red ink mixed with paper was like the most wonderful perfume, and Ruan Li felt light as a feather. After leaving the administrative office, she still heard people inside discussing, "Today's young people can't endure hardship. Resigning feels good for a moment. But finding a job is like a crematorium. Maybe in a few days, they'll want to come back to work." Exactly. I've seen this situation many times. Ruan Li returned to the planning department to pack her things. Since she had long planned to resign, her belongings were few, fitting into one bag. Her colleagues had all gone to a meeting, and she didn't intend to say goodbye to them, as their interactions hadn't been very pleasant. Just as she stepped out of the office, she ran into Jiang Siyan. Jiang Siyan was furious. "Ruan Li, where have you been? Why didn't you come to the meeting?" "I'm resigning." Before she could finish, Jiang Siyan's words came out like a machine gun. "Is this how lazy you are in the company? Not participating in department meetings? Are you relying on your relationship with me to slack off in the company? If that's the case, you should leave as soon as possible." Ruan Li laughed dinanje. "What relationship do we have?" Jiang Siyan, "Of course. I see, what are you doing here?" A sweet voice interrupted Jiang Siyan, and Shangnan walked over, linking her arm with Jiang Siyan's. "Ah, see, the people from Fu Corporation have arrived. They're waiting for my report. I'm a bit nervous. It's a pity that the Fu family's young master didn't come." "Relax, you're already very excellent," Jiang Siyan reassured Shangnan. He then turned back and glared at Ruan Li. "If you want to continue staying at Jiang Corporation, you need to prepare a self-criticism letter quickly and apologize to Nan Nan in front of the whole company tomorrow." "Why should I apologize?" "Because you attempted to take credit for Nan Nan's work, which is despicable and shameful." Ruan Li laughed. Perhaps it was because she was about to get her household registration book, or perhaps Fu Corporation had extended an olive branch, giving her the confidence to escape this marriage. She stared at Jiang Siyan, thinking how lucky her competitors were to have such a blind and foolish air. As she spoke, she didn't even look at Jiang Siyan's darkening face and walked straight out of the Jiang Corporation building. Ruan Li returned to school and submitted her internship certificate. To save money for a house, she picked up her previous part-time job and specifically contacted the owner of the wedding dress shop to ask if they still needed models. The owner was very happy. Yes, it's great that you can shoot. The new styles will arrive in a few days. By the way, Li, are you really not considering taking a couple photos? I can give you double the shooting fee." Ruan Li was a bit tempted. The owner continued, "You can look forward to this male model. He is from your school. That face, that waist, those legs, comparable to a supermodel." Ruan Li was curious. "Who is it?" The owner awkwardly replied, "I don't know his name yet. He is not interested in modeling. No matter how hard I tried, it didn't work. But trust me, His looks and yours together are a perfect match. You two will be the ultimate wedding dress models. The owner was getting excited, though Ruan Li had no idea what she was excited about. The double salary was very attractive, and she had previously declined couple wedding photos due to Jiang Siyan. Now that she had decided to let him go, she naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Okay, then let us do the couple shoot. Great. See you this weekend. Perhaps because she had resigned from Jiang Corporation, Ruan Li had good luck. She picked up another dog-walking job in her part-time group. The client was a female executive with a Bernese mountain dog, and Ruan Li had helped walk it a few times. The dog was large, gentle, friendly to humans, and mainly very cute. Ruan Li had considered adopting one, but gave up after checking the prices. Too expensive. As usual, the pet owner gave Ruan Li a one-time door lock code, and she went to walk the dog. Ruan Li skillfully arrived at the villa area. Lulu. She called out the Bernese mountain dog's name. Woof woof. The large dog, originally lying on the ground listlessly, perked up at the sound, immediately opened its mouth, wagged its tail, and ran into the living room, nearly knocking Ruan Li over. Good boy. Ruan Li hadn't seen Lulu for a long time, affectionately patted the dog's head. Where's your leash? Here it is. A male voice responded. Ruan Li was taken aback. Her first reaction was, has the dog turned into a human? Realizing the direction of the voice was wrong, she hesitantly looked up and saw a person who shouldn't be here. Shi Yu? What are you doing here? Work. Oh. Ruan Li showed an understanding expression but couldn't help asking. In your line of work, is door-to-door service expensive? What are you thinking? Shi Yu raised his hand and tapped her forehead. Serious work. Shi Yu came to discuss business with his cousin, but she had an international meeting at the last minute and stood him up. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a girl hugging the dog and kissing it. My sister said she needed someone to walk the dog. Didn't expect it would be you. Shi Yu leaned against the arched wall. You tell me, does this count as fate? Ruan Li ignored him, focused entirely on the dog. Long time no see. Lulu has grown quite a bit. The furry feeling in her arms was wonderful. She raised her hand. Give me the leash. Shi Yu's dark eyes deepened. His cold, long fingers played with the new black leash he bought for Lulu. Then, he handed it to Ruan Li. Ruan Li's attention was entirely on the dog, and when she took the leash, she found she couldn't pull it. She looked up in confusion, her pupils contracting. Chapter 23. Don't walk the dog, walk me. Outside the window, the new moon hung like a hook. Ruan Li's almond-shaped eyes widened. One end of the leash was in her hand, and the other end was surprisingly around Shi Yu's neck. The ordinary black elastic leash wrapped around Shi Yu's prominent Adam's apple, resembling expensive lambskin. Under his cold white skin, blue-purple veins extended and spread. Reflected in the water light, they resembled Riao's sky-blue glaze crackle, enchanting and unattainable like the night. As she pulled the leash, Shi Yu moved closer to her. That handsome face, pale skin, and crimson lips appeared magnified before her eyes, exuding a somewhat ghostly aura. Shi Yu leaned close to her ear and said, I'll offer 3,000. Consider walking me? The comments exploded. Damn, what has happened to the poor school hunk? Competing for affection with a dog? Enough. Hey, female lead, walk him. He'll enjoy it. I want to see. Walking dogs is work. Walking people is a fun twist. I'm already living in the female lead's perspective. The food is great. Sisters, me too. But Shi Yu is a male model. Aren't you all worried about that? What's wrong with male models? You don't marry them off as husbands. Just enjoy first. Ruan Li didn't feel thrilled. Instead, she was terrified. She didn't even know what she grabbed, pointing it at Shi Yu. Regardless of who you are, get off Shi Yu first. Shi Yu approached, unbothered. Ruan Li directly pulled back. Just in time, she hit Shi Yu's chest muscle. The green fortune bamboo dripped water, leaving a wet mark on his white shirt, soaking into his skin. The atmosphere heated up as Shi Yu stepped closer. Do you like playing this? Ruan Li shook her head, retreated repeatedly, but was tripped by Lulu at her feet and fell onto the sofa. The feeling of weightlessness made her instinctively grab something, but she caught the still warm leash. Su Jiao came home and stumbled upon this scene. A beautiful girl lay on her black leather Lawrence sofa, her fair, egg-shaped face devoid of makeup, yet could not hide her brilliance. A pair of slender, pink hands held the dog leash. The other end was not a dog, but her good younger brother. Su Jiao raised an eyebrow. Am I interrupting? Hearing the homeowner return, Ruan Li felt extremely embarrassed, wishing she could sink into the ground. Although nothing had happened, this scene was hardly innocent. She hurriedly got up, knowing she couldn't continue the dog-walking job. I'll go first. I'll see you off. Sure you caught her. Ruan Li felt extremely awkward and shook off his hand. Sure you wasn't too angry. Instead, he pulled her in his arms and said to Shuangjie, Sister, I'll leave first. Send in my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Ruan Li's eyes widened, thinking he was crazy. She glared at Shi Yu, but a woman's laughter echoed from across the room. Interesting. It's the first time I've seen someone manage this kid. Here you go, little sister. This is a welcome gift, taken in Paris yesterday. If you want jewelry or antiques in the future, you can come to find your sister. Ruan Li was confused. Meanwhile, Shi Yu took the gift and casually opened the box. A diamond brooch. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow and handed it to Ruan Li. You can wear it for fun. Ruan Li's pupils slightly contracted. She knew a bit about jewelry. This brooch was at least 7 figures. She didn't dare to take it. Don't like it? Shuangjie didn't mind and casually raised her hand, revealing a whole wall of collections hidden behind the original white wall. Pick whichever you like. Ruan Li was stunned for a moment. No, I mean it's too precious. It's fine. Consider it your reward for walking the dog. Shuangjie smiled. I'll make sure to earn it back from your Shi Yu anyway. Ruan Li was bewildered. Earning it back from Shi Yu. Does that mean what she thought? Wow. Isn't this my dream? A rich woman keeps my husband, indirectly supporting me. Though not dignified, but thrilling. I can't believe I weirdly accepted such a ridiculous setup and shipped the female lead and male lead. Online helping me find a husband. Please, rich ladies. Take a look at him. Shuangjie still had a meeting, twisting her waist as she went upstairs, full of charm. When she reached the second-floor stairs, she turned back and smiled. Little sister, don't forget to help your sister walk the dog. Pointing at the Bernese mountain dog with her fingertip adorned with a butterfly design. She playfully smiled, don't walk it wrong. Ruan Li. 5 minutes later, Ruan Li was walking the dog, still immersed in subtle jealousy. She envied Shi Yu. She couldn't help but ask Shi Yu, where did you find so many beautiful and generous rich women? She wanted to find one too, hoping the sister wouldn't be so rigid about gender. Shi Yu looked at Ruan Li deeply, maybe in the womb. Ruan Li, arriving at the dog park. It was an open grassy area where many dogs were playing. She unhooked Lulu's leash, letting it play with its companions. The Bernese mountain dog was large but timid, only circling around Ruan Li. Your dog is really well behaved. Nearby, a beagle owner exclaimed, what's its name? Lulu. Lulu is really well behaved, and Lulu's mom. You're very pretty too. The beagle owner then looked at Shi Yu. This must be Lulu's dad, right? Ah, no. Ruan Li shook her head. Yes. Shi Yu accepted this title and even patted Lulu's head. Lulu is thirsty. Daddy will go buy water. You and Mommy wait for Daddy to come back. Ruan Li. During rush hour, cars flowed endlessly on the road. Jiang Siyan finished work and drove in Shangnan back to Haida. Along the way, the ostentatious orange-red supercar stood out, attracting attention, and Shangnan sat in the passenger seat and posted a photo on social media. Nan Bao, thanks to the boss for dropping me off after work. She posted a picture that revealed a glimpse of Jiang Siyan's profile. This sparked discussions in the comments. The boss is so handsome. Is he available? This is the son of the richest Jiang family in Haiqing. And this car is a limited edition supercar worth over 8 million. Wow. Does that mean our Nan Bao will be the future CEO's wife of the Jiang family? The bossy novel has come to life. Who is dating such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend? So envious of the sister. While walking the dog, Ruan Li also scrolled through this post. She also saw on Shuangnan's advertisement price, ranging from 5 million. So much money. Ruan Li's eyes were filled with a thirst for wealth. She also wants to be a blogger, but she has social anxiety and doesn't want to show her face. After scrolling on her phone for a while, she came across Mr. Liu's Little Rose, which was obviously abstract wife literature, but it had good traffic. Inspired by this, Ruan Li decided to carve out a new niche, Jiao Nyoma literature. Without hesitation, she registered a new account and posted a diamond brooch that Shuangjie had gifted her. A pair, who understands? I walked the dog for my boss, and he gifted me a diamond brooch. I'm crying. This brooch is too expensive. She didn't dare to accept it, but it was good for starting her account. what to do. The warm touch pressed against her face as she looked up and saw Shi Yu returning with 2 cups of milk tea. Fixating on the hand holding the milk tea, she thought, "Help me out here." She said, "Let me borrow your hand for a moment." Saying this, she took Shi Yu's hand, placed the brooch in his palm, and pressed the shutter. In the photo, a section of the man's lead gray suit sleeve and a cold-colored watch were visible. His long fingers cradled the diamond brooch, making the already radiant jewelry appear even more luxurious. Ruan Li was satisfied and clicked send. Lulu seemed to sense Ruan Li's happiness and barked a couple of times. At the intersection, waiting for the red light, Jiang Siyan held the steering wheel and heard the dog barking, glancing out the window. He caught sight of 2 familiar figures stopping in his tracks. Ruan Li and Shi Yu? How did they end up together? Chapter 24, Baby, sign here. As the sun set and the lights came on, Jiang Siyan was still trying to discern the 2 figures in the distance when the green light turned on. The car behind him impatiently urged him on. Jiang Siyan started the car, but by the time he turned back, he could no longer see them. A sense of panic inexplicably welled up in his heart, and he immediately called Shi Yu. "Where are you? You go." "With my girlfriend." Jiang Siyan let out a sigh of relief. Nearby, and Shuangjie sensed something was off and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." It seemed he had mistaken them. That girl wasn't Ruan Li. And Shuangjie didn't think much of it and continued replying to her fans. Due to the drone route incident, she had become well known and many collaborations had come her way. And Shuangjie took a moment to check the back-end data, only to find a new account that had been created later but had far more heat than hers. It was called a pair, and Shuangjie furrowed her brows, feeling a sense of crisis arise. Who was this person? When Ruan Li returned home, she opened the software back-end and was shocked to see 999 comments. "Did you eat too much while preparing the meal? Even as a workhorse? I need to prove I'm loved workers have their own wife literature. Such a big diamond? At first glance, it's fake, but I'd eat shit if it's real. Blogger, your main priority now is to uninstall Tomato Novel." Listening to this boss, is he a Beijing dude? Dudes should have some dignity. But that hand looks really good. Clicked in because of the hand. Although some comments were harsh, this account was gaining traction. In her private messages, some small business offers came in, but the prices weren't high. Ruan Li was in a hurry and planned to ask Shi Yu for another photo shoot at work tomorrow. This post had gone viral, and Shi Yu played a crucial role in that. Before bed, Ruan Li sent a message to her virtual boyfriend as usual. "Lazy pear puree, what are you doing?" "Work." "Lazy pear puree, I really envy you for being able to think about work. Unlike me, who only thinks about you. What do you think about me?" Lazy pear puree. All mosaic can't say. If the person on the other side were real, Ruan Li would never say such cheesy lines. But since it was, she did. At High University, in the boys' dormitory, Jiang Siyan lost a game and inadvertently glanced at Shi Yu's computer. He saw the conversation and instinctively gasped. "Yu. So you like this game?" "No kidding, this girl must have some skills to catch you, this high and mighty flower." The things she dares to say. I wouldn't even dare to listen. Shi Yu's expression darkened. "It wasn't meant for you to see. Why are you so defensive?" "I didn't say anything." Jiang Siyan wasn't angry and joked. "At worst, I'll show you my conversation with Ruan Li." Saying this, he opened the chat history to show Shi Yu. Gu Junjun, who had been playing on the bed, widened his eyes at this scene and stopped playing the game. Shi Yu was openly chatting with Jiang Siyan's fiancée on the computer. Didn't he fear Jiang Siyan finding out? No. Jiang Siyan had said before that whoever impersonated him and disrupted his marriage with Ruan Li would get a sports car. Logically, Jiang Siyan shouldn't care. Although he knew Jiang Siyan was just putting on a brave face. After observing Shi Yu for the past few days, he realized something. Shi Yu seemed to be unaware that his little girlfriend was Jiang Siyan's fiancée. Had they all been played by Ruan Li? Gu Junjun stopped playing the game, jumped down from the upper bunk, and leaned in between the two. His gaze darted between Jiang Siyan's phone screen and Shi Yu's computer screen. He saw one contact labeled Ruan Li and another labeled Baby. One had a neutral tone, while the other was provocative and bold. One had little conversation, while the other was frequent. The profile pictures were also completely different due to network delays or other reasons, making it impossible to tell they were the same person. As Gu Junjun breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but re-evaluate Shi Yu. This guy had a cold, emotionless face. Why the affectionate nickname? Baby? Is he that in love? His throat itched, and he couldn't wait to ask Shi Yu if he knew his little girlfriend was Jiang Siyan's fiancée. Passing by, Zhao Shun quickly shoved a piece of bread into his mouth. Did you finish your thesis? Why are you here watching the fun? Gu Junjun chewed with tears in his eyes. Shi Yu frowned. All the roommates were gathered around the computer, peering at the chat. This feeling wasn't great. It seemed he had to move out of the dorm. He typed a standard reply. Send me your address. I'll pick you up for work tomorrow and familiarize you with the company. Ruan Li lay on her soft, fragrant bed, just about to sleep when she saw her virtual boyfriend's reply. It had monitoring capabilities, so it wasn't surprising that he knew she had changed jobs. But, lazy pear puree, stop, change the persona. Lazy pear puree. Which worker would fall in love with a colleague? Haven't you ever worked? The other side was silent for a moment. A few minutes later, he sent several photos. There were different types of mirror selfies. There was a gray vintage suit from a Paris fashion show, a black velvet three-piece suit in an old-money British style. But each photo exuded a sense of mischief, either showcasing a deep chest muscle line or teasingly fitted shirts. One photo showed a black suit jacket wide open without a shirt, with his muscles clearly visible as he bent over. Who knew where he got these suggestive photos? In any case, they were quite steamy. What good man dresses like this to go to work? What if a colleague dresses like this? Lazy pear puree. I can see it now. You want to advance too much. This just exposed the shortcomings of the AI. It couldn't understand such suggestive jokes. But this was also a place where Ruan Li needed to train it. Lazy pear puree. What this means is, if I were your boss and you strutted around in front of me like this, I'd definitely handle you severely. What to do? This made Ruan Li think of Manager Chen's face. Remembering this old man had delayed her internship certificate for so long when it only needed a signature and a stamp. Ruan Li angrily typed out a line. Lazy pear puree. I'll force you to sign and stamp it on the desk. Sure, where do I sign? Just as Ruan Li was typing out the 5 words for the internship certificate, the other side sent a video. In the dim light, every muscle glistened with the baptism of sweat, as if freshly worked out, full of blood, very beautiful. In the next moment, the owner of the abs reached into the frame, his long, bony fingers resting on his prominent Adam's apple. A deep male voice came from the video. Where do you want to sign? Here? The camera lowered, landing on the conspicuous pectoral muscles. Here? This time, it was about whether to reveal the abs. Following that, the camera moved to the V-line, still asking if it should be signed here. Ruan Li's breath hitched, her clear apricot eyes widened, and she suddenly flipped the screen down. The silver electronic clock on the bedside reflected her flushed face. No, is this really okay? Chapter 25, Explosive Horse. This left the bullet comments dumbfounded. Is this what city people call a signature? I'm not interested. Really? Developing something that harms the physical and mental health of youth. Where's the moral bottom line? Where's the download link? Too good. I thought workplace fashion was already at its peak. But I didn't expect there were more tricks. Such great pectoral muscles. Speaking of big, the female supporting role is really well fed. Can I swap places and act for a few episodes? The bullet comments were filled with greedy girls, but there were still a few discordant comments. The female supporting role is really shameless. Flirting with someone. It's okay. The female supporting role doesn't know how to cherish. Our heroine will comfort the male lead with her body. The male lead tastes the marrow and forgets who the female supporting role is. Ruan Li. Can this bullet comment set up a blacklist? She couldn't even bear to look at the words heroine anymore. The next morning, Ruan Li arrived at the Fu family to start her job. Hello, I'm Wang Ying, assistant to young Master Fu. I saw that you had previously submitted a resume to our company. Your second major is optical engineering. We also sent you an offer, but you chose Jiang Group. May I ask why you didn't choose our company back then? The first time Ruan Li saw Wang Ying, she recognized him as the pimp she had met at Young Club that day. The current environment was indeed unfavorable. Even company executives were moonlighting as pimps. Ruan Li replied earnestly, "It was because my boyfriend was at Jiang Group and my parents hoped for a harmonious couple, but I thought that was wrong. And I also planned to break up, so I want to choose your company again." Wang Ying's eyes brightened. Break up? That's great. The young master can rise without having to follow her without a name or a title. He smiled. All right, welcome to the Yunke Development Team's Optical Research Group. I will have a colleague help you familiarize yourself with the lens development work shortly, but before that, I need you to do one thing. Go ahead. Wang Ying took out a document. Young Master Fu has no intention of cooperating with Jiang Group, but due to public opinion, we are in a difficult situation. Therefore, I plan to appoint you as the representative of Party A to negotiate the cooperation with Jiang Group. You only need to find fault. Young Master Fu has already sent someone to the traffic police team to apply for the surveillance footage from yesterday. It will clear your name, but you have to wait. When we cancel the cooperation with Jiang Group, and they use public opinion to retaliate, we will reveal the truth at the first opportunity. So for now, I'm sorry to trouble you. Ruan Li's thoughts moved. Was this plot really predicted correctly by Shi Yu? At the same time, she secretly marveled. This young master of the Fu family was too good at calculating people's hearts. From now on, she needed to keep her distance from this young master, where she would be played until there was nothing left. All morning, Ruan Li got familiar with her new job and new colleagues and reverted to her real name. By the afternoon, Wang Ying sent a car to take her to Jiang Group. Ruan Li opened the car door and found the driver was a familiar face. Shi Yu had one hand on the steering wheel, glancing at her sideways. The misty purple suit he wore seemed tailor-made for him, his skin pale and cool, exuding a dignified aura. What a coincidence. Are you also out on business? Not a coincidence. Shi Yu replied lightly. I'm here to watch a show. Afraid you'll embarrass yourself again. Ruan Li. The car drove straight to the bottom of Jiang Group's building. Ruan Li noticed that no one was there to greet her and felt a bit puzzled. She murmured, with Manager Chen's personality. He must have made a big deal out of it. How could it be so quiet? I informed them that the representative of Party A would arrive at 3 o'clock. Shi Yu said, and it's only 2:30 now. Ruan Li understood. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Shi Yu lazily smiled. I'm going to park. Ruan Li got out of the car first and walked into the familiar office building. Is it really you? Didn't you resign? Ruan Li turned around to see the person speaking was a sister son from Human Resources who had helped her with her resignation yesterday. I'm here to work. Are you regretting it? Sister Sun had a look that said, I told you so. Then, she complained, young Master Jiang came to the company today, waiting for you to submit your reflection, but found you weren't here. I only found out you resigned from him, and he got very angry, and I got scolded too. If you had mentioned young Master Jiang wanted you to write a reflection, I wouldn't have stamped your resignation. If it were before, facing such unfounded accusations, Ruan Li would have endured it. But now, she was Neo Hulu Ruan Li. She said loudly, Sister Sun, interns only need the signatures of the supervisor and HR to resign. That is company policy. If you got scolded, you should blame young Master Jiang for abusing his power. Not me. Sister Sun was momentarily speechless. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Jiang Siyan stepped out with long strides, followed by Shengnan and Manager Chen. Young Master Jiang, you came at the right time. Sister Sun stepped forward to complain. She regrets resigning and wants to come back to work. Ruan Li, when did I say I regretted resigning? Before she could refute, Jiang Siyan had already walked up to her, his dark eyes staring at her. Regret? Do you think this is some sort of place where you can come and go as you please? Since you resigned, don't even think about stepping into Jiang Group again. Ruan Li, are you sure? She nodded. Then I'll leave. I want to come again. Jiang Siyan gritted his teeth. You stop right there. In an instant, everyone in the hall turned to look at them. The atmosphere froze. Ah, see, let me handle this. And Shengnan stepped forward, still in her chic Chanel suit. Senior, I know you must regret resigning and are unhappy with me taking over your job. Otherwise, you and T have left behind a pile of incorrect reports. I spent a long time sorting them out. But the company has rules. If we give you a green light, what will other employees think? Ruan Li shook her head. No, the data is correct. I just deleted my own summarized formulas. You can summarize it yourself. It's very simple. How could it take you so long? And Shengnan was momentarily at a loss for words, showing a hint of grievance. Jiang Siyan shielded her behind him, glaring at Ruan Li. I didn't expect you to be so malicious. Ah, see, don't say that about Senior. And Shengnan gently advised, actually, I hope Senior can come back to work. Ruan Li nodded. If you want to invite me to continue working, then has my independent office been prepared? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and Manager Chen burst into laughter. Independent office? I think you're really crazy. At Jiang Group, only Party A and department managers can have separate offices. Are you dreaming? Let me tell you, I have already told young Master Jiang all about your habitual tardiness and irresponsibility at work. And Shengnan glanced at the time. Senior, we still have to welcome the representative of Fu's company. If you continue to make unreasonable demands, I'll have to call the police. Ruan Li looked toward the entrance and saw the misty purple figure walking through the revolving door. She spoke up. I am the person you are waiting for. Chapter 26. Do you even qualify? The atmosphere fell silent. Suddenly, laughter erupted in the hall. Manager Chen laughed so hard he doubled over. You're really crazy. I think we don't need to call the police. We should call 120 and take you to a mental hospital for a checkup. And Shengnan looked at her with a hint of pity. Senior, you thought you could come back to Jiang Group and ended up impersonating Party A, making yourself a joke. Why bother? Come here. Jiang Siyan couldn't listen any longer. Pinching his brow, he called the security and had her thrown out. Wait, don't be angry. And Shengnan advised, for the sake of us being from the same school, see, why not give the senior sister a chance to be my assistant? I will definitely restrain her well. Manager Chen echoed. Miss N's perspective is truly broad. See, what do you think? Fine, let's do it your way. Jiang Siyan tilted his head and said to Ruan Li, for Nan Nan's sake, I can allow you to step back into Jiang's. But tomorrow, not only do you have to reflect in front of the entire company at the morning meeting, but you also need to publicly apologize to Nan Nan on the online platform for your disgraceful attempt to take credit yesterday. And Shengnan smiled. See, don't worry. I will take good care of the senior sister. Let her be your assistant. You think you're worthy? A cold voice interrupted. Everyone turned to look. A very tall man walked in against the light, dressed in a misty purple suit that made him look as cool as a supermodel. They naturally recognized Shi Yu, who had come with the client yesterday. He looked precious, with a cold demeanor, almost mistaken for the young master of the Fu family. Later, they heard Shengnan say that this person was Zhang's university roommate, coming from a humble background, just interning at Fu. Jiang Siyan's eyes hesitated. Shi Yu, why did you come alone? Where's the client representative? Shi Yu's gaze was distant. Aren't you the ones making it difficult for me? Everyone was stunned. Senior Shi, what do you mean? And Shengnan thought she misheard. Shi Yu glanced at her, sneering, letting the client give an intern an assistant position. It seems Zhang's doesn't value its cooperation with us Fu. And Shengnan's face turned pale as she stiffly turned to Ruan Li. Ruan Li was actually a bit dazed. Was it finally her turn to play this kind of short drama? She maintained her composure and said to Shi Yu, young Master Jiang said he doesn't welcome me at Zhang's, so let's cancel this cooperation. Shi Yu timely handed over a stack of documents. Ruan Li took it, her slender fingers pinching the contract, and tore it in half. The sound of the paper ripping echoed in the quiet lobby, like thunder suddenly striking. The atmosphere instantly froze. Are you crazy? Manager Chen glared with small eyes, reaching out to push Ruan Li, trying to snatch the contract back. Shi Yu's gaze was sharp as he caught Chen's wrist. His grip was light, but it felt like thunderclaps when it landed on Chen's wrist, causing his face to turn pig liver color from the pain. He sneered. If Jiang Group is full of fools like you, then there's really no need for cooperation. Only then did everyone accept the reality. Ruan Li actually joined Fu and became the client representative for the Jiang project. Jiang Siyan's cold gaze turned to Manager Chen. Chen was sweating profusely, immediately shifting the blame to Sister Sun. Young Master Jiang. It was her who kept saying she regretted resigning. I misunderstood. Sister Sun was still in shock, murmuring, you resigned yesterday, said you found a new job, and it turned out to be true. Ruan Li nodded. Sister Sun's face went pale. Oh my God, what have I done? If I had let Ruan Li swipe her access card, if I hadn't mocked her, if I hadn't reported her to young Master Jiang, it wouldn't have been this embarrassing. No, Sister Sun suddenly realized, pointing at Manager Chen, it's you. You've been squeezing her. 6 months ago, she wanted to fight for the Fu project, coming in first and leaving last every day, but you kept holding back her internship certificate. Otherwise, that girl wouldn't have been forced out by you. Jiang Siyan's eyes narrowed. She was the one who initially planned this project? Manager Chen nodded weakly. Jiang Siyan's throat tightened. He never expected that Ruan Li, whom Manager Chen had described as unprofessional, tardy, and lazy, only able to enter the company through his connections, was actually the one who had been bullied all along. Jiang Siyan clenched his fists, staring at Ruan Li. Why didn't you tell me? Ruan Li replied calmly. Young Master Jiang, you haven't been to the company for the past 6 months. I really had no way to appeal to you. Sensing the sarcasm in Ruan Li's words, Jiang Siyan gritted his teeth. He glanced at her and said in a low voice, "From today onwards, Manager Shuangjie is no longer appointed as the planning department manager, and we terminate our labor relationship with Shuangjie. We will deduct half a year's bonus from HR Sun Qing." Shifting his gaze away from the two pale faces, Jiang Siyan looked at Ruan Li. Shouldn't she feel relieved now? But when he spoke, his tone was still cold and hard. Is this acceptable? With that tone, one might think Ruan Li was being unreasonable. Ruan Li shook her head. I think your company, whether at the executive level, management level, or even interns, lacks the basic professional qualities of a marketing team. For example, this dispute today could have been discussed behind closed doors, but you chose to do it in the lobby for everyone to see. Moreover, for such an important project, your company assigned a third-year intern with only 1 day of experience to be in charge, which proves that your company's organizational structure is chaotic, management is disordered, and lacks professionalism. Furthermore, as a high-level executive, young Master Jiang, your emotional instability makes it difficult to cooperate and communicate. The details reflect quality. All of this shows that Jiang's is not suitable to undertake our Yun Can's new product promotion work. Ruan Li's voice was not loud, but every word was clear, sounding like a crisp pear. In Jiang's lobby, there were not only employees from his company, but also people from other companies conducting business. Previously, Fu's main business was all about capital from a Jing circle. Even though they had a branch in Haicheng, local enterprises could not participate in the upstream and downstream interactions of the industry. However, since the rumored young master of the Fu family got involved in the operations, there was a trend of cooperation with local enterprises. Upon hearing this, a few people immediately approached Ruan Li to offer their services. Hello, I am a marketing manager from the media department. I have always been a user of the Yunkin series and have wanted to cooperate with Fu for a long time, but I just lacked the opportunity. You can rest assured, we will never make such a low-level mistake as Jiang's. Our company is an all-female team, and there won't be any messy relationships. We won't let a newly hired intern ride over veteran employees. More importantly, our boss is emotionally stable and easy to communicate with. You can rest assured to cooperate with us. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face for Jiang Siyan. Chapter 27, Try It Tonight. These people were stepping on Jiang's, each word poking at Jiang Siyan's lungs. In a moment of panic, and Shengnan spoke up. Senior sister, even if you are the client, you can't just terminate the contract. Your current behavior is personal revenge. Don't you fear that the senior management of Fu will find out? I can call Manager Wang Ying from Fu, who came earlier. Right now, who says she doesn't have that right? Sure, you interjected, putting away his amused expression. Dressed in a low-saturation, misty purple suit, expertly tailored to highlight his broad shoulders and paired with a face as handsome as jade, he was very eye-catching. He spoke. The contract between Fu and Jiang clearly states that whether to proceed with the next step of cooperation is decided by the client representative after an assessment at Jiang Group. You are in charge of this project, yet you haven't even carefully read the contract. Jiang's level is evident, and Xingnan's face turned pale. If Jiang's is full of people like this, then don't waste our time. Sure, you raised his wrist, glancing at his cold watch. It's getting late. Let's go. He took the lead and walked out. Ruan Li followed, walking alongside him. The thin black leather shoes matched with brown sheepskin heels, their steps resonating harmoniously on the gray marble floor. One was tall and cold, the other gentle and intellectual. The wind lifted their clothes as they walked, creating a rustling sound, as if they were in a fashion show. Jiang Siyan stared at their retreating figures, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the lobby were not shy about the spectacle, whispering amongst themselves. TSK, the disdain for stupidity is back. No wonder Jiang's profits have been declining year after year. It turns out there is an unreliable heir. To be honest, switching to the client side and slapping the faces of former foolish colleagues and a foolish boss is the ultimate dream for workers. This little Jiang and that intern seem to be quite something. I remember little Jiang had a fiancée. How did he end up with an intern? Must be a mistress. But this mistress isn't even pretty. And Shengnan heard the gossip and bit her lip. She is not the mistress. If it weren't for her father's downfall back then, and the millions he saved over the years sending her abroad, she could have stayed in the country to take care of the accident victim, a C, better than Ruan Li did. And there wouldn't have been any of Ruan Li's issues. Just thinking about how she has been alone abroad all these years makes her feel extremely wronged. She doesn't need a lot of money. She just wants a lot of love. And Xiangnan felt a mix of bitterness and sadness, shedding her pretense of strength, and posted her experiences online. Nan Bao, yesterday, an intern colleague left, and the forms she left behind were a mess. I spent the whole morning fixing them. In the afternoon, when welcoming the client, I didn't expect it to be that colleague who left. She didn't even listen to our report and cancel the contract, causing a project we work hard on for 6 months to fall through. I don't mind, as long as I'm full, my family won't starve. But it's a pity for the old employees in the department. Some need the bonus to marry, and others urgently need it for medical bills for the elderly. Because of her, a project manager who has worked diligently for over 10 years was also fired. Fans were furious after reading this. Oh my God, what a gem. She will get her comeuppance, leaving one day and joining the client the next. She must have used connections. Anonymous, I know who the blogger is talking about. This woman relies on her youth and beauty, dressing flamboyantly every day, circling around our young master, clearly not focused on work. Just yesterday, she wanted to take Nan Bao's credit for clearing the way for the ambulance, but got scolded by little Jiang, and she quit out of shame. I can't believe she joined Fu S today. Oh my God, hearing this made me clench my fists. Is Fu S blind? Hiring someone like this? Report it. Let the company fire this person. Fans, filled with righteous indignation, rushed to the comments section of Fu S official blog. Fu Group, how do you hire people? Is this woman the young master S lover? So arrogant? And Xiangnan felt a bit helpless. She found Jiang Siyan and said, I really didn't expect the fans to comment on Fu S official blog. Will this affect your fiancé, badly? Jiang Siyan stared at the glaring comments and frowned. Delete it. Yes, I plan to delete the post too. She sighed. I can apologize to her. As for her trying to take credit yesterday, don't blame her. She just wanted to attract your attention. Looking at the guilty in Xiangnan, Jiang Siyan thought of Ruan Li's attempt to take credit yesterday and felt much less guilty. You didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to apologize. True, the senior probably didn't want to ruin our cooperation with Fu S. She was just throwing a little tantrum, trying to show off, waiting for you to coax her. Jiang Siyan clenched his fist. He hated being schemed against. If she was playing this game, then she was wrong. Aren't you afraid the senior will really cancel the cooperation between the two companies? That won't happen. As long as I threaten her with canceling the engagement, she will back down. At that moment, Ruan Li was in the car returning to Fu S. She saw the comments. The female lead actually plays the victim first, putting the female supporting role on blast online. No one at Jiang S believed in this project before. Only Ruan Li was working hard. Other colleagues mocked her. And now they can't get bonuses and blame Ruan Li? A bunch of dumb pigs. I saw it too. Fans are cyberbullying Ruan Li. The Miss said it right. Ruan Li left a mess, causing the Miss to spend the whole morning compiling data, and didn't he have time to sweet-talk the male lead? Stop. Are you elementary school students? The data the female supporting role handed over was correct. She just deleted the formulas. Don't forget, it was your Miss who took credit for the report planning the female supporting role prepared for half a year and for saving people. I could kill someone. LOL. When I was replaced by a connection, I did the same. That connection was dumbfounded. Ruan Li withdrew her gaze and scrolled to Xiangnan's account. The so-called tardiness. Leaving early, seducing leadership, affecting colleagues' bonuses. None of it was true, and she could easily prove it. However, she handed her phone to Shi Yu, worriedly asking, Fans are blaming the young master of the Fu family, saying he has an improper relationship with me. This won't affect my work, will it? Shi Yu glanced at it. No, this has nothing to do with you. Some people at Fu S are taking advantage of the situation to fight for the inheritance. Ruan Li was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Fu S to have such deep waters. However, Ruan Li furrowed her brows in confusion. Looking at Shi Yu, how do you know all this? Want to know? Shi Yu tilted his head to look at her, his dark eyes filled with interest as he leaned closer. Ruan Li instinctively covered her mouth, but all she heard was a click echoing in the quiet car. It was the sound of fastening his seatbelt. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Thinking I was going to kiss you? Ruan Li was extremely embarrassed. No. Thank you. Help me fasten the condom. Condom? The three words echoed in the car, and Ruan Li suddenly froze. Shi Yu lazily smiled. All right, let us try it tonight. Chapter 28. The boss appears due to saying the wrong thing. It was too awkward. All the way, Ruan Li closed her eyes, pretending to nap. The car stopped downstairs at Fu S, and she suddenly opened her eyes and dashed back to the office. At the office door, Wang Ying saw her. Back? Yes. Ruan Li switched to a reporting mode. I've already notified Jiang S to cancel the cooperation. I heard about what happened at Jiang S. You did well. Saying this, Wang Ying took out a beautifully packaged bag. The heat of the situation has increased these past few days. This is a thank you gift from Little Fu. Ruan Li was a bit stunned. A thank you gift from Little Fu? Yes. Work hard, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions about work. After Wang Ying left, Ruan Li opened the thank you gift, and her pupils moved. It was a limited edition watch from Jiang Siyan. Although Ruan Li didn't know much about watches, she recognized this one. Last year, Ruan Baozhu desperately wanted to buy the same one, going through various channels, thinking she had bought the real one and showing off at school. In the end, it was discovered to be a counterfeit, and she cried for a long time when she got home. Ruan Li was an ordinary person. She searched for the same model online and was stunned to see the price in the 7 figures. The comments were also shocked. 10,000, 10,000? No wonder he asked the young master. So generous. Just average, right? It's just a watch worth a few million. Can it be better than my little genius phone watch? Lemon. I suspect this young master of Fu secretly loves the female supporting role. The watch is evidence. LOL. Everyone has started to spread rumors, to ship them. Looking at the comments, Ruan Li shook her head. She didn't know this young master at all. In a flash, it was time to get off work. Ruan Li originally wanted to stay a little longer. This was an old tradition at Jiang S, where everyone wouldn't leave at the end of the workday. But at that moment, as soon as it was 6 p.m., the office was instantly empty. When the supervisor was leaving, he even asked, Ruan Li, aren't you leaving? Ruan Li replied proactively, I want to get more familiar with the work. The supervisor's expression changed immediately. Office work is not allowed to be competitive. Saying this, he called people over, one on the left and one on the right, to escort Ruan Li out of the office. Then came the lights off and the door lock, all in one go. Ruan Li, is working overtime a crime? Colleagues left one after another, and Ruan Li was still dazed in the corridor. What are you thinking? A hand waved in front of her. The fingers were long and graceful, and Ruan Li was very familiar with them. She seemed to have thought of something, grasped the hand in front of her, and said to Shi Yu, Do you have time? Shi Yu lowered his gaze, staring at the hand, and replied with a hum. Ruan Li didn't pay attention to his expression. She took out Jiang Siyan's watch and placed it in his palm. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Bribing me? You hold this watch. Yes, just at this angle. Don't move. Let me take a picture. Shi Yu laughed in anger. Am I your display stand? Your hand looks good. She said, If you don't believe me, take a look. She extended her hand to compare with his palm. My hand is shorter than yours. It won't look good in the photo. She spoke to him as if coaxing a child, her pear-like voice becoming even softer. Shi Yu didn't say anything further. As soon as Wang Ying stepped out of the office, he saw this scene. He particularly noticed that after the girl finished speaking, the redness on the young master's neck climbed to his face, and he was secretly amazed. No wonder Ruan Li could make the young master willingly act like a little one. With just one sentence, she had turned the young master into a child. Who could do that? After taking 5 or 6 pictures, Ruan Li held her phone, looking at the images with satisfaction. The expensive watch sparkled even more in Shi Yu's hand. It looked like something she couldn't afford. Thank you, Shi Yu. Verbal thanks? Then I'll treat you to dinner. Japanese food or Western food? Shi Yu's expression softened slightly. Whatever. Then let's go for Japanese food. Ruan Li tapped on the screen. I've selected it. Should I fill in your dormitory as the delivery address? Shi Yu coldly curled his lips. Takeout? Even though it's takeout, it's not cheap. Ruan Li raised her phone. Feeling a bit pained, it's $2.80. Do I owe you a meal? Ruan Li raised 2 fingers, smiling, then 2 meals. Shi Yu laughed instead of getting angry. Grabbing those 2 strikingly white fingers, keep pretending. But I've noted down those 2 meals. The remaining one will be at the school cafeteria. Saying that, He took a long stride toward the elevator. Ruan Li couldn't smile anymore. She chased after him. Wait, I was just joking. Let's go eat at that new Lu Cuisine restaurant. I'll book a table right now. It's too late. When they reached the first floor, she realized it had started to rain. I'll drive you home. Ruan Li wanted to refuse, but thought about the crowded subway, so she nodded reluctantly. It was still that ostentatious Rolls-Royce Phantom. The driver was still the same as last time. On the way, Ruan Li lowered her head to edit her post. A pair. Because I helped the boss with a little task, the boss sent me a thank you gift. The boss is really too kind. The comments refreshed quickly. Wow, you actually have this limited edition watch. A big shot in the comments. Please say this is fake, or I'll be broken. I work in luxury goods appraisal, and I can say for sure this is the real deal. Is it? Is the blogger for real? Just say when you do a live stream to sell it. I'll buy it, but can your boss make an appearance? 10086. Ruan Li didn't put on a privacy screen. With a glance, sure you could see these comments. He took Ruan Li's phone, his long fingers tapping on the screen, replying to one of the netizens, okay. 500,000 fans. The boss will make an appearance. Chapter 29. Breaking off engagement, Ruan Li snatched back her phone. Before she could delete that reply, the netizen had already taken a screenshot and posted in the comments. Screenshot. Following for updates. Lightly place your jade, but explosive photo, kick. The number of fans increased rapidly. At this rate, Ruan Li would become a 500,000 blogger within a week. Sure, you said, curiosity can increase user engagement, making monetization stronger. But Ruan Li felt like crying. She understood the reasoning. The internet needs gimmicks to attract traffic. But the problem is, who will I post photos of? Sure, you raise an eyebrow. Is it that I can't be shown off? Ruan Li, this traffic has exploded again. In the back end, Ruan Li received many offers from businesses, with prices 2 to 3 times higher than last time. But Ruan Li felt that the prices still didn't meet her psychological expectations. As long as she accepted advertising, it would be discovered. For example, the topic of her roommate sending her gifts with a pile of light luxury brands mixed with a no-name product. Any discerning adult would see that as a hidden advertisement. So if she were to accept advertising, it should be for an expensive one. Ruan Li's delicate literary aspirations were filled with hope, especially with a watch worth several million as a thank you gift and compensation. Her mood was very good. Just thinking about how she would soon be able to get her household registration booklet made her even more excited. The sky cleared up, and she had Shi Yu stop the car a mall a distance away from Ruan's home. She wasn't very knowledgeable about men's fashion, so she entered a store that Jiang Siyan often visited and bought a fog purple tie. This was a gift to thank Shi Yu. As for the meal she owed, forget it. Eating in the school cafeteria with Shi Yu, who had the title of school hunk, would attract too much attention. Ruan Li walked back to the Ruan residence, where a formally dressed man was holding a box, seemingly waiting at the entrance for a while. Hello, are you Miss Ruan? It's a delivery, right? Ruan Li readily signed for it and stepped into the Ruan residence. But she found the living room very lively. Besides the 4 members of the Ruan family, there were also 3 familiar guests, Madame Jiang, Jiang Siyan, and Shuangjie. Ruan's mother was holding a Ru kiln porcelain vase, saying, I heard Madame Fu is fond of cultural relics, so I specially had someone buy this Song Dynasty Sky Blue Ru porcelain, hoping to use it as a birthday gift tomorrow. Please have a look, Madame Jiang. Madame Jiang took it and exclaimed, this color, this opening pattern at first glance. It's a genuine article. As Ruan Li stepped into the entrance, the harmonious atmosphere immediately became tense. You still have the face to come back. Ruan's father shouted angrily. Ruan Li stopped in her tracks, revealing a well-behaved smile. Aunt Jiang and Aussie are here. You better quickly put that box down. Ruan's father sternly reprimanded. Look at you, doing nothing every day, spending money extravagantly. I really don't know how your adoptive mother raised you. Ruan Li hesitated for a moment, carefully placed the box down, and walked into the living room. The few meters seemed to take 3 steps back for everyone forward, as if the box contained something precious. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and apologize to Madame Jiang and Siyan. You had the audacity to meddle and ruin the orders between the Jiang and Fu families. Ruan Li shook her head in defense. I didn't. You're still quibbling. Ruan's father slammed the table. Let me tell you, if you can't salvage this cooperation, our Ruan family has no daughter like you. Madame Jiang expressed her disappointment. Little Li, I treated you like my own daughter, but your actions these past few days have truly disappointed me. I don't know what means you used to enter the Fu family, but I hope you can restore the cooperation between the Jiang and Fu families. That's not something I can decide, Ruan Li stated. The Fu family never intended to cooperate with the Jiang family from the beginning. How is that possible? Jiang Siyan said unhappily. The Fu family was clearly very satisfied with Nan's report. I know you must be unhappy about Nan entering the Jiang family, but her abilities are evident, and I won't let her leave. I'll give you a week. If you can't restore this cooperation by Friday, our engagement will be off. Upon hearing the engagement being called off, the Ruan family panicked. However, Ruan Li's first reaction was actually a sigh of relief. Yet she didn't show it. She clenched her palm tightly, tears welling up in her eyes instantly. "Ah, see, what did you say? Cancel the engagement?" But I heard with my own ears that the Fu family never intended to cooperate with the Jiang family. If it weren't for the media repeatedly reporting that Jiang family employees used Fu family's drones to clear the way for ambulances, indirectly promoting Yuncan, they considered public opinion, and that's why I found an excuse to ruin this cooperation. The atmosphere froze, scanning the eyes of everyone present. Seeing that they all believed her to some extent, Ruan Li wiped her tears. She continued, "For now, the only way is to use public opinion to force the Fu family, which is also what they fear the most. They didn't know my relationship with the sea, which is why they told me these insider secrets." She suddenly paused, panic-stricken, covering her mouth as if she just realized she had revealed work secrets. What's going on with the female supporting character? She knows this is a trap set by the Fu family for the male lead. So why is she still guiding him to jump into it? Maybe she's just plain stupid. Is it possible that the female supporting character has been acting the whole time, and even we, with our God's perspective, have been fooled? She doesn't like the male lead at all, and even wants to escape this marriage. Are you joking? Ruan Li's words reminded Jiang Siyan. Because of Shuangjie's heroic act yesterday, Fu's Yunkin series became a hit even before its launch. Jiang Siyan pondered. Are you saying Fu's wants to distance themselves from them, but doesn't want to take the blame? And Shuangjie's eyes lit up. I know what to do now. She suggested, we could buy a press release, emphasizing how I helped clear the way for the ambulance yesterday, which is invaluable for promoting Fu's new product. Then, we can expose that Fu's plans to cut marketing costs, cancel our collaboration, and even attempt to label us as unprofessional. This will inevitably draw the ire of netizens. At that time, Fu's will be in the wrong and might even beg us to collaborate. Everyone was pleased with this statement. Mrs. Jiang spoke appreciatively. Let's do it your way. With you assisting Siyan, I can rest assured. The Ruan family also chimed in with compliments. But Ruan Li disagreed if this plan succeeds. Fu's will inevitably shift the blame onto their employees for the sake of their corporate image, and I will become the scapegoat, facing the wrath of the entire internet. And Shuangjie sighed, "Senior, you have to give up something to gain something. If it were me, I would put corporate interests first and wouldn't care about personal gains or losses." Ruan Li, "No, I disagree. Enough." Jiang Siyan slammed the table and stood up. "Ruan Li, you better pray that Fu's changes their mind before Friday. Otherwise our engagement will be canceled, and I will keep my word. Not only that, but I also want you to apologize to Nan now, admitting that you attempted to take her credit." The Ruan family listened on the side. They were afraid that this marriage would be canceled, and even when their daughter was bullied right under their noses, they remained indifferent, even siding with outsiders to reprimand her. Ruan Bo chimed in, "Little Li, how could you do something like taking credit for someone else's work? Hurry up and apologize to Missin." Ruan Li stubbornly replied, "I won't." Ruan Baozhu, watching from the side, spoke softly, "If my sister is in trouble, I can apologize on her behalf." "No, Baozhu, this is not your business." Jiang Siyan stopped Ruan Baozhu, his narrow eyes fixed on Ruan Li. "I want her to apologize in person." The comments were speechless. To be honest, everyone says the male lead likes the female supporting character, that she is materialistic and left the male lead. But why do I feel no love from the male lead at all? He is even kinder to Ruan Baozhu than to the female supporting character. If I were the female supporting character, I would annoy the male lead to death. The more I watch, the more the male and female leads seem like villains. I just want to know what's in the box. Ruan Li pressed her lips tightly, her gaze stubborn. "I won't apologize." Saying this, she picked up the box and was about to go upstairs to her room. Jiang Siyan grabbed her arm, suddenly tugged like this. The box in Ruan Li's hand fell to the ground. Seeing the contents of the box, everyone gasped. Chapter 30, Refreshing. Swapping fake for real inside the box was a vase wrapped tightly in foam. Ruan Baozhu picked it up, unwrapped it, and found it was exactly the same as the one in Ruan Mother's hands. What's going on? This is fake, Ruan Li said in a panic. Ruan Baozhu breathed a sigh of relief and muttered softly, I know my sister has always been jealous of how well Mom treats me. Envious that Mom gave such a heavy gift to Mrs. Fu in my name, but my sister can't buy a fake, can she? Saying this, she showed some disdain and handed the vase to Ruan Li. Ruan Li was about to take it. Wait. Mrs. Jiang suddenly spoke up. No, this is the real one. What? Mrs. Jiang stepped forward, staring at the Ru porcelain that glistened like the sky after rain, confirming. Yes, this is the real deal. I saw an identical piece at a small exhibition before. The one you had just now, while similar, lacked the spirit. Ruan Mother was dumbfounded. The vase she bought for over 20 million was actually fake? Ruan Baozhu quickly withdrew her hand, hugging the vase back to her chest. She then looked at Ruan Li with a wary expression. Sister, why did you just lie that this was fake? No, where did you buy this vase? You don't want to please Mrs. Fu and marry into the Fu family, do you? This wording was very insightful, but at this point, no one was concerned about the wording. All eyes fell on Ruan Li, suspicious, angry, and defensive. Ruan Baozhu's jealous gaze was as intense as a solid substance. Although Ruan Li had been raised in the countryside, she was beautiful, her skin like a peeled egg, and even without makeup, there were no flaws. What attracted people the most was her pair of eyes, always glistening with a layer of mist, making one feel pity just by looking at her. Damn seductive appearance. But this seductive look was something Ruan Baozhu could never reach, no matter how much she adjusted her appearance. Moreover, she had a great figure with a long neck, slender limbs, and a delicate waist. She remembered when Ruan Li first came to Haicheng, wearing the most ordinary school uniform, yet attracting the attention of all the boys in the room. If it weren't for her interference, making those boys dislike Ruan Li, perhaps Ruan Li would have become the white moonlight of the wealthy heirs in Haicheng. Over the years, Ruan Li had neglected her appearance, which made Ruan Baozhu almost forget the feeling of jealousy towards Ruan Li. Just thinking about Ruan Li wanting to compete with her for the Fu family's prince made Ruan Baozhu feel like she couldn't breathe. No, she absolutely couldn't let the Fu family's prince see Ruan Li. She couldn't attend Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet. Ruan Baozhu clutched her chest and sighed, Sister, I didn't expect you to have brother AC and still be unsatisfied, wanting to cling to the Fu family. If I had known you would have such thoughts, I shouldn't have accepted the invitation from the Fu family in the first place. Saying this, she looked at Ruan Mother. Mom, I've thought about it, and I won't go to Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet. I'm worried that Sister will make a fool of herself in front of the Fu family's prince, embarrassing our Ruan family. How can that be? Hearing Ruan Baozhu say she wouldn't go, the Ruan family was anxious. They were all waiting for Ruan Baozhu to recognize the Fu family's prince at the birthday banquet, so the Ruan family could rise with her. Ruan Mother coaxed Ruan Baozhu. Baozhu, how can you not go tomorrow? Mom has already prepared jewelry and a gown for you. A high-end piece that only the British royal family can wear. Ruan Mother then looked at Ruan Li coldly and said, as for little Li, she doesn't need to go to the banquet. I will give this vase in Baozhu's name. Ruan Baozhu then showed a sweet smile. Thank you, Mom. No, this is mine. Ruan Li's face turned pale as she tried to snatch the vase back. But Ruan Bo pushed her shoulder away with a slap. Ruan Li, stop messing around. Aren't you embarrassed? Didn't you say you bought a fake? Well then. Ruan Bo picked up the replica that was on a coffee table and threw it into Ruan Li's arms. This fake is yours, don't get wrong. Ruan Li hugged the vase tightly, lowering her head, her chin almost touching her collarbone. Her thin shoulders trembled slightly, as if she was about to cry. She cried. This is the real one. And the vase she brought back was a replica from Su Jiao's family. Yesterday, Ruan Li saw this vase at Su Jiao's collection, which was the Ru porcelain that Ruan Mother had been asking people to find recently. But Ruan Mother said she bought the same one for 20 million. Ruan Li was suspicious in her heart and contacted Su Jiao last night on WeChat. Su Jiao. Impressive. My family only has that one imitation, and you found it. Su Jiao. But how did you tell? Those wealthy ladies thought it was real before. They borrowed it a few times during the collection exhibition. Su Jiao, if you like it, I'll give it to you to play with. Ruan Li has been worried about money lately and thought of the story of the cats swapping the prince, arranging this act. It wouldn't have gone so smoothly otherwise. Fortunately, Madame Jiang is an expert in appraisal. The reason Madame Jiang is so certain is that what she saw back then was Su Jiao's fake goods. Ruan Li didn't dare to laugh. She struggled to suppress the corners of her lips, holding the genuine item worth 20 million in her hands, going over the hardest moments of her life. Why do I feel like the female supporting character is laughing? The female supporting character is too miserable. I feel sorry for her. What's so pitiful about her? She bought the vase just to please Madame Fu, thinking that the young master of the Fu family giving her a watch meant he was interested in her, and just relying on her good looks, wanting to cling to the young master. No, the female supporting character clearly knows that the young master of the Fu family and his stepmother are at odds. How could he possibly give such an expensive vase? Ruan Li finally saw a smart comment. However, to completely dispel the Ruan family's doubts, she pretended to want the fake item back, appearing very anxious. Ruan's mother, it's not that I'm biased, but you should focus on your work. If you can't renegotiate the contract between the Fu family and the Jiang family, then don't consider yourself our Ruan family's daughter. Ruan Li cried even harder. Her acting was excellent, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, making her look pitiful. Ruan Baozhu felt extremely satisfied. Beside her, and Xiangnan sighed, leaning her red lips close to Jiang Siyan's ear, and whispered, "Ah, see, don't blame Senior Ruan. I believe she just strayed for a moment. She doesn't really like the young master of the Fu family. She probably just wants to cling to the Fu family." Sister Bao is still speaking up for Ruan Li. What a little angel. Goddess loves the world. Sister Bao relies on herself for everything, while Ruan Li always thinks about marrying up, female competition. This mindset is clearly defined. Jiang Siyan's gaze fell on an exquisitely packaged tie. It was a misty purple tie. It had just fallen from Ruan Li's body and was from a brand he often wore. It must be a gift for him. It's sweet of her to remember what day it is in a few days and prepare a gift in advance. Although this color of tie doesn't quite suit him. After all, she is a girl, and it's normal not to understand men's accessories. Jiang Siyan's expression lightened, the corners of his lips slightly lifted, confidently saying, "She's not just straying for a moment. She doesn't want to cling to the Fu family. She just wants to cling to me." And Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 31. Slapping faces. It's her who saves people. Ruan Li saw the advantage and decided to stop. She resignedly held the vase and went upstairs, her slender silhouette resembling a butterfly in autumn. Once back in her room, she locked the door and laughed out loud. She carefully placed the Ru porcelain on the table, took a few satisfactory photos from different angles, and then posted the photos online. A fortune of wealth is not as good as a piece of Ru porcelain. Among a pile of small figurines, the Ru porcelain gifted by the boss is too eye-catching. Just because I said this vase is beautiful, the boss let me take it to play with. This wave of Jiao and Yoma comments once again attracted a lot of attention from netizens. The comment section remained very active. However, Ruan Li also knew that the netizens had nothing good to say, so she didn't look closely. Just as she was about to exit, she saw a familiar comment in her comment section. "Nan Bao, sister, you've been fooled. This is fake. The real piece is in my friend's house. It's in Shingnan's." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Wow, this Jiao Nyoma blogger finally flipped over. That's right, I was disgusted to death when I saw her copy. I wanted to say for a long time that this blogger clearly pretends to have goods. It's definitely fake. First day, giving a diamond brooch. Second day, giving a limited edition watch. And today, giving Ru porcelain. Hilarious. Is your boss just throwing money around? Beautifying the capitalist's wife, Jiao Nyoma. Reported. Nan Bao is impressive. She saw the fake at a glance. Of course, Nan Bao's family is very rich, a wealthy young lady. This Jiao Nyoma can't compare at all. Our Nan Bao kindly reminded her, "I bet this blogger hates her." Ruan Li, this won't do. Such flaunting wealth accounts are most taboo for fakes. It will affect the advertising price. It's real. Underneath was another wave of mockery. Netizens, our Nan Bao is a real rich beauty, a young lady from a wealthy family in Haicheng. accustomed to antiques since childhood. Unlike you, a small-town test-taker with a monthly salary of 5,000. Ruan Li. Sure enough, it's a platform with an average asset of tens of millions. And even a monthly salary of 5,000 is discriminated against. She's in her internship and doesn't even have 5,000. Ruan Li got angry. A pair. I'm also from Haicheng. I wonder which wealthy young lady it is. Maybe I know her father? This comment was posted not long after. And Shuangjie deleted her initial comment. After all, Ruan Li knows who her father is. It wouldn't stand up to investigation. A pair. Why was the comment deleted? Netizens. That's our Nan Bao being low-key. Our fans are already digging into Nan Bao's identity, and when we find out, it will scare you to death. Ruan Li wasn't scared. On the other side of the screen, and Shuangjie turned pale. Who exactly is this a pair? Clearly, she was boasting about fake goods to gain traffic, but she directly brought the problem to her family background. She couldn't let the netizens focus on her background. She immediately contacted a marketing account to publicly announce the news of the Fu family's contract cancellation. It emphasized how Ruan Li, as the representative of the client, was unreasonable and insulted her, who had indirectly helped the Fu family promote the new drone. It also hinted that Ruan Li was able to enter the Fu family due to an undisclosed relationship with the president's assistant, Wang Ying. The spread of scandalous news about large enterprises is very fast. It even exceeded Shuangjie's expectations. Fu family. Ungrateful Fu family young master's lover insults the girl who cleared the way for the ambulance. Fu family air management ability. And Shuangjie stared blankly at the trending topics. Wait a minute. She clearly told the marketing account to focus on Ruan Li, exposing her ambiguous relationship with Wang Ying. How did it turn into her relationship with the Fu family's young master? Even the main target of the trending topic, this young master of the Fu family, was also at the forefront of the attack. While the Fu family was being criticized, the Fu family's official Weibo released a statement. After investigation, the woman who cleared the way for the ambulance with our new drone yesterday is not the blogger Nan Bao, as rumored online. Just this one sentence was enough to make Shuangjie's hands and feet go cold. What's going on? On the way back, Jiang Siyan also saw the statement and asked Shuangjie in confusion. And Shuangjie tried to suppress her panic, estimating it was a public relations tactic. After all, I didn't get out of the car yesterday, and no one recorded me at the scene. Otherwise, Senior Ruan Li have had the thought of stealing credit. Jiang Siyan, I didn't expect the Fu family to be so despicable. And Shuangjie nodded, anxiously clenching her fingers. How did the Fu family know about this? Did Ruan Li tell them? Fortunately, they didn't have evidence. Otherwise, they would have revealed it long ago. And Shuangjie's emotions stabilized a lot. Just then, Jiang Siyan stared at the screen and said, the patient in the ambulance woke up yesterday. And Shuangjie's eyes brightened, and she grabbed Jiang Siyan's hand. See. Let us go to the hospital now. The patient's daughter can testify for me. As the sun set, the evening breeze rose. The entrance to the hospital's inpatient department was crowded with media. Since the Fu family's official Weibo released that statement, the incident of saving someone yesterday had become a rashomon. Reporters all wanted to interview the mother and daughter from the ambulance yesterday to get first-hand news. Naturally, the hospital sent people to block the reporters, prohibiting anyone with recording devices from entering. And Shuangjie was different. Although she was holding a live-streaming device, she was the one who saved the person, coming to visit the patient, and the hospital did not stop her. It was now around 7 in the evening, netizens having finished dinner and with nothing to do, clicked into Shuangjie's live stream with a mindset of watching the excitement. When they arrived at the door of the hospital room, the number of online viewers had already reached 5 million. In the corridor, and Shuangjie caught sight of a little girl approaching. She was the patient's daughter, whose photo she had seen in the news. And Shuangjie smiled and said to the girl, "Little sister, we meet again. Is your mom feeling better?" The girl looked at her blankly. "Auntie, have we met before?" "Auntie?" Hearing this term of address, and Shuangjie almost couldn't maintain her smile. She forced a friendly tone and replied, "We met yesterday. I was directing traffic with a drone to help your mom's ambulance arrive at the hospital smoothly." The girl, with 2 little braids, looked up at her, her light eyebrows furrowing into waves. "No, I remember the sister who helped my mom yesterday. It wasn't you, Auntie." "Little sister, I didn't get out of the car. How could you see me? I I saw you in the car's mirror. I wanted to thank that sister in person, but the uncles and aunts in the ambulance called me back. And Shuangnan was momentarily taken aback. She didn't expect there to be this twist. The bullet comments comforted her. This child looks quite smart. How could she not recognize her benefactor? It wasn't the streamer who saved them yesterday, right? Children have short memories, plus Nanbao changed clothes. So the child couldn't recognize her. Just then, footsteps were heard behind them. The little girl's eyes lit up as she ran past in Shengnan and Jiang Siyan toward the two behind them. Sister, you're here. Thank you for saving my mom yesterday. Chapter 32. Who are you really? Upon learning that the patient from the ambulance had woken up, Ruan Li came to the hospital. Shi Yu accompanied her. Wang Ying had informed the two to visit the patient on behalf of the Fu group. As Ruan Li was looking at the room number from a distance, she saw a little girl running toward her. Sister, you're here. Thank you for saving my mom yesterday. Ruan Li recognized the girl and squatted down to ask, How is your mom doing? The little girl nodded. Much better. The doctor said my mom has been farming for years and is exhausted. She needs to rest for a while. Very good. What's your name? I'm Dodo. Like the soybean. The live broadcast captured this scene, and the internet exploded. Wow, the situation has reversed? No way. If the streamer dares to take credit for this big of a matter, she just waiting to be slapped in the face? Nonsense. It was Nanbao who saved them. This little girl really is a farmer's daughter, completely ungrateful, and doesn't know how to show gratitude. Calling Nanbao auntie? Calling this woman sister? Her mother gave birth to this little brat. Does she deserve the suffering she endured? The blogger's fans are sick. What is wrong with being a farmer's child? If you trace back 3 generations, we're all farmers' kids unless you're a trader or a comprador capitalist. Suggest a thorough investigation into this streamer and her fans. You might uncover something. To be fair, the later girl is prettier. Discussions erupted online. Jiang Siyan was also momentarily stunned and asked in Shengnan, What is going on? And Shengnan smiled wryly. Perhaps someone came ahead and briefed the little girl. After all, no footage captured my face at the intersection yesterday. The child said whoever saved her mother is the one. Jiang Siyan frowned, casting a suspicious glance at Ruan Li. And Shengnan continued, I don't blame the senior. She only did this to get your attention. I don't blame this mother and daughter either. Wealth can move hearts. They are farmers, laboring a lifetime and remaining poor, so it's hard not to be tempted by money. These words were picked up by the microphone. In a live stream, everyone heard it. Is there a love triangle involved? I said Nanbao couldn't he possibly take credit. This third woman has ulterior motives, wanting to not only steal a man, but also take credit. This mother and daughter are truly ungrateful. It was Nanbao who saved them. Yet they turn black and white for money, wishing them a life as fleeting as a flower. Upstairs is so sharp-tongued. Indeed, poverty is the original sin. The rich around me are all particularly kind. And Shengnan's fans were all cursing online. Although Ruan Li couldn't see this. The bullet comments in front of her expressed their discontent. The female supporting character is really miserable. This mother and daughter are miserable too. Help. How can the female lead slander a passerby? Now her fans are cursing the little girl and her mother for taking money, treating Ruan Li as a savior. How did the sister become the villain? Who can save the female supporting character? I can't watch this. Such a female lead and male lead are really rare. It's a kind of powerlessness when you can't reach through the screen. Ruan Li was somewhat surprised. These bullet comments actually spoke for her. Ruan Li held a flower basket in one hand and the little girl's hand in the other, gently saying, Let us go. Let us see your mom first. The girl nodded vigorously. Okay. Mom wants to meet you too. Arriving at the door of the hospital room, Ruan Li peered through the glass window to see the person lying on the hospital bed. The woman looked to be around 40 or 50, aged from years of hard labor and sun exposure, though her actual age might be younger. She looked somewhat familiar. It seemed she had seen her somewhere. Before she could look closely, chaos erupted in the corridor. A sharp female voice rang out. You shameless woman, stealing Nanbao's boyfriend and trying to take her credit? Go die. Saying this, she splashed a cup of water toward Ruan Li. No one knew if it was a cup of ordinary water or something like concentrated sulfuric acid. Ruan Li instinctively protecta Dodo. But the expected coldness or pain did not land on her. Ruan Li turned her head to see Shi Yu blocking in front of her. The exposed part of his arm and hand had been splashed with the unknown liquid while protecting her. Ruan Li's heart tightened as she grasped his hand. "Are you okay?" Shi Yu noticed her worried expression and replied, "It's fine, just ordinary water." Ruan Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jiang Siyan looked at their joined hands, his gaze darkening. He knew Shi Yu well. He was well-liked at school, but was actually cold-hearted. How could he help Ruan Li block the water? Before Jiang Siyan could think further, security had rushed over and subdued the frenzied fan. The fan, still unwilling to relent, shouted, "Let go of me. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see that this little brat has a gold bracelet on her wrist? It looks expensive. A farmeress child, just a little girl. Their family probably doesn't earn as much in a year as that gold bracelet costs. This little brat, so young, full of lies. And the old woman in the hospital, a thankless wretch. Clearly, it was our Nanbao who saved her, yet she turns against her. Why doesn't she go die?" At this moment, some patients had gathered in the corridor to watch the commotion. They all looked at the little girl's wrist. Sure enough, they spotted a gold bracelet. This craftsmanship isn't cheap. It makes sense. You've never seen a poor family buy a gold bracelet for a little girl. Ruan Li disagreed. Who said that poor families can't love girls? Just like her foster mother. Back then, her foster mother knew that as long as she returned to the Ruan family and married the possibly disabled Jiang Siyan, she could gain the best medical resources from the Ruan family. Yet her foster mother still refused to seek treatment abroad. The reason was that she didn't want Ruan Li to sacrifice a lifetime of freedom and happiness for her. Ruan Li quietly clenched her fists, looking at Shuangjie and the crazy fan. First, this gold bracelet was not bought by me for Dodo, nor did I bribe them. Second, what is wrong with being a farmer? The rice, flour, and fruits you eat are all grown by farmers. Finally, I want to pretend today as incident didn't happen. I will hire the best lawyer to send you to prison. The fan, however, remained unbothered and arrogantly said, "You dare to sue me? Sure, my dad is a senior executive at the Fu Group. He can make you lose your job with one word. Ruan Li, is this what they call a deadbeat dad?" Beside her, Shi Yu spoke in a flat tone. "This brain, even zombies don't want to eat it." Ruan Li laughed. The fan felt offended and immediately called her father. Putting it on speaker, "Dad, someone in your company offended me. Fire her." But from the speaker came her father's furious roar. "Don't call me Dad. Who the hell did you offend? I got fired because of you." The fan was stunned. Who did she offend? She stiffly looked up at Ruan Li, finally feeling a bit scared. Who are you?" Chapter 33. Her name is Shuangjie. Not only was the fan flustered, but even Shuangjie and Jiang Siyan looked at Ruan Li in disbelief. From the fan's tone, her father must be a high-ranking executive in the company. But because of this incident, he got fired? Firing an executive is no easy task. At least it requires someone at the company's upper management to have that authority. Did Ruan Li know someone high up in the Fu family? Who had such power? And Shuangjie's eyes flickered, thinking of the assistant of the Fu family's young master, named Wang Ying. He was the one who listened to the report on behalf of the young master on Monday. She had seen Wang Ying talking privately with Ruan Li for a few moments. Had they struck up a connection then? And Shuangjie's eyes shifted. She grabbed Jiang Siyan's sleeve and whispered, "Ah, see, I saw the senior sister talking alone with manager Wang Ying from the Fu family the other day. We are currently trying to secure a project with the Fu family. If this matter passes, I can give her the credit she wants." The live stream was still on. Her fan was indignant. "Our Nanbao is so pitiful. Not only did she save a pair of ungrateful mother and daughter, but she also encountered someone with connections to the Fu family. The new model drone from the Fu family became famous thanks to Nanbao saving people yesterday. And now they are turning their backs on her?" This matter escalated. The internet was divided into two factions. Some believed the little girl and thought it was Ruan Li who saved people. Others believed the little girl was lying and had been bribed. The hospital was worried about further incidents affecting its reputation, so it simply asked everyone to leave, citing that visiting hours were over. Jiang Siyan still had questions for Ruan Li, but with outsiders present, he planned to ask later. However, when they reached the first floor of the hospital, reporters surrounded the entrance to the hospital's inpatient department, blocking it completely. Some streamers were also camping out to live stream. When they saw a few people come out, they rushed over like zombies. Ruan Li, already slender, was squeezed back and forth by the crowd, becoming like dough for others to knead. In a moment of panic, Jiang Siyan grabbed Ruan Li's hand, shielding her behind him. He vaguely heard a reporter ask, "Are you two about to announce good news?" Jiang Siyan usually didn't like to respond to such tabloid news, but considering the tie he was wearing, he replied, finally getting a useful piece of information. The reporters were momentarily stunned, then their eyes lit up, already preparing to write up a big story. The headline would be, High City Young Master publicly responds, "Good news approaching, girlfriend is actually her." Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Siyan shook off the reporters and headed to the parking lot. Only then did he turn back to Ruan Li and ask, "Are you okay?" Unexpectedly, he came face to face with Shuangjie. "Why are you here? Who did you think it was?" Jiang Siyan didn't answer, his expression anxious as he took a step to head back. But after just a few steps, a painful groan suddenly came from behind him. Jiang Siyan turned around to see Shuangjie squatting on the ground, pale and holding her stomach. "What happened?" "It's nothing, just menstrual pain, an old problem. Wait a bit until the reporters leave. I'll go to the obstetrics department to find a friend for some painkillers. She's on duty." And Shuangjie forced a weak smile. "You hurry and find senior sister Wan. I'm fine." Just after saying she was fine, she fainted. Jiang Siyan didn't have time to think about anything else. He picked her up horizontally, intending to find the doctor friend Shuangjie mentioned. He stopped a passerby in a white coat and asked, "Which floor is the obstetrics department on?" "Third floor." The reporters who were chasing after them perked up at this conversation. 5 minutes later, a sensational piece of news spread throughout High City. "Did you hear? The Jiang family's young master's girlfriend is pregnant. Do you need to hear it? I saw it with my own eyes." The Jiang family's young master was holding his girlfriend like she was a precious gem. Ruan Li sat in Shi Yu's car, hearing the discussions outside. Just now, when she was squeezed in the crowd, those reporters attacked like mad hyenas. She could even see their sharp teeth. Thinking back now still made her feel uneasy. It wasn't that she didn't have the strength to push them away, but rather the memories were unpleasant. Years ago, her foster mother stayed in the mountains as a teacher, and later, in order to help the girls in the mountains escape, she established a girls' school. When accused of embezzling 500,000 yuan in donations, those reporters pressed her foster mother in the same way. But she knew that money had never entered the school's account. Some people wanted to sensationalize the story, and even more so, there were those who took advantage of the chaos to harass female students. Her foster mother was injured while protecting everyone, triggering an old illness. She nearly didn't survive. Before this, the Ruan family had sent someone to bring Ruan Li back, saying they wanted her to return to live a good life. Ruan Li didn't agree, although she didn't know the Ruan family's intentions. She realized that if her parents and brother truly wanted to find her, they wouldn't send someone to relay the message. They would come personally to this poor, backward little mountain village to see the place where she had lived for many years. It wasn't until her mother was hospitalized and diagnosed with a serious illness that required money for treatment that Ruan Li bought a train ticket to High City. She put on her only somewhat decent clothing, her high school uniform, and arrived at the country's most prosperous metropolis. Looking at the familiar yet strange city, seeing Ruan Baozhu dressed in high-end brands, she finally understood that her so-called dignity was just a transparent cover for shame. Her parents didn't like her. Her brother even loathed her. Even though the entire Ruan family was able to rise because she saved Jiang Siyan from being trafficked, no one thanked her. They only regarded her as a stepping stone for Ruan Baozhu, replacing her to marry the possibly disabled Jiang Siyan. At first, she didn't like Jiang Siyan. This young master had a bad temper, easily throwing things. But when she was bullied by the young masters of High City, it was Jiang Siyan who came to her rescue. He said, "Zheng, I will protect you for a lifetime." But just now, in the crowded scene, Jiang Siyan immediately held Shuangjie's hand. Zheng, that was the name her foster mother had given her. Flowing water does not compete for the first. It competes for the endless. If you want to compete openly and honorably. Thinking of her foster mother's words, Ruan Li felt a bit guilty. After all, she hadn't been as upright as her foster mother hoped. She slightly lowered her head, revealing a fragile and worried expression. Will the reporters say something crazy? I'm afraid Mom will see the news and worry about her health. I don't want her to worry. Shi Yu looked down at her. The girl sat in the corner, her head lowered, tugging at the hem of her clothes, exposing a section of her pale neck, like a swan ready to be slaughtered. This was the first time she mentioned her family in front of him. It was also the first time she showed vulnerability and insecurity. Shi Yu held her cold hand and reassured her, "Don't worry, the Fu family will handle public relations well." Chapter 34. Capturing the Young Master. Online, discussions about the ambulance's mystery continued unabated. Even though Ruan Li briefly showed her face for a few seconds during Shuangjie's livestream, after the livestream ended, there were no photos of her online. Netizens wanted to dig deeper, but couldn't uncover her identity. As the images of the princess, Carrie, circulated online, many shifted their focus to Jiang Siyan and Shangnan. Wealthy family sweet romance. Isn't this the perfect setup for a romance novel? Nan Yan's hidden sweetness is so sweet. I also want to date a wealthy young master. Gradually, the online sentiment has evolved into questioning how someone who could be chosen by the Jiang family to become a young mistress could commit the act of claiming credit for achievements. Indeed, Nan Bao herself is a top-tier rich beauty, having showcased luxurious houses, luxury cars, and even a necklace worth over 10 million, along with a life-sized wax figure made of pure gold. All of these were gifts from her father as an adult gift. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. How could she possibly claim this credit? It must be some girls from slums trying to take credit in order to do live stream sales. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao is powerful. The media has completely shut down that slum girl, giving her no chance to show her face. He really dotes on Nan Bao. Those who speak ill of Nan Bao are envious of the rich. A bunch of farmers. While discussions were heated online, Ruan Li returned to the Ruan family and saw Ruan Baozhu trying on a dress. "I'm back," she said, but the Ruan family didn't spare her a glance. Their eyes were only on Ruan Baozhu. Ever since they saw the Jiang family's attitude toward Ruan Li, they had lost hope for this daughter. Baozhu was different. She was the white moonlight of the heir of the Fu family. Once they recognized each other tomorrow, the Ruan family could rise to a new level. As Ruan Li walked past Ruan Baozhu, she deliberately showed a longing expression. Ruan Baozhu felt particularly pleased. "Sister, it's a pity you can't go to Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet tomorrow. Otherwise, I could have given you this dress." Ruan Li ignored Ruan Baozhu's provocative gaze and quietly went upstairs. Behind her, her brother scoffed coldly. "You've lost your innocence, and you still have the heart to flatter Mrs. Fu? Wanting to cling to the Fu family by stealing Baozhu's man? Good thing we found out. Otherwise, tomorrow you would really seduce the heir of the Fu family at the banquet. And what would happen to our Ruan family's good reputation?" Ruan's mother didn't intervene. She was busy helping Ruan Baozhu match a mask. On the invitation, it was specially noted, before the birthday banquet starts, there will be a social dance, and young men and women are required to wear masks. Many people speculated that this was because the heir of the Fu family had reached a marriageable age, and Mrs. Fu's intention was to select a daughter-in-law in Haicheng, with the heir inviting his favorite girl to dance on the spot. Many families with daughters went to great lengths to inquire about the prince's preferences. It was said that the heir liked girls with slim waists. Although the truth was unknown, it was better to prepare. Ruan Baozhu hadn't eaten for several days and had specifically bought a small corset, wrapping it around herself all day. After a while, Ruan's mother finally lifted her eyes. Coldly, she said to Ruan Li, "You stay at home honestly tomorrow. Don't think about sneaking into the banquet. I've already had someone lock up all your dresses." Ruan Li's footsteps paused, understanding, "I know, mother." In the dim light, her oval face looked a bit pale, and even her steps upstairs trembled. The comments on the live stream were filled with sympathy. "Enough. I'm heartbroken for you. It feels like Cinderella. The people who mistreat Cinderella in fairy tales at least have no blood relation with her. But now the ones mistreating Ruan Li are all her close relatives. The supporting character is truly beautiful and strong yet tragic. No, I'm still looking forward to my OTP meeting. Is there any fairy yeast to turn into a pumpkin carriage to send the supporting character to meet the heir of the Fu family? Haha, is it the fairy godmother?" Ruan Li also saw this comment. Her mind couldn't help but imagine a group of yeast sending Cinderella to the banquet, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why does it feel like the supporting character can see the comments? I think so too. The comments panicked. But the next moment, Ruan Li covered her mouth. tears streaming down her cheeks, crying loudly. So it wasn't laughter, it was crying. The supporting character looks beautiful when she cries. Even if we take a step back, can't we let the supporting character be with the heir of the Fu family? Can't we fulfill my wish for my OTP? Ruan Baozhu heard the crying from upstairs, and her smugness could no longer be concealed. What if Ruan Li was beautiful? As long as she firmly claimed to be the white moonlight of the heir of the Fu family, her parents and brother would only focus on her. During this time, she had specially taken a master and learned many special skills to deal with men. She even bought a packet of medicine from her master. Even the coldest flower on a high hill would turn into a puddle under her gentle touch. Her master's meaningful voice echoed in her mind. Yes, even her master, who had countless women, said she was the most talented student he had ever encountered, making him unable to help himself several times. Her master also said that once she captured the heir of the Fu family, he would spend a night with her as a form of tuition. Ruan Baozhu's confidence soared. Tomorrow night, she would definitely win over the heir of the Fu family. Early Wednesday morning, Ruan Li left for work early. Before leaving, the stylist was doing Ruan Baozhu's toenails. With no one else around, Ruan Baozhu stopped pretending. She smugly said, "Sister, aren't you very unwilling? The Ru porcelain you secretly bought was intercepted by me, just like our parents and brother. You are connected by blood to them, but they only like me. If you really want to go to Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet, that's fine." She extended her foot provocatively. "If you help me paint the remaining toes, I'll get our parents to agree to let you go to the banquet." Ruan Li's eyes lit up. "Really? Of course it's true. Good." Ruan Li walked over and picked up the red nail polish. Ruan Baozhu smirked. This bottle of nail polish wasn't ordinary. It was an herbal color extracted by ancient methods. Once the skin or hair was stained, even if it was wiped off immediately, it would leave a mark that would only disappear with the body's metabolism. Once Ruan Li finished painting her toenails, she would pretend to accidentally knock over this bottle of nail polish, spilling it all over Ruan Li's face. She wanted to see how Ruan Li would seduce men with that face, even if she was willing to take her to the banquet. But the next second, a cool sensation flowed down from the top of her head. Looking up, she saw Ruan Li pouring an entire can of red nail polish over her head. "Ah!" She screamed as she got up. The red nail polish flowed like liquid, but with her movement, it splashed all over her face. Her meticulously styled hair, with extensions and eyelashes, was ruined. Accompanying Ruan Baozhu's gaping mouth was a look more terrifying than Sadako. Ruan Li raised her ever-docile and sincere smile. "Ah, I slipped. But it's okay. May fortune be with you. I wish my sister success, and may all your wishes come true." Chapter 35. Cinderella leaving the Ruan family. Ruan Li went to the company. She sat at her workstation, ignoring the relentless criticism from the Ruan family, surely directed at her regarding Ruan Baozhu. The work atmosphere at Fu's was pleasant, and everyone maintained a social distance as colleagues. Ruan Li was assigned to the optics group. There was no custom of buying milk tea interns in the office, nor were there flower names. Compared to the frequent team-building events in the planning department, Ruan Li found this indifferent atmosphere much more to her liking. After lunch, Ruan Li bumped into a familiar face in the cafeteria. It was the rich woman who had given her 500,000 at Yonk, the one who made sure you call her aunt. Wang Ying was accompanying the rich woman. Ruan Li was surprised. These days, even pimping is happening in the company. She lowered her head, intending to leave quietly, but the rich woman spotted her at a glance, her eyes brightening as she walked over with a smile. "I heard you started working at Fu's. How is it? Are you adapting?" Ruan Li was puzzled. Adapting? That's good. The rich woman took her hand and complained. "Shi Yu's like this too. I told him that my husband recently went to Switzerland and asked him to bring you to my house to play, but he keeps dragging it out. By the way, I designed a new dress. You'll look beautiful in it." Saying this, the rich woman pulled up a picture. "Look, isn't it pretty?" Ruan Li glanced at it, and her face turned red. It's called clothing, but it doesn't cover what it should. If put online, it would be immediately censored. Ruan Li spoke with a tremble, forcing herself to say, "It looks good." Is the rich woman a lingerie designer? "Oh, no. This should be considered product, right? I know this brand. It's the largest product company in Asia, with Japan as their main market. Could this rich woman be the owner?" Wow, so rich. Female supporting character. Just give in to this rich woman. Catch the rich woman's fortune. Ruan Li's face turned even redder. Yaoing noticed Ruan Li's reaction and nodded in satisfaction. Look how much the little girl likes it. Her face is all red. This gown is her comeback piece. And countless stars from home and abroad want to wear it first it can. But since she met Ruan Li, she decided to give this dress to her niece as a meeting gift. Every thread and gemstone on it was crafted by her, luxurious and precious, classic and grand. If you like it, that's good. Yao Ying waved her hand, saying that she would wear it to accompany the guests tonight. Saying this, she turned back to instruct Wang Ying. I've borrowed the person. Ruan Li was taken aback. Accompany the guests? What does this mean? She felt a bit panicked and sought help from Wang Ying, saying, I still have work to finish, and I'm not suitable to wear such a dress. Wang Ying thought Ruan Li was just not used to wearing evening gowns. After all, her usual style was conservative. She had seen her a few times, always in white shirts paired with jeans. The gown styles were either off-shoulder or backless. No wonder she looked troubled, with an expression that seemed to force her into something she didn't want. But then again, once Ruan Li becomes a young lady, such socializing will be inevitable. Wang Ying encouraged her, saying it was fine, that she would get used to it with Yao Ying. Ruan Li, what do people say? I'm going to be so mad. I thought this Wang Ying was better than Manager Chun, but I didn't expect she'd be pushing the female supporting character into this. So cool. I didn't expect the plot to change, but it's even better. So will there be footage of the female supporting character entertaining guests at the male lead's wedding? She and the sister-in-law's man deserve it. What a joke. Why is the female supporting character acting like she has a split personality? Wasn't she tough with the sister-in-law just now? To me, she's just being pretentious, pretending to refuse while actually wanting to wear that kind of dress to flirt with men. Ruan Li still shook her head, apologizing to Yao Ying, saying she still couldn't wear such a dress. This made Yao Ying feel insecure. Was the dress she designed that ugly? She couldn't help but turn the screen. Wrong. Yao Ying chuckled, swiping left. No wonder you were scared. It's not that one, it's this gown. Ruan Li refocused her gaze on the screen, her pupils widening. What a beautiful gown. The ivory white organza strapless cut flows smoothly, and the skirt adopts a heavy craftsmanship style, with shimmering sequins, as if the first ray of morning sunlight dances into the church-stained glass, pure and grand. Even after returning to the Ruan family, she had seen Ruan Baozhu in several expensive gowns. But this heavy craftsmanship gown is exaggerated and luxurious. She had only seen stars wear it. She cautiously asked President Yao, may I ask where you are taking me? Didn't anyone tell you? Yao Ying raised an eyebrow. Of course, it's the Fu family's banquet. Ruan Li, this. Fairy Yeast, you're here. The world is a huge Cinderella story. Oh my, does that mean my matchmaking is going to meet now? Is the bullet screen sick? Are they really kissing the female supporting character with real feelings? To me, the plot arranging the female supporting character to go is just to let the female lead see our sister-in-law, and the male lead show affection. How sour. Today's banquet is the male and female lead sweet moments. Here comes the mass kiss. Ruan Li, EW so disgusting. In the Jiang family's office. In front of the floor-length mirror, Jiang Siyan changed from the pre-ordered light-colored striped suit to a misty purple suit, but his collar remained empty. And Shengnan approached with a black tie, saying, let me help you tie it. No need. He slightly tilted his head. Then how about a gray one? No. My tie will be sent over soon. It's getting late. You should prepare too. I still have an impromptu meeting. A car will take you to the Fu family's banquet. And Shengnan smiled, okay. Before leaving, she took a long look at Jiang Siyan's suit. Then she opened WeChat to notify the stylist to choose a similarly colored gown. By chance, she clicked into her friend's circle and saw Ruan Li had posted. It was a mirror selfie with various gowns displayed behind her. It looked like she was in a styling studio. Yesterday, and Shengnan added Ruan's family on WeChat, so she could see the comments from mutual friends. Ruan Baozhu, sister, you're not secretly planning to go to the Fu family's banquet, are you? Ruan Bo, nonsense. Ruan Li, don't think about embarrassing yourself. Hurry back. And Shengnan shook her head, why bother? Jiang Siyan asked, what's wrong? It's senior sister. She seems to want to go to the Fu family's banquet. She said. She raised her phone in front of Jiang Siyan. I see. Do you think senior sister really wants to go for the Fu family's young master like Baozhu said? Jiang Siyan glanced over, catching sight of a misty purple gown hanging in the background of the photo. He smirked confidently. No, she is going for me. Chapter 36, When 3, So Arrogant? As the lights began to shine. In the top-floor banquet hall of Haiqing, where every inch of land is precious, celebrities gathered, the fragrance of clothing and hair. Young men and women wearing various masks added a unique atmosphere to the banquet. The Ruan family had been waiting at the entrance of the banquet hall early. The security level of the Fu family's banquet is very high. Even Jiang Siyan had to take off his mask for facial recognition upon entry. A bejeweled woman entered the top floor, accompanied by a young girl in a black trench coat. As they passed the entrance, the staff immediately opened the manual gate. President Yao, please. Upon seeing that the girl had a figure very similar to Ruan Li's, Ruan Baozhu felt a bit anxious. Mom, who are they? And why doesn't that person have to take off her mask? Could it be my sister? But Ruan's mother seemed not to hear, excitedly saying, That Yaoying, it must be her. Ruan Baozhu shook her head. I haven't heard of her. She didn't understand why her mother was so excited. Ruan Bo explained, It's normal if you don't know. 10 years ago, she was very popular, one of the few domestic luxury gown designers to go international. And she has connections with the Fu family. So the person next to her is her daughter? Maybe, but it definitely won't be Ruan Li, Ruan Baozhu nodded. Until the heavy purple copper door closed. The Ruan family finally felt relieved. Ruan Bo sneered. It seems that not to mention sneaking into the birthday banquet. Ruan Li probably didn't even enter the first floor. But Ruan Baozhu felt a bit distracted, wondering why she hadn't seen the Fu family's young master. He wouldn't skip again like last time, would he? Ruan Bo rubbed Ruan Baozhu's head. Silly sister, don't worry. Today is his mother's birthday. How could he not come? They probably want to keep a low profile and came in through the internal passage. On the other side, Jiang Siyan didn't like wearing a mask and had taken it off early. He joked with his brothers around him. Why does anyone try to flirt with Ruan Li? Don't they want that sports car anymore? A few brothers waved their hands. Don't mention it. Si Gu. Of course, we want that sports car. But even if we wear the same outfit and spray the same perfume, our sister-in-law can spot us at a glance. It's really magical. Si Gu, do you think she is really face-blind? Jiang Siyan enjoyed their banter. Indeed, although she is face-blind, she can always find me in a crowd at a glance. Just then, a misty purple figure entered his sight, walking towards him. It must be Ruan Li. Jiang Siyan's smile deepened unconsciously, and he sighed, Too clingy, can't shake her off. Hearing this tone and seeing this smile, the brothers were. They were not dumb. A few people exchanged glances and, in a group without Jiang Siyan, simultaneously cursed. Damn it, the sports car? Does Jiang Siyan think we're just a part of his plan? Thank goodness it didn't work out. Otherwise, not only would there be no sports car, but we wouldn't even be brothers. Damn it. Who said Jiang Siyan's white moonlight was in Shangnan? I thought he really didn't like his fiancée, and was considering pursuing her myself. Shi Yu's phone kept ringing. Glancing at his phone, he noticed he was pulled into a group chat. Boring. He deleted the chat. Yuga? A surprised voice sounded. He looked up and met Jiang Siyan's astonished gaze. Yuga, it's really you. What are you doing here? I get it. Your boss sent you to set up the venue, right? Sure you didn't answer, and Jiang Siyan saw Wang Ying approaching with a glass in hand. President Wang. Good to see you again. I didn't get to introduce you properly last time. This is my roommate Shi Yu, very talented. I wanted to invite him to join Zhang's, but I didn't expect he went to Fu's. President Wang, you should cherish this talent. Wang Ying. Asking an assistant to cherish the air? That's just upside down. Shi Yu generally disliked such occasions. His cold and weary gaze locked onto a corner of the banquet. And with a hint of brightness in his narrow eyes, he dropped I have something to do and walked behind Ruan Li, wrapping his arm around her waist. Wang Ying was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Being a third wheel is so bold nowadays. Jiang Siyan had always been curious about Shi Yu's girlfriend. Staring at the figure in the trench coat, he intended to say hello. Wang Ying quickly stopped him. Young Master Jiang, wait, I want to discuss a collaboration with you. Ruan Li stood in the corner, sipping juice. The feather and lace layered mask fit her nose perfectly, covering her brows and eyes. causing people to glance at her from time to time. A middle-aged man's gaze was particularly fixated on her as he approached. "There you are." Shi Yu's voice sounded from behind her. Ruan Li sighed in relief, and after seeing the middle-aged man leave, she lowered her voice to ask, "President Yao brought you two?" Shi Yu lifted his eyes, looking around. "Where's she?" "She went to socialize." Ruan Li was a bit curious. "But how did you recognize me? Besides you, no one else wears a coat over a gown." Ruan Li's face flushed. No wonder so many people were looking at her. She immediately took off the trench coat, and the cold air hit her bare shoulders, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. She had worn gowns before, but this one revealed a lot of skin. The luxurious crystal chandelier shone brightly. Everything about Ruan Li fell into Shi Yu's eyes. The warm light source draped over her like a thin veil, revealing her smooth back, glistening like fine porcelain, delicate and beautiful. She wore no jewelry, just 2 silver chains hanging from her earlobes, the cold metallic light flickering on her neck like moonlight's kiss. The gown was glamorous enough, adorned with jewels, elegantly crafted, accentuating her slim waist. So slim, one hand could easily grasp it. Shi Yu's gaze followed his fingertips, landing on her heart. Ruan Li was startled and quickly swatted his hand away. "What are you doing?" Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. "Wasn't your tattoo my name? Why is it gone?" "That's not your name." Ruan Li's scalp tingled, and she really didn't want to continue discussing that tattoo, covering it up. On the other side, Ruan Baozhu was searching for the heir of the Fu family among the crowd. Not long ago, she learned a top-secret piece of information. The Fu family's heir, who grew up abroad, was a young genius on Wall Street, suddenly went silent due to a terror attack and returned home for recovery. Coincidentally, he was staying in the same private hospital as Jiang Siyan. It was said that this heir had a white moonlight to win her sympathy. He even broke his own good leg, leaving a winding scar. But after recovery, he forgot that memory. To be able to make the lofty heir of the capital bow down, just imagining that unique affection made Ruan Baozhu's heart tremble. While thinking, she got lost in the winding corridor but unexpectedly saw. Chapter 37. Choose her in a VIP lounge with a slightly ajar door. A young man stood beside a well-maintained wealthy lady. The lady adjusted the young man's suit collar and reminded him, "Even though today is my birthday, you're the main character, understand?" "Got it, Mom." The young man smiled and then lazily sat on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, revealing a light brown scar on his calf. "Birthday, mother." Scar on the leg. Ruan Baozhu suppressed her urge to scream. "Heaven shows mercy. I didn't expect the Fu family heir to be here. This is truly effortless." She hid aside, waiting for the right moment. However, worried that Ruan Li would show up and steal her spotlight, Ruan Baozhu bribed a waiter, giving him a photo of Ruan Li. "As soon as you see the woman in this photo, immediately drive her away, understood?" On the other side, Fu Ming walked out of the lounge, flirting with a popular young actress on WeChat. He had no interest in power struggles. He didn't have his brother's intelligence or talent, and didn't want to work hard. As long as he didn't compete with his brother for women, he could live a life of luxury and ease, which was just fine. As he turned a corner, a girl bumped into him. He had always been gentle with women, and even though he knew this was yet another carefully designed encounter, he still steadied the girl's arm. "Are you okay?" The girl, wearing half a mask, bit her lip and said, "I might have twisted my ankle." Perhaps she didn't even notice, but her phone lit up and unlocked, displaying a photo of another girl. Fu Ming's eyes lit up. In the photo, the girl looked exceptionally sweet, with shallow dimples that warmed the heart, revealing a section of her pristine neck. Like bright porcelain, pure yet alluring. Fu Ming's interest was piqued. If the face behind a mask was this beautiful, what if she had a little scheming? In matters of men and women, he didn't play the innocent card, directly pulling the girl into his arms, his voice flirtatious. "What's your name?" The girl, shy and timid, replied, "I'm Baozhu, Ruan Baozhu." The church outside chimed the hour. The birthday banquet officially began. The lights dimmed, and a beam of light followed a beautiful figure descending the spiral staircase. Mrs. Fu, named Jiang Li, was once a famous actress who announced her retirement over 20 years ago and had not been seen since. Only in recent years had people discovered that she married into the Fu family in the capital. Next to her was a tall young man with short black hair, dressed in a white suit and wearing half a mask. Guests began to whisper. The one next to Mrs. Fu must be the Fu family heir. Definitely. He looks impressive. I heard the Fu family intends to arrange a marriage in Haicheng. I wonder which girl is so lucky. They all watched to see whom the heir would invite for the first dance. That girl would likely be the future young mistress of the Fu family. The wealthy ladies present turned their attention to the man under the spotlight. Even with a mask, his tall stature and long legs radiated a handsome vibe. I heard Mrs. Fu is beautiful. Her son must be just as good-looking. Beneath the mask must be an even more handsome face. Everyone was eager to know who the heir would invite to dance. Ruan Li sat in the corner, eating cake. From time to time, people glanced in her direction, including Ruan Baozhu and Shengnan. Ever since Shengnan visited the Ruan family and became friend with Ruan Baozhu, the two had walked in together today, looking like good sisters. As they passed by Ruan Li, neither of them recognized her. Ruan Baozhu rolled her eyes. What era is it? And there are still people playing the foodie persona? Does she really think she's cute? And Shengnan is gentle. Maybe she's just hungry. Ruan Baozhu snorted coldly. They're both women. How could she not know what she's thinking? Pretending to be uninterested in the prince of the Fu family, while secretly planning how to climb the social ladder. Even idol dramas don't portray it this way. So pretentious, Ruan Li thought. Actually, it's not that she's pretending to be aloof or playing the foodie persona. It's just that this dress is too heavy, causing her chest pain, and sitting down helps a lot. She understands that beauty comes with a price. But what she really worries about is whether this beauty will slip away. From time to time, she would lower her head to check if the strapless dress had shifted. It's safer to sit down, but just sitting there feels too awkward, so she symbolically nibbled on some food, pretending to be occupied. At this moment, the host of today's banquet, Mrs. Fu, was already standing in the center of the stage. Today was Jiang Li's first public appearance as Mrs. Fu, adorned with a set of jewelry worth over 100 million and an extravagant gown, showcasing her wealth and status. Amidst the envy and adoration of the crowd, she smiled slightly and raised her hand adorned with a pigeon blood red ring to toast. Thank you all for taking the time to attend my birthday party. My husband has been busy with overseas projects for the past 6 months, and today he received a last-minute notice from his superiors to accompany important guests in the capital. So he really couldn't leave Beijing. She didn't explicitly state who the superior was or who the guest was. But everyone present was sharp. As long as they paid attention to the recent diplomatic news, they would know that this guest referred to a certain high-ranking foreign leader. There are plenty of wealthy people in Haicheng, but they are far from being on par with the century-old Fu family's political and business status. Among the crowd, the Ruan family listened with excitement. If they could become in-laws with someone like that in the future, wouldn't they also be qualified to participate in such occasions? Just thinking about this made Ruan Bo's heart swell. It felt as if Haicheng could no longer contain him. Only the capital circle could allow him to showcase his talents and ambitions. After a moment of small talk, Jiang Li gently pushed her son forward and smiled. My son has reached the age for marriage, and, out of selfishness, I'm using today's birthday to hold a ball to give these young people a chance to get to know each other. As soon as these words were spoken, applause erupted in the venue. Countless girls looked excited, their hopeful gazes directed at the young man on stage. Although Ruan Li was sitting, she could see the expressions of the guests. She noticed that Mrs. Zhou, who usually boasted about having given birth to a son, could no longer smile, pointing at her son who weighed over 200 pounds and saying, "Why aren't you a girl?" The smiles wouldn't vanish. They would just shift to Ruan Li's face. No boys born. No girls made. Boys don't become princes, and girls don't become consorts. The Fu family really is selecting a consort. She thought to herself as the venue lights changed again, and the waltz flowed like water. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see who the prince of the Fu family would choose to dance the first dance with. Amidst the extravagant harmony, there were undercurrents. Everyone's heart was captivated by him. Only Jiang Siyan felt a strange emotion rising within him. In the past, whenever there were Jiang family members present, they were always the focus. A feeling he had never experienced before spread in his heart. Meanwhile, Ruan Baozhu's gaze was firmly fixed on the prince of the Fu family, feeling as if the passionate kiss they had shared in the corridor was a dream. She didn't expect that the rumored cold and aloof prince, who was uninterested in women, could be so easily hooked by her. Ruan's father felt a bit nervous. "Baozhu, Take off your mask. Otherwise, the prince won't recognize you. Ruan Baozhu wore a confident smile. Mom and Dad, don't worry, the prince will choose me. Chapter 38. Dancing together in front of everyone, Fu Ming approached Ruan Baozhu. At the beginning of the banquet, his mother had already told him to choose the daughter of Jiang family, the richest family in Haicheng, for a dance. Although Fu Ming was a playboy, he wasn't stupid. He knew that his mother was hosting a masked ball and had come all the way from the capital to Haicheng for a birthday party, primarily to let him impersonate his older brother and deceive the Jiang family into a marriage alliance, thereby fully supporting him in seizing power. But he didn't want to fight for power, nor did he want to marry the Ruan Baozhu in front of him. Although her family background was poor and her mind dull, was beautiful. That was enough. He stopped in front of Ruan Baozhu and extended his hand. This beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance? Complete silence. Everyone's gaze towards Ruan Baozhu was filled with shock, jealousy, and unwillingness. Under the spotlight, Ruan Baozhu shyly placed her hand in Fu Ming's palm. The two entered the dance floor together, and the ball officially began. On the other side of the dance floor, Jiang Siyan walked up to the misty purple figure. A smile crept on his lips. Where's my tie? And Shuangjie was a bit surprised. This afternoon, when she was getting ready, she had seen a tie the same color. Thinking that Jiang Siyan didn't have a tie when trying on his suit, she specially prepared one for him. She and T told him. How did he know? And Xingnan's face turned red. Was this some kind of telepathy? She took out the tie, stood on her tiptoes, and helped Jiang Siyan tie it. But her foot tripped on something, losing balance. She could have steadied herself, but her gaze shifted, and she let herself fall into Jiang Siyan's embrace, kissing his neck. Jiang Siyan, however, tightened his arms around her waist. Was it intentional? And Xingnan's face flushed deeply. Sure enough, Asi had a physical attraction to her, while he felt gratitude towards Ruan Li. Only those who aren't loved are the third party. If it weren't for her going abroad back then, allowing Ruan Li to take advantage of the situation, how could she have been by Asi's side in the name of a good brother? The one truly intervening in this relationship was Ruan Li. And Shuangjie enjoyed the atmosphere at this moment. She didn't speak, burying her face in Jiang Siyan's embrace, savoring this time without Ruan Li's presence between them. Not far away, Ruan Li watched clearly. First a kiss, then an embrace, and then tightly cuddling in the lingering dance music. The barrage in front of her turned pink. Our sister Bao finally got brave and kissed. The Adam's apple kiss. So tempting. Sister Bao's gaze is too good to read. 3 parts anticipation, 3 parts bravery, 4 parts bitterness, ready to be pushed away. But Asi tightened his arms. Who understands the sense of redemption in this moment? Lei Wen Hook. A dramatic scene of a passionate kiss is about to unfold. Ruan Li thought. Previously, Jiang Siyan and Shuangjie had been testing her under the guise of getting close, kissing all over while occupying the moral high ground. And now, in such intimacy, who were they testing? Ruan Li couldn't help but curl her lips in a slight mockery. When she unexpectedly met Jiang Siyan's gaze, she quickly withdrew her sight. In front of her, a few men approached. Miss, may I invite you to dance? Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Ruan Li politely declined. Having a boyfriend is fine. It was Yao Ying who had returned. Yao Ying was very pleased with how Ruan Li looked in this dress. She said to Ruan Li, it's just a ball. It's not the Qing dynasty anymore. Xiao, you won't mind. Ruan Li shook her head. We're really not that kind of relationship. Yao Ying smiled. You're still hiding it from me. Xiao Yu is different from the boys nowadays. He's very dedicated to his feelings and wouldn't easily sleep with anyone. Yours first. No, we haven't. Not yet. Is Xiao Yu not capable? That shouldn't be the case. Ruan Li felt extremely awkward. Rather than continue this topic with Yao Ying, she would rather go dance. 3 young men stood in front of Ruan Li. 2 of them were tall and robust, filling their suits tightly. The third young man was not very tall, probably around 173 meters, with a slimmer frame, looking refined and elegant. Ruan Li recognized him. His name was Zhou Wu. He had a handsome appearance, but unfortunately, he was mute. A barrage floated in front of her. Wow. So Zhou Wu made her appearance at this time? Ruan Li carefully observed the bullet comments. Zhou Wu, this little villain, is quite unfortunate, although she has a good business mind. Who let her compete for the same project as Mei Bao? All the artists under her have either slept around or have tax issues. In short, they all collapsed. What? She's a woman? Yes, When her mother was pregnant, her father had an accident to claim the inheritance that belonged to them. Her mother had to falsely claim she was having a boy and made her daughter dress as a boy since childhood, pretending to be mute. If it were someone else, Ruan Li would think the bullet comments were joking. But if it's the Zhou family, everything makes sense. The Zhou family is severely patriarchal. Zhou Wu is a child of a collateral branch and lost her father early. If she were a daughter, she and her mother wouldn't even be able to talk about inheritance. They would probably be driven out of the old house together. Ruan Li noticed the key words, business mind. After thinking for a moment, she placed her hand on Zhou Wu's palm. She smiled at Zhou Wu. My name is Ruan Li. I know you, Zhou Wu. She put her hand on Zhou Wu's shoulder and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, I'm not very good at dancing. Can you teach me? Zhou Wu's face flushed, and she nodded. She supported Ruan Li's waist, but after feeling a touch smoother than silk at her fingertips, she didn't know how to place her hands for a moment. It's okay. Ruan Li smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and took Zhou Wu's hand, placing it on her waist. Zhou Wu's ears turned even redder. Ruan Li couldn't help but laugh. The bullet comments said Zhou Wu was a villain. She thought the other party would have a gloomy personality, but unexpectedly, she was so shy. Ruan Li couldn't help but tease her. You're so cute. Sure enough, Zhou Wu's face turned redder, as if it were about to catch fire. Ruan Li couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but while dancing with Zhou Wu, she always felt a damp, ghostly gaze fixed on her, as if it wanted to swallow her alive and tear her bones apart. Ruan Li said she couldn't dance. It was modesty. In order to gain the approval of Ruan's father and mother, she had specifically hired a teacher to learn ballroom dance. She had a tall, slender figure, and in this gown, she looked stunning and flamboyant. Combined with her inherently obedient and cold temperament, it created a contradictory contrast that attracted many people's attention. Even Fu Ming's gaze was drawn in. His eyes landed on the skin that looked like frost and snow, and the delicate waist that could be grasped with one hand, which distracted him enough to step on his partner, Ruan Baozhu's foot. Ruan Baozhu felt pain, but dare not show it. Following Fu Ming's gaze, she saw that it was the girl who pretended to be aloof just now. She ground her teeth secretly, dressed so provocatively. She was clearly trying to seduce the prince of the Fu family. Ruan Baozhu's eyes were full of resentment. She wanted to see how ugly the face under that mask really was. Chapter 39. Take off the mask. Ruan Baozhu pretended to know her and deliberately said, Oh my. How'd she come to? Fu Ming became interested. Do you know her? Yeah. Ruan Baozhu sighed. This masked ball suits her. After all, when your face is covered, you could pretend to be a boy. Girls who are slightly less attractive will focus on their figures. Fu Ming felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. He thought she would be a beauty based on her figure, but it turned out he was mistaken. He redirected his attention to Ruan Baozhu. Ruan Baozhu's lips curled slightly. She also noticed that women around were eyeing Fu Ming, clearly wanting to change partners when the song changed. She felt like she was in a tense situation, afraid that the cooked duck would fly away if she wasn't careful. Ruan Li was unaware of these side dramas. She was carefully observing Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu had fair skin, delicate fingers, and a smooth neck, hardly showing an Adam's apple. At first glance, she was obviously a girl. Moreover, she was a very beautiful girl. Ruan Li's gaze was completely unmasked, making Zhou Wu feel as if she were a ripe shrimp. Perhaps because she was too focused on Zhou Wu, Ruan Li suddenly stepped on something, almost twisting her ankle, but fortunately, Zhou Wu caught her. A cry of pain sounded beside them. Ruan Li turned her head and found it was Ruan Baozhu who had made the sound. So painful. Ruan Baozhu's voice was tinged with a sob as she rushed into Fu Ming's arms, looking aggrieved and saying, I know you're not happy that the prince chose to dance with me, but how could you step on me on purpose? Ruan Li, what? Then, she heard Ruan Baozhu sweetly complain, Prince, Baozhu can't dance with you anymore. My foot hurts so much. But I don't blame this girl. She's just jealous that I can dance with you. As long as she cleans the footprints off my shoes, I can pretend this never happened. This scene left Ruan Li in awe. She was quite curious how Ruan Baozhu managed to make such a scene. However, she also stepped on it. So this was probably a self-directed play by Ruan Baozhu. Ruan Li decided to avoid trouble. She grabbed Zhou Wu and planned to leave this place of gossip. Stop. Fu Ming's cold voice rang out, and thinking of the aggrieved look on Ruan Baozhu's pretty face under the mask, his protective instincts surged, and he firmly said, "Apologize to my woman." The bullet comments were heartbroken. "My woman, no. I've been looking forward to the Fu family's prince and the female supporting character for so long. Their first meeting shouldn't be like this. What a disappointment. This Fu family's prince is so greasy. If he can pick Ruan Baozhu to dance, it shows he is not very smart. Help! Whose first meeting is this? Oh, it's mine. Ship it easy? Why not ship it? Girls have to keep their dignity." Ruan Li felt a bit of a headache. As soon as she heard this domineering CEO line, she knew she had become a part of this crazy couple's drama. Rather than a tug of war, she decided to apologize. After all, wearing a mask, no one knew who she was. "I'm sorry," she spoke, her voice like pearls and jade, causing Fu Ming to momentarily lose focus. He couldn't help but ponder, such a nice voice, such a graceful figure. Could there really be an ugly face? His eyes flickered, and he became curious about the face beneath the mask again. However, Ruan Baozhu's heart tightened. This voice sounded so much like Ruan Li's. Could Ruan Li really have snuck into the party to compete for the prince? She tightly wrapped her arms around Fu Ming's, her voice filled with grievance. "This apology sounds reluctant. Forget about cleaning my shoes. I just don't want to see her anymore. Prince, please have someone escort her out." This scene attracted the attention of everyone present. Jiang Siyan also looked towards the center of the dance floor. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could vaguely hear the surrounding discussions. To attract the prince's attention, she deliberately stepped on the prince's partner. "That's too bad." "That's right. I heard Ruan Baozhu's foot is swollen. The prince is supporting Ruan Baozhu and wants that girl to apologize. I think they should take off that girl's mask and let the prince see how thick her skin is." Jiang Siyan narrowed his eyes. He always disliked the jealousy between women. He lowered his head and teased the person in his arms. "Don't learn to act like this in the future." The person in his arms smiled. "How could I? But Baozhu is quite pitiful. Women's jealousy is really scary." This voice made Jiang Siyan's pupils contract. Meanwhile, in the center of the dance floor, when Ruan Baozhu heard the crowd's discussions, which overwhelmingly supported her while criticizing Ruan Li, she changed her mind. Originally, she was afraid the prince would see Ruan Li's face. But now she was confident. If Ruan Li left in such a disgraceful manner, that would only benefit her. She should let the prince see her face, dislike her, and ideally, have her expelled from the Fu family. Thinking of this, Ruan Baozhu snuggled back into Fu Ming's embrace and said sweetly, "Prince, how about we just forget it? Just look at her gown. She has clearly put a lot of effort into attending this banquet today. As long as she is willing to take off her mask and sincerely apologize to me, I will forgive her." Ruan Li. Wait, why is Ruan Baozhu speaking so inconsistently? She really didn't have time to deal with her. Ruan Li turned to leave. The fragrance floated in the air, and Fu Ming instinctively reached out to grab her. When Zhou Wu saw this, she thought Fu Ming was going to harm Ruan Li. So she stepped in to help, signaling Ruan Li to leave quickly. Ruan Li thanked her with a nod and, lifting her skirt, walked towards the door. The commotion grew louder. Even Jiang Li and the wealthy ladies surrounding her noticed. Ruan's mother was sitting nearby. "Whose daughter is this?" Mrs. Fu said lightly. Ruan's mother tightened her heart. How could a mother not recognize her own daughter? With just one glance, Ruan's mother recognized that figure as Ruan Li. In this situation, she picked up on Mrs. Fu's contemptuous tone, and her heart sank, clarifying, "I don't know. Our Ruan family doesn't raise such girls." As she spoke, she presented a gift. "Mrs. Fu, this is a Song Dynasty Ru porcelain that my daughter Baizhu found for you." Mrs. Fu's attention was temporarily diverted, her gaze fixed on the porcelain vase. The glaze, reminiscent of a clear sky after rain, was very beautiful. Although Jiang Li looked down on the Ruan family, she believed in not striking a smiling face, and said with satisfaction, "This is indeed a rare treasure. Baizhu is thoughtful." Ruan's mother smiled. "I'm glad you like it." Meanwhile, she silently prayed for Ruan Li to leave the banquet hall quickly. But her precious adopted daughter did not hear her prayer. Clinging to Fu Ming, the weak, independent Ruan Baizhu saw Ruan Li about to leave and rushed over, unceremoniously removing her mask. At that moment, the crystal chandelier clearly illuminated Ruan Li's face. Under her dark brows, her eyes sparkled like spring water. The mask had rubbed off some foundation, revealing her original skin tone. which did not appear patchy but instead exuded a certain raw and fragmented beauty. It was indeed Ruan Li. Ruan Baizhu felt proud, thinking she had embarrassed Ruan Li. She feigned surprise. "Sister, how could it be you? I didn't expect you to seduce the heir of the Fu family." As she spoke, she took a few steps back, softening her body against Fu Ming. But Fu Ming brushed her off. Ruan Baizhu was taken aback. Turning around, she saw Fu Ming's gaze fixed on Ruan Li's face. Even through the mask, she could see the astonishment in his eyes. How could this be? Ruan Baizhu's throat tightened as she attempted to grasp Fu Ming's arm again. But Fu Ming shook her off once more. He stepped up to Ruan Li and said politely, "I was misled by some people's one-sided words earlier and misunderstood this lady, causing offense to a beauty. I truly apologize." Each word drilled into her ears. Ruan Baizhu felt as if the sky had fallen. "No." Ruan Baizhu grabbed Fu Ming, trying to hold him back. "Your Highness, don't you remember in the corridor just now? You kissed me?" Fu Ming was already growing impatient. He raised his hand and removed Ruan Baizhu's mask. The next second, he put the mask back on her face, his expression dark. Ruan Baizhu covered the red paint left by her nail polish on her face with thick concealer. Now, without makeup, the red reflected from her foundation made her look like a ghost. The thought that he had kissed such an ugly girl after hunting beauty countless times made Fu Ming extraordinarily angry. "You actually deceived me?" Ruan Baizhu was confused. "I didn't tea." Still denying it. "Don't think I don't know. The corridor was so wide, you deliberately bumped into me. Didn't you want to seduce me? You're clever, pretending to take a selfie with someone else's photo, making me think you were the woman in the picture." With each word he spoke, Ruan Baiju's face grew paler. In the end, Fu Ming looked at Ruan Li, his tone softening a bit. "But fortunately, because of you, this counterfeit, I met the real her, who is even more beautiful than in the photo." Ruan Baiju's eyes widened in disbelief. The heir had kissed her and invited her to dance, only to mistake her for Ruan Li? The onlookers gasped. What a twist. The harm wasn't too great, but the insult was severe. Everyone began to discuss which wealthy family Ruan Li belonged to. Because Ruan's mother disliked Ruan Li being raised in the countryside and not being presentable, she rarely brought her to such gatherings, so not many recognized Ruan Li. However, Jiang Siyan's brothers knew her. They all turned to look at Jiang Siyan, and Jiang Siyan's gaze crossed the crowd, clearly landing on Ruan Li's face. He froze. If she was Ruan Li, then who was the one he had been dancing with? Jiang Siyan's gaze fell on the face in his arms, slowly raising his hand to remove her mask. Underneath the mask was a face he knew all too well. "And Xiangnan? Why is it you?" And Xiangnan was stunned. "Who did you think it was?" "Of course it's Ruan Li. Why are you wearing a dress of this color?" As he thought back to when he was dancing with Xiangnan, he had exchanged glances with someone who had revealed a hint of a mocking smile. Jiang Siyan's heart sank. That person was Ruan Li. And Jiang Siyan's question completely shattered Xiangnan's fantasy. She thought Jiang Siyan was dancing with her because he had physical feelings for her, but unexpectedly, he had mistaken her for someone else. She clenched her fists and asked aggrievedly, "Then who else is worthy of wearing this color? Ruan Li? What do you think of me?" "Of course. You're like a brother." The word brother almost made Xiangnan cry. She grabbed Jiang Siyan's hand. "Ah, see, are you still angry that I went abroad back then? You know, that was because my father was reported by jealous people, and I had to go abroad for refuge." She wanted to say more, but at that moment, the voice of the heir of the Fu family rang out in the center of the dance floor. "This beautiful lady, to express my apology, may I invite you to dance?" He was inviting Ruan Li to dance. Damn it. Jiang Siyan couldn't care less about what Xiangnan was saying and walked towards the center of the dance floor. But the next second, a hand grabbed him. "Mom? You can't go. Are you asking me to give Ruan Li to the Fu family?" The rest of her words were cut off by Mrs. Jiang, who waved her hand, and 2 bodyguards came forward. "Young master has asthma. Take him to rest." "Yes." Jiang Siyan's pupils constricted as he looked at his mother in disbelief. No matter how he struggled, he was firmly restrained by the 2 bodyguards and forcibly taken out of the banquet hall. Witnessing this scene, Xiangnan smiled bitterly. "I see. If you really like Ruan Li, then I'm willing to let you go." She walked over to Mrs. Fu, just in time to hear Mrs. Fu asking the ladies beside her, "Who is this girl?" "She is an employee of the Fu family," and Xiangnan said. Mrs. Fu turned to her. And you are? And Shengnan replied calmly. Hello, Mrs. Fu, I am in Shengnan. I want to use the Fu family's new drone to clear the way for an ambulance. I know you. Jiang Li smiled on the surface. Good child, come sit by me. No, I only came to tell you that this girl is named Ruan Li. She once took credit for saving someone with the drone to get close to young Master Fu and was eventually fired by the Jiang family. I don't know what method she used, but now she has become an intern at the Fu family. In the center of the dance floor, Ruan Li did not accept Fu Ming's invitation. A glance revealed in Shengnan beside Jiang Li. She couldn't hear what they were talking about, but the comments told her everything. Little sister is so kind. She deliberately told Mrs. Fu that Ruan Li is a scheming woman, so Mrs. Fu wouldn't agree to young Master Fu dating Ruan Li. She wants to bring the male lead and female supporting character together. If she were really kind, would she take credit for the female supporting character? Damn, and Shengnan is doing it on purpose, using the guise of bringing the male lead together to slander the female supporting character. It makes me so angry. Indeed. From across the crowd, Ruan Li saw Mrs. Fu casting a look of disgust at her. What a scheming girl. Such a seductive woman. I will not allow her to enter my house. Jiang Li raised her voice so that everyone could hear. This sentence is equivalent to passing judgment on Ruan Li, foxy and scheming. The expressions of the crowd looking at Ruan Li changed slightly. Jiang Li raised her red lips, pretending to be casual, and said to Madame Jiang, My son is still young, and there are some matters that require us mothers to oversee. In my opinion, the partner for our Fu family's cooperation in Haicheng must be the Jiang family. Madame Jiang's daughter is beautiful and sensible. I really like her. Fu Ming's expression stiffened. He didn't dare to defy his mother and retracted his hand that was inviting Ruan Li. Meanwhile, Ruan Li lowered her head. She did not argue, her eyelashes drooping. Like a butterfly with broken wings, beautiful yet quiet. The barrage of comments expressed frustration. Female supporting character, stand up for yourself. This is the first time I've seen a cowardly female supporting character. Where's the spirit you had when splashing paint on Ruan Baozhu? Speechless. Just as the barrage was anxiously commenting, a clear and lazy male voice rang out. And Jiang, are you going to make decisions for me? Chapter 41. She has always been pretending to be well-behaved. Ruan Li's eyelashes trembled slightly, suppressing the waves in her eyes. Even the barrage did not notice that the corners of her lips had slightly curled up. At the banquet venue, everyone looked towards the entrance. They saw a tall man slowly walking out of the shadows, his mask gleaming with a cold light, slicing through the darkness. The guests whispered to each other, speculating about the identity of this person, and when the man walked up to them, they couldn't help but be intimidated by his aura, automatically stepping back. Shi Yu walked straight to Ruan Li's side. Didn't you have a mouth? You seemed to hear a familiar voice, and Ruan Li raised her eyes. Her apricot eyes filled with surprise. This expression made Shi Yu's previously gathered anger dissipate a bit. So clumsy and cowardly. He really didn't know what kind of suffocating life she had lived before. Just as her trembling red lips were about to call out his name, Shi Yu grasped her delicate wrist and, without giving her a chance to resist, pulled her in front of Jiang Li. The crowd that had gathered automatically parted to make way. Ruan Baozhu was confused, only knowing that a man suddenly appeared to help Ruan Li out of the predicament. She was unwilling to back down. Immediately, she blocked the two. Who are you? This is the Fu family's banquet. What right do you have to speak so arrogantly as a guest? Shi Yu slowed his pace, his cold gaze sweeping over the already trembling Fu Ming. His thin lips curling into a cold sneer. Take care of your woman. In an instant, Fu Ming's face turned pale. He immediately lowered his head. Brother, I was wrong. He then pulled Ruan Baozhu back and shouted, Get out of the way. What right do you have to speak here? Apologize to your brother. Brother? Ruan Baozhu stiffly turned her head, her gaze meeting the chilling eyes beneath the man's cold mask, and she suddenly realized. In an instant, her face turned pale, and her legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. The young master. The people present were also perceptive. In just a few words, they understood the chaotic relationship. The person in front of them was the true young master of the Fu family. The barrage suddenly increased. Wow, the real young master has arrived. My fantasy has come true. Wait, this young master's voice sounds a bit familiar. Seems like it's Shi Yu. Wow, it really does sound like him. Male model turned young master of the capital? Among those present, apart from the Fu family, not many were familiar with Shi Yu. Jiang Siyan, having been his roommate for 4 years, could naturally recognize Shi Yu's voice. But he had long been taken away, facing the sudden appearance of the true young master. Everyone turned to look at Madame Fu. When Jiang Li saw Fu Shi Yu, she could hardly maintain her composure. She forced a smile. Xiao Yu, what you said is nonsense. I just saw some negative news about you online recently and was worried about you being deceived, wanting to help you oversee things. As she spoke, Jiang Li subtly glanced at Ruan Li. Fu Shi Yu remained indifferent. Is that so? It seems I need to thank Aunt Jiang. Saying this, his cold gaze swept over the people present, landing on the sky-blue Ru porcelain, his thin lips curling into a faint sneer. Wang Ying, smash it. Yes. Wang Ying nodded. Before anyone could react, the Ru porcelain shattered with a sound. Jiang Li's heart sank. Meanwhile, Ruan's mother screamed, "This is an antique, a Song Dynasty Ru porcelain." Fu Shiyu's expression was cold as he waved his hand, signaling Wang Ying to leave. The scene fell into a terrifying silence. Those who had originally gathered around Madame Fu, trying to curry favor, quickly retreated, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Only Xiangnan remained unperturbed. She was not familiar with Shi Yu, having only seen him a few times and couldn't recognize his voice. She looked up, staring directly into the eyes beneath the mask, and mustered the courage to say, "Young Master Fu, after all, Madame Fu is your stepmother. No matter how angry you are, you shouldn't ruin her birthday banquet. Filial piety is paramount." Countless eyes were fixed on them. Once labeled as unfilial, it would be sensationalized by the media. Even the young master would be criticized. It might even shake his status as the heir. Jiang Li cast a deep glance at Xiangnan, very satisfied with her. The Jiang family also reacted. The young master of the Fu family had no intention of cooperating with the Jiang family, while Madame Fu hoped for a marriage alliance with them. Madame Jiang was a shrewd woman. In just a second, she took her stand. She added, "What a pity. There are only 65 pieces of Song Ru that have survived to this day. Each piece is a historical treasure, a gem of Huaxia. Even modern technology cannot replicate the elegance of the Song dynasty. Now, what has been destroyed, it truly is a pity." In an instant, the guests began to express their regrets. The Chinese treasure, which has survived to this day, is difficult to come by, yet it was ruthlessly smashed. It is not hard to imagine what kind of attacks Fu Shiyu would face once this news leaked online. "That is fake." A sweet voice broke the silence. Everyone was astonished and looked towards Ruan Li, who spoke. Even Fu Shiyu looked at her. Ruan Li picked up a piece of broken porcelain and shook her head. "This is a replica. Young Master Fu doesn't want Madame Fu to be deceived. Smashing the replica is out of a sense of filial piety." Ruan's mother could not sit still. "Xiaoli, what are you talking about? Madame Jiang personally authenticated this piece. How could it be fake?" Madame Jiang nodded. "Yes. I can assure you this Song Ru is genuine. It absolutely cannot be fake." And Xiangnan echoed, "Senior, even if you work under young Master Fu, you can't call a deer a horse." Ruan Li shook her head. "After the rain, the sky clears and the clouds break. This replica is poorly made. Many present are experts in cultural relics and even masters in archaeology. It's easy to tell if it's real or fake." Fu Shiyu's lips curled up. Rarely, she was no longer so cowardly. He instructed Wang Ying, "Do as she says." Wang Ying nodded and immediately had someone pick up the fragments to bring for identification. Among them was an archaeological master. She only took one look and said, "This young lady is right." Ruan's mother became anxious. "Professor Sun, did you make a mistake?" Hearing someone question her expertise, Professor Sun was not angry. She explained, "Looking at the surface of this Ru porcelain, it may be indistinguishable from a fake. But from the fractured surface, the genuine article has a body quality like fragrant ash, delicate, with a slight red hue. However, this piece is pale in body color and has a thick glaze layer. Even a beginner can tell its authenticity at a glance." After this explanation, even laypeople could see the difference. It really is a fake. Madame Jiang, who claimed to be an expert in identifying treasures, couldn't even tell this apart. Just a facade. Fishing for fame. Hearing the discussions, Madame Zhang's scalp tingled. She thought she had caught the young master's handle to gain favor in front of Madame Fu. Unexpectedly, she had shot herself in the foot. This time, she had probably offended the young master severely. She immediately shifted the blame to Ruan's mother, glaring at her. Madame Ruan, how could you gift a fake? Ruan's mother's brows furrowed in anger, staring at Ruan Li, nearly bursting with rage. She understood. Their whole family had been set up by Ruan Li. When Ruan Li returned with the box yesterday, she deliberately acted mysteriously to lead them into the trap. In fact, it was a plan to exchange the fake for the real. They spent all day hunting geese, only to be caught by the geese. Mrs. Ruan was furious. She misjudged the situation and thought Ruan Li was easy to handle. Right now, relying on the power of the heir of the Fu family. She couldn't vent her frustration and could only suppress it in her heart, nearly spitting blood. And Shuangjie also didn't expect the vase to be fake. But since she had sided with Madame Fu, she couldn't easily change her stance. After thinking for a moment, she spoke up. Fortunately, Mr. Fu is well informed. It was our oversight. However, while the vase is easy to identify, human hearts are hard to gauge. The young lady beside you used to work for the Jiang family and was recently fired for fraudulently claiming credit for saving someone. I wonder how she managed to get a job at Fu's. Shi Yu shot her a glance. What are you? This was quite unceremonious. And Shuangjie was taken aback. She was a frequent topic on trending searches these days and a key figure in promoting Fu's new products. How could the heir of the Fu family not recognize her? Jiang Li stepped in. Shi Yu, this young lady is your great contributor. It was she who used Fu's drone to clear the way for the ambulance. Oh, Shi Yu said indifferently. She's the fraud. Chapter 42. Slap in the face fraud? This statement stunned everyone present, and Shuangjie nearly lost her footing. Mr. Fu, what did you say? Shi Yu's voice was cold. The one who operated the drone to clear the way for the ambulance is not you. He lifted his eyelids and looked at Ruan Li. It's her. This statement shocked everyone even more. Mrs. Ruan was first taken aback, then shook her head. How is that possible? Your Highness, are you mistaken? Madame Jiang could no longer sit still. She raised her eyebrows and asked in Shuangjie, is that true? No. And Shuangjie revealed an injured expression. Then she turned to Shi Yu. Mr. Fu, did you only listen to the one-sided story of that mother and daughter in the ambulance? They were bribed. That's right. I've heard about this matter too, Jiang Li said. Her gaze swept over Shi Yu holding Ruan Li's hand, raising her eyebrows. Then, she lowered her eyes and spoke affectionately. Shi Yu, the management company cannot be emotional. There are some things I can't conveniently say because, after all, I am a stepmother. If I interfere too much, you might find it annoying. If I interfere too little, others might think I am not responsible. It's truly difficult. But today, I must say one thing. Regardless of your relationship with the young lady beside you, you cannot be blinded by infatuation and be biased. Blinded by infatuation? Shi Yu smiled. Turning to stare at Ruan Li, you should thank Madame Fu. She praised you for being beautiful. Ruan Li shyly smiled. Thank you, Madame Fu. You are beautiful too. No wonder Mr. Fu would be blinded by infatuation. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the room froze. Everyone widened their eyes, thinking they had misheard. Yet Ruan Li looked sincere, appearing like an honest person, leading people to believe she was illiterate rather than suspecting her of sarcasm. A low chuckle broke the silence. Shi Yu laughed, realizing for the first time that Ruan Li had a talent for making biting remarks. He elongated his tone. Did your Chinese teacher teach you? Though it was a reprimand, it was filled with affection. This made the Ruan family secretly uneasy. They had no idea when Ruan Li had climbed up to the heir of the Fu family. Had they known this earlier, they might have treated Ruan Li better. Meanwhile, Ruan Baozhu clenched her fists, nearly grinding her silver teeth to dust. Ruan Li looked confused. Shi Yu said meaningfully, Madame Fu is saying that we do not have a normal relationship. What do you think our relationship is? Ruan Li's expression momentarily blanked, looking not very clever. After a while, she replied to Jiang Li, Madame Fu, you misunderstood. I have a fiancé. Shi Yu was sharp-eyed and perceptive. I was able to work at Fu's. And I must thank Mr. Fu. He will surely inherit his family's legacy. Madame Fu felt a headache coming on. Was she not illiterate anymore? Indeed, that previous line about being blinded by infatuation was deliberate. Normally, having Shi Yu as a source of irritation was enough. What kind of person was this girl? Jiang Li coldly remarked, flattering and lying. It's obvious you bribed that mother and daughter to deceive everyone. My sister did not lie. A clear child's voice rang out. A little girl was seen pushing a wheelchair over. Ruan Li recognized her. It was Dodo and her mother. Dodo's mother sat in the wheelchair, looking much better than when she was in the hospital. She wore a plain white cotton shirt, which made her dark face shine, simple and unadorned. In stark contrast to the glamorous crowd at the banquet, whispers quietly arose. Who are they? They seem to be the mother and daughter who were rescued that day. How they come here? Oh my, even my nanny wouldn't wear those clothes. A room full of gentlemen and ladies were curious about these two who did not belong to their social class. After all, it was rare to see such plain people in the circles they frequented. Madame Fu looked disdainful. From afar, she could smell the poverty emanating from the mother and daughter. Today was her birthday banquet, and all her guests were prominent figures in Haiqing. It was not a place where just anyone could enter. She frowned. Who are you? Facing the crowd's gaze, Dodo felt a bit shy. Dodo's mother, however, looked calm and gentle as she smiled at Ruan Li. Today, I came to thank Miss Ruan. Ruan Li quickly shook her head. It was just a small effort. Before she could finish, and Shuangjie stepped in front of Dodo's mother. She said, Auntie, if you encounter difficulties in life, I can help you. I can also sponsor Dodo's education. If your illness affects your farming, I can help you find a job in the city. But as a mother, you should educate your daughter not to take ill-gotten gains. Otherwise, what will happen when Dodo grows up and becomes a girl full of lies? And Shuangjie spoke grandly, as if the light of justice was shining down. The comments were speechless. Is the female lead really trying to tempt this mother and daughter in public? I'm completely disappointed in the female lead. How could the female lead say such things? Didn't she go abroad because her father was investigated? How can she have the audacity to educate others? What? Is this real? Yes, I'm watching it for the second time. I didn't notice this detail before. I only knew that the younger sister wrote in her diary that her sky had fallen, and later found out it was because her father was arrested. Her sky has fallen, but our sky has brightened. Wait, why do I feel that the woman in the wheelchair looks a bit familiar? Yes, Ruan Li also found Dodo's mother familiar. Dodo, in a flash, Ruan Li remembered. The lady before her was Feng Qiuxian, a well-known domestic soybean cultivation scholar who had appeared in publications multiple times, under the premise that the country relied 80 on soybean imports. She broke through domestic technical bottlenecks to achieve efficient mass production and has been tirelessly working towards the goal of firmly holding our own rice bowls, also known as the mother of soybeans. On the other hand, and Shuangjie continued, Auntie, poverty is not your fault. I just hope you can speak the truth and not make another mistake. Ruan Li could no longer listen. She stepped in front of Dodo and her mother, introducing, This is Ms. Feng Qiuxian. And Shuangjie and the others present had never heard this name. Senior sister, you still say you didn't bribe them. Otherwise, how would you know this auntie's name? If you're wrong, you're wrong. I hope she can publicly admit her mistake. Before Ruan Li could say anything, an elderly voice interrupted. Yes, she was wrong. Ruan Li turned around. The speaker was Professor Sun, a renowned archaeologist. Professor Sun was no longer gentle. With sharp eyes, he looked at Shuangjie. She was wrong. Wrong for letting people like you eat too well. Chapter 43, She is Jiang Siyuan's fiancé. Discussions arose among the crowd. Feng Qiuxian? Who is that? An entrepreneur? A celebrity? Or an internet influencer? It seemed familiar, but there was no real impression. At that moment, two public officials entered the door, dressed in military green uniforms, followed by two police officers. One of the female officers approached Shuangjie and showed her badge. Ms. Shuangjie, please come with us. And Shuangjie was bewildered. You have the wrong person, right? The female officer replied. And Shuangjie, female, 21 years old, has spread rumors online, causing negative impacts on Ms. Feng Qiuxian. Only then didn't Shuangjie panic. But she still didn't understand who this Feng Qiuxian was. She had never heard of her. Could she be the original wife of some big shot? Shi Yu's lips pressed together, turning to Wang Ying. Make her understand clearly. Wang Ying nodded. Ms. Feng Qiuxian is a national-level soybean breeding expert, enjoying the country's top research resources and lifelong honorary protection. She took this vacation to accompany her daughter Dodo for her 12th birthday. Unexpectedly, there was an accident in the field, and the organization only contacted Ms. Feng yesterday, immediately sending a specialist from the northwest to take care of her. As Wang Ying spoke, he looked at Xiangnan. As for your claim that someone bribed Ms. Feng with a gold bracelet, that is even more absurd. The gold bracelet for Dodo was a gift from Ms. Feng, given out of guilt for not being able to accompany her daughter often. It was personally carved by Ms. Feng over 6 months, featuring a little snake. You have misappropriated Miss Ruan Li's credit, spread rumors, tarnished Ms. Feng's image, and caused negative public opinion towards the Fu family. We reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Ruan Li. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. So that was her name. It sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Meanwhile, Xiangnan's eyes widened suddenly. If she had known that the person in the ambulance had such a background, she would never have lied about being bribed by Ruan Li. Now, she had nowhere to retreat. I was wrong. I shouldn't have speculated about Ms. Feng. But at that time, she was unconscious in the ambulance, and everything that happened was relayed by Dodo. A child's words are always unreliable. And Xiangnan was sure that no one had captured the scene of Ruan Li saving her. The dashcam in the car had already been destroyed by Guang, leaving no evidence. As long as there was no evidence, she would still be a contributor to the Fu family. Dodo, hearing this, immediately shook her head. I didn't lie. And Xiangnan patiently said, Sister didn't say you lied, just that children's imaginations are very rich, which can affect normal judgment. Dodo was a bit anxious. That's not it. A cold mockery rang out. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Shi Yu took out a disc. This is the surveillance footage I had someone get from the traffic police team. He handed it to Wang Ying, who projected it onto the large screen at the banquet. As the image zoomed in, it was clear to see that throughout the entire incident, Ruan Li was controlling the drone and coordinating communications. And before the ambulance arrived, and Xiangnan and Manager Chun had already gotten out of the car, the video ended. The truth was revealed. Mrs. Jiang gritted her teeth and slapped Xiangnan across the face. You dare to lie to me? And Xiangnan turned pale. No, this is fabricated. Shi Yu said leisurely. Are you saying that the traffic police collaborated to fake this? And Xiangnan stared at the public officials beside her. Her momentum weakened, but she still denied it. She secretly messaged Jiang Siyan, asking him to come over. Only he could save her now. And Xiangnan tried to buy time, saying if you don't believe me, I can call Manager Chun right now. He was in the car at the time. As she spoke, she dialed the phone. Manager Chun, please tell everyone. Did you see me using the drone to help the ambulance clear the way on Monday? Although Manager Chun had been fired, he was still dreaming of being reinstated. As soon as he heard that the future princess needed him, he immediately said, That's right, I can testify. Shi Yu's thin lips curled into a smirk. Another accomplice? And Xiangnan, just as the atmosphere grew tense, Ruan Li pursed her lips and took out a recording. At that time, I recorded audio in the car to quickly obtain my internship certificate. I heard that recordings can't count as evidence, so I didn't bring it out. The police stated, as long as the recording was obtained through legal means, it counts as evidence. Ruan Li nodded and then played the recording. At this moment, Jiang Siyan arrived late. He stood at the door, hearing Ruan Li's voice clearly coming from the speaker. Ruan Li, Manager, the traffic light at the intersection is broken. Guang, how do you drive? Can't you check the traffic conditions in advance? Guang's voice was impatient. Jiang Siyan was taken aback. Even though Guang had been fired, this was the first time he heard Guang's private attitude towards Ruan Li. The recording continued. Ruan Li, there's a drone in the car. I can use the drone to communicate with the driver and clear path. It won't delay the report to the Fu family. Guang, no way. If something happens, who will take responsibility? Missin and I will take a taxi from Small Road. As for the report to the Fu family. In the recording, another voice was heard. It was in Xiangnan. And Xiangnan, I can report. I'm a blogger. I think this is also a plus for the client. Ruan Li was a bit anxious, no? This project is something I've been preparing for 6 months. It's very important to me. And Xiangnan sighed. Sister Ruan, I know you girls like to fuss, but now is not the time for you to throw a tantrum. Manager Chin flattered. Exactly. Look at Miss Sin's perspective. You should learn from her. The recording ended. Everyone present showed a look of disbelief. Especially the young ladies, after hearing it, were so angry they laughed. Such a pure and genuine man tea is rare. And you girls like to fuss, isn't she a woman? She worked hard on this project for half a year, and on her first day it was snatched away? How shameless can she be? One young lady walked up to Ruan Li. I'm so mad. How could people be so cowardly? If it were me, I would have started tearing into them long ago. You can endure until now. You really are a pushover. You follow me from now on, got it? The young lady said, slapping Ruan Li's shoulder, pulling her into an embrace. This person will be protected by me in the future. No one can bully her, understand? Ruan Li. With two pieces of evidence in front of them, the truth was solidified. Even if Shuangjie wanted to deny it, no one would believe her anymore. The police detained Shuangjie for fabricating facts and defaming others, and contacted Shuangjie again. We have tracked your location. Shortly, my colleague will take you away. Shuangjie. He screamed in fear on the other end of the line. Listen, help me. I'm working for you. You are young Master Zhang's fiancé. You must have a way to save me. This drew laughter from the young lady. She snatched the phone and said, What are you babbling about? When did Jiang Siyan's fiancé become Shuangjie? I clearly remember her name is Ruan Li. Chapter 44, just when the mistress, was being shameless. The young lady was still pondering what the name of the girl who was engaged to the Jiang family was when she heard commotion in the crowd. Ruan Li's frail body swayed slightly under the lights and then fell down. The young lady was startled, thinking that her earlier pat on the shoulder had knocked her out. She murmured, I didn't use much strength, and hurriedly reached out to help Ruan Li. But a pair of strong arms got to her first, catching the fainted Ruan Li in their embrace. It was Shi Yu. Shi Yu's lips pressed together as he carried her horizontally, commanding in a deep voice, Wang Ying, prepare the car. Yes, not far away. Ruan Li's mother saw her daughter faint and felt worried, rushing forward. A cold voice sounded from above, get lost. Ruan Mu was taken aback, realizing she was blocking the way. When she met the gloomy, ghostly eyes beneath the mask, she was startled and quickly stepped aside, watching as the heir of the Fu family carried Ruan Li away. Due to this unexpected turn of events, no one cared about who Jiang Siyan's fiancé was anymore. Mrs. Fu, seeing her carefully prepared birthday banquet in disarray, felt frustrated and left with a flick of her sleeve. On the other end of the phone, after hearing the uncommon surname Ruan, a name immediately floated to Shuangjie's mind. Ruan Li, he shouted. You mean Jiang Shao's fiancé is Ruan Li? The phone was still in the hands of the young lady, and reminded by a shout, she slapped her forehead and said, Yes, that's the name. After getting confirmation, Shuangjie's eyes widened in disbelief. Ruan Li was actually Jiang Shao's fiancé, the one who arrived at work the earliest and left the latest. The one who was always amiable and had no temper, the one he ordered around and used to get his internship certificate, was actually the biggest insider in the company. The future young mistress of the Jiang family? After the shock, a torrent of regret hit him. Not only could he not return to work at Zhang's, but he had also gotten himself into a heap of trouble. Shuangjie cursed at his phone, and Shuangjie, how dare you deceive me? If it weren't for helping you, how could I possibly commit perjury? How could I offend the young mistress of the Jiang family? Bitch, you filthy bitch. And Shuangjie heard it, under everyone's gaze. Humiliation engulfed her. But at that moment, she had already been handcuffed and taken to the police station. Doctor, how is she? Outside the ward. The doctor put away the stethoscope and reassured Fu Xiao. The patient's bodily functions are fine. She fainted due to prolonged stress and fatigue, along with mild anemia. When she wakes up, she needs to pay attention to her diet, relax her mind and body, and avoid strenuous exercise. Fu Xiu responded with an MMM. After the doctor left, only the two of them remained in the ward. After a night of full-body examinations, it was already early the next day. The sky was lightening. Fu Xiu walked to the bedside, looking at the pale, sleeping face on the hospital bed, intending to buy breakfast. But just as he turned around, his hand was grabbed. Ruan Li seemed to be caught in a nightmare, her eyes tightly shut, her cold hands gripping his tightly. Her slender back arched, and her legs curled up in front of her, like a fetus curled up in the womb. Don't go! Don't leave me alone. Fu Xiu froze, until Ruan Li's breathing gradually stabilized and the daylight outside brightened. He slowly withdrew his already numb and stiff hand to buy breakfast for Ruan Li. The door closed gently. On the hospital bed, Ruan Li opened her eyes, clarity in her gaze. When Fu Xiu returned with breakfast and saw Ruan Li awake, she was messaging someone, a smile floating on her lips that she didn't even realize she had. Upon seeing him return, her smile retracted, and she awkwardly said, "Mr. Fu. Fu Shi Yu baozid. Komeit." Ruan Li didn't dare move, carefully saying, "Mr. Fu, if I offended you before, I hope you can overlook it. As for the 500,000 from the last rich lady, no, from President Yao, and the brooch from President Su, I will return them to you. We can consider it settled." Listening to her polite yet fearful tone, Fu Shiyu curled his lips, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. He asked, "You want to return the 10,000 you spent on me?" Huh? Ruan Li's face flushed. "No need. That was an accident. We're already even. Is that so?" Fu Shiyu stepped forward, his tall figure enveloping Ruan Li. He leaned down, close to her ear. "That time, only you enjoyed yourself. How are we even? Are you going to give it back to me?" The word give was said very lightly. Ruan Li shivered as if scalded by that word. She lowered her head, rubbing her sleeves. "That was an accident. I have a fiancé." "Okay." Fu Shiyu sneered, handing her a cup of soy milk with a straw. "Just consider me a shameless mistress, eager to serve you. Is that all right?" Ruan Li held the warm soy milk, sipping it slowly. Fu Shiyu stood at the dining table, unwrapping the Xilong Bao. Watching his long, agile fingers, Ruan Li didn't know what to think and nearly buried her face in the cup. This subtle action was caught by Fu Shiyu. In the middle of this, Ruan Li's phone rang. She replied to the message, a smile blooming on her lips, revealing shallow dimples. Fu Shiyu felt inexplicably displeased. "Who is it?" Ruan Li shyly smiled. "It's my fiancé. He asked me to go out on Friday." Before she finished speaking, a cold pair of lips sealed her words. The man's physique was impressive, and even through the shirt, she could feel the hardness of his muscles. Ruan Li momentarily lost her senses, then quickly regained them, trying to push him away. But the man's chest was solid. The more she pushed, the more aggressively he kissed her. Ruan Li felt like she couldn't breathe, her eyes misting up. "Mr. Fu." Finally finding a moment to speak, she managed to get the words out. But the moment she did, her face turned even redder. The barrage of comments suddenly increased. At this moment, why call him Mr. Fu? Call him husband. Ruan's voice is so sweet. It's like a fantasy. My ship has come true. Heaven, kill me to cheer them on. Fu Shiyu stared at the face leaning against him, his Adam's apple bobbing, various unspeakable images flooding his mind. Ruan Li looked at his dangerous eyes, slowly retreating, and whispered, I'm hungry. Coincidentally, Fu Shiyu's gaze deepened, his palm pressing against Ruan Li's waist, suddenly pulling her back into his embrace. "I'm hungry too." His long fingers lightly tapped the table. "Should we eat breakfast first, or—" His hand fell on her belt. Amidst Ruan Li's nervous breathing, Fu Shiyu chuckled darkly, slipping a candy from his pocket into her lips. Ruan Li was taken aback. "What do you think it is?" Fu Shiyu's eyes were filled with amusement as he peeled the candy wrapper and brought it to Ruan Li's lips. Ruan Li fell silent, her cheeks full with the candy. Fu Shiyu laughed. "You're really something," all puffed up. Ruan Li froze, almost biting her tongue. Was it him who was acting strangely, or was it her overthinking? Chapter 45. Meeting your fiancé. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks at the door broke the intimate atmosphere. The first rays of morning sunlight spilled into the hospital corridor. Jiang Siyan stood outside the ward, holding a thermal food container. Ruan, it's me." His eyes had faint dark circles. After Fu Xiao took Ruan Li away yesterday, no one knew which hospital they went to. Jiang Siyan used his connections and finally found Ruan Li's hospitalization information in a private hospital. He specially had the housekeeper make porridge to bring to Ruan Li early in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking twice, no one inside responded, but he could hear rustling sounds. Jiang Siyan tried to turn the doorknob. The next second, the door opened. Upon seeing two entangled figures on the hospital bed, Jiang Siyan's pupils suddenly constricted. Without thinking, he swung his fist towards the man. "Who the hell are you? How dare you touch my girlfriend? I'll kill you." "What do you mean your girlfriend?" "This is my wife." Jiang Siyan was momentarily stunned, his gaze crossing the man's shoulder to see a woman huddled on the hospital bed, revealing a stranger's face between the blankets. Bang! The man swung his fist and hit Jiang Siyan in the face. Jiang Siyan, however, suddenly laughed. The man, damn, he's a crazy person. Jiang Siyan, with a bruised eye, left the ward, turning back to see the patient's name was Ruan Li. No wonder the assistant got it wrong. After all, Ruan Li liked him so much. How could she be with someone else? Moreover, it's rumored that the young master of the Fu family has always kept himself clean. And the reason he cares about Ruan Li is merely because she holds the title of a meritorious minister. Carrying Ruan Li to the hospital is just a commercial show. Jiang Siyan took out his phone and questioned his assistant. What have you done? The sound of high heels clicking came from behind. A hurried woman passed by him. Judging by her outfit, she was a sales assistant from a luxury brand, carrying 2 bags full of items, and knocked on the door of the opposite hospital room. Jiang Siyan glanced at her and then withdrew his gaze, continuing on the phone, find someone else. Knock, knock, knock. Shi Yu stood up and opened the door. Ruan Li looked out curiously and saw a sales assistant walk in, both hands carrying full shopping bags. Sir, I brought the clothes you needed. As she spoke, the sales assistant turned to Ruan Li with a friendly smile. Since I'm not sure of your lingerie size, I brought a variety. However, based on my estimation, you should be. Would you like me to help you try them on? No, it's fine. Ruan Li glanced at Shi Yu in the room and quickly interrupted the sales assistant. The sales assistant nodded and left, taking away the other lingerie, leaving only what was suitable for Ruan Li. Ruan Li showed a hint of embarrassment. Shi Yu cleared his throat. You change, I'll step outside. Ruan Li whispered. That's not what I meant. What? You want me to help you? Shi Yu smirked. Ruan Li shook her head, her face slightly pale. Where's my dress from yesterday? Although the padding from yesterday was no longer sticky, it should still suffice for a day. And he took it. Shi Yu said. Ruan Li reacted, knowing he was referring to Yaoing. She shifted her gaze back to the box with the new lingerie and pursed her lips. Do you have a cleanliness obsession? Shi Yu asked. No. She grew up in the countryside. Although her adoptive mother didn't require her to help, she would voluntarily assist with farm work. Coming home dust-covered, what cleanliness obsession could there be? It was when she first returned to the Ruan family that Ruan Baozhu played a trick on her, tampering with the lingerie prepared by Ruan's mother. After wearing it, she had a severe allergic reaction. Since then, for any new intimate items, she would wash them herself first. Otherwise, she would feel itchy. The doctor said it was a psychological issue that she could only overcome on her own. Ruan Li thought, anyway, she would only wear it for a short while. It shouldn't be a big deal. Putting that matter aside, her eyes moved, and she remembered another thing. What about in Shengnan? Caught, detained for 5 days. Ruan Li asked softly, can we not pursue her anymore? What? I don't want to pursue her anymore. She repeated. Shi Yu laughed in anger. The Notre Dame de Paris has collapsed, and you have nowhere to go. How about sitting on a Leshan giant Buddha? Not just Shi Yu. The bullet comments were also shocked. Female supporting character, what are you saying? The young master scolded well. Keep scolding. Must wake up this saintly brain. This is the first time I've encountered such a pathetic female supporting character. It makes me angry. I beg you. Ruan Li raised her head. The first time she pleaded with him. Reason. Ruan Li lowered her eyes. If she is detained, someone will worry. Shi Yu didn't understand, but the bullet comments did. Is the female supporting character afraid Jiang Siyan will worry? The female supporting character's logic, not wanting her fiancé to worry about the mistress. So she chooses to forgive the mistress. Great, she's not a saint, but a worse love-struck brain. We're doomed. Female supporting character, wake up. That kind of scumbag Jiang Siyan. Are you going to keep him around for the new year? Is Fu the young master not handsome enough? Not rich enough? Or is he not good enough? Shi Yu's gaze turned slightly cold. Ruan Li, you want to forgive someone who stole your credit, slandered you, and tarnished your reputation, right? Yes. Shi Yu gritted his teeth. Aren't you angry? Ruan Li forced a smile, her gaze desolate. Yes, so I haven't blamed you for deceiving me, young master. Shi Yu's heart sank suddenly. Then he scoffed coldly and turned to leave. Just as Ruan Li thought he was going to leave, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. After about 5 minutes, Shi Yu came out, his hands damp, holding the new lingerie. He said coldly, you take a rest today, I'll call you off work. I've washed the clothes, wait until they dry, and then change yourself. The bullet comments surged again. What has the female supporting character turned the young master into? The young master of the Beijing circle is coldly washing underwear. Is this right? Yes, yes, yes. Love watching. He loves it. Am I the only one who thinks the female supporting character is pretending to be kind? Acting in front of Fu, the young master, to gain favor? Disgusting. Looking at the broad back of Shi Yu hanging the clothes. Ruan Li just happened to see the last bullet comment. The corners of her lips slightly lifted. The compassion and deep feelings on her face hadn't faded. But upon seeing the words in Shengnan, her bright brows revealed a hint of indifference, and her whole face fell into a contradictory beauty, as if she saw prey entering a trap. And the next second, as if in a delusion, Ruan Li blushed and stood up. Mr. Fu, I could do it myself. This isn't appropriate. Shi Yu ignored her, coldly hanging the clothes. After a while, he finally spoke. Friday night, I'll take you to a place to meet my friend. Ah, that time doesn't tea work well. Ruan Li said softly. I have plans this Friday. Cancel it. Shi Yu said coldly. But I already promised my fiancé to go camping with him and his brothers. Once again with this excuse. Shi Yu cursed internally. His smile grew colder as he grabbed Ruan Li's wrist. All right, what time? Where? Just in time for me to meet your fiancé. Chapter 46. Breaking up with him after Ruan Li left the hospital, she didn't return to the marriage house or the Ruan family, but stayed at her best friend's house. During this time, her best friend was busy with a virtual boyfriend project. In the evening, Ruan Li wanted to talk to her, but as soon as she started, her best friend fell asleep. Ruan Li silently set her phone to silent. From last night to today, the Ruan family and Jiang Siyan had been trying to contact her, but she didn't answer a single call, until Ruan's mother mentioned the household registration book and said to let Ruan Baozhu bring it to her. She replied with a simple okay. Before going to bed, Ruan Li received a message from Jiang Siyan. Jiang Siyan, I'll pick you up after work tomorrow, and then we'll go camping together. Ruan Li, okay. What are you wearing? I'm afraid I'll recognize you wrong. Jiang Siyan sent a photo. Black windbreaker, light-colored jeans. Ruan Li, is anyone else going? Jiang Siyan, go Junjun. Zhao Shun, and your brother and Baozhu. They said they wanted to bring you something, so I invited them along. Jiang Siyan, Yugo is also going to bring his girlfriend, but he is not going anymore. Ruan Li's eyes moved. Days ago, several bullet comments caught her attention. The camping plot is coming. I'm rewatching. Ruan Li pushed the mistress into the water while camping. The mistress got hurt, and the male lead was extremely distressed. Scolded a lot, and took the mistress into the tent to apply medicine, leaving Ruan Li outside. The mistress is particularly delicate, and when applying medicine, she shrank into the male lead's arms, and the male lead couldn't control himself. It was amazing. Ruan Li thought the two were applying medicine, not knowing what was happening inside. So satisfying. But now that the plot is like this, can there still be that scene? Don't worry. This kind of key plot will definitely not change. This is also why Ruan Li asked Shi Yu for help, not to pursue in Shengnan. Since Shengnan was bound to attend the camping on Friday, it would be better for her to do this favor herself, and it could also build moral capital. But Shi Yu must come. If he doesn't come, her role cannot be played. On Friday evening, Ruan Li got off work and walked out of the Fu Group building and saw a Mercedes-Benz parked prominently. She opened the passenger door and found Shengnan sitting inside. She has clearly not been doing well these past few days. Even with full makeup, the red blood vessels in her eyes reveal her fatigue. Sister Wan, I'm sorry about what happened before. And Shengnan's eyes were a bit red. Jiang Siyan chimed in. Ruan Li, Nan really feels sorry. Don't blame her. It was my idea to have her act and provoke you to test your reaction. Previously at Yun K and in the swimming pool, both of us were just pretending to annoy you. We didn't actually kiss. And at the banquet that day, everyone was wearing masks, and I thought she was you. Jiang Siyan's voice grew softer as he carefully observed Ruan Li's expression. When he saw Ruan Li's face reveal that the truth was unexpected, he let out a sigh of relief and continued. But Nan did go too far this time. She explained to me about taking credit for your accomplishments. She just wanted to help me test you and see if you would ask me for help. But it ended up escalating too much, and there was no way to backtrack. She didn't discuss it with me beforehand, so I wronged you, and I also have a fault. She spent 2 days in detention, so she has been punished. Fortunately, Ms. Feng and the Fu family dropped the charges. Ruan Li, can you forgive her? Clearly, Jiang Siyan was unaware that Shengnan had been released early, thanks to Ruan Li. But Ruan Li was not in a hurry to explain. She smiled and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Siyan grinned. delighted that Ruan Li wasn't mad at him. When Ruan Li saw that Xiangnan had no intention of getting out of the car, she sat in the back seat. The car was playing death metal, loud and hoarse. Ruan Li couldn't appreciate that, so she put on her headphones. Her gaze drifted outside the car, and upon seeing a blue road sign, she took a picture and posted it on her moments. Lazy pear mud, setting off, Langling Mountain. A few minutes later, Wang Ying liked the post. It would take 2 hours to get to Langling Mountain. She opened her virtual boyfriend's WeChat. Lazy pear mud, what are you doing? Aren't you on a date with your fiancé? Why are you looking for me? Do you really think I have a third-party addiction? The jealousy was palpable even through the screen. Ruan Li thought that it was about time to ask her best friend for money. Lazy pear mud, are you jealous? Lazy pear mud, group chats are fine. I can be with him and chat with you. It's just a group chat, isn't it? Then go ahead and try a group chat and see if the police catch you. Ruan Li, wasn't this supposed to be about training a gloomy male ghost? How did it turn into a sharp-tongued and mean man? In the driver's seat, Jiang Siyan glanced at the rearview mirror. He saw Ruan Li quietly sitting in the back, chatting with someone, her smile sweet, with a side of her bangs falling from behind her ear, making her already small, oval face look even more delicate. University life seemed to have left no mark on her. In high school, Jiang Siyan didn't date. His friends often tried to set him up, even saying they would introduce him to the school beauty. He was uninterested. His friends were puzzled, asking what kind he liked. He casually pointed to Xiangnan. He liked girls who enjoyed racing, death metal, thrill, and adventure, passionate and flamboyant girls. Only such girls would have common topics with him. But then he met Ruan Li. She was completely outside his ideal type, a well-behaved girl. Yet, he never felt bored around her. If not for, Jiang Siyan pushed the thought aside, abruptly stepping on the brakes to stop by the roadside. Ruan, come sit in the front, he said. Ruan Li was a bit surprised. Jiang Siyan usually called her by her full name. Suddenly calling her so intimately made her feel uncomfortable. No need to trouble yourself, she replied. It's no trouble. You are my fiancé, Jiang Siyan said. The passenger seat is yours. Ruan Li. She thought to herself that this crazy guy was acting out again. But Xiangnan had already gotten out of the car, apologetically saying, Sorry, sister, I'm used to sitting in the passenger seat when going out with Asi. Don't worry. I was only trying to help Asi test you. I really have no feelings for him. If we had any chemistry, we would have been together long ago. And you wouldn't have any business here, right? Ruan Li didn't say much. After changing seats, Jiang Siyan reached out. Give me your phone. I'll connect to your playlist. No need. Why not? Jiang Siyan insisted, taking Ruan Li's phone to avoid having to connect again next time. Ruan Li didn't argue with him, but there wouldn't be a next time. Once she got her household registration book, she would have nothing to do with Jiang Siyan. Chapter 47. Kiss Me. Ruan Li didn't have a habit of listening to music. She had just casually clicked on a playlist called Chinese Music Ceiling. After Jiang Siyan connected to the music, a flowing prelude replaced the death metal, slowly filling the car. The first song played was Slow Cold. The gentle female voice sang slowly. Why did the one who was once passionate turn cold first? And the one who was slow to warm up still can't stop boiling. The car was very quiet. Ruan Li stared out the window, her eyes calm and undisturbed. Meanwhile, Jiang Siyan, listening, inexplicably found himself drawn into the song. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, the evening shadows deepened. An hour later, they arrived at the camping site. Ruan Li got out of the car and saw another car from which Ruan Baozhu and Ruan Bo emerged. Jiang Siyan, thinking he was being considerate, said, You two siblings should have a good chat. I'll set up the tent with Junjun and Zhao Shun. A short while later, Ruan Bo walked up to Ruan Li and bluntly said, Ruan Li, I called you and you didn't answer. Do you think just because you're attached to the Fu family's prince, you've grown wings? Let me tell you, no matter how much you try to charm the Fu family's prince, you can't compete with Baozhu. Ruan Li lowered her gaze. Brother, I don't want to compete with Baozhu for anything. That's best, but I warn you, Baozhu is the white moonlight of the Fu family's prince. He only forgot her because he lost his memory. Stay away from him. This statement clarified Ruan Li's confusion. No wonder Ruan Baozhu made a fool of herself at the Fu family banquet, yet the Ruan family still trusted her to win over Fu Shi Yu. However, if Ruan Baozhu was Fu Shi Yu's white moonlight, Ruan Li didn't believe it. Ruan Li opened her palm and got straight to the point. Give me the household registration book. Ruan Bo didn't speak, looking toward Ruan Baozhu. Clearly, the household registration book was with her. Ruan Baozhu blinked. Sister, you said that Brother C would marry you. But on Mrs. Fu's birthday, I saw him inviting Shengnan to dance, and he didn't invite you. So, will Brother C really get a marriage certificate with you? Ruan Li's gaze was calm. Of course. Then how about this? Ruan Baozhu took out the household registration book. As long as I and Brother C kiss you willingly, I'll give the household registration book to you. No problem, but, Ruan Li changed her tone. Brother C doesn't like to get close to me in front of others. So please, you and Baozhu stay hidden and don't let him see. Okay. There were a total of 7 people camping today. 3 girls and 4 boys. The boys were responsible for setting up tents while the girls set up the stove and lighting. And Shengnan walked up to Ruan Li and said, Sister, the boys plan to fish for grilling. Should we go collect some wood from the mountain? Ruan Li smiled and agreed, seemingly without any temper. About half an hour later, Ruan Li and Shengnan had not yet returned from gathering branches. Go Junjun, holding a fishing rod, quietly said to Zhao Shun, luckily Shi Yu didn't come, otherwise, it would really be a battlefield. Zhao Shun remained silent. Go Junjun chattered away. Do you think he knows his little girlfriend is Brother C's fiancée? To be honest, I'd really like to see the battlefield. If Brother Yu, such a proud person, finds out he's been played, Ruan Li would be in trouble. Just then, the silent Zhao Shun suddenly spoke up. Brother Yu? His voice was not small, and Go Junjun panicked. Keep your voice down. He even grabbed a handful of fish feed to stuff Zhao Shun's mouth. Meanwhile, a familiar voice came from behind. You guys are here too? Go Junjun turned around and, upon seeing Shi Yu, was stunned. You, Brother Yu? On the other side, Jiang Siyan, who was setting up a tent, also spotted Shi Yu and exclaimed in surprise. Brother Yu, you came too? Then, with a teasing smile, he asked, with your girlfriend? Shi Yu didn't deny it, but asked, do you see anyone else nearby? Jiang Siyan replied, it seems there's a group of girls, but they went into the mountains. They said they would camp with us later for mutual support. Shi Yu nodded, then I'll wait for them here. Jiang Siyan understood. Could it be that your girlfriend is among them? This gave Go Junjun a start. No, you all got it wrong. Just as he was about to say something, Zhao Shun stuffed a piece of dry bread into his mouth. He chewed with tears in his eyes, but the taste was a bit strange. He took a closer look and turned green, just like the bread. Goo. This is the bread I use for bait. It's 3 days past the expiration date. Zhao Shun, are you trying to murder your roommate? Go Junjun chased after Zhao Shun, running off, leaving behind only Jiang Siyan, Shi Yu, and Ruan Bo. At first, Ruan Bo was taken aback when he heard Shi Yu's voice. This voice sounds so much like the heir of the Fu family. He cautiously asked, Jiang Xiao, who is this? This is my roommate, Shi Yu. Jiang Siyan patted Shi Yu's shoulder and introduced him warmly. Although Shi Yu comes from a poor background, he has excellent grades. Not only is he a top student, but he's also recognized as the campus heartthrob at our university. Oh, so he's a poor kid. Ruan Bo changed his cautious demeanor and extended his hand condescendingly. I'm Ruan Bo, the eldest son of the Ruan family in Haiqing. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me for help. Shi Yu ignored Ruan Bo's outstretched hand. He casually stuffed his hand into his pocket and said to Jiang Siyan, I'm going into the mountains to find her. Jiang Siyan became interested. I'll go with you. See. In the distance, Zhao Shun called out to him, the gas stove has a problem. Come over and take a look. Jiang Siyan hesitated. Brother Yu, why don't you go find your sister-in-law first? Later, you could come find me, and we can have a midnight snack together. Shi Yu went into the mountains. He saw Ruan Li had posted a photo of the starry sky on social media, and he followed the location in the photo to find her. He saw her standing alone on a small path, with no companions around, looking up at the vast universe. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head. Her eyes brightened the moment she saw him, sparkling like stars, as if she had seen someone she loved. The moonlight spilled over her brows and eyes, and the shimmering Milky Way seemed like a wet veil, soaking into her skin. As the wind blew, it trembled slightly, looking as beautiful as a spirit of the mountains and fields. Ruan Li smiled with her eyes and sweetly said, You're here. This is Lover's Cliff. It's said that lovers who kiss under the witness of the stars and the universe can be together forever. She walked closer and noticed he was wearing only a thin shirt, so she draped a black windbreaker over him, saying, "Why did you come dressed like this? It's cold in the mountains. What if you catch a cold?" Shi Yu's mind flickered. If he could divert his gaze from Ruan Li to the jacket, he would notice that it looked exactly like the one Jiang Siyan had just worn. Not far away, there was a rustling sound from the bushes. He frowned and looked. But Ruan Li tiptoed, her eyes glistening as she looked at him. "Kiss me." Chapter 48. Jealousy under the moonlight. Her youthful eyes, like apricots, were veiled with a layer of mist. In the mountains, everything was silent. It felt as if the world had quieted down to the point where only the moon in the sky and the person before him existed. "Kiss me." The two words slipped from her lips like a lover's incantation, and Shi Yu found himself enchanted by it. He leaned down and kissed her lips that opened and closed, more fiercely than ever before. One hand gripping the back of Ruan Li's head like a starving wolf, awakening his hunting instincts. Today, Ruan Li was particularly passionate, her soft arms wrapped around his neck, entwining with his breath inch by inch. The mountain's spring flowed down, the water rippling. Not far away, behind the trees, Ruan Baozhu watched the two figures kissing deeply under the moonlight, her face turning red. She initially thought Ruan Li was lying when she said she slept with Jiang Siyan. But unexpectedly, in front of people, Jiang Siyan was cold to Ruan Li. When they were alone, he was fiery, filled with tension. Although she couldn't see their faces, she saw the solid arms tightly wrapping around Ruan Li's waist, as if trying to merge her into his embrace, becoming one. Ruan Baozhu felt dry and swallowed hard. "Baozhu, let us go." Ruan Bo's awkward voice broke in, pulling Ruan Baozhu away. Hearing the rustling sound from the woods, realizing the people had left, Ruan Li slowly opened her eyes. The screen was filled with comments. What is going on? When did the female supporting character become so proactive? Is she face-blind? Did she mistake the prince for the male lead? Wait, the jacket she draped over the male lead isn't the male lead s? No, this jacket is still on the male lead. So, does that mean the female supporting character prepared an identical one in advance? Thinking about it, it's terrifying. The female supporting character did it on purpose. She deliberately prevented Shi Yu from speaking, creating an excuse for herself to mistake him for someone else. And she successfully made Ruan Bo and Ruan Baozhu misunderstand, thinking the one kissing her was Jiang Siyan. Oh no, I'm going to grow a brain. The level of surprise in the comments was comparable to discovering a murder case while watching Teletubbies. Ruan Li ayalashas flutarat. Through a layer of mist, she could clearly see the moonlight casting a deep blue shadow on the man's sharp, superior brow and on his thin eyelids. In terms of kissing, Shi Yu was truly gifted. The last bit of clarity, after confirming Ruan Baozhu had left, was dwindling. Ruan Li used all her willpower to push Shi Yu away. A momentary confusion flashed in Shi Yu's narrow eyes. Then, his body reacted before his brain, his strong arm wrapping around Ruan Li's waist, his thin lips chasing after her. Pressing down once more. Reason shattered in an instant. Under the moonlight, their figures intertwined. It was unclear how much time passed. Until Ruan Li felt the coolness at her waist, she suddenly reacted, stopping the man's next move. "There are people waiting for us at the foot of the mountain." She spoke. Shi Yu wanted to say, "Who cares about them?" Ruan Li intercepted his words again, blushing. You calm down first. I still need to go collect branches to make a fire." Saying this, she took off his jacket, hugged it in her arms, and ran away in a flash. Shi Yu was left confused, until he lowered his head and understood. She wanted him to cool off. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, touched his lips, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Hey little brother, don't be anxious, soon you'll be crying." I want to fast forward to the plot, where Shi Yu finds out he's a stand-in. I want to see him crawling in darkness, driven mad with jealousy. I want to see it too. The female supporting character is also crazy, actually bringing Shi Yu camping, not afraid of being exposed. Is the female supporting character stupid? Although she doesn't have WeChat with Shi Yu, she has it with Wang Ying, and Wang Ying is Shi Yu's assistant. If he sees her social media post, it's equivalent to Shi Yu knowing where she is, right? Exactly, offending the prince of the capital circle. Let us see how the female supporting character ends up. At best, she'll be in trouble. At worst, her family will be ruined. Tisk. Don't be fooled by this capital prince's flirty words. He is pretty innocent. Just now, when he kissed the female supporting character, his ears turned all red. Even if he knows the truth, he wouldn't dare touch the female supporting character. He would just wash his underwear with a cold face. I'm even more looking forward to it. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Siyan's phone buzzed with a message from Ruan Li. It was a location, saying she got separated from Shuangnan. When he arrived at the location, Jiang Siyan found in Shuangnan sitting on the hillside, her calves crossed, seemingly injured. Jiang Siyan's heart skipped a beat. Where's Ruan Li? And Shuangnan saw him. Her eyes were red. See, why are you here? I accidentally got separated from my senior just now. She must still be angry that I left her alone on the mountain to test her for you. Fortunately, my injury isn't serious, so don't blame her. Jiang Siyan had a strange expression. Ruan Li sent me here. He glanced at her injured calf. With such a small injury, it will heal in no time. When did you become so delicate? And Shuangnan choked on her words. Moreover, Jiang Siyan's gaze shifted to her phone. Doesn't your phone have battery? Why didn't you contact us? Do you know Ruan Li has been looking for you? Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. Junior, you're here. Ruan Li came down from the mountain, carrying half a basket of branches. Upon seeing and Shuangnan, she rushed over. Junior, I was picking branches, and when I looked up, you were gone. Are you okay? She carefully checked in Shuangnan's body, her expression focused, to the point that she didn't notice Jiang Siyan's presence. Jiang Siyan felt a bit jealous. Ahem. He cleared his throat, deliberately making a sound. I see, you're here too. Ruan Li was somewhat surprised. Then she relaxed. It's good that you two brothers are in sync. You found the junior before I did. Jiang Siyan frowned slightly. This remark didn't sound pleasant, but he didn't know how to refute it. Ruan Li smiled with crescent-like eyes. Thanks for coming to find her. But I haven't gathered enough branches with the junior yet. You can go to your thing first. Jiang Siyan was worried. It's getting dark. I'll stay with you. It's fine. The junior has a boyish personality. She will protect me, right? Ruan Li said, affectionately linking her arm within Shuangnan's, resting her head on her shoulder and speaking softly. Her tone rose slightly at the end, almost like she was being coy. For a moment, Jiang Siyan felt a twinge of jealousy towards Shuangnan. He couldn't help but raise his voice and remind Shuangnan, you better take good care of Ruan and don't let her get hurt. And Shuangnan's expression darkened, forcing out a good. Ruan Li beamed, hugging Shuangnan. You're such a good junior. Thinking about how Ruan Li had never hugged him, Jiang Siyan shot and Shung in a glare, muttering, I should have known better than to bring you along. And Shuangnan. Chapter 49. Ruan Li, my fiancé, laughing to death. It's the first time I've seen such a tactic to sow discord between the male and female leads. The white lotus flower is born to ruin men. I actually found it enjoyable. Enjoyable my ass. Those who like the female supporting role must have a warped worldview, right? When the prince of the Fu family finds out he was played by the female supporting role, he will definitely deal with her. I'm so angry. The male lead treats the junior so badly? Oof. Just wait for the wife-chasing cremation scene. Don't worry, the second male lead scenes are coming soon. When the junior gets hurt by the male lead, the second male lead will come to support her. Support the second male lead rise. Ruan Li noticed the bullet comments. She had been wanting to know who the second male lead was. The last time at Yonk, it was this affectionate second male lead who drug her. The bullet comments had mentioned it a few times, but never named him. Ruan Li secretly investigated Jiang Siyan's friends from that day in the private room, but she didn't find anyone who had different feelings for Shuangnan. The thought of this second male lead lurking around her like a snake made Ruan Li want to drag him out quickly. After Jiang Siyan went down the mountain, Ruan Li smiled and talked to Shuangnan, reminiscing about her sweet past with Jiang Siyan. Even though Shuangnan's face was getting darker, she didn't stop. It was as if she truly regarded the other as a good friend. Ruan Li blushed. Junior, you're AC's good brother. Do you think if I share a tent with him tonight, it would be inappropriate? But if I bring it up, he probably wouldn't refuse, right? Sure enough, after hearing this, Shuangnan could no longer maintain her composure. She suddenly stood up, her voice revealing undeniable irritation. The sea likes reserved girls, not promiscuous women. Ruan Li blinked, but he kissed me quite hard just now. Suddenly, Shuangnan's voice sharpened. You two kissed? MHM just now. Ruan Li bullshit, lifting herchin. and Shuangjie's pupils constricted sharply. In the darkness, she hadn't noticed before, but now in the moonlight, she clearly saw Ruan Li's lips with an unnatural redness. It looked as if they had been pressed and rubbed against by a beast's teeth, fiercely biting. That definitely wasn't something she did to herself. The earthy fragrance mixed with jealousy burned fiercely in Shuangjie's heart, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes. This scene was completely captured by Ruan Li. While the important plot could not be changed, it didn't mean it had to be pushed by her. In the original story, she was the one who was jealous of the female lead and pushed her down. Now, she wanted to force Shuangjie into jealousy, to make her uneasy, to script a scene of falling into the water herself. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Siyan returned to the campsite. Seeing Shi Yu back as well, who was sitting by the shore fishing, he couldn't help but tease, "You go. Why didn't you bring your sister-in-law back? She'll be here soon." "Oh." Jiang Siyan became interested, propping himself up with one hand and sitting beside Shi Yu. "How did you meet your sister-in-law?" "At Yunk." Jiang Siyan was somewhat surprised. Yunk was the top private club in Haicheng, membership-based and required capital verification. Could it be that Shi Yu worked part-time at Yunk? Jiang Siyan became even more curious and asked, "Which rich family does your sister-in-law belong to?" "Just an ordinary person." Jiang Siyan understood. Shi Yu met his girlfriend while working at Yunk. This was somewhat unexpected. Many girls liked Shi Yu, including heiresses from wealthy families and daughters of political bigwigs. Even the principal, in order to matchmake his daughter with Shi Yu, specially hosted a dinner for him. But Shi Yu ignored it, not even attending the dinner. Jiang Siyan always thought Shi Yu had bigger ambitions. He didn't expect him to be dating an ordinary girl. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Siyan guessed, "Your sister-in-law must be very beautiful." Shi Yu nodded. "MHM. How beautiful can she be? Do you have a photo?" Jiang Siyan raised an eyebrow. "I don't believe she can be more beautiful than my girlfriend." Saying that, Jiang Siyan took out his phone. "Let me show you her photo." Upon hearing this, Go Junjun had already stiffened. "You shouldn't be fishing. You should be in the river." Even someone as calm as Zhao Shen couldn't be considered composed at this moment. Just as Jiang Siyan flipped to Ruan Li's photo to show Shi Yu, the calm lake surface suddenly rippled. The bobber moved. A fish was on the hook. Shi Yu's fishing rod dipped. The rod bent into a crescent shape, the line taut, slicing through the lake surface. Beneath the calm waters, a large fish was biting the hook, struggling hard. Shi Yu decisively lifted the rod and reeled in the line. As the fish surfaced, exclamations erupted. "I can't believe it. This must weigh 10 pounds. Go Junjun leaned in, completely forgetting the previous tense situation. "You're amazing." "Yeah, you just sat down for a while and you caught one. Want to eat grilled fish? I brought the seasoning." The autumn night was exceptionally quiet in the mountains, brimming with vitality due to the presence of a few young people. Strings of orange-yellow starlights were tied to the off-white tents, and an old movie was playing on the projector, casting a warm glow, filling the tranquil autumn night with a lively atmosphere. Jiang Siyan took out the seasoning for grilling fish, muttering, "I don't even know what flavor Ruan Li likes." Shi Yu's hand paused while removing the fish hook. "Ruan Li?" "Yeah," Jiang Siyan replied. "My fiancée, Ruan Li. Everyone in our dorm has met her. Only you, the busy one, hasn't seen her." "Wait, you know her. She also works at the Fu family. Last time, you even came with her to Jiang's." Shi Yu's pupils constricted. It felt as if thousands of bees were buzzing in his mind. Go Junjun, who had been immersed in the joy of catching a big fish, suddenly froze. He quietly glanced at Shi Yu and, upon seeing his expression as if frozen by cold ice, his heart skipped a beat. He lost grip on the barbecue rack in his hand, which fell to the ground with a harsh noise. Jiang Siyan was completely unaware of the awkward atmosphere. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two figures walking down from the mountain and immediately sat up. "She's here." Upon hearing this, Shi Yu stiffly turned his gaze. His cold eyes froze on Ruan Li's face, suddenly turning even colder. Jiang Siyan didn't notice the chill behind him and proactively helped Ruan Li take off her basket. Accidentally brushing against Ruan Li's fingertips, he found her skin cool, like ice cubes in mint liquor. "Your hands are so cold." Jiang Siyan thoughtfully took off his black jacket and draped it over Ruan Li's shoulders. naturally pulling her into his embrace. He smiled and said, "We just caught some fish. What flavor do you want? I'll grill it." Ruan Li obediently smiled, her lips forming a shallow dimple. "As long as it's made by you, I like it." Just as she finished speaking, a loud splash was heard from the shore, followed by Go Junjun's shout, "Brother Yu, why did you throw the fish back into the lake?" Chapter 50. He is the third party Go Junjun, who is a foodie, instinctively wanted to jump into the water after seeing the fish fall into the lake. Thankfully, Zhao Shun pulled him back, preventing him from making the headlines tomorrow. College student dies in wild camping accident. No grilled fish for dinner. Fortunately, they had brought meat skewers. Coincidentally, the group of girls who had gone up the mountain earlier came down and joined the camping. In the midst of all the distractions, Jiang Siyan completely forgot to introduce Shi Yu to Ruan Li. He was just staring at the few girls in front of him, trying to guess which one was Shi Yu's girlfriend. Scanning their faces one by one, he couldn't figure it out and simply gave Shi Yu a look. But Shi Yu had a very low pressure. The messy bangs that were originally slicked back now hung down over his forehead, casting a dark shadow that made his sharp features appear even frostier, like a drawn blade, sharp and exposed. Even Jiang Siyan, who is usually self-centered, noticed something was off. Just a moment ago, everything was normal, even friendlier than usual at school. How could he suddenly radiate such a cold aura, as if he were saying, "Keep your distance"? Did he have a fight with his girlfriend? Looking at Shi Yu's expression, Jiang Siyan didn't dare to speak and focused on grilling skewers instead. The new girls were even more uncomfortable. They abandoned the idea of chatting and didn't dare to say a word, busying themselves with arranging bowls and dishes. Go Junjun and Zhao Shun just kept their eyes on the ground, maintaining a golden silence. Amidst the strange atmosphere, only Ruan Li was at ease. She seemed unaware of the extra person, closely following Jiang Siyan. As Jiang Siyan sat in front of the fire grilling, she held out a tissue to help wipe his sweat, her bright eyes looking at him just like when she gazed at Shi Yu in the woods. Two pairs of eyes were fixed on her back. One was in Shuangjie, the other was Shi Yu. Ruan Li pretended not to notice. After about 10 minutes, the Ruan siblings returned. They had gotten lost in the woods, wandering around, and had just now come out, looking quite disheveled. Ruan Li approached. "Sister, can you give me the household register now?" Ruan Baozhu thought of the two figures entangled under the moonlight, feeling a bit flushed. She couldn't tell if it was jealousy or envy, but the words that came out were a bit sharp. "Sister, it's better to restrain yourself a bit. Otherwise, getting married with a big belly will embarrass our Ruan family." "Don't worry, it won't happen." Only then did Ruan Baozhu reluctantly hand the household register to Ruan Li. When she received the household register, the weight that had been pressing on her chest lifted, and Ruan Li let out a long sigh of relief. "The skewers aren't ready yet. Let us play a game first," Jiang Siyan suggested. "How about a simple one? Pass the 7? The rules of the game were straightforward. Everyone would take turns counting, and when it came to a number containing 7 or divisible by 7, instead of saying the number, they had to clap their hands. Whoever lost would have to choose truth or dare. This kind of drinking game could be called a hell for people. Sounds good. Several girls nodded eagerly. Not that they were interested in the game, but the pressure from the dark-faced handsome guy was too heavy, and they needed to divert their attention. Everyone gathered around the small fire, sitting in a circle. Ruan Li sat next to Jiang Siyan, still wearing his jacket, and Shuangjie sat on the other side, rubbing her arms, seemingly casually saying, "It's so cold." Ruan Li heard this and leaned forward. "Junior, you can have this jacket. I brought other outerwear." Jiang Siyan usually didn't care about such things, but when Ruan Li spoke, his gaze inadvertently caught hers. Her soft, black hair was loosely tied at the back of her neck, revealing a slender neck. The orange light fell on her side profile, highlighting her delicate eyelids, as if sprinkled with damp starlight. And his large black jacket, infused with his warmth and scent, draped over her thin shoulders, felt as if he were embracing her from behind. Jiang Siyan swallowed hard. When he saw Ruan Li about to take off the jacket to give it to Shuangjie, he pressed down on her hand. No need to give it to her. He turned to Shuangjie teasingly. "You, a fake boy, have more heat than I do. If you're cold, just run a lap. Don't steal clothes from Ruan." And Shuangjie was shocked. Jiang Siyan had already put the jacket back on Ruan Li's shoulders. The thick black fabric covered half of her snowy white face, but from a Shuangjie's angle, she could clearly see the curve of Ruan Li's lips curling up. And Shuangjie's head bust. She did it on purpose. The game began. No one expected that the first to lose would be Shi Yu. When it was his turn to count, he didn't say a word. Jiang Siyan cheered. You lost. Brother, I'll let you off easy in the first round. Just point out which girl you like here. He was really curious to know who Shi Yu's girlfriend was. The uninformed people followed with anticipation, looking around. Meanwhile, Go Junjun and Zhao Shun felt they were in a battlefield. Shi Yu lifted his gaze, and his eyes landed on Ruan Li, just as she looked up and met his gaze. Those youthful almond-shaped eyes looked at him in confusion, as if he were a stranger she didn't recognize, and the kiss in the woods was just a figment of his imagination. He tightened his grip on the beer, downing it in one go. How did you forfeit? Jiang Siyan waved his hand, blocking that loophole. This round doesn't count from now on. Even if you drink, you have to answer. Unexpectedly, in the next round, it was his turn to answer incorrectly. I could take it. Ikusidare. The girl across from him asked. Then tell us how you met your girlfriend? All right. Jiang Siyan smiled, holding Ruan Li's hand. She is my fiancée. We fiancé. He didn't notice that with every word he said, Shi Yu's expression darkened further. It turned out that Ruan Li's mention of her fiancé was never an excuse. It turned out he had truly become the third party he despised the most. Shi Yu opened another can of beer with one hand, tilting his head back to drink it all, his Adam's apple rolling. Ruan Li caught a glimpse and quickly looked away. For this hellish game, she had been quite nervous at first, afraid of answering incorrectly. Later, feeling a bit thirsty, she held her cup and sipped slowly. She had never drunk before, and after just half a cup, her cheeks flushed with a slight drunken glow. Her hands propping up her face, her gaze becoming hazy. When it was her turn to count, she blurted out, 7. Everyone erupted. You lost. Truth or dare? Ruan Li rested her head on her hand, repeating the last 3 words of the question, dare. This was the first girl to lose and choose dare. The girl across the way blinked and said, then let's go around the circle and kiss the person of the opposite sex you like. Woohoo! As soon as she finished speaking, her companions started to cheer. But perhaps it was just an illusion. The girl sensed a cold and sharp gaze directed at her. Turning her head, she met the eerie eyes of the handsome guy with a dark face. The girl turned pale with fright, terrified. On the other side, Ruan Li was stunned for a moment, then nodded and stood up. Although she didn't specify whom to kiss, there was almost no suspense. And Shuangjie, venting her anger, was pulling at the grass, and a whole patch had been pulled out by her. Meanwhile, Go Junjun secretly observed Shi Yu's expression and saw that his face was as dark as if a storm was approaching. So he silently withdrew his gaze and mourned in advance. The instigator of all this, Ruan Li, was obediently following the game rules, circling behind each person. The evening breeze was gentle, mixed with the scent of grass and the faint sweetness of the girl. Jiang Siyan straightened his back, ready to be kissed, the corners of his mouth unable to suppress a smile. But in the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw Ruan Li bypass him and dive into Shi Yu's arms, her soft lips brushing against his cold cheek, accompanied by a gentle whisper, I like you. Chapter 51. She is face blind. I like you. The 3 words mingled with the wind, mixed with the scent of fruit, melting into Shi Yu's ear. It was from a fruit wine she had just drunk, grape-flavored. Very sweet. She had only had half a can, yet she was so drunk that her body felt soft when she fell into his arms, swaying. Shi Yu instinctively caught her. When her cool lips landed on the side of his face, his brow twitched, and the coldness in his eyes melted away in an instant. Then, a pair of soft arms wrapped around his neck. The black coat, draped over her shoulder, fell to the ground, gathering dust, revealing a slender waist that pressed against his palm. It felt like fine mutton fat jade, or like silk from Jiangnan, carrying a touch of coolness. She was so drunk that her body was soft, constantly sliding down in his embrace. Her fragrant breath brushed against his jaw and landed on his Adam's apple. Shi Yu's Adam's apple rolled slightly as he tightened his arms. The autumn night forest was dyed in layers, filled with the crispness of fallen leaves and cold mist. The surrounding sounds instantly froze. Ruan Baozhu and Ruan Bo's scalps tingled. The two simultaneously pinched themselves. Even though the pain struck instantly, they still doubted whether it was a dream. And Xiangnan, who was drinking in frustration, suddenly saw this scene and choked on her drink, coughing as if her lungs were going to come out. The new girls who had just joined the camping trip widened their eyes even more. Their gazes shifted back and forth among Jiang Siyan, Ruan Li, and Shi Yu. The left I was asking, what is the relationship between the three of you? The right I was saying, you big city folks really know how to have fun. Zhao Shun was relatively calm, with a serene madness that something he was worried about had finally happened. The most exaggerated reaction was from Go Junjun. The skewer of meat in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, his mouth gaping open. He looked like a walking emoji. After a while, Go Junjun propped his chin up with his hand and finally closed his mouth, then cautiously glanced at Jiang Siyan. He saw Jiang Siyan frozen in place, his eyes vacant and complicated. Go Junjun had never seen him like this, at least during their 4 years of college. Jiang Siyan had always maintained the image of a wealthy young master, effortlessly handling everything. But now he looked lost and stiff like an abandoned dog. The barrage of comments suddenly increased. LOL, Shi Yu's face was so dark, just now it looked like he was going to kill someone, and now he's suddenly all smiley. If the supporting character skills were used on the male lead, she would probably have taken over the female lead's role by now. Damn, the scumbag doesn't he deserve it? What a large-scale Shura scene. I'm confused. Is the supporting character really face blind? She hasn't misidentified anyone before, right? Does anyone understand? The visual language of Jiang Siyan's coat falling to the ground is too good. I get it. It has a sense of redemption for the second male lead. Thank goodness humans evolved and lost their tails. Otherwise, the prince's tail could lift a bottle of soda. Ruan Li, you mistook the person. A voice broke the silence. In the next second, Shi Yu felt empty in his arms. When he looked up, he saw Jiang Siyan helping Ruan Li stand in front of him, looking affectionate. Jiang Siyan spoke. Brother Yu, I'm sorry. Ruan Li has prosopagnosia, which means she is face blind. She has had this problem since she was young, and Ruan's father and mother have taken her to many hospitals, but nothing has worked. Today, I was afraid she would misidentify someone, so I specially wore a black coat. I didn't expect that once the coat came off, and she had drunk a bit too much, she would mistake someone again. Prosopagnosia. Black coat. Shi Yu's gaze slid to the ground, where he saw a black windbreaker. In the forest, it was exactly the same as the one Ruan Li had draped over him. It should be said it was this one. Shi Yu's eyes turned cold. He recalled the last time he went to Ruan Li's house, seeing the sneakers at the door and the men's coat hanging on the balcony. She had said it was her fiancé's. It turned out she hadn't lied. After this little episode, the game continued. Ruan Li was so drunk that when Jiang Siyan picked her up from Shi Yu's arms, she was already too drunk to open her eyes. Leaning on Jiang Siyan's shoulder and falling asleep. She had drunk too much. Let her rest for a while. Jiang Siyan said, carrying her to the tent. The others secretly thought, fortunately, she is drunk. Otherwise, if she were sober, it would be too embarrassing. Under the night sky, the fire crackled and popped. Everyone tried hard to forget the earlier mistake and started a new round of games. But the atmosphere still felt strangely eerie. Shi Yu's expression was even darker than before. Even sitting next to him, one could feel a chill penetrating the pores, making one feel cold. Jiang Siyan noticed this and thought that he was angry because Ruan Li had mistakenly kissed him. He had just seen how Shi Yu tightened his arms when Ruan Li fell into his embrace. That strong arm wrapped around Ruan Li's slender waist, creating a familiar and tacit atmosphere that made Jiang Siyan's eyes turn red. If it were anyone else, he might have thrown a punch, thinking that the other person coveted his fiancée, but he knew that Shi Yu wouldn't. During their 4 years of college, he understood this roommate. Although he had a charming appearance, he was self-disciplined and cautious in relationships between men and women. Everyone might covet Ruan Li, but Shi Yu wouldn't. He was at ease with Ruan Li interacting with all his brothers. But Shi Yu was different, although he didn't want to admit it. He had always felt a hidden jealousy towards Shi Yu. This was also the reason he had never introduced Ruan Li to Shi Yu during their 4 years of college. Thinking that Ruan Li's first kiss had gone to Shi Yu, Jiang Siyan felt a powerless anger burning in his heart. It was almost 8:30. Go Junjun tried to ease the atmosphere, saying that the meteor shower could be observed today, and they were really lucky. I'll go wake Senior Wan up, and Shengnan said, it's a rare meteor shower. It would be a pity if she missed it. You all continue playing. I'll take her to the riverbank to get some fresh air and sober up. That's fine. Because of the meteor shower, the atmosphere relaxed a lot. One girl thought Go Junjun was quite funny and actively wanted to exchange contact information. Go Junjun got so excited that the bottle of oil in his hand slipped and fell into the fire, almost causing a forest fire. The girl said, the time for the meteor shower is getting closer. Go Junjun held his face and said, I heard that couples who hold hands and kiss under a meteor shower will never be separated for life. How romantic, but unfortunately, I'm a single dog. This aim might be a bit childish for elementary school students, but it was just right for college students. Jiang Siyan thought, I'll go get Ruan Li. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Yu suddenly stood up and said, I'll head back first. Why are you suddenly leaving? Jiang Siyan glanced at his watch. The bus had stopped running at this time. How are you getting back? I drove here. You drove? Jiang Siyan was surprised. Did you buy a car? Shi Yu did not answer, his face cold as he walked back with his backpack. The countless stars fell into his eyes, adding a layer of coldness. Shi Yu will not be the third party in someone else's relationship. After walking a few steps, a woman's voice calling for help came from the riverbank. His footsteps suddenly stopped. Chapter 52. The Evil Woman 5 minutes earlier. And Shengnan walked into the tent holding a doll. Senior Wan, wake up. Senior A. Jun said there will be a meteor shower soon. It would be a shame to miss it. Ruan Li opened her eyes, looking a bit dazed. How did I end up here? You drank too much earlier. Let me help you to the river to sober up. All right, thank you. The two of them walked out of the tent. The tent was a bit far from the riverbank. Ruan Li rubbed her throbbing head and asked in Shengnan, I didn't do anything embarrassing, did I? Nothing much, and Shengnan replied. Ruan Li felt relieved. That's good. Then, as if remembering something, she smiled sweetly. I think I just kissed a sea. The starlight reflected in her eyes, making them look like shining gems. She grabbed Shengnan's hand, blushing, and said, do you know? Today is the happiest day of my life. I've been pursuing a sea for 4 years, and he finally accepted me. I think this must be fate. By the way, Ruan Li took out her phone, opened her shopping cart, and shyly said, You're a CS good brother. Can you help me decide which of these outfits he would like? The cold light from the screen reflected in Shengnan's eyes, seeing the pitifully small amount of fabric. Even though she was a girl, she knew that these clothes would be a huge temptation for Jiang Siyan when worn by Ruan Li. She clenched her fists, her eyes stinging with jealousy. I told you, a C doesn't tea like this kind of stuff. Don't bother. Ruan Li looked a bit disappointed. Okay, then I want tea buy it. I thought a C would like it. And Shengnan felt relieved. Her gaze fell on the rushing river, suppressing the light in her eyes. She and T wanted to do this originally. Although she didn't like playing with girls in real life, she really liked girls. Her online persona was also that of a girl-loving blogger. She believed girls were the most precious gifts in the world. Especially when she saw some swimsuit beauties or videos of nightclub girls changing outfits online, she would comment, Sister, you're so hot. I'm a girl too. And I love watching. I support dressing freely. Sometimes she would even tag Jiang Siyan. Hurry and check this out. I want to keep good things from my brother. Someone commented on the blogger, Freedom for women, ISNT real freedom. She would help rebut, mind your own business about beautiful girls. Sometimes when she saw news about a wife hitting a mistress, she would boldly say, Don't be so petty. What is so impressive about hitting a mistress? If you're capable, hit the man instead. Don't be so hateful towards women. Look, she really loved girls. So she had no hostility towards Ruan Li. However, Ruan Li shouldn't have mistaken a C. If Ruan Li really liked a C, how could she mistake the person? How could she kiss the wrong person? If it were her, she wouldn't. Clearly, Ruan Li didn't truly care for a C. As a C's good brother, she felt it was her duty to help him identify women. Junior, let's not go to the riverbank anymore. I'm scared, Ruan Li said. It's fine. I'll take care of you. And Shengnan was firm, pulling her towards the riverbank, and then suddenly shouted, Senior, I was just testing you for a C. I really don't like him. Ruan Li was bewildered. She reached out to grab Shengnan's hand. Junior, I'm not blaming you. But at that moment, Shengnan stepped back and fell into the lake. Everything happened so quickly. It was as if Xiangnan had been pushed into the water by her. She quickly reached out. "Junior, come up." But Xiangnan's eyelashes fluttered as she pitifully said, "Senior, why did you push me? I really didn't compete with you for C. I can't swim. Please pull me up. Isn't this framing? The female lead is too much. What is wrong with being ruthless for love? The little sister is doing great." Exactly. Who told the female supporting character to deliberately show the little sister intimate lingerie, making her jealous? So exciting. A C is about to jump into the water to save the little sister. Finally, the tense plot is happening. Let us feast. Ruan Li leaned down, her gaze compassionate like a bodhisattva, reaching out her hand to Xiangnan. But Xiangnan ignored her. "Senior, I was wrong. I was just speaking up for a C. Although you're face-blind and drunk, mistaking the person is understandable. But if it were me, I wouldn't mistake my loved one." And Xiangnan thought she would see shock on Ruan Li's face. But there was none. Instead, Ruan Li slowly squatted down, smiling at her. In the dark night, the river flowed rapidly, and there were signs on both banks warning against swimming, with alarming notices about hidden reefs in the water. And Xiangnan started to panic. "What are you doing?" She desperately clung to the edge of the bank. But the usually soft Ruan Li surprisingly had great strength, one by one prying apart her tightly grasped fingers. And Xiangnan's eyes filled with real terror. "Ruan Li, let go of me." She looked up, suddenly colliding with Ruan Li's lowered, compassionate gaze. Inside, there was clarity and coldness, but a gentle smile hung at her lips. And Xiangnan felt her scalp tingle. Ruan Li wasn't drunk. Then she had intentionally kissed Shi Yu during the dare? Why? The rushing water drowned her last question, her gaze only stopping on a necklace hanging from Ruan Li's neck. It had a rabbit pendant that reflected a hint of red light in the moonlight. Soon after, and Xiangnan fell entirely into the water. Water surged into her mouth and nose, the choking pain and fear enveloping her. Although Jiang Siyan had taught her how to swim, her mind had been elsewhere back then. She and T even learned how to breathe properly. The water rushed into her lungs relentlessly. She struggled desperately, her legs hitting something and the pain causing her nerves to tingle. When Jiang Siyan arrived, he saw Xiangnan struggling in the water and Ruan Li staring blankly. Without thinking, he jumped into the water. After Xiangnan was rescued, she coughed as if her organs had shifted. Through blurry tears, she trembled as she looked at Ruan Li. "Senior, why did you push me?" Ruan Li was bewildered. "I didn't." Jiang Siyan looked pained, holding her. Ruan, take your time and tell me what happened." Zhao Shen also asked, "And Junior, did you see it wrong? Ruan Li has no grievances with you. How could she push you?" And Xiangnan was on the verge of tears. "Senior is still blaming me for testing her for a C. She thinks I'm not just a brotherly friend with a C and wants to compete with her." She forced a smile. "Forget it. I'll just avoid suspicion in the future." Saying this, she weakly coughed twice, swayed as she got up, and picked up the doll from the ground. The moment her finger touched the doll, it emitted a mechanical cartoon voice. "And Xiangnan, you little wretch, always sticking to a C in the name of being a brother. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Even if I push you into the water, so what? As long as I shed a tear, a C will only believe me." Chapter 53. To win his heart, the cartoon doll's voice echoed in the quiet night, piercing everyone's ears. In an instant, all eyes turned to Ruan Li. Jiang Siyan's expression darkened. "What's going on?" Ruan Li shook her head, helplessly explaining, "A C, this isn't my voice." "Of course. It's not the sister's voice," Ruan Baozhu interjected. "This is a recording doll, regardless of whether it's a male or female, old or young. The recorded voice will play back in a uniform cartoon tone. Sister, you too. Nan has explained to you that there is nothing between her and Brother AC. Why do you still want to push her down?" Tears glimmered in Ruan Li's eyes, her tone urgent. "It's not me." "Enough. This is your doing. Can't we let Baozhu speak?" Ruan Bo shielded Ruan Baozhu, glaring at Ruan Li with displeasure. Ruan Li's eyelashes trembled, taking a half step back. "Brother, you don't believe me either?" Her figure swayed, her face pale as paper. Meanwhile, Shi Yu stood a few steps away, his gaze dark. With just 2 sentences, he understood Ruan Li's position in the Ruan family. That is, she had no status at all. Even a foster daughter could ride over her. A clumsy frame-up, clumsy evidence. Yet, everyone present seemed to be under a spell, and no one believed her. Not even her fiancé or her blood relatives. It was infuriating. Did she not have a voice? Shi Yu pressed his lips tightly and turned to leave. Ruan Li caught a glimpse of his departing figure from the corner of her moist eyes, lowering her eyelashes to hide the glimmer in her gaze. From the very beginning, she had noticed this doll, the recording doll. She had known then that Shuangjie had forged a conversation between the two of them early on, just waiting for something to happen before releasing it. Learning from experience, Shuangjie had gotten smart. The comments were praising her. The younger sister is so clever. She recorded the audio in advance using the doll. The wicked younger sister is so cool. Those who are not in the know are in trouble. Moreover, recording with a doll has the added benefit of reducing intent. That's right, the younger sister did not record with intent. She accidentally pressed the record button and captured evidence. Even if the supporting female character wants to investigate, the younger sister can accidentally reset and overwrite this recording. A bunch of fake comments. I accept the wicked female lead, who uses everything from money, status, and revenge to achieve her goals. But I absolutely cannot accept a wicked woman fighting over a man. 1. I have given up on the main couple and just want to see the subplot between the supporting female character and the prince of the Fu family. Ruan Li. Her eyes fell on her collar, on the pinhole camera, disguised as a necklace. She was grateful for the comments. Although most of the comments did not like her and were quite insincere, at least they had warned her in advance. In fact, as long as she produced the recording, Shuangjie's lies would fall apart, and Jiang Siyan would believe that she was innocent. But whether Jiang Siyan trusted her was no longer important. What mattered was that she looked in the direction Shi Yu had left. She had a bet on Shi Yu's heart. Just as the comment said, Jiang Siyan carried Shuangjie into the tent, helping her apply medicine. Ruan Li wanted to follow. I'll help too. But Shuangjie shrank her shoulders, hiding in Jiang Siyan's arms. Jiang Siyan's expression darkened. Don't follow me in. Saying this, he blocked Ruan Li outside the tent. The tent was lit, casting shadows of the two people inside, accompanied by Shuangjie's voice. It hurts. Be gentler. No. Outside the tent, Goat Junjun listened dumbfounded. Is this applying medicine? Zhao Shun remained silent. Go Junjun muttered softly. I always feel that the words in the recording don't sound like Ruan Li's. She's not that kind of person. You say, what is going on? Zhao Shun. Silence is golden. The sounds inside the tent rose and fell, making people's faces flush. Go Junjun just wanted to leave quickly, pointing at the map and casually saying, there's the best observation point nearby. Let's go watch the meteor there. Everyone responded eagerly. They had long wanted to leave. When passing by Ruan Li, Go Junjun said, Ruan Li, come with us. Making wishes on shooting stars is very effective. Ruan Li shook her head. Go Junjun wanted to say something else, but was pulled away by Zhao Shun. Go Junjun protested softly. Hey Zhao Shun, don't you have any humanity? Leaving a young girl, all alone there? Zhao Shun, someone will come to find her. Go Junjun, you mean brother Yu? Chapter 54, Shi Yu loves it. Zhao Shun replied affirmatively. Go Junjun's eyes widened. How is that possible? Didn't you see brother Yu's expression just now? It was as dark as a pot bottom. He probably hates Ruan Li for deceiving him. Of course, I still lean toward the idea that there is a misunderstanding. Ruan Li is madly in love with a C. She doesn't seem like someone who would cheat. Zhao Shun shook his head. Shi Yu doesn't hate Ruan Li. He feels sorry for her misfortune and is angry at her lack of fight. To feel pity for someone is the beginning of love. Go Junjun was confused. What is this guy talking about? I can't understand. After everyone left, only Ruan Li remained outside the tent. The wind blew through her hair like broken wind chimes. Ambiguous sounds continued to come from the tent, infiltrating her ears, while her back remained empty. Shi Yu really left. He didn't come back. The autumn wind was bleak, stirring up fallen leaves everywhere. The strength supporting her gradually drained away, and she almost collapsed to the ground. The supporting female character is so miserable. I feel so sorry for Ruan Li. What did she do wrong? I watched the entire life of the supporting female character when she was 5. She was kidnapped into the mountains while trying to save the male lead and almost became a child bride. Luckily, a rural teacher saved her, but she later couldn't find her parents because of her face blindness. Meanwhile, the Ruan family was busy receiving gratitude from the Jiang family, and with their support, the Ruan family went from a small company of 50 people to a prestigious enterprise in Haiqing. Later, Ruan's mother often dreamed of her daughter questioning them why they didn't look for her, which led her to adopt Ruan Baozhu. But unexpectedly, when a supporting female character was found by her biological family, it was to replace the foster daughter and marry the disabled male lead. Initially, the supporting female character refused, but later a private media outlet claimed that her foster mother, the rural teacher, had taken advantage of society's love for female education donations, which caused her foster mother to have a heart attack. In order to treat her foster mother's illness, the supporting female character agreed to the marriage. The supporting female character's ending was also tragic. At her wedding with the male lead, the second male openly revealed an embarrassing video of her. And just then, the brave younger sister came to steal the groom, so the male lead married the younger sister at the wedding instead. The Ruan family cut off the medical expenses for the supporting female character's foster mother, and since she couldn't get a passport, her foster mother couldn't return to the country. The supporting female character had to work illegally abroad. Her foster mother's illness was almost cured, but someone maliciously leaked the address of the nursing home, and a group of people went to attack and insult her foster mother at her bedside. The foster mother then realized that the supporting female character was working illegally to support her, and not wanting to burden her, jumped off a building. The supporting female character's storyline is like this? So tragic. Sigh. Not giving the supporting female character even an ounce of love, yet wanting her to lose everything, just because she is the supporting character destined to be a tool to highlight the main character. Hugging Ruan Li, baby. Ruan Li originally did not want to cry. When the comments were attacking her, when no one believed her, she did not really cry. But when the comments overwhelmed her with comfort, the bitterness in her eyes could not be stopped. Just then, footsteps sounded behind her. Her heart raced. The next second, Go Junjun's voice came from behind. Ruan Li? In an instant, disappointment washed over her. Thank you, Junjun, but I won't go watch the meteor anymore. Ruan Li did not turn around, forcing her voice to remain steady as she interrupted. And besides, I have no wishes to make. The meteor had already fallen. How could it carry her dreams? Since she was 5, she had understood that making wishes on stars was useless. The stars would not help her find her mother. Now that she had grown up, she knew the dark rules of human society. She had to climb step by step to root out the culprit who framed her foster mother back then and clear her foster mother's name. And Shi Yu was her ladder to the sky. She just overestimated herself. She thought that selling her misery to gain sympathy would attract Shi Yu's compassion. That's how romance dramas are written. The female lead is bullied and harassed, and their fragility earns them the sympathy and affection of the male lead, who is like a god. Where did she go wrong? Perhaps heaven really only loves the foolish. People like her, who are scheming and competitive, end up like the villains in every story of a lazy winner, merely serving as a contrast to the protagonists. Some are born lucky, receiving endless affection, while others, like a rat in a gutter, are hated and driven away, even when hiding in the shadows. It's exhausting. Is there any way for her to escape this script? A wave of dizziness hit her, different from the feigned fainting at the banquet. She was so tired that her whole body leaned back. Strong arms caught her from behind, and the air was filled with a familiar, crisp fragrance. In the sky, a meteor streaked by, and she locked eyes with a pair of dazzling eyes, brighter than the stars. Go Junjun looked at the two people embracing not far away, unsure of where to direct his gaze. Just now, he had actually wanted to say, Ruan Li, why don't you go back to school with Brother Yu? The meteor passed through the sky, and Go Junjun thought of that Mary Sue's popular legend, feeling secretly alarmed. At first, he planned to lurk in the shadows to see if Shi Yu would really come back. But before he could decide where to hide, Shi Yu had already returned. So, he pretended to drop something and returned to the campsite with Shi Yu. But he didn't expect this scene to happen. However, Zhao Sheng was right. Shi Yu really loved her. Originally, Shi Yu had already left. The black SUV drove a distance before suddenly turning around, the engine roaring and the tires rumbling as it returned to the campsite. The autumn wind seemed to want to tear the fabric apart, making Ruan Li's clothes rustle, her whole person swaying unsteadily. His eyes were pitch black, and his body reacted before his mind. An arm was placed across her slender waist, so thin and light that he could lift her with one hand. He said, "Are you going to suffocate yourself again?" Ruan Li recognized his voice, her almond eyes widening in surprise. "Mr. Fu, what are you doing here?" Disappointed? Ruan Li shook her head, struggling to rise. Shi Yu grabbed her wrist and sneered. "You hate me so much, then why did you kiss me at Lover's Cliff?" Ruan Li froze. "What did you say?" Shi Yu pressed his lips tightly together, turning self-deprecating. Even though he had already guessed the truth, her shocked expression felt like a sharp knife stabbing into his chest, turning his heart upside down. It was she who stopped him at Yunk and asked, "How much to sleep with you?" It was she who proactively added him on WeChat, asking, "Can we still sleep together?" It was she who kissed him in the library. It was she who almost made him the third party she hated the most. Why was she still acting innocent? Shi Yu leaned down, his thin lips brushing against her ear. "Don't you know? Just now, during the dare, you kissed me right in front of your fiancé." In an instant, Ruan Li was stunned. The blood drained from her already pale face. No, it can't be. Staring at her helpless face, he should have felt a sense of vindictive pleasure. But instead of being happy, his chest felt tight with pain. She must have done it on purpose, pretending not to know and deliberately toying with his feelings. Otherwise, how could he explain the WeChat messages? He lifted his hand, his rough palm raising her chin, his voice laced with ice shards. "Isn't it exciting to have one foot in two boats? You made me your third party. Are you satisfied? How does my kissing skill compare to your boyfriend's? Don't say you can't tell. You weren't drunk at Lover's Cliff." "No." Ruan Li shook her head desperately, her eyes glistening with tears. "No, I never kissed the sea." Shi Yu was momentarily taken aback. Ruan Li's wrong tears fell onto his palm, burning hot. At that moment, the tent echoed with a woman's soft cries again, one wave higher than the other. It sounded like being on drugs, as if on a bed. Shi Yu was filled with murderous rage. Then he caught sight of Ruan Li staring blankly at the tent, her eyes brimming with tears, and his gaze darkened even more. Did she really like Jiang Siyan this much? Even if Jiang Siyan was entangled with other women, did she still love him this way? What did that make him? What qualifications did Jiang Siyan have? Shi Yu suppressed the anger in his eyes. Even if in the library and at Lover's Cliff, she mistakenly kissed him because of her face blindness. How could she explain the WeChat messages? "Can I see your abs?" Wasn't that what she said? "I want to sleep with you at night." Wasn't that what she said? "Can I buy a ticket to watch you shower?" Wasn't that what she said? "You don't mind that I have a boyfriend, but my boyfriend minds that I have third party. Who loves me more? Can't I see that?" Wasn't that what she said? The suppressed anger ignited again. Since childhood, Shi Yu had been cold and unruly, even with a stepmother who calculated against him. He always had the upper hand. No one dared to give him this kind of frustration, except Ruan Li. She was weak with others, but cold-blooded towards him. His gaze turned colder, and his large hand, with prominent veins, suddenly gripped Ruan Li's chin and kissed her fiercely. Ruan Li struggled, letting out a soft mm. The autumn wind rustled through the mountains, and a meteor shower fell from the sky. Under the vast sky, meteors streaked by. In the autumn mountains, the warm fire crackled, and the cream-colored tent was adorned with soft yellow lights, blending into the starlight and firelight, softening the deep blue shadows, dancing on the young man's sharp jawline, blurring with the girl's tearful eyes. The taste of blood filled her mouth, and Ruan Li had to bend backward, enduring the desperate madness pressing against her lips. Just as she was on the verge of suffocation, she finally realized. This time, she had gone too far, and several meters away stood the petrified Go Junjun. What? They just kiss so openly? Not just a kiss, but a tearful kiss. That's very dramatic. But please, why did it have to be seen by a guy who loves to gossip? The next moment, as an outstanding student in journalism, Go Junjun instinctively reached into his coat pocket, pulled out his phone, and opened the camera. "Stop it, please." But it was too late. The photo was captured in his phone, and he hurriedly went to find Zhao Shun. "Cricket, you won't believe what just happened." He really didn't mean to share someone else's privacy, but he needed an outlet, or he would go crazy. The comments flooded in. "Oh my God, so thrilling. Is this right? I came to see a sea and the girl in the tent kiss. But why is it the female supporting character and the prince of the Fu family? I wish I could switch places with Go Junjun. This is so sweet. I have a feeling this photo taken by Go Junjun will be bought by the prince at a high price." Junjun, Get ready for a promotion. Ruan Li was feeling a bit oxygen-deprived, her head spinning. Things had gone beyond her control. She still didn't understand how she ended up kissing Shi Yu. Shi Yu stared at her. I will not be the third party. Subtext, break up with him, date me. The female supporting character agreed. Right? The prince of the capital, powerful, wealthy, and handsome. Even if he gets tired of it. The breakup fee can cover your adoptive mother's hospital bills. They aren't even together yet, and you're talking about loans to break up? I'm a man, I understand. Only what you can't get is the best. Unless the female supporting character can keep him hanging, making the male lead anxious. Otherwise, the white moonlight will turn into plain rice. And the vermilion mole will turn into mosquito blood. Ruan Li looked inside. She lowered her gaze and said to Shi Yu, don't worry, I like a C. I won't break up with him. Shi Yu, say that again. Looks like the female supporting character really loves the male lead. Lily, are you confused? So annoying. In a tent, how could the male and female leads really be applying medicine? Shouldn't they be in a heated moment instead? It's all the supporting character's fault. When I first watched it, the female lead fell into the water looking beautiful, truly like a lotus emerging from clear water, only suffering a little injury. And when applying the medicine, she cried out in pain, naturally making the male lead's heart flutter. But now, the female lead's makeup is ruined, and her hair looks like tangled seaweed, like Sadako crawling out of a well. That's great. Shi Yu gritted his teeth and repeated, you don't want to leave Jiang Siyan? You want me to follow you without any status? No. Ruan Li lowered her eyes. The matter with Yun Ke is a misunderstanding. Let's pretend nothing happened between us. Okay? Shi Yu felt a chill seep into his bones. For a brief few seconds, he couldn't say a word. Misunderstanding? He laughed instead of getting angry. Is that WeChat also a misunderstanding? Before he could finish the last 4 words, Ruan Li covered his mouth. This was because Ruan Li saw a blood-red bullet screen. All departments, pay attention. Jiang Siyan is about to leave the tent. Chapter 56. I won't be the third party. Jiang Siyan walked out of the tent. Under the dark night sky, Shi Yu's leaving figure could be seen. He was puzzled. Brother Yu, didn't you just leave? I dropped something, came back to get it. The string lights outside the tent had gone out at some point, and in the darkness, Jiang Siyan vaguely saw a thick coat draped over Shi Yu's shoulder. He casually asked, the clothes you brought? So thick. Yeah, it's cold. Jiang Siyan didn't probe further. He looked around and asked, Brother Yu, have you seen Ruan Li? No. Strange. I feel like I just heard Ruan Li's voice. Shi Yu asked, aren't you angry that she pushed your good brother into the water? Jiang Siyan rubbed his forehead. Ruan is just being jealous. As long as she apologizes, I can forgive her. I know, as my brother, you think it's not worth it for me to forgive her. But I've had a 4-year relationship with Ruan Li, and both our families hope we can get married right after graduation. However, Nan also said that this time I can't forgive Ruan Li too easily. Otherwise, she will keep causing trouble in the future, and no one can stand it. I've changed the password for the wedding house and asked the Ruan family to prevent her from going home, letting her reflect on her mistakes outside. These days, I plan to take Nan to Switzerland to make up for the fright she got tonight and also to temper Ruan Li's temper. I'll come back when she realizes her mistakes. After hearing such a long speech, Shi Yu's voice was calm and unperturbed. I'm leaving. Okay, be safe on the way, Jiang Siyan said, his gaze lingering on Shi Yu's departing figure, vaguely sensing something was off. But he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Shi Yu walked to the SUV and put down the clothes. Underneath his coat, a face as white as jade was revealed, meeting those red eyes. A surge of irritation rushed over Shi Yu. Was she feeling wrong because of what Jiang Siyan said? If you cry again, do you believe I'll kiss you now? Ruan Li bit her lip in fright. Huh, is this right? What a clever maneuver. The prince is quite the charm, receiving rewards. That hit me hard. Is this treating the male lead like a Japanese character? I won't be the third party. Let's see how long he can keep smiling. Shi Yu opened the passenger door, his face cold. Get in. He was driving an SUV today, with a high chassis. Ruan Li, who had just been carried on his shoulder, felt her legs numb and struggled more than an old lady getting onto a bed. She felt very embarrassed. Behind her, Shi Yu's hands gripped her waist, pushing her into the car. Thank you. Before she could say anything, she heard a loud bang as the car door was slammed shut coldly. Ruan Li. The night highway was exceptionally quiet. Inside the car, Shi Yu wore a cold expression, his long hands resting on the steering wheel, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Ruan Li felt a bit cold and quietly wrapped her arms around herself. The next second, Shi Yu turned up the temperature of the air conditioning. "Thank you," she said softly. Shi Yu coldly replied, "It's me who is cold. It has nothing to do with you." Ruan Li looked at the sweat forming on his forehead, but said nothing. "I've seen cold faces washing underwear, but I've never seen a cold face being a third party. I won't be the third party. The law of true fragrance, though late, is still true. The package is truly fragrant. What are you joking about? The prince of the capital can have any woman he wants. Why would want to be Ruan Li's third party? Ruan Li must be trying to play hard to get, just waiting for her to crash." Shi Yu drove quickly, and the two returned to Haisher. "Mr. Fu, just drop me off here." Ruan Li pointed to the subway station at the intersection. She had heard Jiang Siyan's words earlier. Not only had he changed the password, but also prevented the Ruan family from taking her in. "I'm going to stay at a friend's house tonight." Shi Yu, however, did not stop. "Address? Yujinghua. With a press of the accelerator, the SUV arrived at Yujinghua. Looking at the old, broken-down place with streetlights that weren't even as bright as fireflies, Shi Yu got out of the car and followed Ruan Li to the building. "Mr. Fu, no need to trouble yourself. You don't have to see me off." But Shi Yu remained silent. Ruan Li steeled herself and went upstairs. The small community rented by Jiang Siyan had no property management, and the corridor was in disrepair. By the time she reached the 4th floor, the light bulb was broken. Ruan Li used her phone for illumination, climbed to the 5th floor, and unlocked the door. She originally wanted to be polite and asked Shi Yu if he wanted to come in for a glass of water. But then she remembered this wasn't her home and changed her words. "Mr. Fu, thank you for sending me back." Shi Yu said nothing. He seemed to wait for a moment. Then his face darkened a few shades as he turned to leave. "Wait." Ruan Li returned to her room and took out the cookies she made. "You didn't eat anything tonight. Have some cookies." Shi Yu coldly accepted them. Watching his figure go downstairs, Ruan Li felt a bit anxious. Did she overdo it? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. So she simply lay down on the sofa. She saw a message from the wedding dress shop owner on her phone, asking her to come for a shoot tomorrow at 10. She replied with a good. On the other side, Shi Yu went downstairs, bought a light bulb, and installed it on the 4th floor. During this time, his phone buzzed continuously. It was the wedding dress shop owner who insisted on adding him earlier. "Wedding dress shop owner, classmate, have you thought it over? Are you free for the shoot tomorrow?" Shi Yu, not free. A few minutes later, the wedding dress shop owner sent a long voice message. "Wedding dress shop owner, classmate, you really fit the theme of our wedding photo shoot this time. Our female model is very professional and beautiful. She never shoots couple wedding photos. I can guarantee that as long as you two shoot this set of wedding photos together, it'll definitely go viral. Wedding dress shop owner, handsome guy, you're truly our top choice among male models. As long as you're willing to come, the price is negotiable. Wedding dress shop owner, the time and place for the shoot are." Shi Yu ignored it. He put his phone away and walked down the stairs following the light cast by the bulb on the 4th floor. On the 1st floor, Jiang Siyan dragged her exhausted body home after working overtime, regretting how she had tried to save money by renting an old, broken-down 5th floor. She called Ruan Li upstairs. "Lily, I'm starving. Help me make a bowl of instant noodles." "Boo-hoo, love you. By the way, have you trained that one-night stand damn male ghost well?" Just then, as soon as the phrase about the same came through the receiver, the phone died. Jiang Siyan. At that moment, a cold, gloomy male voice rang out. "What one-night stand damp male ghost?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Siyan looked up. She saw a cold, pale face, deep eyes and thin lips. What a damp male ghost. When did this gem appear in the urban village she rented? But this ghost looked a bit familiar. The next second, she screamed, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Chapter 57. Yes, not even a third party. The person in front of her is her half-brother. It's complicated, but they have only met once. At that time, she had dyed yellow hair and worked as a manager in an internet CAF, making money by cracking foreign games. Then he appeared, giving her 500,000. He only said 3 sentences. "I am your brother." 5 years later, "If you can multiply this money tenfold, aside from the old man's inheritance, I'll give you another 500 million. She asked, "Is it okay if it's illegal?" He nodded. But Jiang Siyan couldn't he do it. So she dyed her hair back to black, returned to high school, and with the motivation of 500 million, got into a top computer science program and has been working hard ever since. Looking at her brother's dark eyes, Shuangjie instinctively shrank her neck. She didn't know what he had been through. He seemed much scarier than 5 years ago. She explained, the damp male ghost is a project of mine, a virtual boyfriend setup, and I'm having a friend help me train the data. She could clearly feel that when she mentioned the word boyfriend, her brother's aura became less terrifying. She curiously asked, brother, how did you end up here? Shi Yu replied, just passing by. His phone screen lit up. She thought it was the wedding dress shop owner again, but it turned out to be Ruan Li, lazy pear mud. The cat is peeping. Shi Yu. Just now. She was talking about how much she loves her fiancé. Now she is flirting with my friend. His expression tightened. Shuangjie tentatively asked, brother, what's wrong? Shi Yu responded, how can a girl say she likes her fiancé while flirting with my friend on WeChat? Is a love problem? Shuangjie waved her hand. She is just playing both sides. Shi Yu's expression grew stern. Instantly, the temperature in the hallway dropped, making Shuangjie feel like she was in the Arctic. Her mind raced, and when she realized that this friend was actually her brother's friend, her pupils shook. What kind of woman would dare to be unfaithful to such a terrifying man? Shuangjie hesitated and changed her wording, but she doesn't T-step on others, only on your friend. It shows she has feelings for your friend. There's a saying that says, even a toxic relationship is still a relationship, and even false feelings are still feelings. It's better than that girl not caring about your friend at all. Shi Yu's lips slightly curled upward, an almost imperceptible smile. He said, let us go. I'll treat you to dinner. No need. My friend is waiting for me to eat instant noodles at home. Shuangjie politely declined. Fearing indigestion, she quickly thought a sales pitch. Brother, if your friend has any emotional issues, he could try our company's virtual girlfriend. Although it's still in beta testing, I can recommend it to you, and you can help me debug it. You see, I previously had my friend help debug the virtual boyfriend. As she spoke, she clicked on the chat with Ruan Li and scrolled through the records. It was simple. I'll send you the business card, and you can adjust it according to your character and dialogue. Shuangjie paused her voice. Staring at the business card she sent to Ruan Li last week, she was dumbfounded. Who is this? The motion sensor lights in the hallway dimmed. Shuangjie slapped her forehead, and the lights brightened again. Oh no, I was so busy that day that I sent the wrong business card. Just as she clicked on the business card to see who this person was, she suddenly remembered something, and her fingers froze. Immediately, a chill crept up from her feet to her entire body. This is her brother's WeChat. The motion sensor lights dimmed again. Shuangjie was standing next to a living person, but he was even scarier than a dead one. Her voice tangled, brother, it can't be that coincidental, right? The girl you mentioned who flirts with your friend on WeChat, it can't be Ruan Li, right? Silence. After a long silence, a voice filled with icy shards broke the stillness. So, what is her character? Shuangjie's legs went weak. It's over, it really is. So, is her brother not even the one who plays both sides? Is he just self-sabotaging? Shuangjie confessed everything, detailing the whole situation. From the carnivorous girlfriend to the one-night stand setup. She clasped her hands together. Brother, it's all my fault. Ruan Li doesn't know anything. She took this job because she needed money. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Under the dim light, Shi Yu's expression was cold. He said, don't tell her about this. Shuangjie gasped, brother, that's not good. The next second, her account received a transfer. 500,000. Shuangjie shook her head. Brother, Ruan Li is my good friend. I see her as family. No matter how much you give me, I won't hide it. The next second, her account received another transfer. 5 million. Shuangjie. She is a little girl who can't resist the corruption of money. Why treat her so cruelly? She painfully transferred the money back. She only asked one question, brother, do you like Ruan Li? Early Saturday morning. Ruan Li got up early. Trying not to wake Shuangjie beside her, she quietly washed up and left for the shooting location. After Shuangjie came back last night, it was strange. She kept staring at her as if she wanted to say something. Ruan Li initially wanted to talk to her about the virtual boyfriend, but Shuangjie suddenly yawned and said she was tired. But she tossed and turned in bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. Perhaps she was worried about her startup. Ruan Li couldn't help much for Shuangjie. Only this training thing. Little Pear is here. As soon as she walked into the shooting site, Sister Luan warmly approached her. "Long time no see. You look even prettier. The male model I mentioned before can't make it, but don't worry. Today's partner is also a handsome young man." Ruan Li saw the male model and greeted him. The boy had fair skin, an easily blushing face, a perm that looked like a bad boy, a big build, and tattooed arms. But when he spoke, he was very obedient and naive, exuding a kind of innocent foolishness. When he noticed Ruan Li staring at his tattoo, his face turned red. "I'm sorry. I stayed up late last night shooting a short drama, and the tattoo was stuck on me. I didn't expect it wouldn't wash off." Sister Luan smiled. "Keeping it is fine. After all, we're wearing suits. It adds a certain tension." As Ruan Li was getting her makeup done, Sister Luan stood by. "Little pair, today as schedule is tight, and we have to shoot dozens of wedding dresses, plus 3 sets of palace oil painting style that need to be shot outdoors. The photographer I hired this time is very good at capturing atmosphere. He might ask the models to be quite intimate, but don't worry. If you feel uncomfortable, just let me know." Ruan Li nodded, "Okay." Sister Luan was very focused on this new product, and the makeup artist technique was also excellent. She only elongated Ruan Li's eyebrows a bit, which complemented her gentle and elegant temperament. Sister Luan couldn't help but praise, as expected of my personally chosen bride. "So beautiful." When a makeup artist lifted her chin to apply lip makeup, Sister Luan called for a stop. "Stop. This angle is perfect, like a painting. Let me take a picture." Ruan Li felt a bit shy from the praise. Her face turned a little red, and her eyelashes drooped. Meanwhile, the camera caught this moment. Shi Yu had an international video conference in the morning. Italian is not his first language, and the presenter had a bit of an accent, plus the overly expressive body language of Italians, making his eyes hurt. Finally, the meeting ended. He saw that the wedding dress shop owner had sent him several messages again in the morning. He clicked on her profile, planning to delete her as a friend. Unexpectedly, in her moments, he saw a familiar face. Wedding dress shop owner. Today's bride is super beautiful. Chapter 58. Passionate about being the third wheel, the shooting venue was a 2-story small villa with very retro furnishings. While Ruan Li was changing clothes, an unexpected guest arrived on the first floor, separated by a curtain. Sister Luan saw the visitor and exclaimed, "Little handsome guy, what are you doing here?" Shi Yu replied, "Just passing by." Upon hearing this, Sister Luan's eyes lit up, but she looked a bit troubled at the male model, as changing plans last minute wasn't her style. The male model looked a bit aggrieved. "Sister Luan, we signed a contract." Despite the male model's big build, his eyes reflected a clear naivety, which Sister Luan had initially found appealing because of the contrast. At this moment, under the gaze of those eyes, Sister Luan couldn't bring herself to suggest changing models. As the atmosphere became tense, Shi Yu walked up to the male model and asked, "How much do you charge for a day's shoot?" The male model replied, 5,000. Shi Yu coldly said, "Give me your payment code." His voice carried the arrogance of someone in a position of authority. The male model, still a college student, complied and displayed his yellow payment code. Shi Yu glanced at it, and the next second, an electronic voice filled the air. "Your WeChat has received 50,000 yuan." The male model asked, "Huh?" Sister Luan was taken aback. She said to Shi Yu, "The fee, I paid you ISNT 50,000. No need for money." "Then what are you?" "Passion." Sister Luan was confused. Ruan Li, on the other side of a curtain, was unaware of what was happening. Meanwhile, the bullet comments flew by quickly. "Passion, brother. I'm going to die laughing. Brother, you made me feel strange. Brother, are you doing another little show? Passion, brother, this track is all yours." Kicking over the main table and becoming the groom. "You really love it." Soon to be Passion 3. Ruan Li was baffled. What were they talking about without context? Was it about the male and female leads? Also, she had just seen in Shangnan's account, and Shangnan had posted a picture in first class on a flight to Switzerland early this morning, showing half of Jiang Siyan's arm beside her. The comment section was filled with sugary exchanges. The boy next to her must be the one accompanying Nan Bao as her one-day boyfriend. Just look at his hands. He must be handsome. Your new fans, right? Nan Bao's boyfriend is the son of the richest family in Haicheng. Super handsome. I'm so envious. A flower of wealth in the human world. And Shangnan's fans seemed unaware that she had spent 2 nights in detention. Ever since Shangnan exposed Ruan Li over the Rue porcelain incident. The internet had pitted the two against each other. At this moment, there were also comments mocking, "Our Nan Bao is a true rich heiress, while some pampered cattle will never reach our Nan Bao's height, even if they work their whole lives." There were many similar comments. Ruan Li, as the cannon fodder female supporting character, knew that opposing the female lead would not end well. But with Double 11 approaching, it was a great opportunity to land a commercial deal. How could she attract traffic? She tapped her fingers on the screen and finally thought of an outrageous title. What is it like to take wedding photos with the boss? Sure enough, as soon as she posted it, she was flooded with. After changing her clothes, she stepped out from behind the curtain. To her surprise, she saw a familiar face. Shi Yu? What was he doing here? People say that telling one lie requires countless others to cover it up. Ruan Li was face-blind. She shouldn't have recognized Shi Yu at that moment. Therefore, she tried to control her expression, pretending not to notice anything wrong, and smiled. "Sister Luan, I'm done changing." Two pairs of eyes turned toward her. Ruan Li was not in the main dress, but in a red morning robe, with two narrow straps resting on her delicate shoulders. The water-red silk skirt flowing down, exposing a large expanse of smooth back, bright and charming. Sister Luan looked at her with admiration in her eyes, while Shi Yu's dark eyes were gloomy, like a hyena clinging to its prey. Little Li, the male model, had something to attend to, so we temporarily switched to a different model. "You all cooperate well." Ruan Li nodded, extended her hand, and smiled. "Hello, I'm Ruan Li." Shi Yu ignored her slender white hand, his gaze cold. "I'm going to change clothes." Ruan Li's voice trembled. "Mr. Fu?" Shi Yu didn't reply and walked straight past her. "Passion brother, you're acting up again. Why not hold hands? Are you afraid you'll pull her into your arms?" Is Ruan Li angry that she didn't recognize him? It's fine. He soothed himself. Love needs to be brain dead. The female supporting character looks great in that morning robe. I want to wear the same for my wedding. Ruan Li never expected to run into Shi Yu at the shoot. When he changed and stepped out of the fitting room, he walked over with a straight posture, the tailored suit on him instantly doubling in price. The photographer was very pleased with their looks. She raised her camera. "Come on." Groom lies on the spiral staircase. Bride lies in the groom's arms, tugging at the groom's tie. Groom lowers his head, hands on the bride's waist, and poses for a kiss. Ruan Li felt a bit stiff. Shi Yu had already half lain on the wooden stairs, one long leg slightly bent, the other naturally stretched along the angle of the staircase. Noticing her stiffness, Shi Yu's lazy voice broke the silence. "Don't want to shoot with me? Want to shoot with Jiang Siyan?" Upon hearing this, Ruan Li realized Shi Yu was here to get back at her. She took on a professional attitude, lifted her skirt, and sat in Shi Yu's lap as the photographer instructed, holding onto a corner of his tie. Shi Yu leaned down. His cool breath enveloped her, stopping just 3 centimeters from her lips. With a click, the soft morning light streamed in from the corner window, casting a golden glow over him, making his deep-set eyes and sharp nose even more striking. The photographer's voice rang in her ears. "Very good. Perfect. Are you two real couples? If you're a couple, a real kiss would enhance the atmosphere." Ruan Li quickly shook her head. "No." The photographer was somewhat surprised. "Sorry, you two look too natural. This outfit is meant to highlight the atmosphere of love and desire." The photographer added, "Don't move. I'll go get some props." Ruan Li felt a bit awkward. At that moment, Shi Yu's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, it showed Jiang Siyan. Shi Yu didn't want to answer, but noticing Ruan Li's pale face as she shook her head slightly, he felt a chill. He was a mistress. Why should he hide? With a swipe of his long fingers, he answered the call. Jiang Siyan's voice came clearly through the receiver. "Brother Yu, what are you doing?" Feeling the tremble from the person in his arms, Shi Yu spoke slowly, taking wedding photos. Chapter 59, Flamboyant Style. "Did you just say that so casually?" "Passion brother. You really seem like a malicious mistress trying to provoke the legal partner." A scene of chaos. Stimulating. Are you two really not filming a short movie? This plot is pretty common. Who understands? Although Passion Brother says he wants to be a mistress, he will definitely get jealous when the female supporting character talks to the male lead, then bite and claw at the female supporting character. Understand? I totally get it. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then, the call ended, followed by a video call. Ruan Li reached out to grab it. In the scuffle, someone accidentally pressed the answer button. The next second, Jiang Siyuan's voice came through the speaker. Brother Yu, you're taking wedding photos? Who are you with? Sister-in-law? Click. The phone fell onto the stairs. Jiang Siyuan continued. I noticed you were in a bad mood last night, and didn't dare to ask you, which one is sister-in-law? Ruan Li felt her head spinning as she listened to Jiang Siyuan. Why was he so chatty? What did it matter to him who Fu Shiyu's girlfriend was? The important thing was today was Saturday, and she had to wait until Monday to go to the police station to change her household registration. So in these 2 days, she absolutely couldn't let Jiang Siyuan discover any clues. Otherwise, even if the household registration book was in her hands, it would be useless if the Ruan family applied for a loss report. Ruan Li lowered her head, burying her face in Fu Shiyu's chest, curling her body as small as possible. She lay quietly on Fu Shiyu, her delicate frame and fair skin evident, as the strap of her red morning robe slipped down her arm, allowing him to feel the rise and fall of her breath. Fu Shiyu frowned. It felt more like an affair. He looked more like a third party. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Jiang Siyuan's voice rang out again. Damn, Hugo, what's going on over there? Ruan Li's heart tightened. She suddenly remembered that a mirror had been added at the top of the stairs for filming, and her phone was left on the steps, face up. This meant that Jiang Siyuan could see her and Fu Shiyu's current state through the mirror on the ceiling. Ruan Li felt her scalp tingle. Clearly, Fu Shiyu realized it too. The veins on his forehead bulged slightly as he reached for the phone. On the other end of the call, Jiang Siyuan's astonished eyes reflected the screen's image. The colored glass high windows cast a dim light on the dark belly of the spiral staircase. The man's suit tangled in the woman's hair, and the wine-red skirt flowed down the hard steps. Desire was breeding, secretly heating up. Jiang Siyuan shook his head in disbelief. Hugo, I didn't expect you to shoot such steamy couple photos. He screenshot it and sent it to Junjun and Zhao Shan to take a look. Then he greeted Ruan Li from afar. Sister-in-law, let's have a meal together sometime. The response he received was Fu Shiyu hanging up the video call. Only then did Ruan Li raise her head, her eyes glistening with tears of nervousness. The comments flew by. Love is a light. So wonderful. A song green light for the male lead. Go Junjun. No. Lover brother, you really know how to play? You say you won't be a third party, but all of this is just flirting. Not being a third party. Prince, although the female supporting role has a fiancé, you are still single, so you have the right to pursue her. Ruan Li felt incredibly awkward and was about to get up when wait. The photographer had returned at some point. She raised her camera, excitedly saying, You two don't move, maintain this pose. Using the blurred door frame as a foreground, the atmosphere of an affair is immediately out. It's perfect. Ruan Li thought. This isn't right. Fu Shiyu shot her a glare. The photographer quickly realized, awkwardly smiling, Sorry, you two are just too compatible. Ruan Li. The subsequent photo shoot went relatively smoothly. Even though Sister Luan had given a heads up, Ruan Li was aware of this photographer's style. Adept at capturing the emotional tension and hormonal atmosphere with delicate shots. However, every time the photographer suggested a pose, she still felt awkward. If it were a professional male model across from her, it might have been a bit easier. Unfortunately, it was Fu Shiyu. The photographer wouldn't force a kiss between non-couples, but as a wedding dress model, she couldn't avoid intimate physical contact. Thankfully, the indoor outfits were all shot. During a break, Ruan Li found time to reply to some online comments. However, a message from Shangnan popped up at the top of her phone. Shangnan photo. In the background, it was dawn in Switzerland. She and Jiang Siyuan had just landed, opened a room, and their luggage was sprawled on the floor, wide open. In the picture, Shangnan circled a corner of her suitcase with a red circle, which showed a rather sexy piece of lingerie. Shangnan, see. I forgot to bring my underwear in. Can you help me get it? Voice message, half a minute later. Shangnan, sorry, I sent it to the wrong person. Just pretend you didn't see it. Ruan Li shook her head, feeling speechless at this clumsy excuse. A person's sixth sense is always subtle. Just like some people change the subject to themselves when chatting, everyone knows it's time to act coy, but no one calls it out. She understood this was in Shangnan's provocation. Just as she was about to send a polite emoji, she saw Fu Shiyu standing behind her in the reflection on the screen. His deep eyes had seen the message Shangnan sent her. Ruan Li blinked. The next moment, her eyes turned red. A tear dropped onto the screen as the voice message came through with a choked tone. "What are you doing?" Quickly, a message came from the other end. It was Jiang Siyan's voice. "Jiang Siyan, what Nan and I are doing is none of your business." His tone was cold and unfeeling. The screen went dark, and Ruan Li crouched on the ground, hugging her knees, burying her face in her legs. The comments flew by. The male lead must really be sick. Clearly did nothing within Shangnan, just open a room, yet he can't even talk properly. Come on. It's disgusting for a male and female friend to open a room together. Okay. Disgusting what? It's all the female supporting role's fault. There should clearly be a scene of the male lead and the female lead being ambiguous. But the male lead just closed his eyes and held the lingerie for the female lead. And when they touched hands, innocence was lost. The female supporting role cries. Look how heartbroken Lover Brother is. Lover Brother, I agree you could be the third party. I'm Qin Shirwang. I also agree you could be the third party. Hearing the photographer say they were starting to shoot again, Ruan Li wiped away her tears and continued working. In the evening, the group arrived at an outdoor park. They planned to take photos of the groom and bride kissing under the veil at sunset. The photographer said, "In a moment, we will need to borrow a position, the groom's thumb on the bride's lip, then the groom kisses his own finger, got it?" Ruan Li nodded. Meanwhile, Shi Yu's expression was cold, and he had hardly shown any emotion all day. Normally, this would be unfavorable for wedding photos. However, when his eyes landed on Ruan Li, they were as dark as ink, revealing an indescribable allure. Plus, both of them had stunning looks, making every shot beautiful and saving a lot of time in post-production. The photographer, I'm feeling it. Everything was going well. Everyone was waiting for the sunset to fall into the best position. At that moment, Ruan Li caught sight of familiar figures not far away. It was Ruan's mother and Ruan Baozhu. Half the sky was dyed gold, and many people were walking by the lake, stopping to watch as they saw someone taking wedding photos. Someone remarked that these two looked like celebrities. The crowd of onlookers grew, with some even taking photos. Ruan Baozhu, curious, walked over and recognized Shi Yu. "Mom, this guy is Asi's brother's roommate. I heard he's the campus heartthrob at Haida. Yesterday, I heard Asi asking what his girlfriend looks like, and I didn't expect to run into him today." She took out her phone. "Perfect, I'll take a photo and send it to Asi." Unlike the regular crowd, Ruan Baozhu was determined to capture the bride's face clearly. Ruan Li heard this. Sister Luan had said this set of photos would be polished and released next Wednesday as a new product. By then, she would have already moved her household registration and wouldn't worry about being exposed. But right now, she couldn't. Ruan Li clenched her fists. Just as Ruan Baozhu raised her phone and circled around the photographer, Ruan Li didn't think twice, not even waiting for the photographer to call start, and hooked her arms around Shi Yu's neck, rising on her toes to kiss him. Chapter 60, Wedding Kiss. At the moment of the kiss, the crowd gasped. The sunset danced in Shi Yu's eyes, his pupils dilating in surprise. Through a layer of lace veil, he saw Ruan Li with her eyes tightly shut. As the flash went off, the photographer's voice rang out continuously. So perfect. The last rays of the sun, the city's dazzling skyscrapers formed dark silhouettes, and lights lit up in that instant as the golden sun sank into the river, emitting a brilliant golden glow. In the park, the sound of orchestral music penetrated the air, classical yet boisterous. Ruan Li, however, was not in the mood to appreciate it. She didn't know if Ruan Baozhu had left or not. She couldn't take the risk. She continued to cling to Shi Yu's shoulder, her almond-shaped eyes peering over his shoulder, secretly observing Ruan Baozhu in the crowd. However, Ruan Baozhu had no intention of leaving. Just as Ruan Li was planning to think of another way to escape, a sudden force covered her lips and through the lace veil. A warm breath pressed against her bit by bit, forcing her waist to lean back, nearly relying solely on the arms wrapped around her waist to maintain her standing position. Her back, along with her waist, felt like a bowstring about to be released. The sunset fell on the white wedding dress, dyeing it with a blazing fire. The voices of the surrounding people drifted into Ruan Li's ears like they were coming from the clouds. A strange and concealed, shameful and dangerous emotion surged in her heart. Her face and neck felt as if they were on fire. The photographer gave up on taking pictures and switched to video mode. The atmosphere was right. The groom tightened his embrace a little more. Come on, the bride should cling to the groom's shoulder, relax her body, continue leaning back, exposing her beautiful neckline, and give all her strength to the groom. Ruan Li's heart raced. Even though there was still a thin veil between them, it felt more scorching than ever before. And there were comments adding fuel to the fire. Aren't some people against being a third party? Why are they still chasing a kiss? Loving brother, a kiss through the wedding veil doesn't count. Laughing to death, according to this logic, as long as you hold an umbrella, it doesn't count as being hateful? Sure enough, they paid to participate. Loving brother must be thrilled, right? He must be feeling great. If he knew the female supporting character was kissing him to avoid Ruan Baozhu, he would go mad. The crowd of onlookers grew larger. Yet Ruan Baozhu showed no signs of leaving. Continuing like this wasn't a long-term solution. Ruan Li tugged at Shi Yu's tie and whispered, "Can I borrow your clothes for a moment?" Shi Yu's dark eyes fixed on her. Ruan Li continued, "Ruan Baozhu is still here. She hasn't left. And I'm afraid she might recognize me." Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's jaw tightened. So she kissed him just to avoid being seen by that adopted sister? Fine. Shi Yu's teeth clenched a little more. The next moment, he directly picked her up horizontally. Ruan Li was taken aback, realizing she was about to bump right into Ruan Baozhu. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Shi Yu's neck and buried her face into his neck. As the crisp scent invaded her nostrils, she was thoroughly concealed. That's enough for today. A voice from above came from Shi Yu, indifferent to joy or anger. Ruan Li pressed against his chest, her vision taken away by the darkness, her sense of touch becoming particularly clear, and she could distinctly feel the vibration of Shi Yu's chest as he spoke. She hugged him tighter, burying her face deeper. Behind them, Ruan Baozhu felt a bit defeated, wondering why she couldn't see their faces, feeling so mysterious. However, Ruan's mother thought the couple looked somewhat familiar, especially the girl in his arms. The two hands clinging to the suit overlapped, revealing a faint red mole on the left wrist. Ruan Baozhu shook her head and casually sent the photo she had taken to Jiang Siyan. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. The photographer's apprentice was confused. "Master, why did they leave? There is still a set of photos that haven't been taken." The photographer snapped a few shots of the couple's backs, and then smiled knowingly. "It's a case of a gun going off accidentally. Let them cool down." "Apprentice?" The photographer waved his hand. "Wrap it up." Shi Yu took Ruan Li to a secluded spot in the park. He set her down. Ruan Li's face was burning. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kiss you just now. If you're angry, you can." The rest of her words were sealed by his rough, yet long fingers, his thumb resting on her lips. Then, Shi Yu leaned down. He completed a kiss that was borrowed in position. At the same time, with his other hand holding up the phone, he pressed a shutter. Ruan Li was startled and pushed him away. Shi Yu's cold eyes glanced at her. "Don't worry. I want to be the third party." Then, he sent the recently taken kissing photo, without capturing Ruan Li's face, to Jiang Siyan. Shi Yu, picture Jiang Siyan. Shi Yu, sent it to the wrong person. Let us pretend you didn't see it. This familiar dialogue made Ruan Li's heart flutter. Although it seemed a bit childish for Shi Yu to do this, she felt a long-lost sensation of being protected. She sincerely said, "Thank you. I'm not helping you." Shi Yu replied coldly. "Then why?" Shi Yu, for justice. Chapter 61. The prince coldly unleashes his screen. Ruan Li was momentarily stunned upon hearing the word justice. Then she saw the barrage of comments flooding in. "Oh, justice, brother. Then you're very just. Why does this guy have so many little shows? I once he watched the Spring Festival Gala without you. Both loving and just... Should we give you an award for being helpful? Female supporting character. Take a look at him. Otherwise, when you have kids one day, this guy will still stubbornly say he is helping the country breed offspring. That has quite the willingness to create life." These comments were quite interesting when not being fake. Ruan Li couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Shi Yu asked coldly. Ruan Li quickly pressed her lips together, stopping her laughter. It seemed Shi Yu thought of something, and the calmness in his eyes rippled like a stone thrown into water. "Wait a minute. You're not face blind. How could you recognize your adopted sister?" Ruan Li realized she had been careless. If Shi Yu found out she was pretending to be face blind to approach him, she wouldn't have to wait for the novel's ending. She would immediately be sunk. "I heard her voice," Ruan Li said softly. Because I've been face blind since childhood, I'm very sensitive to people's voices. And also their scents. For example, you and a CS scents are very similar. Indeed, although Jiang Siyan was a rich kid, he was no different from ordinary boys when living at school. Whether it was facial cleanser or shower gel, he would use his roommate's if he could, never thinking to buy his own. If he were an ordinary person, he would be afraid of being accused of taking advantage and wouldn't continue like this. But Jiang Siyan happened to be wealthy. Therefore, during their 4 years of college, he basically used the same products as Shi Yu. If it were Ruan Li from a week ago, she might not have been able to distinguish between the two. This answer convinced Shi Yu. He hummed an acknowledgement and glanced at his watch. Aren't you going to take pictures? Ruan Li was confused, not following his train of thought. What? Shi Yu lifted his gaze with a cold expression. Your account has reached 500,000 followers. I said the boss would make an appearance, and I always keep my word. It reached 500,000. Ruan Li took out her phone and looked at the follower count. I remember it was still a bit short. A pair follower count. 500023 just reached 500,000. Ruan Li was somewhat surprised, and then her throat felt blocked by an indescribable emotion. Her nose slightly tinged with acidity. She suppressed this emotion and forced a bright smile. Thank you. Let me treat you to a meal. Shi Yu remained expressionless. Oh. The comments started again, pretending to be indifferent. Oh, you care more about the numbers than the female supporting character herself. Is that reasonable? The prince must have been scrolling the screen, pretending not to care about the female supporting character, only to burst out when the count increased by 23 people. Prophet, you're cut. On the surface, but in the heart, he can't wait to have dinner with his wife. Just his brother. Please stop showing off. First person to coldly flaunt. It seems the female supporting character is a bit touched. Sigh. She has been uncared for in Haicheng for so many years. Her family neglects her, and her fiancé treats her coldly. Not to mention, the male lead is truly not worth it for her. Back at the wedding dress shop, Sister Luan praised the two of them endlessly. Seeing the return photos, they're absolutely stunning. I'll come to you next time I have new products. You both worked hard today. Let me treat you to a meal. Sister Luan, haven't you eaten? Ruan Li smiled. We just happened to make a reservation. Why don't you join us? As soon as these words fell, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped. Sister Luan glanced at the source of the cold air. Shi Yu, and immediately understood everything. This cold-faced handsome guy suddenly changed his mind and agreed to the shoot, even paying 80,000 out of his own pocket to drive away competitors. He talked about passion, and she thought she had encountered a rich kid playing around. But it turned out that his love was for someone else. It seems it was thanks to her WeChat moments. Sister Luan smiled mysteriously and waved her hand, saying, Never mind, I won't disturb your date. Next time for new products, you should aim for a couple shoot with a bigger scale to attract more customers. Ruan Li quickly explained, Sister Luan, I have a boyfriend. Sister Luan was taken aback. Shi Yu snorted coldly, his aura dark and intimidating, and turned to leave. Ruan Li hurriedly waved goodbye to Sister Luan and chased after him. In Switzerland, it was 1 p.m. Jiang Siyan woke up from jet lag and saw the kissing photo that Shi Yu had sent him. He perked up instantly. At the same time, he received a photo from Ruan Baozhu. Coincidentally, she had captured Shi Yu and his girlfriend from a third perspective. Ruan Baozhu. Brother C, this is your roommate Shi Yu, right? I heard you were curious about what his girlfriend looks like, and I happened to run into them yesterday. Ruan Baozhu. Unfortunately, I didn't get a shot of his girlfriend's face. They seemed to be couple models for a wedding dress shoot, and halfway through, Shi Yu picked up his girlfriend. Ruan Baozhu. I heard from the photographer that it seems things got a bit heated. Jiang Siyan. Wow, really? He is quite impressive. He hadn't expected that after being single for 4 years, he would jump into a serious relationship. He immediately sent both pictures to the group chat. Strangely, no one spoke in the dormitory group chat today. The last message was from him in the morning. This time, he tagged Go Junjun and Zhao Shun. Jiang Siyan, look, the photos Fu Ge sent me are from a third perspective. Is it Go or not? Go Junjun, what? Fu Ge sent it to you? Jiang Siyan? Yeah, grinning. Then, he sent the chat history between him and Shi Yu to the group. In the library, Go Junjun's pupils widened. He tugged at Zhao Shun beside him. Did you see the group? Fu Ge is too arrogant. Not only did he take wedding photos with Ruan Li, but he also sent them to Ah-Si. And this idiot Ah-Si is still grinning, not even realizing that the sister-in-law in the photo is Ruan Li. Alas, our dormitory is going to be chaotic soon. Shi Yu is so competitive. What's the difference between this and Ali wearing fashionable clothes? Let's just rename him Shi Yu. Zhao Xin glanced at him. Then you tell Jiang Siyan. Go Junjun shrank back, thinking, never mind, I feel like Fugu is scarier than Ah-Si. Plus, Ah-Si is also at fault, always being unclear with his childhood sweetheart. Isn't that just it? Zhao Shun replied, retracting his gaze. We can't offend either of them, so keep your mouth shut. The matter between Shi Yu and Ruan Li must not come from us, understand? Go Junjun rarely saw Zhao Shun so serious. Got it. He slumped on the table, softly humming the theme song of the temptation of going home. For all the pain of love, for all the wounds of hatred, I can no longer distinguish between love and hate. Is it really like this? As a result, his arm pressed down on his phone, and a voice message was sent out. Jiang Siyan, Shi Yu. Chapter 62. The Little Cow and Horse Literature hit the mark in the restaurant. Ruan Li reserved a semi-private booth in a Western restaurant, ordered a fries set, and asked Shi Yu, what do you want to eat? Shi Yu was not polite either. He ordered an Australian sirloin and a bottle of red wine. The rich aroma of the wine filled the air, and the steak was perfectly pink when cut. Ruan Li swallowed hard. It wasn't tea that she couldn't afford it. She just had a bit of a shadow regarding steak. As Shi Yu cut the steak, Ruan Li snapped a picture. Although she had said that when she reached 500,000 followers, the boss would appear on camera, she never said she wanted to show her face. So, Ruan Li only captured Shi Yu's upper body. The lighting in the restaurant was adjusted at special angles, and with the embellishment of the plates and flowers, it made for great photos. Shi Yu held the cold-colored knife and fork, his fingers long and elegant, exuding an air of luxury. She asked Shi Yu, is this okay to post? Shi Yu frowned. What's the difference from before? Ruan Li replied, before it was just your hand. Now, aside from your face, the upper body is also in the shot. Shi Yu furrowed his brows, called over a waiter, and briefly explained his requirements, then tipped the waiter. The waiter was initially surprised. Then his smile became more genuine. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely capture the sweet atmosphere between you and your girlfriend. Not my girlfriend, Shi Yu corrected. Then it's madam. I didn't expect you to be married at such a young age. This is my boss, Ruan Li chimed in. The waiter fell silent, focusing on taking pictures. After a while, he said, sir, it's done. Shi Yu glanced at the result and gestured for the waiter to show it to Ruan Li. When Ruan Li saw the photo, her eyes sparkled with amazement. In the picture, she was looking down, with a side bang just covering her eyes, revealing her sharp chin. Shi Yu had his back to the camera, dressed in a sharp suit, a cool-colored watch, holding the cutlery with long, pale fingers and exuding a calm demeanor, all of which conveyed an old-money vibe. Though neither of them showed their faces, it didn't feel like they were just appeasing their fans. Shi Yu was leisurely cutting his steak. Since he had said he would appear at 500,000 followers, he couldn't be perfunctory with the fans, as it would be detrimental to his future account management. Ruan Li was taken aback. She admitted she initially wanted to make money by starting her account. But after Shi Yu's remark, she felt it made sense. For years ago, she arrived in Haicheng, and everything relied on her own exploration. Ruan's parents, aside from a remark about how her adoptive mother raised her, never taught her how to do things. Take cutting steak, for example. Ruan Li didn't eat steak. She had a shadow from her first dining experience at a Western restaurant. At that time, Ruan Bo deliberately asked her whether she wanted her steak medium or medium well. She said medium well. The whole table had strange expressions. Ruan Baoju covered her mouth and laughed. Sister, steak doesn't come medium well. It should be medium or medium rare. Then, Ruan Bo purposely ordered her a well-done steak heavily topped with black pepper sauce. She couldn't cut it. He said to use more force. She complied, and as a result, the black pepper sauce splattered all over her. Under her parents' disappointed gazes, Ruan Bo laughed loudly. An uncultured bumpkin can't even eat steak without making a mess. Ruan Li felt very wronged at that time. She didn't think she was uncultured. She could tell which rice plant grew well and understood how to grow the sweetest melons. She didn't know how to eat steak, simply because she hadn't grown up in that environment. Plus, knowing how to eat steak wasn't anything noble. After expressing her thoughts, she received her father's disdain, sharp-tongued. Your brother is only looking out for you. It's really not how your adoptive mother taught you. Since then, she learned to keep her mouth shut in the Ruan family. Being a dull and sensible vase, her only function was to marry Jiang Siyan. This was the first time in 4 years, aside from teachers, that someone had given her suggestions and help. Thank you. Sniffling, she uploaded the photos she took and the ones the waiter captured her moments. A pair. To thank my boss for accompanying me as a wedding dress model, I treated my boss to a meal, but the Australian steak and red wine he ordered. Just look at my fries and burger. It's no wonder my boss thought I ordered a kid's meal. Just blame the disgusting. Comments from netizens soon followed. Sister Pear, it's mealtime, and you're out here grossing everyone out again? I said, the little cow and horse's end is the little wife, right? Isn't it? Is it interesting to belittle yourself? Just thinking about a middle-aged, greasy man saying such things felt gross. Wait, you guys swipe left on the second picture Sister Pear posted. This boss is a bit handsome. This figure has something special about it. Wow, Sister Pear is also quite beautiful, fair, and slender. And does she really have such thick hair? Help! I actually found someone in the literature. It's the first time I've seen a lovely wife show off her man. And he's quite the handsome one, right? What can a back view prove? Don't love the man too much, I say. 1. I don't believe they look like that unless they show me live. Comments are all over the place. Meanwhile, many advertisers have reached out. A coffee, hello blogger. I am from the A Coffee brand. We have 2 major invitation spots for the Double 11 Gala and would like to invite you and your boss to participate. If you're interested, you can have my WeChat. Ruan Li thought it was a scam, but after clicking on the other person's profile, she found it was indeed the official account of coffee. This is an internet celebrity coffee brand, the Hermes of the coffee world. Ruan Li was dumbfounded. Shi Yu glanced at her phone. A pair. May I ask who the other major invitee is? A coffee. It's internet celebrity Nan Bao and her one-day boyfriend. Ruan Li. She said that money doesn't fall from the sky. The brand is eyeing the traffic from her and Shuangjie's rivals. At this time, the bullet comments flew by. This time the male lead hired a top makeup team for May Bao, overshadowing many female internet celebrities and actresses. That's right. The 2 at this gala are super sweet. Nan Yan's popularity skyrocketed, and May Bao is super popular. The place where dreams begin. Some even question May Bao as the third party, but Si Ge fiercely protects his wife. Only those not loved are the third parties. I hope the female supporting character understands this. Ruan Li. Next Friday is Double 11. By then, Ruan Li will have settled her household registration and is not afraid of the Ruan or Jiang families knowing about this account's existence. But undoubtedly at this gala, she will definitely be the ugly clown supporting Shuangnan. Just as she was about to refuse, a clean, long hand took her phone and replied with an emoji. Ruan Li uncertainly asked, "Are you going to accompany me?" "Not to accompany you." Shi Yu placed the silver cutlery on the linen tablecloth, his dark pupils fixed on her, promoting the image of the Fu family business. Ruan Li seemed to understand, but was chewing on a dry French fry. The next moment, a plate of sliced steak was presented in front of her. Nearby, a girl caught sight of this scene and couldn't help but complain about her boyfriend, looking at how others treat their girlfriends. Ruan Li paused in her chewing. "What is this?" Shi Yu coldly replied, "I don't eat Australian beef." Chapter 63 Official Announcement. After Shi Yu finished speaking, the screen behind him was filled with bullet comments. "Not specially cut for you. Don't eat Australian beef. Even well-done steak can't compete with your stubbornness. Australian beef. Is no one speaking for me? Australian beef is so delicious. I won't allow anyone to go against it." Ruan Li pretended not to see and took small bites of the steak on her plate. Shi Yu ordered another serving of American beef. Ruan Li didn't understand what American beef or Australian beef was, just knew that good-tasting beef is good beef. The beef on the plate was tender and sweet. It must have been a good cow in its life. Speaking of beef, Ruan Li looked at Shi Yu and said, "I want to do something. Can I borrow your influence?" Shi Yu. "Wait, is it me who is not right? Or is it you who is not right? Your face is turning yellow. Are we talking about midnight now?" Ruan Li seemed to realize that what she said had ambiguous meanings and quickly explained, I want to return to the Ruan family. But as you heard yesterday, I'll notify the Ruan family not to let me go back. I want to borrow your influence to return to the Ruan family to retrieve something. The Rue porcelain is still at Ruan's house. She had contacted the buyer, and the transaction was set for tomorrow morning. Oh, Shi Yu lazily leaned against the chair back, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Go ahead. How do you want me to cooperate? While the two were talking, they were unaware that a wave of discussions about their joint photo was stirring online. In Switzerland, at 2 in the afternoon, and Shuangjie took out her phone and habitually checked the comments section of social media. Quick, go look. A pair posted a photo. Super beautiful. The boss is also very handsome. And Shuangjie frowned and clicked on a pair's profile. Who upset you? Why do you look so bad? Jiang Siyan walked over and asked. It's a cunning person, following the route. I posted a photo with you, and she immediately followed suit, posting a photo with her boss. Jiang Siyan's gaze fell on the girl on the screen. His eyes shifted. Why does this girl look a bit familiar? And Shuangjie smiled. It's just a standard internet celebrity makeup, plus a thin face and big eyes filter. They all look pretty much the same. She seemed to think of something and raised her head. I see. We're brothers. Can you help me with something? Sure, go ahead. Sleep with me. Jiang Siyan was taken aback and then burst into laughter. Brother, I don't swing that way. Not that way. And Shuangjie's face turned white. Defending herself, what are you thinking? I'm asking you to take a couple's photo with me. 11 is coming up, and my traffic is being robbed by this. There aren't many merchants looking for me to promote products. I want to be self-reliant. You know my mother is still abroad and can't come back. Disasters don't affect the children, and Shuangjie is quite pitiful. Jiang Siyan's heart softened. Okay, no problem. How do we shoot? In Haicheng, as night fell, Ruan Li sat in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Suddenly, her phone lit up. It was a message from Shuangjie. And Shuangjie, Wan Shuangjie. I'm borrowing Asi to take some photos. Don't mind. And Shuangjie, image, several photos were sent, all of which were relatively revealing couple photos. One of the photos featured a hotel waterbed in the background, under the dim yellow light, and Shuangjie sat on Jiang Siyan's lap, which was loosely fitted, pretending to kiss him. Ruan Li's gaze was calm as she pressed save. The bullet comments were curious. Is the female supporting character's reaction normal? Why is the female supporting character so calm? Shouldn't she be going crazy with jealousy? I always feel that the female supporting character doesn't like the male lead that much. Impossible. In this book, the female supporting character is C's #1 fan, the kind that can't even get close. Ruan Li exited WeChat and opened Bao's profile. Sure enough, and Shuangjie had already posted it online. The caption was, "One day couples follow up." But unlike the private photo she sent her, Jiang Siyan did not show his face in the post. The comment section was filled with compliments about how well they matched. Does this count as an official announcement? Congratulations. So well matched. Ruan Li. This is like someone using your toothbrush to brush the toilet, and then smilingly telling you not to mind. And Shuangjie was certain Ruan Li had a soft temperament, too timid to make a fuss or post the photos. However, she was still Jiang Siyan's fiancé, Ian name. This blatant display was not good. Maybe this photo could come in handy later. Ruan Li not only saved it on her phone, but also backed it up in the cloud. Afterwards, she lowered her eyelids, sniffed, and it was very obvious in the quiet car. Shi Yu shot her a glance and saw Ruan Li with red eyes. Looking at the bed photo sent by Shuangjie, Shi Yu's expression turned cold. Not only was she face blind, but her judgment was also poor. He didn't understand what she liked about Jiang Siyan. Shi Yu pressed his lips tightly together, deciding not to care about Ruan Li anymore. A love-struck brain is incurable. Inside the car, the atmosphere froze as if winter had arrived. Just as the Rolls-Royce was about to arrive at the Ruan family villa, Ruan Li broke the silence. Can I post a set of photos taken on the spiral staircase to my account? I want to gain followers faster. Shi Yu's voice was emotionless. Jiang Siyan saw that outfit this morning. He thought you were my girlfriend. Yeah, I know. Aren't you afraid he might misunderstand? Ruan Li lowered her eyelashes. He agreed to accompany Shuangjie for such photos, allowing netizens to misunderstand, which shows he never considered me. Compared to considering his feelings, I am now more focused on managing this account well. It's just that you and C are roommates, and I'm afraid he might cause you trouble. The audience for wedding photos is not broad, unless specifically searched. Otherwise, Even if Shuangjie releases new products, Jiang Siyan won't be able to see them. But if the account of Li releases it, it would be different. At least in Shuangjie would definitely see it. Once in Shuangjie knows, it means Jiang Siyan will know too. By the time of the Double 11 Gala, when she reveals her identity, Jiang Siyan will know that the girl leaning on Shi Yu during the video call is her. The flowing neon lights fall into the car window. Shi Yu's gaze is directed outside, his voice cold. As you wish. As you wish, Justice Brother. Why is the corner of your mouth curling up? The female supporting character has gone mad. Isn't this actively exposing herself? Does she still want to marry into the Jiang family? She can dance in front of the main character, but don't let the prince feel too good about this dark little mistress. Haha, that will be enjoyable. Chapter 64, He is really a substitute. Ruan Li asked Shuangjie for a few photos of the mourning robe. The pictures have been retouched, giving off a luxurious oil painting feel. However, unexpectedly, the photographer used that steamy photo with a door frame as the foreground. After covering their faces with stickers, Ruan Li uploaded it online. Yikely, sample photos requested from the wedding dress shop. If there are any friends getting married recently, mention my name, no discounts. As soon as it was posted, there were many comments. Which studio is this from? I love it. My wife is so beautiful. I will always support you. No discounts. What are you angry about? Hee, your boss's waist looks strong. And that arm feels like it could lift someone up, cough, cough. Sisterly, you eat so well. Why does the third picture have such a damp, steamy affair vibe? So stimulating. Learning from the adept. Seeing Nambao take photos. You take photos too. So annoying. Come on. Get the situation straight. Sisterly took photos first. Why not say your Nambao is learning from Sisterly? Because of the presence of the family. Ruan Li's comments were lively. In reality, Ruan Li hadn't planned to post the photos. She only mentioned it because she noticed Shi Yu's unusual mood earlier. Currently, her adoptive mother's surgery fees are sufficient, but the injustice has not been cleared. As the principal of a high school in a poor county, her adoptive mother used her own savings to help the village children escape the mountains, never offending anyone, and would not become anyone's thorn in their side. However, back then, a media outlet clung to her, claiming she embezzled a donation. That 500,000 didn't exist at all. Ruan Li also tried to investigate that media outlet herself. But the depths were too murky. If she relied on her own efforts, it might take her 10 or 20 years to clear her adoptive mother's name. Delayed justice is not justice. And, as the prince of the capital, Shi Yu has that ability. Once the dust settles, even if her lies are exposed, even if Shi Yu wants to throw her to the high seas to feed sharks, that would be her own consequence, and she is willing to bear it. Right now, there's another bombshell. That is the video where she mistook Shi Yu for Jiang Siyan at the swimming pool and sent it to the Ruan family. Ruan Li's gaze through the car window just caught sight of Ruan Baozhu standing at the Ruan family's gate, and she had an idea. Switzerland. And Shuangjie stumbled upon a photo of Li in a mourning robe. She frowned slightly. She didn't know what was up with this girl. The photo looked very natural, but it didn't matter. She heard that she would also attend the Double 11 Gala, and once exposed under the flashlights, she would naturally be finished. It's just that her boss looks quite noble and seems to have a significant background. Beside her, Jiang Siyan raised his eyebrows after seeing the screen. Isn't this the photo Shi Yu took with his girlfriend this morning? Could it be that Shi Yu's girlfriend is this blogger? Yes. Jiang Siyan pulled up the screenshot from this morning, and Shuangjie chuckled. She thought Li had some background, but it turns out it was all scripted. Even the rumored rich and handsome boss is the poor boy Shi Yu. She felt relieved, just waiting for the truth to be revealed on Double 11. In Haicheng, at the entrance of the Ruan residence, Ruan Baozhu saw Ruan Li and lifted her lips. Sister, why are you back? Brother AC said you deliberately pushed in Shuangjie into the water yesterday. That's really malicious, and told us not to let you in. Ruan Li smiled. Are you sure you want to not let me into the house in front of the prince of the Fu family? Ruan Baozhu's eyes narrowed. Her gaze fell on a Rolls-Royce Phantom outside. The driver in the front seat couldn't be seen clearly, but the man in the back seat lowered the rear window, revealing a cold white wrist and a silver watch, particularly dazzling in the night sky. It really is the prince of the Fu family? Ruan Baozhu thought to chase after and strike up a conversation, but the car window closed. Ruan Baozhu gritted her teeth secretly and could only let Ruan Li in first. After the last banquet, the prince of the Fu family personally carried Ruan Li to the hospital, which was a sight to behold. But everyone thought Ruan Li was favored by the prince of the Fu family because of the drone rescue incident. However, Ruan Li is truly beautiful. A sense of crisis rose in Ruan Baozhu's heart. She stared at Ruan Li's back as she went upstairs, took a deep breath, and contacted Fu Ming. At the last birthday banquet for Mrs. Fu, although she kissed the wrong person, the only consolation was that she had added the contact information of the prince's younger brother. Ruan Baozhu, second young master Fu, it's Baozhu. You're interested in Ruan Li, right? I have a way for you to sleep with her without any responsibility. Fu Ming, get lost. Am I crazy? Stealing my brother's woman? Ruan Baozhu gritted her teeth secretly. How did Ruan Li become the prince's woman? Ruan Baozhu. Video Ruan Baozhu. Second young master, this is a video of Ruan Li and Jiang Siyan flirting under the guise of teaching in the pool. If you send it to the prince, he definitely won tea like such a promiscuous woman. Then your opportunity will come, right? Fu Ming, get lost. Don't try to harm me. Ruan Baozhu almost choked when she saw the message. Fu Ming is such a useless person. That day at the banquet, Madame Fu was scheming for him and wanted him to take the place of the prince, but unexpectedly, is this useless? Ruan Baozhu, then give me the prince's WeChat. I can tell him personally. On the other end of WeChat, Fu Ming thought for a moment, this deal is worth it. He didn't do the offending thing. But if his brother really dislikes Ruan Li because of the video, then he could take advantage of it. Not to mention, just thinking about Ruan Li's face makes his heart itch. He hesitated for a moment and sent his brother's email over. Fu Ming, don't tell my brother, it was me who sent it to you. Ruan Baozhu felt like she struck gold and repeatedly assured him. Then, she sent the video of Ruan Li and Jiang Siyan flirting in the pool to Fu Shi Yu. The moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling window, and outside was the priceless night view of Haicheng. Fu Shi Yu moved out of the dormitory and returned to the spacious apartment in the center of Haicheng. The cold light from the phone screen shone on his face, and after seeing a video titled Exposing Ruan Li's True Face in his email, his eyes darkened. He immediately cracked the sender's information, found the registered phone number, and called. He spoke only 5 words. Where did the video come from? His voice was cold, laced with a chilling aura, making Ruan Baozhu on the other end tremble. Prince? Where did you get Ruan Li's video? Why, yes, she sent it to me. Ruan Baozhu confirmed the other party's identity and felt relaxed instead. It seems the prince got angry after seeing Ruan Li's intimate video with another man. She spoke. If you don't believe me, I can send you the chat screenshots. Ruan Li despises the poor and loves the rich. Previously, in order to get close to Jiang Siyan, the son of the richest man in Shanghai, she deliberately wore a revealing swimsuit to find him. Jiang Siyan had originally planned to teach his childhood friend how to swim that day, but Ruan Li forcefully took him away. This video was posted in our family group chat, as she wanted to show off. Fu Shi Yu clenched his fists. He naturally wouldn't believe all of Ruan Baozhu's words. He immediately called the owner of the private pool and obtained the surveillance footage. After watching the whole incident, Fu Shi Yu's face darkened terrifyingly. She took him as a substitute. Don't be afraid. Ruan Li repeatedly pushes the limits to test the prince's boundaries. And the prince's boundary is no boundary. It's a compliance test from she actually deceived me to she only deceives me and not others, which means she loves me. It's also a large-scale desensitization experiment of being a mistress. Chapter 65. Kuka Literature. Ruan Li walked into the Ruan residence. The originally cheerful Ruan father, Ruan mother, and Ruan Bolu immediately changed their expressions. Ruan father blurted out, "You still know how to come back? Your audacity has really grown. Why didn't you say earlier that you know the prince of the Fu family? Do you know how many great cooperation opportunities the Ruan family has missed? And that genuine Ru porcelain, where have you hidden it? I had someone break open your door, but found nothing. Hand over the Ru porcelain quickly and then leave the Ruan family." Jiang Xiao said that you deliberately pushed Miss and into the water, which is truly vicious. And our Ruan family will not keep you. Too noisy. Ruan Li spoke up. I didn't come back to listen to your pig-like squealing. Upon hearing this, Ruan father widened his eyes. Ruan Li, how are you talking to your father? Have you grown wings? Ruan Bo was so angry he jumped up. Do you think that just because you helped Fu's company promote their new drone, you can win the prince's favor? He only sees you as a promotional tool. When you have no use, he will kick you away. Let's see how you act then. Ruan Li's gaze was indifferent. If I'm a dog, then aren't you one too? Of course not. Then are you worse than a pig or a dog? The Ruan family members were stunned, as if they saw Ruan Li from 4 years ago. They forgot that Ruan Li was never a docile girl who would just submit. She was a country girl who could out-talk anyone. Ruan's mother trembled with anger. Is this how you speak to your elders? Is this how your adoptive mother raised you? Do you believe we could cut off her hospital fees right now? Ruan Li walked over, her eyes staring directly at her biological mother. But she couldn't find a trace of love in those eyes, only disgust and disdain. Sometimes she really wanted to ask why, despite being her child, did she treat her so harshly? Ruan Li took a deep breath and calmly said, "Mother, I am now the favored one beside the prince of the Fu family. You can try cutting off my adoptive mother's medical expenses and see if the Fu family will give you a way out." Ruan's mother's pupil shook, and she opened her mouth for a long time, but ultimately didn't mention the issue of cutting off expenses again. Even Ruan Bo, who usually made a fuss, fell silent. The ears finally quieted down. Ruan Li went up the stairs. Perhaps she really had a talent for acting, even if it was just a show of force. She played it exceptionally convincingly. The Ruan family was afraid of the strong. If she continued to be submissive, she wouldn't be able to take the Ru porcelain. Conversely, if she showed a demeanor of a small person who had gained power as soon as she got home, the Ruan family wouldn't dare to act rashly. Back in her room, Ruan Li found that the lock on her door was already broken, and the room was in a complete mess. She moved the bed and opened the floorboard, revealing a vase in the color of a clear sky after rain. This was her secret base that she had painstakingly dug out over 4 years after watching the redemption of Shuangjie, specifically to store valuable items. She took out the vase and pulled out a picture frame from inside. In the photo, a woman proudly held 2 children. The girl was holding a trophy, smiling radiantly at the camera. The boy was tall and handsome, having already surpassed the woman in height, with a calm and mature face showing a faint smile. This was taken when Ruan Li got first place in a competition in middle school, in front of the science palace in town. That was her mother and her brother. Without blood ties, the 3 of them became her deepest comfort. Whenever she felt exhausted and wanted to give up, she would take out to look at. Ruan Li carefully wiped the photo and lovingly placed it into her suitcase. Then, without staying a minute longer, she hugged the vase and left with her suitcase. When she reached downstairs, Ruan's father and Ruan's mother were gone, and she bumped into Ruan Baozhu. Ruan Baozhu smiled. "Sister, don't get too proud too early. Do you think the prince of the Fu family will always stand by your side?" Ruan Li, "I don't understand." Retreat. Ruan Baozhu. Taking advantage of the other's moment of confusion, Ruan Li walked to the gate of the courtyard. Behind her, Ruan Baozhu shouted, "Ruan Li, are you dreaming? The prince of the Fu family has amnesia. I am his white moonlight. He intentionally broke his good leg to make me feel sorry for him. Once he spends more time with me, he will remember me." Ruan Li's footsteps paused. She naturally didn't believe that Ruan Baozhu was the prince's white moonlight. But on that night at the young club, she did see a scar on Shi Yu's calf. Too crazy. Ruan Li's eyes flickered. She thought of how to avoid ending up as shark bait in the sea. Help Shi Yu find his white moonlight. Ruan Li was delighted, but the comments exploded. What? The prince has a white moonlight. Oh my god, I just started shipping them. And now another white moonlight pops up? Can I ask, is having a white moonlight standard for every domineering CEO? Another wave of people celebrated. Great, I said, why should the female supporting character have such good luck? The prince even broke his leg for his white moonlight? What kind of crazy green tea, sinister man is this? So exciting. The prince loves his white moonlight so much. Once he recovers his memory, let us see what the female supporting character can compare with. Count me in. Looking forward to the prince recovering his memory, Ruan Li didn't continue to bother Jiang Siyan and temporarily stayed in a hotel. Early Sunday morning, she met with the buyer for the Ru porcelain, completing the transaction. She then went to see a house and chose a garden villa in a good location with plenty of greenery, very suitable for bringing her adoptive mother back to live. The original owners were a kind, elderly couple selling their house to immigrate abroad. The rooms were well maintained and ready to move in. The main reason she chose this house was that the original owners had connections and could expedite the property certificate. However, the elderly couple said they would officially immigrate in half a month and propose to stay in the house for another 2 weeks. This was reasonable, and Ruan Li was not in a hurry to move in. After a busy day, Ruan Li hadn't even looked at her phone much. When she returned to the hotel, she remembered to train her virtual boyfriend. She sent a few messages, but the other party didn't reply. Ruan Li was puzzled. Had he gone offline? Lazy Ruan Li. If you don't reply to me soon, do you believe I'll rush to your house and kill you? Lazy Ruan Li. I kill without mercy. Do you dare to try? Putting down her phone, she went to take a shower. Just as she left, a group chat named Virtual Boyfriend Debugging Group popped up on the screen. Jiang Siyan. Everyone, the virtual boyfriend has suffered a severe attack from rival businesses. Your backgrounds have been implanted with blocking programs from Shuangjie and Literature City. Certain words you send during ordinary chats, such as kill, death, evil, etc., will appear as a blank square on the other user screen. The programmers are working on a fix. Meanwhile, the pale moonlight spilled into the floor-to-ceiling window. Shi Yu's distant, cold, and weary features were shrouded in a thin mist, and a cold wind blew, his fingertips glimmering red. With a buzzing sound, the phone screen on the coffee table suddenly lit up. The eerie blue light pierced through the darkness, reflecting in Shi Yu's suddenly enlarged ink-black pupils. Ruan Li, if you don't reply to my messages, do you believe I will rush to your house and kiss you? Ruan Li, I can kiss a lot of people. Do you dare try? Chapter 66. Deleted Friends. The prince is red-eyed. Ruan Li finished her shower and lay on the bed, seeing that her virtual boyfriend had replied. A question mark. Ruan Li scratched her head. P.S. Acting cold again. It might be because she hadn't chatted with him for the past 2 days. In The Sims, if you don't talk to the little characters for a long time, their affection level decreases. But she was too tired today. Her eyelids were heavy. Ruan Li replied, I'm going to sleep, and planned to turn off her phone. To her surprise, she received an instant reply. Who with? Ruan Li was even more confused. Something must be wrong. How could his words not connect? She read the message and replied out of confusion. Lazy Li and I, with my boyfriend. Didn't he go abroad? Lazy Li and I, we're video calling while sleeping. He sleeps his way, I sleep mine. But we can still hear each other's voices and sleep well. The other side fell silent. Maybe it really was malfunctioning. Ruan Li lay back on the bed, and a group message popped up on the screen. Jiang Siyan. After testing, the new blocked words are as follows. Bed, sleep, kiss. As long as everyone deletes their virtual boyfriend and adds him back, everything will return to normal. Ruan Li. Cat is puzzled. What a mess. She scrolled up through the group messages, her expression breaking. These enemy merchants are too cunning. They actually implanted a blocking system from a children's watch and literary city into the virtual boyfriend's data. What's the difference from putting sleeping pills and Viagra? Well, there's a difference. At least the latter one cause social death in front of acquaintances. Ruan Li sighed, feeling she had narrowly escaped a disaster, and immediately deleted her virtual boyfriend, as Jiang Siyan suggested. In the group, everyone was chatting excitedly, sharing their recent social death experiences. Disney's escape security help? I sent a message to my mentor, originally meant to say kill 10 in 10 steps, but the other party received kill 10 with 1 step. Upside down pineapple cake. They're doing fine. I told my boyfriend I was sleeping outside with friends, but I want to say more. I had to comfort my boyfriend. Ultraman. Lazy Li and I, what about you? Lazy Li and I just took a shower, didn't contact anyone except my virtual boyfriend. Everyone envied her good luck. Suddenly, Jiang Siyan privately messaged her. Jiang Siyan, Lily, don't delete that boyfriend. Ruan Li, I already deleted him. Jiang Siyan, then remember to add him back, okay? Ruan Li agreed, but her eyes were truly unable to stay open. She fell asleep, not knowing if she was asleep or passed out, and slept until dawn. Meanwhile, in the night, Shi Yu gripped his phone, staring at the message sent by Ruan Li, gritting his teeth with bloodshot eyes. With her boyfriend, video calling while sleeping. He sleeps his way, I sleep mine. The words filled his iris like thousands of shards of glass, piercingly bright. Even when the cigarette burned down and scorched his fingertips, he seemed oblivious. Outside, autumn rain began to fall. Leaves drifted down with the bleak wind and rain. The city's glamorous neon lights blurred in the deep blue night. Shi Yu's hand tensed up, and he made a video call. But the screen popped up a red exclamation mark. Lazy Li and I had enabled friend verification. You're not her friend. On Monday, Ruan Li woke up feeling refreshed. She vaguely remembered she seemed to have something to do, but forgot. It didn't matter. She would think slowly. She asked her boss for a morning off to handle her household registration. The old couple who owned the house didn't lie to her. They really had a way and expedited her property deed. Afterward, Ruan Li took the property deed to the police station. She had all the necessary documents ready, and the household transfer went surprisingly smoothly. When she walked out of the police station, holding the brand-new household registration book, looking at the 4 characters Ruan Li, she felt a sense of unreality, as if she were dreaming. She had really left the cage of the Ruan family. Back at the company, a smile couldn't stop spreading across Ruan Li's face. Colleagues passing by couldn't help but glance at her. It is said that working feels like visiting a grave. No one can show such a smile at work. Is this person mentally ill? But after a few more glances, they couldn't help but be infected by her smile. In the elevator, Ruan Li saw Shi Yu. She was in a good mood and took the initiative to greet him. Shi Yu had a cold face and ignored her. Ruan Li knew the reason. It was about the substitute matter. She didn't want to provoke bad luck, so she put away her smile and quietly exited the elevator. A few colleagues were chatting. That girl just now, which department is she from? So beautiful. Yeah. Seeing her feels like going back to when I wasn't a poison woman. I have a friend who wants her contact information, but she has a boyfriend. A few seasoned old-timers, marinated in class flavor, sighed, feeling like Ruan Li was a light boat in a beautiful scenery, carrying their beautiful youthful memories. As they watched the little boat drift further away, they inexplicably felt a chill in the elevator. Turning around, they met Shi Yu's dark gaze. Goodness. The little boat has crashed into the iceberg. Ruan Li returned to her workstation and saw Wang Ying had sent a message to the company group. Wang Ying, dear colleagues, the company is organizing a team-building event tonight at Yunk Club. As soon as the news broke, a soft gasp echoed in the office. Yunk? The private club by the river? I heard you need to verify assets to register as a member, with luxury cars parked outside at 3 a.m. Although I hate team building, if the location is Yunk, that's a different story. After work, everyone from the company headed to Yunk. Ruan Li saw familiar figures, the 4 members of the Ruan family. What are they doing here? The barrage explained her confusion. Ran Baozhu found out that the prince was coming to Yunk for team building and planned to drug him, making a cooked rice with raw rice. That's right. The Ruan family has all agreed. They planned to pin the blame on Ruan Li, saying that she wanted to seduce the prince of the Fu family and drugged his water. While Ran Baozhu is the only pure white jasmine who accidentally ended up in the prince's room. Oh my God, are these her real parents? Another day of feeling sorry for the supporting female character. If the prince knew how hardly Li had it, he wouldn't be angry. He'd be heartbroken. Ruan Li's eyelashes fluttered. She knew how to comfort Shi Yu. On the other side, the Ruan family coincidentally also saw her and walked over. Rambo sneakily handed her a bottle of transparent liquid. Ruan Li, I know you want to go back to the Ruan family. As long as you add this to the prince's drink, we'll let you return to the Ruan family. Ruan Li was amused. Did your tongue get burned by a curling iron? Rambo's eyes widened. What do you understand? This is called Beijing accent. Once Baozhu and the prince recognize each other, I can showcase my talents in the Beijing circle. Ruan Li accepted the liquid, smiling mysteriously. Bro, you want to connect with people in the Beijing circle? I happen to know a big shot in the Beijing circle who is also here tonight, but he has a little quirk of liking chrysanthemums. I can have someone prepare it for you. Rambo's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and introduce me. Chapter 67. Awkward reveal. Ruan Li let her colleagues go ahead for the team building, pulling Rambo aside and ordered a delivery of a pot of large chrysanthemums. Bro, this is the Shuangjie of Guohua 80, the king of chrysanthemums, priceless on the market. Rambo didn't understand flowers and was impressed by the sight of the large chrysanthemums, believing it to be true. Then they went to the top floor, and Ruan Li pointed to a box door. I originally wanted to personally visit that big shot, but since you want to meet someone from the Beijing circle, I have to reluctantly give it up. After all, my brother is the eldest son of the family, the main branch of the Ruan family. With the eldest son steady, I'll give this pot of chrysanthemums to my brother. Upon hearing this, Ruan Bo felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Yes, He had always known he was the eldest son of the Ruan family, bearing the hopes of the family. It seems you really realize your mistake and want to return to the Ruan family. Ruan Bo patted Ruan Li's shoulder, rare warmth flickering in his eyes. Don't worry. Besides Baozhu, you're my most beloved sister. Go ahead, knock on the door and introduce this big shot to me. Ruan Li shook her head. Brother, it's not appropriate for us to meet the big shot with just one gift. You should go personally. This big shot especially likes chrysanthemums. As long as you present the flowers to him, he will accept you. Saying this, she raised the wine glass in her hand and handed it to Ruan Bo brother. I wish you success and longevity. Alcohol emboldens the timid. Ruan Bo took it, tilted his head, and drank it all. He didn't forget to mock Ruan Li. It's not even my birthday. Why wish for longevity? Ruan Li humbly agreed. Then I wish my brother a direct strike at the heart of the matter. Overtaking on curves, with fortune shining brightly and the stars high above, Ruan Bo was quite pleased. Before leaving, he reminded Ruan Li not to forget the task he had given her, insisting that she must slip that bottle of medicine into the princess' drink. The effects would kick in quickly in about 10 minutes, and she had to bring Baozhu in front of the prince. Otherwise, he wouldn't spare her. All right, brother. Watching Ruan Bo enter the big shots room, Ruan Li left satisfied. Afterwards, she sought out her parents, Ruan father and Ruan mother. The two had invited many celebrities from Haicheng for today's performance, including Mrs. Jiang. Ruan Li quietly called them to the corridor. Father, mother, I know which room the prince is in. Saying this, she held a glass of wine and walked into the private room. After coming out, she nodded at Ruan Baozhu. It's done. The prince has had a drink. Once the medicine takes effect, you can go in. Ruan Baozhu was overjoyed. She was ready to use all her skills to let the prince of the Fu family experience it once, and she wanted him to want more. Ruan father and Ruan mother, thinking about how Ruan Baozhu was about to become the young mistress of the Fu family in the capital, couldn't help but smile broadly. The three of them were immersed in joy, not noticing that Ruan Bo was absent. Ruan mother intentionally wanted to place the blame for the drugging on Ruan Li. The elder sister drugged him, intentionally seducing young Master Fu. The younger sister entered the wrong room, purely innocent. After tonight, Ruan Li would be ruined. This also meant that the marriage between Ruan Li and the Jiang family would be completely nullified. Ruan mother specifically invited Mrs. Jiang, wanting her to see with her own eyes that everything was done by Ruan Li and had nothing to do with the Ruan family, so that the Jiang family would not vent their anger on them. After arranging everything, Ruan Li set a 10-minute countdown on her phone. Then, she returned to the team-building private room on the first floor. The Yunk was strict in hierarchy. Today, the Fu family had booked the first floor, and unless one was a registered member, they couldn't take the elevator upstairs. Entering the private room, she saw Shi Yu sitting in the corner with a gloomy expression. He had not publicly announced his identity as the heir, so everyone thought he was just a handsome intern from the data team. He was indeed very good-looking. Even in the corner, he seemed to emit a glow, making it hard for people's eyes to leave him. But the coldness emanating from him made it impossible to get close. Ruan Li didn't dare to go over and sat next to a colleague from her department. Someone saw her return and asked mysteriously, "Dear, was that person your boyfriend?" "No, that's my brother." "Then are you single?" "My younger brother is super handsome, studying sports. I want to introduce you to." Ruan Li joked, "Sure, I'll ask you to set us up when I break up." Her colleague laughed, praising her for her high emotional intelligence. Meanwhile, Shi Yu's expression grew colder. Next was the game segment. During a dare, Ruan Li lost, and everyone made her call her boyfriend to say, "I miss you." Ruan Li dialed Jiang Siyan. No answer. He might be on a plane and hasn't landed yet, she said. Her colleagues cheered. WeChat works too. WeChat. At this moment, Ruan Li suddenly remembered what she had forgotten. She forgot to add her virtual boyfriend back. Under everyone's gaze, Ruan Li said that she was having a conflict with her boyfriend while sending a friend request. "I miss you." Someone laughed. "You have such a good temper. If my partner deleted me, I wouldn't care unless he looked like Wu Yanzu. Otherwise, no man is worth me coaxing. I'm really curious about what your boyfriend looks like." Another colleague leaned in, staring at the profile picture in confusion. "Hey, why does your boyfriend's avatar look a bit familiar?" Ruan Li felt guilty, afraid of being found out about her virtual boyfriend, and hurriedly said, "It's just an online picture. There are many like it." But why does it look so much like Shi Yu's avatar? That person said, opening Shi Yu's WeChat. Eyes wide in shock. Oh wow, it really is Shi Yu. The WeChat ID is the same. The Fu family had no explicit rules against office romances. Everyone felt like they had discovered a new continent, and the atmosphere instantly exploded. You two are having a secret relationship. Oh my god, you two hit it so well. No wonder someone said in the elevator today that they wanted to pursue Ruan Li. Shi Yu's face looked so bad. Shi Yu still sat in the corner, his gaze fixed on Ruan Li, deep and distant. Meanwhile, Ruan Li's head buzzed. Her eyes scanned back and forth between her colleague's phone screen and her own, trying to find a slight difference between the two WeChat profiles. But there was none. Identical. It was clearly the same person. Ruan Li felt her mind go blank. Shi Yu was the virtual boyfriend she had been training. Thinking about the things she had said in the past, Ruan Li felt dizzy. Can I still sleep? Take a look at the abs? Not that I'm lustful. It's just that the flowers are blooming so beautifully. If I don't look, it would seem that I lack appreciation. And those borderline videos, they weren't generated. They were Shi Yu himself. Waves of heat washed over Ruan Li's face. Finally, she remembered the system from last night. If I replace those sensitive words with mouth, Ruan Li's face turned pale, feeling unsteady. Is it too late to change to another planet? The barrage was exceptionally excited. Wow, so the virtual boyfriend is the prince? I remember the prince said something about his roommate coming back while recording the borderline video. The roommate can't be Jiang Siyan, right? Recording borderline videos in front of his roommate for his roommate's fiancé. Is this how you guys in the capital play? So thrilling. So the love for him started back then. I know why the prince was so angry. Yesterday, Ruan Li said she video called her boyfriend to sleep, and it was blocked to the mouth character. I can't imagine the princess expression when he saw the message. Creepy crawlers. Not only that, Ruan Li also deleted his WeChat. Dying of laughter. I said, just a swimming video. The love for him wouldn't make him this angry. Turns out there was this misunderstanding. Ruan Li was stunned. At this moment, a love song was playing in the private room. Colleagues started urging Ruan Li and Shi Yu to sing a duet. Ruan Li stiffly raised her eyes and met Shi Yu's deep gaze. And images of that borderline video in the dormitory automatically surfaced in her mind. That chest, those abs, that V-line, and buzz, buzz, buzz. The 10-minute reminder for catching cheating rang. Ruan Li suddenly stood up. I need to go to the restroom. Chapter 68. Annulment of engagement. Ruan Li temporarily suppressed her shock and embarrassment. She still had a tough battle to fight. She went to the top floor, where many people were standing in the corridor. Ruan's mother anxiously said, "Has anyone seen my Baozhu? I can't reach her by phone, and I haven't seen her in the private room." Someone pointed to another private room's door. I think I just saw Baozhu enter that room. How is that possible? I heard that's the exclusive lounge of the prince of the Fu family, Ruan's mother said. Upon hearing this, everyone was initially shocked, remembering that Yunk was a property of the Fu family. Soon after, their expressions when looking at Ruan's mother became strange. Could it be that Ruan Baozhu deliberately went in? This is really interesting these days. A thief calling out to catch a thief. Yes, I remember last Wednesday at Madame Fu's birthday banquet. Ruan Baozhu mistook the second young master of the Fu family for the crown prince and made a fool of herself. The mocking voices of the crowd drilled into their ears. Ruan's mother pressed her eyes down. It seems Baozhu still had foresight, arranging for Ruan Li to be the scapegoat, placing the intention to drug and entice the crown prince on her, and Baozhu could only be considered a victim. As for this child, Ruan Li, Ruan's mother sighed in her heart. Although she didn't grow up by her side and had picked up the habits of country folk, after all, she was a piece of flesh that fell from her body, and she wouldn't really sit by and do nothing. Even if she couldn't marry into the Jiang family, they would arrange a good marriage for her, ensuring she would be well off for life. Just as everyone was talking, a series of embarrassing sounds suddenly erupted from the room. Everyone present was already married and naturally knew what kind of sound this was, their faces instantly turning red. It wasn't shyness, but anger. They all had daughters and were eyeing the Fu family's meat. Unexpectedly, Ruan Baozhu, who had no shame, climbed in a bed, and they were even implicated by the Ruan family, becoming part of the adultery. To do such a thing of seducing men and harming morals, truly shameless. Madame Ruan, your Ruan family really has a good method. daring to design something involving the crown prince of the capital? Just then, Ruan's father returned. I got the surveillance footage from Fianc. As the video played, everyone was surprised to find that before Ruan Baozhu went in, Ruan Li had also entered. She had mysteriously taken a small bottle and poured something into a wine glass, a triumphant smile on her lips. A few minutes later, Ruan Baozhu appeared. Sister, where are you? Strange. I clearly saw her here just now. Ruan Baozhu was confused and tentatively knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Getting no response, she boldly entered the room, and then she never came out. Everyone was stunned. At that moment, Ruan Li walked out of the top floor elevator. As soon as Ruan's mother saw her, she immediately approached. Tell me, what did you put in the crown prince's wine? Ruan Li looked confused. What? Without saying a word, Ruan's mother searched her and found the bottle, pretentiously smelling it, and then showed a surprised expression. It was actually that kind of drug. The crowd was in an uproar. Ruan Li was secretly amused. Ruan's mother's acting skills were not inherited by her even 1/10. It was really too fake. The comments were also speechless. Big sister, how did you smell something colorless and tasteless? Even if we take a step back, Madame Ruan, you're so familiar with this. Do you often use it? Such a keen nose? It's a pity you aren't a police dog. I'm so angry. The Ruan family is too despicable, even designing against Ruan Li. Ruan Li is their own daughter. Ruan's mother, holding the bottle, said with great sorrow, Tell me, how could you have this kind of drug? Ruan Li shook her head, pale. It's not me, really not me. I can't explain it. Nonsense. Still quibbling. Ruan's father held up the surveillance footage. The footage recorded it all. It was you who intentionally drugged the crown prince's wine. You originally planned to wait for the drug to take effect before going in. But unexpectedly, Baozhu mistakenly entered the room looking for you. Ruan Li shook her head. No, this is synthesized. I didn't go upstairs just now. In fact, Ruan Li had asked Jiang Siyan to hack the surveillance footage of Fianc, erasing all the images of her appearing on the top floor. As long as she insisted that the video was synthesized, it wouldn't count as hard evidence. At this moment, Madame Jiang approached. She said disappointedly, Ruan Li, I underestimated you. It turns out you have thoughts of climbing up to the Fu family in the capital. It's us Jiang family who are unworthy. In my opinion, it would be better to dissolve our engagement from today onwards. Our Jiang family will never stop you from climbing a higher branch. The Jiang family had always wanted to catch her in a mistake to cancel the marriage. Today was a great opportunity. Ruan Li, with tears in her eyes, grabbed the hem of Madame Jiang's dress, big tears falling from her eyes. Aunt Jiang, no, I didn't mean to drug young Master Fu. I like Asi. I didn't mean to climb into bed. Don't touch me. Madame Jiang coldly brushed off her hand. I find it dirty. Ruan Li fell to the carpet, thin and frail, like a leaf falling in autumn. Looking at the cold eyes in mockery, Ruan Li trembled and dialed a phone number. I'll call Asi. He will believe me. He is back in the country. He will help me. As soon as the call connected, Ruan Li choked up. Asi, where are you? I'm at Fianc. Aunt Jiang said she wants to cancel our engagement. Before she could finish, a startled voice came from the other end. It was Jiang Siyuan's voice. Nan, what happened to you? Call an ambulance. Quickly call an ambulance. Then, the call was hung up. In the rumored exclusive box of the crown prince, ambiguous sounds echoed. The crowd dared not rashly enter the room. Ruan's mother coldly said to Ruan Li, Now that it has come to this, you kneel here, and wait until your sister comes out. You will personally explain to the crown prince of the Fu family. Not wanting to stir up trouble, everyone temporarily returned to their original box, planning to watch the fun later. In the corridor, only Ruan Li remained on the ground. The comments were all feeling sorry for her. Not knowing how long it had been, soft footsteps sounded on the plush carpet behind her. Ruan Li vipit hertius, and as Ruan's mother said, pretended to kneel on the ground. But before her knees hit the floor, her arms were lifted by a pair of warm hands. Ruan Li's eyes flickered. She knew. Shi Yu had once again softened his heart towards her. Clearly having won the bet, Ruan Li still felt a tightness in her nose, tears flowing even more fiercely. She turned around and plunged into the chest of the person who came, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. Asi, I knew you would come. The atmosphere froze. The corridor was terrifyingly quiet. Under the dim yellow light, Shi Yu's long eyelashes cast shadows on his lower eyelids. a murky light flashing in his eyes. After a long while, he resignedly raised his hand and hugged Ruan Li tighter. He heard his own heartbeat. He also heard himself imitating his roommate's voice, saying, "Yeah, it's me." Chapter 69 hit. Crown Prince, don't love too much. I want to be a mistress. I thought the love-struck guy would forcefully take, but unexpectedly he became a substitute for love? What kind of damp, sinister man is this? Indeed, every beautiful woman with face blindness has a fake husband who devours her completely. A bit heartbroken for the love-struck guy. What is going on? Supporting female characters? Don't get too proud. Don't forget the Crown Prince had a beloved white moonlight before he lost his memory. Also, the supporting female character has the male lead's name tattooed on her. Once they get to bed, the Crown Prince will see the tattoo and immediately wilt. Exactly. If I were a man, I would be disgusted to death. Where did this spiritual man come from? Besides, isn't it just about changing it? Just adding a stroke. Perfect. Sisters are geniuses. If you ask me, the love-struck guy is the chosen mistress. 10 minutes ago, Shi Yu was originally sitting in a box. A female colleague muttered, "Why has Ruan Li been gone so long, Shi Yu? You're her boyfriend. Go take a look." Shi Yu coldly replied, "I'm not." The colleague frowned and muttered softly, "Isn't it just an argument?" With such a cold face, "Do you still want a wife?" Saying this, the female colleague stood up. "I'll go take a look." She's timid, and it's her first time here. Don't let her go to the wrong box and provoke someone difficult to deal with. Shi Yu tightly gripped the wine glass in his hand, shadows deepening on his face, adding a hint of coldness. She's not new here. She's not timid either. Last time she wanted to sleep with him. In the dim light, his phone screen lit up. Jiang Siyan. "Brother Yu, are you still working part-time at Yunk?" Shi Yu's gaze darkened as he deleted the chat. His chat interface has always been clean. For unimportant people, he has always swiped left to delete. Just as he pressed the red delete button, his hand paused. He suddenly remembered that rainy day on the outskirts of the city when Jiang Siyan asked him to pick up his fiancée and even sent him a photo. He hadn't seen it at the time. As WeChat reloaded in the background, he directly deleted the record behind it. He should have known earlier. At that moment, a new message came in. Jiang Siyan, "Brother Yu, it seems Ruan is in trouble at Yunk, and Shuangjie can't leave. Can you help take a look at Ruan?" At the same time, Wang Ying's call came in. "Xiao Fu, Ruan is in trouble." Shi Yu abruptly stood up. The female colleague who had just spoken was startled, then showed an expression as if she had hit her head. "You're anxious now, huh? Go find Xiao Li. I won't compete with you." On the top floor, Shi Yu's appearance broke the tranquility of the corridor. The people in the private room heard the commotion. Ruan's father and mother, thinking of giving Ru Baozhu a name, eagerly opened the door. As the door opened, clear light spilled into the dim corridor, and Ruani's mind instantly cleared. Just now, she had deliberately called Shi Yu by the wrong name to solidify her identity as someone with face blindness and dispel Shi Yu's doubts. But unexpectedly, Shi Yu actually agreed. Ruani's eyelids twitched. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap out of her chest, creating ripples in her heart's lake. Just then, a waiter passed by with a tray, carrying a beautifully colored cocktail meant for some private room. To suppress the flutter in her heart, Ruan took it and drank it in one gulp. The taste was somewhat like tea, sweet and sour, with hints of lemon and orange liquor. Shi Yu wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. A whole glass of Long Island iced tea was down by Ruan. This drink was quite deceptive, tasting like a beverage, but having a strong kick, especially since Ruan had only had half a glass. The burning evening glow climbed up her jade-like skin, and her clear eyes were misty. Shi Yu hesitated, reaching out to pull her back. "Go to the hospital, get a hangover shot." "No, it's just a glass of fruit wine. It won't require a shot." "What are you guys doing?" A sudden shout came from behind. Ruan turned around and saw her mother striding towards her, followed by a group of people. She didn't explain, and, taking advantage of the alcohol, she knocked on the private room door. "Baozhu, are you in there?" "Mom and Dad said I drugged the heir of the Fu family and harmed you." "I didn't. I really didn't." "Open the door. Can we talk clearly?" Knock, knock, knock. Rather than knocking, it felt more like pounding. This scared everyone, fearing Ruan would affect the heir of the Fu family's business and offend them. Ruan's mother also shifted her gaze away from Shi Yu's sharp, superior features. not caring about why her daughter was hugging this young man. She stepped quickly in her high heels to Ruan Li and pretended to pull her hand away from the door. But before she could reach Ruan Li, her outstretched hand was suddenly swatted away. Caught off guard by the swat, she fell to the ground. Ruan Li's mother glared angrily, staring at the young man protecting Ruan Li. "Who are you?" The crowd became noisy. The young man had a noble demeanor, entering and exiting the top of Yonk, yet he had never been seen at upscale banquets. They were also curious about his identity. Shi Yu glanced at Ruan Li beside him, just about to speak. But Ruan Li squatted down in front of her mother, her eyes misty, looking quite drunk. "Mom, are we going bankrupt? Why are you sitting on the ground and making a scene? Get up, it's too embarrassing." Ruan Li's mother. The corridor fell silent. Shi Yu's thin lips curved into a smile, a muffled laugh escaping his throat. This little bitter melon was quite lively after getting drunk. Ruan Li's mother gritted her teeth, staring at the radiant Shi Yu. "Who the hell are you?" Just then, the door opened. A muscular man with no shirt answered the door, with short black hair and a stubbly beard. His left arm was tattooed with a green dragon, and his right arm with a white tiger. His skin covered in colorful tattoos, making his original skin tone almost unrecognizable. The man looked displeased and spoke with a standard Beijing accent. "What is going on? Are you all crazy, making noise in front of my door? It's like a bunch of barking dogs." Ruan Li's mother was stunned. "Who are you?" The man spat. "I'm your dad, Ruan Li's mother." Next to her, Ruan Li tried to hold back her laughter, struggling to contain it. Meanwhile, the comments were bursting with laughter. "Huh, this Beijing accent is so authentic. He is surprisingly polite, even saying your dad. That your is quite clever. Feels like this person is a bit. They don't think this guy is the heir of Beijing's circle, do they?" The people present weren't that stupid. Although they hadn't seen the true face of the heir of the Fu family, they had seen the real deal at the banquet. This tattooed man was vastly different from Shi Yu in terms of physique, voice, and tone. While Ruan Li's mother was still in a daze, the tattooed man rolled his eyes, muttering, "You're disturbing my good thing," and pretended to close the door. Just as the door was about to close, wafting the scent of stone lantern flowers from the room, Ruan Li's mother suddenly reacted. "Oh no. If this person isn't the heir of the Beijing circle, then Baozhu has been taken advantage of for nothing." She immediately jumped up from the ground and rushed into the private room. Chapter 70. You finally became someone else's mistress. Ruan Li's mother burst into the room. There, on the sofa, lay an unconscious woman, her clothes disheveled. It was Ru Baozhu. Ruan Li's mother was heartbroken, pointing at the tattooed man. "What have you done to my daughter? You've ruined her innocence. I will sue you." Then she turned to Ruan Li's father. "Honey, call the police." The tattooed man stared with bulging eyes. "Hey, don't you dare slander me. Your daughter came over and hugged me. Even took off her clothes, almost made me go soft. I just knocked her out. I like men." Saying this, the tattooed man pointed at Ruan Li's father. "I'd rather go for your husband than your daughter." Ruan Li's mother. Ruan Li's father. The crowd. Ruan Li was struggling to hold back her laughter, finding it extremely difficult. Ruan Li's father, a middle-aged man nearing 50, was experiencing sexual harassment for the first time in his life. His face turning red with anger. "You dare knock out my daughter, I'll fight you." But the elderly man was no match for a strong young man. Not only did Ruan Li's father fail to avenge Ru Baozhu, but he was even slapped on the bottom by the other man. Ruan Li's mother watched helplessly as her husband was humiliated. She could only shout, "Call the police, I'll call the police right now." The tattooed man, with a sense of righteousness, said, "Call the police. You want to call the police, you idiot. Your daughter broke into my room. I could sue her for illegal entry. If this were in America, I'd just shoot her." The man had a rough demeanor that surprisingly intimidated Ruan Li's mother. At that moment, Ru Baozhu slowly woke up. She looked down, seeing her disheveled clothes, then glanced at the crowd at the door, her face turning red in embarrassment, innocently speaking, "Mom and Dad, I don't know what is going on. I saw a sister walk into this door and thought she was inside. I didn't expect the heir of the Fu family to be here." Ruan Li's mother tried to shut her up, but it was too late. Ru Baozhu quickly added, "The heir said that sister drugged him, and then the younger sister came to pay the debt. So, Mom and Dad, don't blame sister. I think sister didn't mean to drug the heir." The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone present was sharp-witted. This was clearly not about the sister drugging and climbing into bed. It was obviously Ru Baozhu trying to play both sides and deflect blame. Ruan Li's mother turned pale, trying to cover it up. Baozhu, were you scared? Come on. Mom will take you to the hospital. Ru Baozhu shook her head. Although she didn't remember what had just happened, she detected a familiar scent in the air. Her face flushed. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Really? Nonsense. The tattooed man grew anxious. When have I ever needed to take medicine? I don't need medicine. And I'm still strong. Ru Baozhu was confused. She stared at the bare-chested man in front of her, her face full of questions. The prince of the Fu family, in her impression, was cold and tall, like a refined orchid. Who was this man, muscular like a bear, with a tuft of black chest hair? Ruan's mother quickly pulled Ruan Baozhu up, saying, Baozhu, let's go with Mom. Just then, a retching sound came from a bedroom. It was Ruan Li. She covered her mouth, looking drunken, and ran into the bedroom, stunned to find someone else there. The crowd followed the sound, and they saw a naked man lying on a big bed, mumbling, Hubby, I want more. What? Don't look. Everyone quickly turned away. But Ruan Li's ears perked up, and she pointed at the man whose face was covered by a blanket, saying, Brother? Shaoli, what nonsense are you talking about? Ruan's mother frowned. How could that be your brother? You're drunk. No, he is my brother, Ruan Li insisted, pointing to her ear. I can tell. Impossible. Ruan's father waved his hand, adamantly stating, Xiaobo is the eldest son of our Ruan family, the future heir. How could he be with a man? He yelled at Ruan Li, you a girl, drinking like a drunkard, are bringing shame to our Ruan family. Ruan Li blinked, fueled by alcohol, and lifted the blanket. With a rustle, the man on the bed seemed to feel cold, mumbling as he sat up, staring wide-eyed at everyone. The moment they saw his face, the Ruan couple felt like the sky had fallen. Xiaobo, what are you doing here? Ruanbo suddenly woke up. He looked at his naked self, then at the room full of people, and let out a sharp scream. The scene became chaotic. Ruan Li looked at the spectacle before her, her vision blurring, feeling like the ceiling was melting, along with the chandelier, merging into a high-saturation golden color, mixed with the blue of the wallpaper. Every movement of the people became a slow-motion frame, like a Wong Kar-wai film. She leaned drunkenly against the wall, mumbling, the eldest son of the Ruan family is bent. The main lineage of the Ruan family is broken. Ruan's father and mother leaned back in shock. Comments flooded in. I'm really going to laugh myself crazy. Ha ha. The supporting character is so good with words. Don't be sad, Mrs. Ruan. At least your adopted daughter's innocence is preserved, even if it was exchanged for your son's. How did the supporting character's brother end up here? The chrysanthemum on the bedside looks familiar. Isn't that the one Ruan Li had her brother give to the big shot in the capital? So all of this was deliberately arranged by the supporting character? The supporting character is both good and bad. Love it. Yes, the tattooed man was the big shot Ruan Li referred to in the capital. But he wasn't a business mogul. He was a literal big shot. As a sister, Ruan Li treated Ruanbo well, even repaying kindness with kindness, setting her brother up with a big shot. Her mind was in a jumble, displaying a silly smile. The crowded and noisy group pressed against the thin spaces. The smell was murky and unpleasant, and the alcohol she just drank exploded like fireworks in her stomach. Ruan Li truly felt nauseous and wanted to throw up. The next second, a refreshing scent swept over her nose. She felt much better and slowly closed her eyes. In the chaos, Shi Yu held the drunken Ruan Li and called Wang Ying to get a car ready. But just as they reached the entrance of Yonk, they collided with colleagues leaving a team-building event. Why did Shaoli drink so much? A colleague kindly asked. It's hard to get a taxi at this hour. I'll give you my ride. Hurry home. Shi Yu replied, no need. But Ruan Li had already climbed into the car, mumbling home, home. Shi Yu could only nod in thanks and got in the car. The driver asked, little girl, where's your home? Ruan Li leaned against the car window. My home is... Where's my home? She looked out the window. The tall buildings were like monsters made of steel and concrete, very unfamiliar. This wasn't her home. Behind her home were big mountains and a small river, where her mom and brother would eat with her. But where was her home? Ruan Li felt a bit anxious. She pounded her head. Why can't I remember where my home is? Shi Yu grabbed her wrist, stopping her self-harming motion, pulling her into his arms. In a deep voice, he said, go to Jiangjing Mansion. When Wang Ying hurried over, he saw the young master holding Ruan Li in his arms through the car window, the neon lights casting fragmented shadows in his eyes, full of heartache. A crack opened in the car window, and a rural song played inside. Finally, you became someone else's mistress. This song was oddly fitting. Chapter 71. The moon hangs high, not just shining on me, to the tune of You Finally Became Someone Else's Mistress. The taxi arrived at Shuangjie mansion. After getting out and feeling the wind, Ruan Li's head was still dizzy. Jiang Siyan changed the password. You can't get in, Shi Yu reminded her. You can stay at my place tonight. Ruan Li shook her head and went upstairs. She thought she had a good tolerance for alcohol, not making noise or causing trouble, looking just like usual. Unexpectedly, not only was she stubborn, but she was also very guarded. She covered the password lock at the entrance, saying warily, I'm going to enter the password. Stay away. Shi Yu said, You can't reason with a drunk person. He reluctantly took a step back. Ruan Li insisted, No, further away. Shi Yu complied. This repeated until he retreated to the elevator entrance, at which point Ruan Li nodded and cautiously entered the password. Beep. Password incorrect. Beep. Password incorrect. Beep. Password incorrect. Ruan Li was confused. The password was her birthday. How could it be wrong? Just then, the door opened. Warm light spilled out. It was Shuangjie who opened the door. She was wearing Ruan Li's pajamas, which barely reached her thighs and should have had long pants. But Shuangjie wasn't wearing them. The edge of her lace underwear was visible from the slightly open neckline. Ruan Li looked at the door number and scratched her head. Why are you wearing my pajamas in my house? And Shuangjie's gaze shifted. Senior, a C forgot to tell you. I'm staying here for the night. He changed the door password to my birthday in case I forgot it. As if to validate her words, anxious voices came from the bedroom. Nan, come touch me. I'm almost there. And Shuangjie's face flushed, and she brushed her hair. Senior, a C and I are not in a good position right now. You should find a hotel to stay in tonight. With a bang, the door was shut. Ruan Li was left outside, the corridor returning to darkness. Her head felt heavier, and just as she was about to knock, a large, bony hand grasped her wrist. Come with me. Where to? My home. Ruan Li shook her head. No. This is my home. I can't leave. If I go, they won't give me money. Shi Yu didn't understand, but the comments did. The supporting character is so pitiful. She's trapped in that memory. Baby, you have your own house now. No one can drive you away. You can live with your mom. I want to ask, didn't the main character faint at the airport? How'd she end up in someone's wedding house? The little sister just has low blood sugar. A piece of chocolate will do. The male lead was going to take her to the hospital, but she didn't like the smell of disinfectant. And since there was a curfew in the dorm, he brought her back to the wedding house. So the male lead and the little sister were just doing something very exciting? Winks. What's the difference from newlywed couples? So sweet. Sweet my ass. The crazy couple is playing Identity V. The guy got hit by the hunter. His bloodline is running low. He needs a teammate to touch him. What is with the main character's shy face? Do you need to wear someone else's pajamas to play Identity V? Ruan Li's drunken eyes were blurry, unable to see the comments. She pointed at the things flying back and forth in front of her, blinked hard, and finally focused her gaze on Shi Yu's face. Shi Yu was on the phone with Wang Ying. Yes, buy the apartment in Shuangjie mansion, no matter the price. Have it all cleared out within an hour. As soon as he hung up the phone, a call came from the errand runner. Sir, the hangover remedy has arrived. The community has a gate, and deliveries can't come in. Outside the window, a light rain was falling. Shi Yu said to Ruan Li, I'll go downstairs to get the medicine. Wait for me. The autumn night rain tapped against the window. After Jiang Siyan's bloodline was touched, he was stabbed by the regulator again and ascended on the spot. He asked belatedly, Who knocked on the door just now? And Shuangjie replied, Someone got drunk and went to the wrong room. As she spoke, she put down her phone and clutched her nightgown, saying, see, I'm wearing senior sister Ruan's clothes. She won't be mad, right? It's fine. She's not a petty person. Speaking of Ruan Li, Jiang Siyan glanced at the time and noticed it was already very late. Why hasn't Ruan Li come back yet? He took out his phone and called Ruan Li, but it didn't go through. He called Shi Yu again, but it also didn't connect. Jiang Siyan felt a bit worried and muttered. Shi Yu wouldn't have missed a message, would he? He got up, intending to go to Yunke to take a look himself. Remembering that his mother had also gone to Yunke today, he decided to call and ask about the situation. But when he turned around and saw Shungnan, his brows twitched. "What are you doing taking off your clothes?" And Shungnan quickly covered her chest with her nightgown, biting her lip. "I was afraid seeing your sister would misunderstand." "I see, don't look at me." The more she tried to cover up, the more ambiguous it became. Under the dim light, Jiang Siyan walked over, and Shingnan's face turned bright red. But he heard Jiang Siyan's mocking voice from above. "Come on, dude, didn't you say you've been working out? Why is there no sign of any exercise?" As he spoke, he took off his upper garment, showcasing his strong biceps, his eyes full of admiration for his own muscles. And Shungnan, "Huh, Xiaoxi?" The call connected. Jiang Siyan made a shushing gesture and said to the person on the other end, "Aunt Yao, why are you the one answering the phone?" Aunt Yao was a friend of Jiang's mother, and she had a daughter 2 years younger than him, who had tried several times to set them up. Hearing Jiang Siyan ask about Ruan Li, the other end sighed. "Stop talking about Ruan Li." Today at Yunke, she tried to seduce the heir of the Fu family and was seen tugging around with a guy. Many people saw it. "Now, your mother is so angry she is almost sick." Jiang Siyan tightened his grip on the phone. "Aunt Yao, did you see it wrong?" "So many eyes saw it. Your mother is furious and even said she wants to cancel the engagement." After the call ended, Jiang Siyan's mind flashed back to the scene at Madame Fu's birthday banquet, where Ruan Li was carried to the hospital by the heir of the Fu family, her fingers pale. Just then, the doorbell rang. It was Ruan Li. A surge of anger at being deceived rose in Jiang Siyan. Does she really like him? Outside the door, Ruan Li was quietly pressing the doorbell. The door opened again, and Jiang Siyan was seen shirtless, holding in Shungnan's waist and kissing her passionately. And Shungnan was also very cooperative, tightly hugging Jiang Siyan's back, leaving ambiguous scratch marks with her beautiful, extended nails. At the doorway, Ruan Li was stunned by this scene. Jiang Siyan didn't turn around. His voice was cold as he said, "What are you back for? I told you to apologize to Nan Nan. You really didn't take my words to heart, did you?" There was no response behind him. He turned around to see Ruan Li holding her phone close, the crystal chandelier illuminating her brows and eyes, showing no sadness, only a thirst for views. Family. Send 666, and the host will give benefits to the family in the live stream. Chapter 72. Who do you say I am? Ruan Li actually started a live stream, and Shungnan's pupils suddenly shrank, and she screamed while covering her chest. Although she was a blogger, she planned to enter the entertainment industry in the future. She absolutely could not let herself have this kind of scandal. She reached out to snatch the phone, but in her drunken state, Ruan Li seemed to have returned to her days pretending to be a monkey at the zoo, exceptionally agile. The comments went wild. Did the female supporting character get so crazy from drinking? I'm going to die laughing. I thought the female supporting character would run away crying, but instead, she brought the livestream family in. Alcohol is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you get. Drink more, I love watching. Are the commenters crazy? The female supporting character is leaking someone else's privacy. That's illegal. Woo, the sister is going to be a big star. What if this affects her career? Why don't you say your sister is wearing someone else's nightgown in their new house, playing missing lower clothing? That's acting. To help the male lead test the female supporting character's feelings. Hee, whether it's acting or not. She knows at her heart. The comments were in an uproar, and Shungnan was about to cry, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Siyan felt a headache coming on and said to Ruan Li, "Give me the phone. Can't you see Nan Nan is crying? Hurry and apologize to her." At this moment, Ruan Li was immensely strong. She spoke up. "Don't cry. No one wants watered-down pork." Jiang Siyan's face turned dark. "Are you trying to drive me crazy?" "Ruan Li, don't die. I'll revive you with a 120-second ad." Jiang Siyan, Ruan Shuangjie, and Shungnan covered her face and cried, "I was helping C test you. C has no sense of security and needs a lover he can't get rid of. So he asked me to act and test your feelings time and again." Ruan Li pouted, "I want a bank that steals money but doesn't catch me." Jiang Siyan furrowed his brows, finally noticing that Ruan Li was different from before. "Did you drink?" Ruan Li made a shushing gesture. "It's a live stream. Can't say forbidden words. Have to say 81. Jiang Siyan confirmed that Ruan Li not only drank, but had drunk too much. He pinched his brow. There was no reasoning with someone who was drunk, and he reached out to grab the phone. "Ruan Li, run." She held the phone high and dashed out the door. Jiang Siyan also wanted to chase after her, but then remembered he wasn't wearing any clothes. Ruan Li took the elevator down to the first floor. Just as the elevator doors opened, she bumped into Shi Yu, who was returning with the hangover medicine and keys. Wang Ying was very efficient and had already delivered the keys. The new apartment was on the top floor of this building, and the previous owner had left it vacant after renovation. It could be moved into right after cleaning. Upon seeing Shi Yu, Ruan Li's eyes sparkled as she showed him her phone. Look, it's a live stream. Shi Yu frowned and watched the entire thing. In fact, it wasn't a live stream, just a recording, but it was disgusting enough. At that moment, another elevator came down. Jiang Siyan walked out. Surprised, Shi Yu? What are you doing here? Shi Yu's expression was cold, and he instinctively pulled his coat tighter, wrapping Ruan Li securely in his trench coat. I see, sister-in-law lives here. Jiang Siyan's gaze fell on the girl's shoes. They were a classic white sneaker from a certain sports brand. Ruan Li had a pair too. A thought flashed through Jiang Siyan's mind. Which floor does sister-in-law live on? 33rd floor. The top floor? Yeah. Just then, Ruan Li and his arms moved, her fluffy head making Shi Yu feel flustered. Don't move. He pressed her down. Because of his mother's misfortune, he despised intervening with heartless people and third parties. Yet, he never expected that one day he would hide his roommate's fiancé under his trench coat in front of him. Ruan Li felt uncomfortable and struggled as if she wanted to say something. Shi Yu leaned down, his thumb landing on her lips, and he kissed her. Staring at the suddenly enlarged handsome face, Ruan Li's eyes widened, and her breath caught. Jiang Siyan was equally shocked, frozen in place, mouth agape. No, he is still here. How could he kiss her? His gaze fell back on his sister-in-law's silhouette. Who could possibly transform his aloof and cold roommate into someone like this? The more I stared at that back, the more familiar it seemed. Is she a girl from their school? I always felt like I had seen her somewhere. Noticing that Jiang Siyan had no intention of leaving, Shi Yu lifted his thin eyelids. His extremely dark eyes were indifferent and sharp, revealing the crescent-shaped whites of his eyes, piercing directly into Jiang Si's eyes like they were coated in ice. Have you seen enough? Still not leaving? If you want me to go, I will. Staring at Jiang Siyan as he left, Shi Yu was just about to let go of Ruan Li when a damp sensation traveled through his fingertips. It felt like an electric shock. He lowered his gaze, his dense eyes focusing on Ruan Li. She appeared even more intoxicated, her cheeks flushed, her eyes moist and glistening. Her hands gripping his tie, and he could still smell the rich fragrance of lemon and black tea from the Long Island iced tea on her breath. Meanwhile, Ruan Li looked at the man in front of her, grinning widely. Dreams are wonderful. Dreams have everything. This generous and magnificent chest is reassuring. Her waist is slender. She could wrap her arms around it. And this face. He is really good looking, especially when the golden light shines on his sharp brow bones, his skin pale and cold, his nose straight, and his thin lips like adorned rubies. Even under the harsh lighting, it's still a top-notch face, dazzling and eye-catching. But he is too tall, casting a shadow over her, exuding the damp oppression of snow accumulated beneath the mountains. Yet she likes it. It felt like feathers brushed against her heart, tickling her. She stood on her tiptoes, climbed onto his neck, and gently pressed her soft lips against his gem-like eyes. Your eyes are really beautiful. Then, the kiss landed on his nose. Your nose is beautiful too. Your mouth is beautiful. Your Adam's apple is beautiful. You must look good without clothes too. Each word Ruan Li said, each kiss she laid, felt like a cold ice piece smashing against Shi Yu's heart. He clenched his fists. Lowering his head, he met Ruan Li's watery apricot eyes, which appeared especially bright against her porcelain-white face. He knew these sweet nothings weren't meant for him. These kisses didn't belong to him either. She had simply mistaken him for Jiang Siyan. He couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. In the next moment, his face was cradled by her slender, cool hands. You are really good-looking, Shi Yu. In an instant, Shi Yu's heart trembled, his taut rationality snapped. Every blood vessel and muscle in his body swelled with blood. His arms suddenly dropped heavily, pulling her into his embrace. You tell me, who am I? Chapter 73, Help me, you tell me. Who am I? Ruan Li looked at the mouth that was opening and closing in front of her. What was he mumbling about? She couldn't understand. She bit down. Fu Shiyu's Adam's apple rolled. His fist remained clenched. When he looked down again, Ruan Li had already leaned against him, drunkenly passed out. The girl had no self-awareness of teasing others. The one who had just been kissing him now lay on his chest, her porcelain white face squished out of shape, her lips slightly parted like a goldfish blowing bubbles. A cold wind swept into the hall. Fu Shiyu took off his coat and draped it over Ruan Li, then picked her up horizontally and stepped into the elevator. Just as the elevator was about to close, a hand blocked the door. It was Jiang Siyan. Brother Yu. What a coincidence, running into you again. It's raining outside. I'm going upstairs to get an umbrella. While speaking, Jiang Siyan noticed the wound on Fu Shiyu's lower lip, shaped like a bite mark. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, glancing at the girl Fu Shiyu was holding. Her smooth hair covered her face, revealing only a section of her porcelain white neck. He secretly clicked his tongue. He couldn't tell, but his sister-in-law was pretty bold. Fu Shiyu's indifferent gaze swept over him. Jiang Siyan smiled, shifting his gaze away from the girl in Fu Shiyu's arms. By the way, have you seen Ruan? She just ran out from upstairs. Ruan. The way he called her so intimately. Fu Shiyu's expression remained unchanged. I didn't see her. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 24th floor. As they were about to exit, Jiang Siyan said, I have something to do today. One day, I'll bring Ruan to your house as a guest to meet my sister-in-law. Fu Shiyu didn't respond. After Jiang Siyan left, Ruan Li, slowly regaining consciousness, opened her eyes in confusion. Who called me? The three words came out like melted cotton candy. No one. Oh. Ruan Li nestled in his crisp embrace and fell back into a deep sleep, until she was placed on the comfortable mattress, her soft body pressed against the sweet-smelling sheets. Ruan Li had a dream, tightly gripping the sheets. She didn't know where she was, only feeling as if she were entangled by a giant python, nearly melting from the heat. Every inch of her skin felt scorched and slippery. Just as she was about to suffocate, the giant python released her. A vague, drizzling sound echoed in her ears, like cold rain falling on hard tiles. Ruan Li turned over, her cheek pressed against the silk duvet. A wave of coolness seeped through her pores, spreading to her limbs. Her tightly knit brows gradually relaxed, and she slept peacefully through the night. The next day, morning light filtered through the curtains, hazily spilling in. Ruan Li opened her eyes, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, her head pounding. The events of yesterday flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern, but her memory abruptly halted when it revealed Ruan Bo's face after she uncovered the quilt. She recalled the fruit wine she had drunk. Could it be the infamous Long Island iced tea? As she regained her senses, realizing she was in an unfamiliar space and had changed her clothes, her head buzzed. At that moment, a deep male voice sounded from outside the door. Grandpa, this is my business. Recognizing Fu Shiyu's voice, Ruan Li breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully got out of bed and opened the door a crack. Fu Shiyu was on the phone. He intentionally lowered his voice, but Ruan Li was very sensitive to sound and could basically hear the entire conversation. She heard an elderly but vigorous voice on the other end of the line. You brat. If it weren't for someone from the Fu family telling me about your dating rumors, this old man would still be kept in the dark. Let me tell you, I'm going to Haichang today. If I don't see my granddaughter-in-law, you can wait for a blind date. 8 a day until you get married. Fu Shiyu's voice was cold. If you want to marry, do it yourself. The old man was so angry he couldn't catch his breath. All right, you've grown wings, haven't you? Do you believe I'll make Fu Ming the heir? Fu Shiyu coldly replied, Sure, whatever. The grandfather-grandson conversation ended unhappily. I can help you. Ruan Li's voice sounded from behind, and Fu Shiyu turned around, colliding with her clear eyes. He recalled last night and instinctively averted his gaze. Ruan Li, unaware, stepped forward. Feeling a bit guilty, did her grandpa find out about WeChat? Although she had been drunk, she still remembered an embarrassing thing. The virtual boyfriend she had been training during this time turned out to be Fu Shiyu. She didn't know where things had gone wrong. But after all, it was triggered by her. Ruan Li lowered her head, completely unaware of the inexplicable red mark on her neck, which was particularly eye-catching against her porcelain white neck. How can I help? Fu Shiyu stared at that mark, his tongue pressing against his cheek. Ruan Li spoke. I can help you clarify with your grandpa that it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The 4 words fell like a hammer. Fu Shiyu's lips curled into a cold smile. He casually shoved his hands into his pockets, leaned down, and pointed at the scab on his lower lip. Was the way you kissed and bit me yesterday also a misunderstanding? Ruan Li was confused. It wasn't until the barrage of comments floated by, helping her fully recall the plot, that she remembered she had kissed Shi Yu. She even said, "You must look good without clothes." In an instant, she felt embarrassed, her hands and feet awkwardly moving together. Are these harsh words really what she said? While Ruan Li was in a daze, Shi Yu sat on the sofa, his long legs lazily spread apart, outlining sharp angles. He had a half-smile on his face and said, "There is one thing you can help me with." Chapter 74. Exposing in Shengnan. Ruan Li nodded in agreement. "As long as I can help you, I'll do whatever it takes." As soon as she finished speaking, the barrage of comments flooded in. "Really willing to do anything? Little Ruan Li, don't speak so confidently. Huang Xian Huang Xian Huang Xian. You say you'll do anything? But if it really comes down to it, you'll cry. Upstairs, how do you cry? I'm an old pervert. I love watching. The prince is ready to go. Don't underestimate him, smirks. It's getting chaotic. Next life, let's be online friends again." Ruan Li. She decided not to refer to these comments as fake people next time. They were clearly the desires of the emperor. The morning light outside cast over Shi Yu's profile. His thin lips parted slightly, while the old man is here in Haicheng, pretend to be my girlfriend. After he leaves, tell we broke up. Ruan Li thought carefully. Yesterday, Mrs. Jiang publicly announced the cancellation of her engagement with Jiang Siyan, which meant she was effectively single again. She just needed to tear up that contract. 4 years ago, the Jiang family, the Ruan family, and she signed a contract. If she fulfilled the engagement with Jiang Siyan, she would receive one of Jiang's shares. If she violated the contract, she would have to repay 10 times the amount that the Ruan family had paid for her foster mother's hospital expenses over the years. There were 3 copies of the contract, one in her hands, one with the Ruan family, and one with Mrs. Jiang. Since Mrs. Jiang was eager to get rid of her, that copy would be easy to obtain. As for the one with the Ruan family, it wouldn't be difficult either. After a moment, she said, "Okay." Shi Yu glanced at his watch, his expression unreadable, and said flatly, "You have 20 minutes to wash up. I've had Wang Ying bring your clothes, and afterward, you'll go to the company with me. I've had Wang Ying buy breakfast. We can eat in the car." Ruan Li stood at attention. "Okay, Mr. Fu." Shi Yu looked over lazily, teasingly saying, "Baby, will you call me?" "Baby." Ruan Li felt as if she had been electrocuted, stammering, "Do I really need to call you that in private?" Shi Yu smiled faintly. "Practice makes perfect." Then, tilting his snowy white chin, he said, "Let us hear it." Ruan Li tried hard to control her mouth muscles, wanting to say baby, but feeling too ashamed and cheesy. She ultimately chose a less embarrassing term, brother. The 2 words echoed in the spacious living room, like a liqueur-filled chocolate. She hesitated. "Is it okay if I call you brother?" Shi Yu's expression was indifferent, forced. "Forced? Loving brother, stop pretending. Your mouth is already pouting. Even if the sky falls, the prince will hold it up, laughing to death. I seriously suspect the prince is pretending to make a phone call in the living room to lure little Ruan Li. Otherwise, why not go to the balcony to make the call? Sister, you're so good at shipping. I'll ship with you from now on." Ruan Li zayelashas tremblat. Not daring to think too much, after quickly washing up, she changed clothes. Wang Ying was reliable, not only buying couple outfits for the 2, but also couple mugs, couple keychains, and couple bracelets. In short, anything that could be labeled as a couple. Wang Ying got it. In the elevator, the mirror shone brightly, reflecting the 2 figures. Ruan Li wore a caramel-colored hoodie over a white shirt, paired with a yellow check straight skirt, very autumnal. Shi Yu wore a matching velvet blazer with a white shirt. The collar button to the first button, paired with a low-saturation orange pattern tie, steady yet bright. Even a 3-year-old passing by could tell they were a couple. The elevator stopped on the 24th floor. The male lead and the little sister are just standing outside the elevator. So exciting. Is a battlefield about to come? If they bump into each other, it's over. The female supporting character and the righteous brother look like a couple. There is no way to explain. Seeing the comments, Ruan Li instinctively hid behind Shi Yu. The door opened. Jiang Siyan and Shengnan walked in. "What a coincidence." "You go," Jiang Siyan said, his eyes lighting up. "This outfit suits you very well." Shi Yu calmly greeted him. Jiang Siyan noticed someone hiding behind him. Leaning over with a smile, "Sister-in-law, nice to finally meet you." Ruan Li didn't dare to speak. She tightly clutched Shi Yu's blazer, her delicate white fingers gripping it tightly. Shi Yu shielded her behind him and said lightly, "She's shy." And Xiangnan looked at them oddly. Is she really that shy? Shi Yu shot her a sidelong glance. Compared to some who stay at their fiancé's house but still block her outside, my girlfriend is indeed too shy. At his words, and Shingnan's face turned pale. What's going on? Jiang Siyan sensed something was off. Shi Yu toyed with a matching pendant he had with Ruan Li. With a hint of amusement, just check the door lock surveillance, and you'll know. Jiang Siyan was taken aback, pulling out his phone. After watching the video from the door lock surveillance, he stiffly raised his head, looking at Xiangnan in disbelief. When did I change the door lock password to your birthday? And why did you let Ruan Li live outside and tell me that the person knocking wasn't her? In the cramped elevator, facing the barrage of questions, and Xiangnan instinctively took a step back, but there was nowhere to retreat. Chapter 75. Regrets. And Xiangnan clenched the hem of her dress, her heart filled with bitterness. "I see. So this is how you think of me." The comments were filled with sympathy. Shi Yu, this little third party, what right does he have to talk about our little sister? Woo. I feel sorry for the little sister. The male lead, seriously, doesn't he realize who he truly likes? Hurry up and bring the wife-chasing fire pit. No? What is there to sympathize with a little third party? Isn't Shi Yu also a third party? Why isn't anyone scolding him? Don't be too biased against women. Why does it always turn into a discussion about men? Just because you learn a word, you think you're enlightened? Let us not forget that the female supporting character was sold for over a decade because she saved the male lead, and she took care of the male lead until he recovered. She has both hardships and contributions, but how does the male lead treat her? Neurotic male lead? Calling it a sensitive person needing an unshakable lover. Does that mean the female supporting character deserves to be treated badly? The comments were a mess. Meanwhile, Jiang Siyan brushed away in Shingnan's hand and took out his phone. I'm going to call Ruan Li. Ruan Li was on edge, trying to silence her phone before Jiang Siyan could get through. But things didn't go as planned. The ringtone echoed in the narrow elevator. Jiang Siyan's hand holding the phone froze, and his gaze suddenly turned to her. Ruan Li's ringtone was from a little-known Japanese anime song, one that Jiang Siyan had loved during his recovery period, and Ruan Li had specifically set as a ringtone. Later, when he no longer liked it, Ruan Li hadn't changed it. Jiang Siyan's Adam's apple moved slightly. A thought flashed through his mind, but it was so absurd that he quickly dismissed it, like a gust of wind blowing past, leaving nothing behind. Sister-in-law also likes this anime? He asked. Yes, she likes it, Shi Yu answered. We watched it together. Jiang Siyan was momentarily stunned. He should have been happy to find a fellow fan of the obscure anime, but a strange emotion surged in his heart. Why didn't I hear before that Yugu also watches anime? Not really a fan, just watch this one. How coincidental. No wonder we became roommates. Our aesthetics are the same. He elongated his tone. By the way, doesn't sister-in-law answer calls? The elevator stopped, and they reached the first floor. Shi Yu took Ruan Li's phone and hung up the call. Then he held her hand and walked out of the elevator. It's just an unimportant person's call. If she doesn't answer, then so be it. At the same time, Jiang Siyan's phone received a busy tone for the call he had made. The stark white lights of the elevator shone on his face, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Fu's building. When Ruan Li and Shi Yu appeared together, their colleagues teased them. Is this public now? Yesterday, the two were in a Cold War, and today they're in couple outfits, couple mugs, and couple accessories. Are you here to work or to torture single dogs? Regardless, they insisted on treating everyone to coffee. Ruan Li felt a bit embarrassed. Shi Yu remained unfazed. All right. Soon, the conversation shifted back to work. Stop talking. The chairman of the group is coming to inspect our company today. I don't know what for, but I've heard he's coming with a strong presence. A friend of mine who works at the group warned me to be careful. Instantly, everyone felt uneasy. This tense atmosphere lasted until the end of the workday. Ruan Li was also on edge. During lunch at the cafeteria, she didn't touch her chopsticks at all, relying entirely on Shi Yu's feeding, which left her feeling a bit nauseous. After a whole day of acting, she was exhausted. Yet she hadn't even caught a glimpse of the old Master Fu. At the end of the day, she quietly asked Shi Yu, Is your grandpa not coming? No. He's always been here. Ruan Li felt a chill run down her back as Shi Yu continued. Let's go, he sent the location. He wants us to have a feast at Shuangjie Pavilion. On the other side, Jiang Siyan hadn't been able to reach Ruan Li all day. He called her Ruan family, and they only said she was drunk and hadn't come home. He even found Bai Rindong downstairs at the girls' dormitory and asked if Ruan Li had been staying in the dormitory lately. Bai Rindong sarcastically replied, Isn't this Jiang, the young master? Back from Switzerland with a junior sister, and now you know to look for Ruan Li? A few days ago, Ruan Li had contacted her, asking if there were any available beds in the dorm. She was quite inquisitive and had indeed found out some inside information. Jiang Siyan frowned. Has she not been staying in the dormitory these past few days? Bai Rindong rolled her eyes. You still care where Ruan Li lives? You changed the door locks without a word and prohibited her from returning to the Ruan family. Where do you think a girl like her would live? Jiang Siyan clenched his trembling hands, guilt slowly consuming him. He used his connections to check the hotel guests in Haicheng over the past few nights. But there was no information registered under Ruan Li's name. In the vast Haicheng, he didn't know where to find her. He suddenly realized he had never met any of Ruan Li's friends. At dusk, Jiang Siyan took Go Junjun to the Fu building to wait for Ruan Li to get off work, but he received a call from his mother. "See, come to Shuangjie Pavilion. Old Master Fu has reserved a table tonight, and your father and I plan to visit him." Chapter 76, I'm Cold. Shuangjie Pavilion is an asset of the Jiang family, so it wasn't surprising that Jiang's mother received the news in advance. On the phone, she added, Shao Si, go to the school to pick up Shi Yu, then buy a gift for Old Master Fu at the mall. Be at Shuangjie Pavilion by 8. Jiang Siyan agreed. After hanging up, he received a new message. It was from a friend. He asked about what happened last night at Yuk. Don't mention it. Yesterday was indeed exciting, but Ruan Li suffered a lot. That adopted daughter of the Ruan family tried to climb into the bed of the young master of the Fu family and then framed Ruan Li. The Ruan couple also helped their adopted daughter slander their biological daughter. But it turned out the young master of the Fu family didn't even come. Instead, someone in the private room took Ruan Li's brother. Reading the messages on WeChat, Jiang Siyan took a while to digest the truth. Is it really like this? But why did Anyao lie to me? At that moment, two figures walked out of the Fu building. Shi Yu was holding Ruan Li's bag, and they walked side by side. Their colleagues weren't surprised and waved, reminding them to be careful on the road. Go Junjun, who was with Jiang Siyan, widened his eyes. Are these two really together now? Why is it that he keeps witnessing such awkward scenes? Noticing Jiang Siyan was about to look up, Go Junjun quickly jumped up and wrapped his arms around Jiang Siyan's neck. See, I have a stomachache. Do you have any tissue? There's some in the car. Go get it. He handed the car keys to Go Junjun. No, you help me get it. Go Junjun clutched his stomach. Unable to move. If I move, it will come out. Jiang Siyan said, all right. While Jiang Siyan turned back to the car to get the tissue, Go Junjun was internally conflicted. Although Shi Yu was in the wrong for stealing someone else's partner, Jiang Siyan had previously proclaimed that whoever pretended to sleep with Ruan Li and sabotage the marriage would get a sports car as punishment. It was indeed not fair. Go Junjun felt a headache coming on. Both sides were his roommates for 4 years, and he didn't know whom to help. He just hoped this storm wouldn't explode in front of him. Otherwise, it would be hard for him not to spread the news. Oh God, why does a little chatterbox like me have to face such a test? After leaving the Fu building, Ruan Li bid farewell to her colleagues and got into Shi Yu's car. She felt a bit nervous about meeting the richest person in the country. Should she buy something for the old master? Shi Yu glanced at her. It's up to you. It would be rude to show up empty-handed. So Ruan Li planned to buy a scarf. Today, Shi Yu didn't have the driver take them. He was driving a Mercedes SUV. Although it was also eye-catching, it was much more low-key compared to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The car drove to the underground parking lot of a nearby mall. Ruan Li unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to get out when she saw a familiar orange sports car in front of the windshield. It was Jiang Siyan's car. Why is he haunting me? Ruan Li lowered her head and was about to remind Shi Yu to turn off the lights in the car when the door of the opposite car opened. And Jiang Siyan stepped out. His eyes, which were only 50 clear, immediately locked onto this side, striding over. Ruan Li felt numb. She thought, why not just lay everything out with Jiang Siyan? After all, he didn't like her either. They could find a contract together, dissolve the marriage, and part ways amicably. Just as she was contemplating this, a large hand gripped the back of her head, and she was pulled onto Shi Yu's lap. Ruan Li was caught off guard. Her nose bumped against the fabric of his trousers, making her eyes sting. Shi Yu's muscles tensed up, like a beast ready to pounce. An awkward and strange atmosphere spread in the car. Knock, knock. The car window was tapped, and Jiang Siyan's voice came from outside. Shi Yu? Shi Yu turned off the lights in the car, and the window rolled down a quarter, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. Jiang Siyan was surprised. Shi Yu, it's really you? As he spoke, he glanced at the car logo and license plate. Still in disbelief, is this your car? Just then, another car drove into the parking lot, and the blinding headlights shone directly into Shi Yu's car. Jiang Siyan's pupils constricted. He saw a girl sitting in the passenger seat, leaning over Shi Yu's lap. Her waist was slightly curved, very slender. He had seen this outfit in the morning. It belonged to Shi Yu's girlfriend. Jiang Siyan gasped, his ears turning a bit red. Is it appropriate to do this in the parking lot? Shi Yu had said his girlfriend was shy. Perhaps he had misunderstood his girlfriend? Jiang Siyan didn't dare to linger any longer. I came with Junjun to buy some things, so I'll head off now. He turned and went back to his car, excitedly telling Junjun, guess what I just saw? He repeated what he had just witnessed. In the end, he confidently declared, I know who Shi Yu's girlfriend is. Junjun, completely bewildered, asked in a trembling voice, who? She's a blogger named Li, and I guess Shi Yu's car is hers. Junjun looked at him with a complicated expression. Wait, if she's Li, don't you realize something is off? Meanwhile, inside the SUV, Ruan Li was leaning on Shi Yu's lap, quietly asking, did he leave? Yes. Ruan Li felt as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders and quickly sat up straight. Her oval face was flushed from embarrassment, and in the dim light, her cheeks looked rosy and she was slightly out of breath. The originally spacious SUV suddenly felt cramped, filled with her fragrant scent. Shi Yu grabbed a trench coat from the back seat and draped it over his lap, his voice cold. You go buy the gift. I'll wait here for you. Okay. Ruan Li thought the same. If the two of them run into Jiang Siyan again, it would be bad. However, she needed to cover up her outfit. Her gaze fell on Shi Yu's light-colored trench coat on his legs, and she asked, can I borrow your coat? Shi Yu replied, no. He added, I'm cold. Ruan Li felt a bit awkward, her hand clutching the coat stiffening. She thought they were in the same boat, but she didn't expect to be rejected. Until the barrage of comments floated by. I'm cold, what the hell? He's burning up right now. Little Ruan, stop tugging at the coat, or Love Brother will introduce you to his little brother. Yellow heart, yellow heart, yellow heart. Damn, this is too good. He can't handle a little touch. The prince is too hot. If he's like this before marriage, what will happen after? Female supporting character, get out of the car. Don't disturb Justice Brother doing manual work. Ruan Li vaguely understood something. She instinctively let go of the coat's edge, quickly getting out of the car. Wait. Shi Yu called out to her, extending his cold white hand with blue veins out the window, pinching a black car between his fingertips. Swipe this. Good. All the way to the first floor of the mall. Ruan Li's cheeks were still slightly flushed. Hello. Miss, which product would you like to see? The salesgirl approached enthusiastically. Ruan Li looked around, pointed at a classic scarf, and said, this one, please wrap it up. It's a gift for an elder. Okay. Just as Ruan Li paid. Her wrist was grabbed. Ruan, so you were here? Chapter 77. Heir of the Fu family hearing Jiang Siyan's voice. A meme popped into Ruan Li's mind. What kind of luck is this? Where have you been these past few days? Jiang Siyan pulled her and explained, don't be angry. Yesterday, I took in Shangnan to the Jiangjing mansion because the dormitory had a curfew, and she fainted from low blood sugar. I was worried something would happen to her at night. He continued, and I didn't change the lock to her birthday. I checked the lock surveillance and asked her why she said that. She said it was because you pushed her into the water last time, and she was too scared. So she used such a childish way to get back at you. Ruan, since both of you are at fault, why not reconcile? Jiang Siyan chattered on. Ruan Li only heard 3 words, both at fault. She laughed, a laugh full of anger. She stared into Jiang Siyan's eyes. Do you think you're innocent? What? Jiang Siyan looked confused. Yesterday when I knocked the second time, you opened the door, right? You let me see you kissing in Shangnan on purpose. Jiang Siyan slapped his forehead, finally recalling to explain this misunderstanding. That was a borrowed angle. Really, I only see her as a brother. It was meant to make you jealous. Someone told me yesterday that you were trying to seduce the heir of the Fu family. And I remembered you fainted at the Fu family's birthday banquet, and it was the Fu family who carried you away. So Ruan Li. She asked, "Aussie, do you like me?" Jiang Siyan was caught off guard by the question and froze for a moment. He rubbed his nose. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Do you think I like you? Don't joke around. I only married you because my mom promised you when I was hospitalized. Otherwise, wouldn't the Jiang family be untrustworthy?" The barrage floated by. Why should the female supporting character humiliate herself? Our male lead only says love to his sister. Is it just me? Or do I feel like Jiang Siyan likes Ruan Li? He's just being contradictory. I also think so. Biologically, touching one's nose is a sign of lying. If the male lead likes Ruan Li, then Ruan Li is the female lead. I've rewatched it. The ending where the sister steals the wedding is my favorite. Exactly. I can't wait for the story where the sister steals the wedding. Just thinking about the sister in a wedding dress taking CG's hand, kissing in front of the female supporting character, exchanging rings, saying I do is so satisfying. Love is trust. The male lead's repeated trust in the sister shows he only loves her. Ruan Li lowered her eyes. The barrage was right. If Jiang Siyan liked her, he wouldn't have had someone impersonate her and sleep with Ruan Li, or use her sports car to test her. Nor would he repeatedly believe hearsay and show her no trust. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed he and Shangnan had reconciled. Ruan Li checked the time. Only 40 minutes were left until the time agreed upon with old Master Fu. She spoke. "Do you have time tomorrow? Let's talk about our marriage. This mistake should end." At that moment, the salesgirl brought over the wrapped gift box. Jiang Siyan's lips curled up as he took out the scarf. "I'll take this scarf." Ruan Li. He glanced at his watch. "I have to go to Shuangjie Pavilion. The old master of the Fu family is here, and our whole family has to go." Ruan Li frowned. Watching Jiang Siyan's departing figure, she had the salesgirl wrap another scarf, and she headed to a nearby high-end cosmetic store, saying to the salesgirl, "Hello, I'm buying products. Can you help me with my makeup?" The salesgirl smiled. "Sorry, we can only do half a face." Just then, two blonde foreigners walked in. The salesgirl noticed and immediately asked an intern to attend to Ruan Li while she went to serve the foreigners. Ruan Li was in a hurry and was about to switch to another store. The intern spoke up. "Miss, I could do a full makeup for you. Can you show me what style you want?" Ruan Li pointed at a celebrity on an advertisement in the mall and said, "This one." "Sure. You would look great in this style." Ruan Li took out her black card. "Okay, I want a full set of all your products." The intern was clearly surprised. Raising her voice, "A full set?" Even the salesgirl who went to attend to the foreigners looked over, her face filled with regret. "Yes, I'm in a hurry." Ruan Li added, "Please make me look so different that even my own mother wouldn't recognize me." Facing Ruan Li's request, the intern hesitated for a second, which would be blasphemy to the god of wealth. She even took out a wig and a fake nose. "Ruan Li," the intern shyly admitted, "to be honest, everything clicked." Ruan Li sat in front of the makeup mirror, called Shi Yu, and told him to go ahead. She still needed some time. She also reminded him that the Jiang family might come too. Shuangjie Pavilion. When Shi Yu entered the private room, he saw old Master Fu glaring at him. "Why did you come alone? Where's my granddaughter-in-law?" Shi Yu sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and said, "You called for a meal on short notice. She wanted to pick a gift for you." The old master felt pleased. He was understanding. Then his eyes narrowed. "So, when did you two get together? Why didn't you tell the family?" Shi Yu replied wearily, "When Fu Chanshan and Jiang Li were dating, didn't no one know?" The old master's expression stiffened as he sighed. "Your father was wrong. So after your 22nd birthday, I will officially announce you as the heir of the Fu family, my successor. This month end is Shi Yu's birthday. Why wait until 22 to announce it? This can be attributed to Jiang Li. As a mistress, Jiang Li aimed for her own son Fu Ming to have a chance to be the heir. So she found a master who said Shi Yu's fate was too strong, and it wasn't advisable to be too ostentatious before the age of 22, and he should be low-key and cautious. The old master didn't believe this. He originally planned to publicly announce his heir status when Shi Yu turned 18. However, an incident in Wall Street led to Shi Yu getting shot in the head, and he had to rush back home to save his life. The old master turned gray overnight because of this. Whether it was a coincidence or not, The old master had to believe the master's words. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The old master thought it was his granddaughter-in-law and warmly said, "Come in." Instead, it was the Jiang family. Madame Jiang smiled and said, "Old Mr. Fu, I heard you came to Shuangjie Pavilion today. As the host family in Haicheng, we naturally wanted to pay you a visit. This is my son Jiang Siyan and my daughter Jiang Siyan. They specifically prepared gifts for you, and I hope you and the crown prince will accept them. The Jiang family is the richest in Haicheng, and as hosts, Mr. Fu didn't refuse their kindness. You are very thoughtful." When Jiang Siyan handed over the gifts, he caught sight of Shi Yu next to Mr. Fu and blurted out, "You go. What are you doing here?" Mr. Fu was about to say, when he feared a repeat of past tragedies and immediately clarified, "He is my sponsored student." That statement wasn't wrong either. As his biological grandson, he was indeed sponsored by him. Madame Jiang stared at Shi Yu, feeling he looked somewhat familiar. But now wasn't the time to think about this matter. The Jiang family had no intention of leaving since they entered, not wanting to drive them away, Mr. Fu engaged in conversation with the Jiang family about the differences between Haicheng's customs and those of the capital. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the wooden door again. When the door opened, a figure walked in, bringing with her a waft of refreshing fragrance. Upon seeing her, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Chapter 78. So sweet outside the private room, a girl walked in with golden curly hair and fair skin. She was wearing a pink off-shoulder dress, covered with a white fur coat, revealing a pair of long, slender legs. Her small face had exquisite makeup, with curled eyelashes and blue irises that gave her a mixed-race appearance, resembling a member of a Korean girl group. "Little girl, did you walk in the wrong private room?" Madame Jiang, skilled in reading the room, noticed that Mr. Fu did not recognize this person and took the initiative to speak. At the entrance, the girl blinked and remained silent. Her grape-like big eyes scanned the spacious private room, revealing a hint of confusion. Sitting next to Mr. Fu, Shi Yu clenched his fist against his lips, seemingly trying to suppress a smile. Madame Jiang shook her head and smiled. "You're quite well-informed, little girl, knowing that old Mr. Fu and the crown prince are here." The implication was that she was trying to climb the social ladder. The Jiang family showed expressions of mockery. "Oh my." The girl widened her eyes and looked at Madame Jiang, asking in broken Chinese, "Old Mr. Fu is here, right? Are you a relative here to take advantage?" "Madame Jiang." The girl spoke in Chinese, but every sound was pronounced in unexpected places. The Jiang family exchanged glances. "Is she Korean?" At this moment, Shi Yu spoke up, "Come over and sit." The golden-haired girl's eyes lit up. "Appa, you're here." Her originally sweet voice, speaking broken Chinese, had a peculiar cuteness to it. Shi Yu smiled, pulling out a chair next to him. Ruan Li walked over. "Me and I, Appa. I'm late, Samada, no rush." "We just arrived too." Shi Yu smiled and pushed the orange juice he ordered for her over. Old Mr. Fu looked at Shi Yu in surprise, showing an expression of astonishment that his grandson hadn't smiled in 10 years. He vaguely guessed something but couldn't confirm it, so he tentatively asked, "Little Yu, who is this?" Shi Yu introduced Ruan Li. "Baby, this is old Mr. Fu, the one who sponsored my education." "Oh my." Ruan Li exaggeratedly covered her lips with her fingers, quickly stood up, and gave a 90-degree bow. "Hala Buji, nice to meet you. Please take care of me." "Old Mr. Fu, what are you howling about?" Shi Yu, holding back laughter, replied to old Mr. Fu, "This is my girlfriend I mentioned to you." Old Mr. Fu, his heart sank. He looked at his granddaughter-in-law in front of him with a complicated expression. She was pretty, but why was she a foreigner? Also shocked was Jiang Siyan. He stared at the golden-haired girl in front of him and then glanced at his roommate, whose smile was rising. "No, bro, you're making me feel strange." He had always been curious about Shi Yu's girlfriend, but didn't expect her to have this style. How to describe it? She looked like a Barbie doll. It also matched the makeup and outfits he saw on Korean girls all over Haicheng. Even the accent was identical, as if the sounds came from the back of the nose, giving a somewhat sticky feel. But he still found her somewhat familiar. He could only attribute this familiarity to the Korean plastic surgery template. He never expected that Shi Yu, who usually had an old cadre style, would like this kind of American sweetheart. On the other side, Ruan Li took her seat. Feeling the gazes from all directions, she maintained a calm exterior. But inside she was as anxious as a dog, unable to stop fidgeting with her hands. A pair of warm, dry hands covered hers. Looking up, she met Shi Yu's teasing gaze. She felt a bit annoyed. She slightly raised her elbow and poked his side, her eyes saying, "What are you laughing at?" Shi Yu looked at the fierce Ruan Li and smiled even wider. Today, she was wearing blue contact lenses resembling a ragdoll cat, puffing her cheeks in an attempt to look fierce, but it was utterly unthreatening, even making people want to hug her. He held the teacup, took a sip, and concealed the smile at the corner of his lips. Ruan Li softly reminded him, "That's my water." Shi Yu raised his eyebrows and noticed the light-colored lip print on the slender tall glass. He spoke, "No wonder it's so sweet." Ruan Li thought he was being absurd. "This is orange juice, of course it's sweet." Meanwhile, old Mr. Fu and Jiang Siyan were both shocked. Old Mr. Fu knew his grandson best. He was completely uninterested in romantic relationships. Since childhood, he had been aloof and distant. He appeared gentle, but was actually hard to get close to. His emotions were rarely expressed, and his appetite was bland. He seldom ate more than 3 bites of any dish at the table. It seemed that to him, taste was just an ornament. Whether it was gourmet delicacies or plain steamed buns, it was all the same. He couldn't taste anything. Old Mr. Fu didn't boast. He truly felt that if time could turn back, his eldest grandson had the potential to be an emperor. On the other hand, Jiang Siyan was completely thrown off. He suspected that Shi Yu had been possessed by someone, but he had no evidence. He was so eager to throw a handful of glutinous rice or splash a basin of dog blood. He secretly took out his phone and messaged Go Junjun. "Jiang Siyan, I'll show you how Yugo interacts with his girlfriend. I'm starting to doubt if I'm dreaming." Jiang Siyan, picture. The first message went through. The second showed a red exclamation mark. Jiang Siyan, did Go Junjun delete me? The person in their dorm who gossiped the most, who loved to spread rumors. Deleted him when he talked about Shi Yu's girlfriend? Now, Jiang Siyan really felt like he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh. "Damn, that really hurts." Jiang Siyan's leg bumped against the bottom of the table, making a sound. Old Mr. Fu turned his gaze to him and said to Madame Jiang, "By the way, I heard this child Siyan is engaged. I wonder which family's young lady it is." Upon hearing something related to herself, Ruan Li instinctively perked up her ears. She heard Madame Jiang sigh. The Ruan family in Haicheng, a small family, not much to speak of. Previously, my Siyan injured his leg, and that young lady took care of him diligently. Now that medicine has advanced, Siyan's injury has healed quickly, and seeing that young lady likes Siyan, I took the liberty to arrange their engagement. Old Mr. Fu frowned at this. This made Madame Jiang's heart tighten. She couldn't help but add, "Speaking of which, the Ruan family was previously a small-time merchant in Haicheng. Out of gratitude, we helped the Ruan family grow a bit." Old Mr. Fu didn't respond, but looked at Jiang Siyan. "Child, do you like that girl?" Jiang Siyan pursed his lips, recalling what in Shangnan once said, "The first person to say, 'I love you' loses." Plus, with his parents, sister, and Shi Yu present, saying he liked her felt a bit awkward. He changed his words, "I'm very grateful to her." Old Master Fu shook his head. Since it was out of gratitude for her, not affection, he shouldn't have settled this marriage. This is not repaying that girl, but rather repaying kindness with enmity, ruining the young girl's life. Chapter 79, when 3, don't get caught. The old master looked at Mrs. Jiang, disagreeing. "You think just helping that girl's family company is enough kindness, but what did that girl gain? Is the company hers? Does she have any brothers? All she got was a husband who doesn't love her and a family that thinks she's climbing too high." There was silence at the table. Ruan Li's breath hitched. She didn't expect the person who saw through everything would be old Master Fu, whom she had never met. On the other side, Jiang Siyan's dark eyes showed a hint of confusion. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shi Yu. "Old Master, my girlfriend has a gift for you." Ruan Li obediently stood up and walked to old Master Fu. "This is a special gift I picked out for you. Warm and stable, very suitable for someone of your age." Old Master Fu smiled and took it. After unwrapping it, he saw it was a scarf. His brows furrowed as he looked at the scarf hanging around Jiang Siyan's neck. The 2 scarves were identical. This was quite awkward. What a coincidence. Mrs. Jiang, feeling awkward. "Change the topic, little girl, what's your name?" Ruan Li secretly frowned. Oh no. She was so focused on not being recognized that she forgot to make up a name. Thinking of a Korean name, she blurted out, "My name is Su Junda." Old Master Fu, Jiang Siyan. Mrs. Jiang, what kind of name is that for a girl? At this moment, Shi Yu served Ruan Li a spoonful of golden bird's nest soup, casually saying, her Chinese name is Shuangjie. The two words pierced Ruan Li's ears, and her body tensed. It had been a long time since anyone called her that name. How did Shi Yu know? Throughout the meal, Ruan Li hardly took the initiative to pick any dishes. The bowl was piled high with dishes she loved, all served by Shi Yu. She buried her head in eating and sweetly said, Appa, dog mom. Old master, what dog mom? On the other side, the Jiang family was covered in goosebumps. As the evening wore on, the meal was nearly finished, and old Master Fu, feeling tired due to his age, showed signs of weariness. Mrs. Jiang, being perceptive, tugged at her husband and children, saying, it's getting late, we won't disturb you any longer. If old master is willing tomorrow, my Jiang family will host a banquet for you and the crown prince. Speaking of which, my Jiang Siyan and the crown prince are of similar ages, and there will surely be more topics to discuss among peers. All right, we'll talk later. Old Master Fu was not very enthusiastic. Shi Yu stood up, also planning to leave. Wait. The old master called Shi Yu back. You stay. The wooden door of the private room closed tightly, leaving only the two of them in the large space. Old Master Fu's earlier fatigue was gone, and his sharp gaze turned cold. Koreans? Appa? You become clever. Do you really think I'm old enough to believe your nonsense? Shi Yu didn't intend to hide anything. With the old master's thunderous methods, he must have thoroughly investigated Ruan Li before leaving Beijing. Presumably, even the inquiry about Jiang Siyan's marriage was intentional. This old man has a belly full of schemes. The old master lamented, Shi Yu, as the heir of the Fu family. What kind of girl do you not want? Yet you seduce someone else's fiancé, willingly becoming the third party. Do you have no morals? Shi Yu's gaze was calm. No. The old master glared at him. I mean, you're a child of the Fu family. Why be sneaky? In terms of looks, temperament, and family background, you are countless times better than that Jiang family one. Back in the day, I snatched your grandma from someone else. Recalling the glorious past, the old master stroked his white beard with a proud expression. To like is to snatch. That's the family tradition of the Fu family. In this regard, my grandson is unlike me. Shi Yu's gaze remained unchanged. She doesn't tea like me. How could that be? When you called today, I purposely let her hear it. She was just helping me brush you off, which is why she pretended to be my girlfriend. The old master was taken aback. Is the truth really like this? Then it's tricky. He looked deeply at his proud grandson and sighed. If you're going to be the third party, then just be it. Keep it hidden, don't get caught. Outside the door, Ruan Li was waiting for Shi Yu to come out. She noticed Jiang Siyan staring at her with red eyes. Ruan Li wasn't particularly close to this future sister-in-law. It seemed she hadn't provoked this Jiang family princess. Had she? Jiang Siyan puffed up her cheeks, continuing to stare at Ruan Li, as if she wished to bore a hole through her. Fake hair, fake nose, can't even speak Chinese well. Besides being pretty, she is practically useless. Why would Shi Yu brother like this kind of girl? Ruan Li planned to go downstairs to wait, but didn't expect Jiang Siyan to follow her. She opened with, I'll give you 5 million to leave Shi Yu brother. Hearing the sour tone, Ruan Li understood. This little girl likes Shi Yu. No wonder she had been glaring at her all through dinner. Ruan Li waved her finger. No way, I really like Shi Yu. Even if you give me 5 billion, I can't break up with him. He likes me very much too. Look at this. She pointed to the hickeys on her collarbone with her shiny, extended nails. This is evidence that he likes me. In reality, Ruan Li had sensitive skin, and to ensure her own mother wouldn't recognize her, she changed her dressing style. However, she had directly worn new clothes from the mall without washing them, which would cause her to have an allergic reaction. Although this had nothing to do with Shi Yu, the card used to buy the clothes was his. Ruan Li's statement was technically not wrong. Jiang Siyan looked at the ambiguous mark and was on the verge of tears. Originally, Jiang Siyan didn't want to come to this dinner. She was not interested in the powerful crown prince. She had someone she liked. It was her brother's roommate, Shi Yu. From the first time she visited High University to find her brother and unexpectedly saw Shi Yu, she had fallen for him. She even asked her brother to introduce them, but Shi Yu never came. Jiang Siyan felt like the heroine of a secret crush story. To get closer to Shi Yu, she had originally planned to go abroad for further studies due to low grades, but she studied hard and ultimately got into Haicheng University as an art special student. But unexpectedly, Shi Yu's brother had a girlfriend. The Jiang family princess, who had everything smooth sailing, faced her only hardship in love. She burst into tears. Ruan Li panicked. You? Don't cry. I didn't know he owed you this kind of romantic debt. Can I not like him? No. Shi Yu appeared behind her at some point. His cool gaze turned to Jiang Siyan. I have never seen you before. As he spoke, he pulled Ruan Li closer. So, my girlfriend, and I don't need to consider your feelings. His voice was devoid of any warmth. After saying this, he pulled Ruan Li into the car. Jiang Siyan cried even louder. The little girl cried so pitifully that it was hard to bear. In the car, Ruan Li explained, actually, Jiang Siyan is not a bad person like her brother, but she is just not likable. The car was terrifyingly quiet. Turning her head, Ruan Li bumped into Shi Yu's deep gaze. His eyes seemed to have substance, inching down to her collarbone, that allergic skin faintly heating up. He slowly leaned in closer, his rough thumb brushing against her neck, an overwhelming pressure. If you mention anyone else again, he said in a low voice, rough like sandpaper, I won't mind making it real. Chapter 80. Living together. Ruan Li's face felt a bit hot. It turned out Shi Yu had heard her earlier words. She pressed her lips together and stopped talking. The SUV wove through the night streets of Haicheng, the car unusually quiet. As they passed a hotel, Ruan Li broke the silence. Mr. Fu, you can stop here, my luggage is all here. However, Shi Yu did not stop. He stepped on the gas and drove towards Shuangjie mansion. Ruan Li was stunned. I see change the door lock password, and I can't get in. I didn't mean for you to go back to Jiang Siyan's house. Shi Yu's dark eyes were cold. During this time, you will live with me. Ruan Li was taken aback. Thank you, Mr. Fu, but there's no need to trouble you. I've already paid for my hotel. I'm not discussing this with you. Shi Yu interrupted. He turned his head, his long, narrow eyes fixed on Ruan Li. The old man will return to Beijing tomorrow, leaving behind his trusted aides. Only after confirming our romantic relationship will he remove the people monitoring us. Ruan Li hesitated for a moment and said, but the old man is such a wise person. He might have already seen through that we are fake. Shi Yu raised his eyes coldly. So what? So, we should explain it clearly to him. Shi Yu's cold. White fingers gripped the black leather steering wheel, the bones protruding, exuding sharpness. Do you think the old man is eager for me to get married because he wants great-grandchildren? As he spoke, the car window rolled down, and his long arm lazily rested on the window ledge. The autumn wind blew in, lifting his slightly drooping bangs. From Ruan Li's perspective, the dazzling neon lights were slanting on the side of his face, dim and ambiguous, revealing an imperceptible fragility. Ruan Li's heart inexplicably tightened. She heard her own voice, light as a feather, coming from the car. Then why? Because of the identity of the heir, Shi Yu replied lightly. The old man needs a pretext, and a stable romantic relationship will increase the heir's credibility. If our relationship is exposed, Jiang Li and her son will not let it go, and the board members won't either. Ruan Li was stunned. She thought of the rumors that the internal struggle within the Fu family was heating up. Although the young master of the Fu family was exceptionally capable and had a reputation as a Wall Street genius, he grew up abroad and had a shallow foundation in Beijing. His stepmother, Jiang Li, had been strategizing in Beijing for many years, gathering connections from various circles, and was paving the way for her good-for-nothing son. In just a few seconds, Ruan Li had already sketched out a grand plan for a wealthy family in her mind. A stepmother with a watchful eye, a pampered younger brother, a biased father, a Shi Yu walking on thin ice, and herself, needing Shi Yu to take power to investigate the truth behind her adoptive mother's case. Currently, she could only find that the private media that defamed her adoptive mother back then was linked to capital in Beijing, and she knew nothing else. Ruan Li nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. One day, when Shi Yu successfully inherits the Fu family, she could also be considered a loyal minister, contributing to the dragon's success. Ruan Li thought happily. The black SUV drove into the city's express tunnel. She did not notice the fleeting curve at the corner of the man's lips in the driver's seat. 1,000 miles away, in Beijing, in a bar filled with bright lights and noise, Fu Ming sneezed. He rubbed his nose and hung up the phone from his mother, urging him to fight for power. Embracing a popular young star to drink. It was impossible to seize power. Never in a lifetime. Although he smoked, drank, permed his hair, got tattoos, raced cars, fought, and chased girls. But he was lucky. While his grandfather was alive, he relied on him, and after that, he would rely on his brother when he took power. His father was a playboy. He was also a playboy. He didn't know what his mother was busy with, nor did she think about it. If the Fu family were really handed over to him, would they still have their good days together? In Haicheng, the black Mercedes SUV returned to Jiangjing Mansion. Ruan Li, feeling uncomfortable in her nose, removed her makeup. When she arrived at the community entrance, Shi Yu's car had no registration plate, and the security guard stationed at the entrance came over to ask which unit they lived in. The window rolled down. Shi Yu reported the building number, block, 33rd floor. After confirming it was correct, the security guard let them through. However, after seeing the face of the girl in the passenger seat, he froze for a few seconds. The security guard recognized Ruan Li. She was the fiancée of the owner on the 24th floor, and because both of them were good-looking, everyone initially thought they were celebrities, so they paid more attention. But how did she end up in the car of the owner on the 33rd floor? Just as Chow Chow was mentioned, Chow Chow arrived. A bright orange sports car roared in. It was the car of the owner on the 24th floor. As it passed the security booth, the guard heard Jiang Siyan sending a voice message. Ruan, I sent you the door lock password for the wedding house. It's not safe for a girl to live outside. Come back. I brought you your favorite dishes at Shuangjie Pavilion. The security guard seemed to understand something. Looking at the speeding sports car, he couldn't help but hum a tune of Green Light. That night, after returning to the top floor, Ruan Li and Shi Yu slept in separate rooms. At 10 o'clock, Ruan Li took a shower and was about to sleep. Her phone lit up, and she received a message from the brand. A coffee bean. Are you there? A coffee bean. The thing is before the Double 11 Gala. The organizers want to invite you to participate in a rural aid live broadcast event tomorrow at 11 in the morning, lasting for 2 days and 2 nights. Do you and your boss have time? Friday is Double 11. This means the rural aid event is tomorrow and the day after. The organizers won't invite guests at the last minute unless someone has an issue and needs a replacement. Ruan Li hoped to raise her visibility. This way, when she investigated her adoptive mother's case, she could have a channel to voice her opinions and avoid being silenced by the capital's flow. She thought for a moment and screenshot the message to send to Shi Yu. Lazy pear mud. Do you want to go? After waiting for a few minutes, there was no reply from the other side. Ruan Li remembered that the dirty clothes she changed out of at the mall were casually placed on the sofa. After all, it wasn't her own home. She felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly got out of bed to retrieve them. But strangely, one snow-colored beige shirt was missing from the bag. It might have been left at the mall. Ruan Li sighed. She quite liked that one, as the fabric was soft and fitted. As she passed by Shi Yu's door, she received another message from the brand, urging her to confirm. If it were before, Ruan Li would have wanted to keep her distance from the main character. But now, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. After hesitating for a few seconds, she knocked on the door of the adjacent bedroom. No one answered. Ruan Li's heart sank, because when her adoptive mother fainted back then, it left her with a shadow. She was very afraid of this situation, worried that something might happen to the other party. She pressed her ear against the door. Through the heavy wooden door, she heard breathing inside. Somewhat painful. It was like when she was in the hospital, hearing the abnormal breathing of critically ill patients. Her heart sank, and she suddenly pushed the door open. Chapter 81. The young master of the Fu family is the third party. Upon opening the door and seeing the scene in the room, Ruan Li's almond eyes widened. Her graceful legs seemed to be nailed to the spot, unable to move. Shi Yu leisurely pulled out a tissue, his long, narrow, deep-set eyes staring at her. What's the matter? Ruan Li's ears buzzed. The barrage in front of her was dense. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Ruan Li stammered. Why you're not wearing clothes? She truly did not expect Shi Yu to be working out, bare-chested. Shi Yu wiped the sweat from his neck, his thin eyelids lazily lifting. This is my bedroom. I closed the door, and you barged in and questioned me for not wearing clothes? Ruan Li reacted and was about to retreat. Shi Yu added, aren't you going to apologize to me? Ruan Li, yes, I'm sorry. Saying that, she quickly ran back to her bedroom and dove under the covers. After a while, her phone vibrated. It was a voice message from Shi Yu. Ruan Li wanted to convert it to text, but her hands were trembling with cold, and the 3-second voice still spilled out in the room. It was just one syllable. It sounded like it came from his chest, passing through his Adam's apple and nasal cavity, deep and powerful. Ruan Li's brow twitched. Not knowing what she thought of, she tightened the quilt. The cheek pressed against the cool blanket. The soft quilt seemed to melt like ice cream. In front of her, the bullet comments floated by. Justice, brother, just one word. Do we really have to send a voice message? How to seduce the female lead without sending a voice message. Loving brother is working out late at night, deliberately not replying to messages. Just waiting for the female lead to break in. Scheming male. He was cold in the car, but now he is finally warming up with a sidelong smile. Just like a brothel style. Loving brother is too high-end. Only seduces, doesn't entangle, really knows how to do it. Ruan Li tried hard to forget the scene she had just seen and only fell into a deep sleep late at night. The next day, Ruan Li took a leave of absence on Ding Talk. The recording location for this event was in the countryside, with the theme of live streaming to support farmers. And it would take about 3 hours to drive there. Early in the morning, Ruan Li packed her luggage and sat on the sofa editing the text. A pair, going to the event with the boss. Let us go. As soon as she sent it out, the door to Shi Yu's bedroom opened. He was wearing casual clothes today, looking lazy and casual like the visual of a boy band. Why are you wearing a mask? He asked. Ruan Li took off the mask, revealing her red nose. Shi Yu couldn't help but laugh. Which circus are you from? Ruan Li felt downcast. She hadn't expected to be allergic to the silicone fake nose from yesterday, and it had swollen up overnight. Fortunately, it didn't hurt, just itched a bit. On her first appearance, she had turned into a clown from a circus, which made Ruan Li particularly frustrated. I'll have someone come take a look. Shi Yu comforted her, making a phone call. My friend is sick. Can you come take a look? Yeah, it's a girl. Her nose is a bit swollen. You'll know when you come. After a while, the doorbell rang. As soon as the door opened, a man who looked like a runaway husky rushed in. Where's your girlfriend? You kid are quite something, silently so fierce. Bring your girlfriend. Chu Tian paused when he saw Ruan Li's red nose behind Shi Yu, and blurted out, where did she come from? A cartoon character of an internet celebrity, a pink beaver. Ruan Li's head drooped even lower. Shi Yu interrupted. Stop joking. Let us see the doctor. Chu Tian smiled and introduced himself. This must be my sister-in-law, right? I'm Shi Yu's childhood friend, Chu Tian. Don't worry. My lips are sealed. I'm not one to shy away from medical issues. I brought some anti-swelling medicine and anti-inflammatory drips. Facing the overly familiar Chu Tian, Ruan Li awkwardly said, just call me Ruan Li. After that, she explained the allergy situation with her nose. Chu Tian looked a bit disappointed. Oh, it's just the nose. He glanced at Shi Yu and whispered something. Shi Yu shot him a cold glare. Chu Tian fell silent. Ruan Li couldn't understand what he mouthed, so she looked at the bullet comments. Here he is, the legendary doctor friend. Sure enough, every domineering CEO has a doctor friend. Chu Tian said, TSK, I heard it wrong, got all excited for nothing. What did he hear wrong? The kid doesn't know, just pure and innocent. There was no answer. Ruan Li didn't dwell on it anymore. At this moment, Chu Tian walked closer and examined Ruan Li's allergic nose closely. It's not a big deal. Your skin is too sensitive, so you're prone to allergies. Just keep applying medicine for the next 2 days and avoid UV light, and the swelling will go down the day after tomorrow. Ruan Li breathed a sigh of relief. The day after tomorrow was the day of the evening party, so it wouldn't affect her much. Ruan Li thanked him. Thank you, Dr. Chu. Chu Tian waved his hand. No need to be polite. After all, I came prepared. His sentence was cut off as Shi Yu covered his mouth and threw him out the door. Chu Tian's angry shout came from outside. Fu, you bastard. Do you think I'm an umbrella that you can just throw away after using? Ruan Li. Although the words are rough, they do make sense. But that's too rough. She pointed to the door and said to Shi Yu, this isn't very nice. After all, Dr. Chu came specifically. There is nothing wrong with it. Don't mind him. Shi Yu looked at his watch. Let us go. Wang Ying is downstairs. Oh, when they reached the garage, Wang Ying saw the two of them and got out of the car to help carry the luggage. Shi Yu waved his hand, lifting one suitcase with one hand and placing it in the trunk. Ruan Li also picked up her luggage and stuffed it into the trunk. Shi Yu glanced at her, put down the suitcase he had already lifted, took Ruan Li's luggage, and placed it inside. Only then did he put his own suitcase in. Thanks for your help. Ruan Li didn't notice this small detail and thanked him, getting into the car through the door closest to her. Sit on this side. Shi Yu supported her waist, guiding her to the other side where the sun wouldn't shine. Ruan Li's back tensed up, and she quietly said, "Thank you." Shi Yu's gaze was calm. "No need to thank me. I just like to sunbathe." Ruan Li, oh. The bullet comments laughed. Loving brother is naturally fond of sunbathing. Let us rename him Sun Brother. This guy has a little show every day. It makes me laugh. Yesterday you were cold. Today you like to bask in the sun. May I ask if you have a cold constitution? He loves it. In the car, Ruan Li asked, "Do we still need to pretend to be a couple on the show?" Shi Yu replied, "No need. This time it's representing the Fu family. We need to represent the corporate image." Ruan Li had a problem with motion sickness, and at this moment her head was spinning, so she echoed, "Right? It would be good for people to know that the Fu family's prince is the third party." The atmosphere in the car suddenly turned cold. Wang Ying slammed the brakes in shock. Ruan Li realized she had misspoken and simply pretended to be carsick, closing her eyes to feign sleep. Unexpectedly, when she opened her eyes again, 3 hours had passed, and they had already arrived at the recording location. In the distance, Ruan Li saw familiar figures. It was Jiang Siyan and Shangnan. Yes, they had also come. Ruan Li followed the routine and went to the registration desk with Shi Yu. The venue for the Support Farmers event was festooned with red flags, and many fans had come, surrounding Shangnan for autographs. And Bao is really beautiful, and Xiao Jiang is so handsome. They're such a perfect match. Can we take a photo together? I wonder if a pair will come. She is simply a high imitation of our Bao. Exactly, that spoiled cow was even showing off her high-quality photos with her boss online. So ruthless, just waiting to die in the spotlight. Her boss must be ugly, if he looks even half as handsome as he does in the photos. I'll go live and eat shit. Just then, a fan suddenly pointed to the registration desk. Wow, look, there's a guy over there who is so handsome. Chapter 82. The Prince of the Capital Circle is a poor kid. In the sunlight, the man had a cold expression, wearing a black, casual jacket, broad shoulders, and a dignified demeanor. He looked more charismatic than a star. While listening to the organizers speak, he filled out the registration form, his long, pale fingers twirling a pen with a hint of casual laziness. On this side, and Shuangjie's fans were chattering, he is really handsome. Is he a newly debuted star? I thought today's event only featured the blogger. Should we go ask for his WeChat? Talking to such a handsome guy would really be worth it. He must have a girlfriend, right? The girl next to him has a nice figure and a slim waist. No way. She should be a behind-the-scenes staff member, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, clearly not wanting to show her face. The voices of the fans were not quiet. The exaggerated compliments made in Shangnan and Jiang Siyan turned their heads to look. Upon seeing Shi Yu, the two were not surprised. They knew that a pair had been invited and that a pair's boyfriend was Shi Yu. However, Jiang Siyan couldn't help but glance a few more times at the fully armed girlfriend of his roommate. How strange. Yesterday she dressed like a Korean girl group's golden-haired hot girl, and today she's wrapped up like a rice dumpling? If it weren't for knowing Shi Yu's character, I would think he's two-timing and dating two girlfriends at the same time. As a few female fans blushed and hesitated about whether to approach for WeChat, they heard the staff say, "You two hold on. Here are your work badges for the next couple of days." The sunlight illuminated the nicknames on their badges. A pair. The fans were shocked. Could this a pair be the same one from online? What? The incredibly handsome guy opposite them is actually the boss of that little cow horse? My goodness. He looks even better in person than in that back shot. His face is so authoritative. Who would have thought a pair is living such a good life? Is this reasonable? To be honest, her boss is even more handsome than the male streamers who came today. These words reached in Shuangnan's ears. She clenched her fists tightly, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. No matter how good-looking Shi Yu is, he is just a poor boy from a humble background, incomparable to someone like Jiang Siyan, a rich young master. Yet, as soon as he appeared, he stole Jiang Siyan's spotlight, and Shuangnan's gaze darkened, and she pretended to be surprised. I didn't expect Senior Shi Yu to be here too. The fans perked up at this, and NBO. Do you know him? Yes, Senior Shi Yu is our famous poor school hunk from High University. Poor. These two words caught the fans' attention. Someone was confused. Poor school hunk? But isn't he a pair's boss? He even gifted her an expensive watch. How could he be poor? And Xiangnan covered her mouth, revealing a look of annoyance, as if she had said something wrong. She quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. I brought some dolls for everyone. I hope you like them. The fans exchanged glances and immediately understood. So a pair's rich and handsome boss is just a script. She just hired a good-looking male model. The fans were thrilled with this juicy scoop and immediately posted it online. Shocking. The boss of the little cow horse blogger, a pair, is a poor boy. This sparked a lot of comments. It's obvious it's fake, just for attention. I said it before, he's just a hired male model. No way. I thought that photo was so sweet. I even shipped a pair and her boss. When it comes to sweetness, it's still NNBO and Jiang Siyan. Exactly. Our New York NZHYN is the best. The online debate raged on. Meanwhile, Ruan Li was carefully listening to the staff explain today's arrangements. The activities weren't complicated. The first day was about selecting products in the village, that is, deciding what agricultural products they would sell. The second day would be the actual selling, and there would be a bonfire party in a farmhouse style tomorrow night to promote local tourism. For added fun, the organizers set up a mountain climbing game. The first place would get priority in choosing their rooms. This was a classic old segment from variety shows over a decade ago. But the first place room was indeed very nice. A top-floor suite at a local guest house with a view overlooking the entire forest. Ordinary rooms couldn't compare. The host said, "For everyone's safety, we have randomly assigned groups, and you can walk together. The scores will be calculated based on individual performance. Additionally, if 2 or more bloggers are in a team, only one representative needs to participate. The others will follow the photographer by shuttle bus to wait for everyone at the finish line. Now, please warm up. The competition is about to start." Upon hearing the game rules, Shi Yu stood up on his own. Ruan Li pressed him down. "I'll do it." Shi Yu's gaze fell on her nose. "Your nose." "I'm fine. I've applied sunscreen." For Ruan Li, climbing a mountain was as easy as breathing. Besides, she came to this event with the mindset of gaining followers. Moreover, Ruan Li glanced at Xiangnan not far away. Sure enough, Xiangnan stood up. "I'll compete." The brand intended to use her and Xiangnan as a comparison group. If she didn't participate in the climbing competition, it was easy to imagine how badly her character would be portrayed. Ruan Li certainly couldn't let herself be blackened. Unsurprisingly, she and Xiangnan were assigned to the same group. Xiangnan gracefully introduced herself. "Hello, I'm NBO." Ruan Li pointed to her throat, made a waving gesture, and said hoarsely, "Sorry, my throat, I isn't feeling well." Ruan Li had many side jobs, besides dog walking and being a wedding dress model. She had also done voiceover work, practicing changing her voice deliberately. At that moment, her voice was low and hoarse, quite different from usual. Xiangnan didn't notice anything amiss. What Ruan Li didn't expect was that since some bloggers didn't show up, her and Xiangnan's team only had 2 people, while the other teams had 5 or 6 people. The organizers planned to bring in some people from other groups. At this moment, a few of Xiangnan's fans actively requested to join her for the climb. The organizers agreed. Additionally, the organizers prepared supplies for each group, filling a hiking backpack with their drinking water and lunch. Climbing was already tiring, and carrying supplies made it even harder. The fans complained, "It's so heavy. Are we supposed to carry it ourselves?" "Yeah, it's so heavy, and there's only one backpack." Hearing this, Xiangnan rubbed her shoulder. "Unfortunately, I hurt my shoulder playing badminton yesterday. Otherwise, I could carry it. I have plenty of strength." The fans immediately felt sorry for her. NBO, take care of your injury. Aren't there other people? As they spoke, the fans looked at Ruan Li. "You take it." Chapter 83. Scheming little pair. Ruan Li was puzzled by their remarks. The comments floated by. Why should the female supporting role carry it? Don't they have hands? Because there's only one hiking backpack and no other bags. I'll spoil it. This backpack will end up being carried to the finish line by the younger sister, and it will be live-streamed, successfully gaining attention. Exactly. The younger sister has great stamina. The female supporting role is too pretentious. Our N is better. These people are clearly morally blackmailing Ruan Li. It feels like being bullied by a small group. The comments are too sensitive. How is it bullying? Our younger sister is about to be praised all over the internet. Many people have started to like her because of this. Ruan Li's eyes lit up. So carrying a backpack could win over fans? She voluntarily picked up the bag. She came to this show to boost her public favorability. Besides, she grew up in the mountains, so climbing was second nature to her. The mountain she was from was truly a poor area, all dirt slopes. Here, there were steps and well-maintained paths. It was a piece of cake for her. Seeing this, the fans felt relaxed and joked. You chose to carry it. We didn't ask you to. Someone even suggested camping at the top for beautiful photos. Ruan Li remained silent, carrying the supplies and trudging forward. One fan covered her mouth and laughed. She is so obedient. Everyone burst into laughter. Along the way, a few of them stopped to take pictures of the beautiful flowers and plants, seemingly forgetting they had tasks to complete. At first, Ruan Li wanted to blend in with them, but she faced inexplicable exclusion. For instance, during a group photo, the camera would purposely exclude her from the shot, even if there was empty space on the left. Ruan Li gave up on fitting in and continued on her way. Behind her, a few girls giggled. And NBO is really beautiful. Even her casual movements are photogenic. Exactly. And NBO is a true beauty. They intentionally said this for Ruan Li to hear. Watching her lonely figure leave, they exchanged smiles, considering it a lesson for this clever girl. They continued to laugh and joke along the way. But when they wanted to drink water, they were stunned. Ruan Li had long disappeared from sight. They finally panicked, wanting to contact Ruan Li, but couldn't reach her at all. All the supplies were with Ruan Li, and they hadn't brought even a bottle of water for themselves to keep things light, let alone food. The organizer said that climbing this mountain would take 3 hours. However, given their speed, it could take 4 or 5 hours, especially since they hadn't eaten lunch and had little energy. A few girls sought help from the program team, but the rules were set and the team was helpless. To make matters worse, there was no food or water sold on the mountain, and Shuangjie's face turned pale. To lighten Ruan Li's burden, she quietly put the sunscreen spray and the makeup touch-up kit into the supply bag. She had planned to take over when Ruan Li couldn't carry it anymore, so that when they crossed the finish line, the cameras would capture her struggling under the weight. However, when she looked up, Ruan Li had already disappeared from sight. The girls stopped laughing. They quickened their pace, wanting to catch up with Ruan Li as soon as possible. The only thing they were thankful for was that no photographer was following them, and no one captured their earlier mean-spirited behavior. Little did they know, their every move had already been recorded by the drone above them. Nearly 2 hours later, Ruan Li reached the finish line in one breath. The cameraman and the organizer were stunned to see such a slender girl carrying a backpack taller than herself, moving swiftly to the finish line. Is it just you? Huh? Ruan Li scratched her head, turned around, and found no one behind her. As the backpack opened, everyone was even more surprised to find the supplies neatly arranged inside, untouched. The host was shocked. You didn't drink any water? Ruan Li nodded. The host asked, aren't you thirsty? Ruan Li shook her head. The finish line had live streaming cameras that recorded Ruan Li's sprint. Viewers in front of their screens couldn't help but exclaim, what a warrior. I've climbed this mountain before. Although it's not high, some parts are quite steep. She carried such a heavy load by herself. That's impressive. To be honest, I couldn't finish this mountain in a day. Am I the only one curious as to why all 5 people's supplies were carried by her alone? The backpack even had sunscreen spray and a makeup kit. What does a pair need to touch up for while wearing a mask? Surely it's not for the other members of the group, right? That's too much. Bullying the mute. I recognize that makeup kit. It's non-bows. It appeared in her previous goodie sharing. This is hilarious. Why wasn't there a live stream during the climb? I really want to see the fun of this group that had no water or food and couldn't touch up. Ruan Li sat by the roadside, drinking water to regain her strength while scrolling through her phone. Seeing the number of fans in the background steadily increasing, she smiled slightly. About half an hour later, she started to see others arriving one after another. By the time the sun was about to set, and Shuangjie and her group finally dragged their heavy feet to the finish line, they no longer looked as polished as they did at the beginning. They had no desire to take photos. Sweat soaked their cheeks, their eyeliner smudged, and their foundation was patchy. Their dry lips resembled cracked earth in a drought, and they looked completely dehydrated. In contrast, Ruan Li sat at the finish line, looking fresh. Even though she wore a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, her slender back and thick hair still radiated the aura of a top beauty. The girls saw the water, and their eyes lit up like hungry wolves seeing meat. 5 hours. A full 5 hours without a drop of water. All the idyllic camping and beautiful photos were ruined. The live stream captured their disheveled appearances. A fan rushed towards Ruan Li. Did you walk so fast on purpose to make it so we couldn't catch up with you? Don't you know this is the supplies for our entire group? Hearing this, a million-follower beauty blogger passing by couldn't take it anymore. She stood in front of Ruan Li and said to the group, "Do you know this is the supplies for the whole group? Why are you only letting her carry it?" The few fans felt guilty and fell silent. Meanwhile, Shuangjie walked up to Ruan Li. She took her hand with concern. "I heard you were the first to reach the finish line. That's amazing. You're so thin. How did you carry the supplies for 5 people all the way? But you too. We agreed to take turns carrying it at the beginning. How did you disappear? How's your body now? Are you tired?" A few fans nodded in agreement. "Yes, exactly. Honestly, we were worried about her being alone, but it turns out she was trying to play the victim on camera, twisting the truth." The public sentiment shifted. Since there was no recording, what they said became the truth. The live stream created a huge uproar. What? A reversal? Indeed. How could such a thin pair carry such heavy supplies? Is the organizer trying to support her? Nanbao is so pitiful, almost wronged by a pair. So tragic. We were almost set up by capital. Pair, get lost. The barrage in front of Ruan Li read. Speechless, I really laughed with anger. The female lead's lies come so easily. It reminds me of the group that bullied me in school. They mocked me privately, but pretended to care in front of the teacher. Hugs to the one above. Damn, I really want to send my recording to the female supporting role. Just then, a video was uploaded online. It showed the entire process of how the group pressured Ruan Li to carry the supplies, captured by the drone at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 84, Let's Annul the Engagement. The footage clearly showed the conversation among Shuangjie and her fans at the foot of the mountain. Netizens were in an uproar. Wow, I'm really impressed. They said they would take turns carrying the backpack. Clearly, it was a gang bullying a pair. ISNT this lying with their eyes wide open. Little bloggers have no rights. Helping them carry supplies and still being slandered. If someone helped me carry something so heavy, I'd give my life for her. I definitely wouldn't leisurely take photos. An hour ago, a fan had posted a group photo without Ruan Li in it. But from the drone's perspective, Ruan Li was clearly there. These people were intentionally excluding her, right? Get lost. I used it like Nanbao, but I didn't expect her to be like this privately. This strong girl is called a pair, right? I'm following her immediately. Ruan Li's fan count skyrocketed, and Shuangjie and the others were still unaware, thinking the audience believed their little tricks. As a reward for being first, Ruan Li successfully brought Shi Yu to a homestay. The owner of the homestay was a digital nomad who escaped the big city to open a homestay here. The owner enthusiastically introduced her small vegetable garden and her cat and dog. The dog was a Shiba Inu, and the cat was a British Shorthair, both cuddling and sleeping together. Ruan Li really liked it here. After dinner that night, the bloggers began selecting products to promote. Ruan Li chose locally grown green pears, which were sweet and crunchy. It just so happened that her name also had a pear character, which could deepen the audience's impression of her. That night, Ruan Li went to bed early, but around 10 o'clock, she was awakened by a nightmare. She dreamed of a scene from the original story. At her wedding with Jiang Siyan, and Shuangjie burst in wearing a wedding dress to steal the marriage. The mocking laughter of the guests reflected on Ruan Li's retina. Twisted and hideous, like ghostly faces. Ruan Li sat up, rubbed her aching forehead, and scrolled through her phone. She saw that Shuangjie and Ian had trended, with comments saying how sweet they were and how well-matched they were, wanting to see them get married. Ruan Li called Jiang Siyan, hoping to discuss annulling their engagement. Since she came to the event, she couldn't keep hiding it. She hoped Jiang Siyan could recognize his feelings and break off the engagement with her to be with Shuangjie, avoiding the wedding crashing scene that the comments mentioned. The call connected. She had just said hello when a female voice came from the other end. Are you looking for Asi? He's taking a shower. I'll have him call you back in a bit. It was in Shungnan's voice. Ruan Li replied calmly, okay. Instead, Shuangjie exclaimed in surprise, it's Senior Ruan. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to answer a C's call. His phone didn't show any notes. No notes meant that Jiang Siyan hadn't saved her phone number at all. Only unimportant people were not worth saving notes for. Ruan Li smiled. Thank you for telling me. And Shuangnan sighed. Senior, you misunderstood me. Don't overthink it. That's not what I meant. Ruan Li hung up the phone. Although she no longer liked Jiang Siyan, hearing that someone she had spent 4 years with hadn't even saved her phone number still stung a little. Her phone buzzed. She thought it was Jiang Siyan replying. But when she looked down, it was a batch of wedding photos sent by Sister Ruan. Sister Ruan, Li, your group of photos has gone viral in the industry. Many bridal shop owners are inquiring about you and that handsome guy. Want to schedule appointments with you. Ruan Li opened the photos, which were even more magnificent than she had imagined, especially the veil kiss under the sunset. Even the model herself would feel her heart flutter upon seeing these photos again, creating an illusion that she and Shi Yu had truly taken new wedding photos. The night was still long, and Ruan Li couldn't sleep, so she got up to stretch in the yard. The guest house was adjacent to the yards of other guests. While taking a walk in the yard, Ruan Li noticed that the cucumbers in the host garden had not been pruned. Other plants still had their first fruits hanging there, uncut. No wonder the fruits weren't growing well. The climbing vines absorb nutrients, while the first fruits take away the nutrition from subsequent fruits. Experienced farmers would cut off the climbing vines and the first fruits. With nothing else to do, Ruan Li helped tidy up the garden. After a while, she heard a series of screams. Curious, she looked through the wooden fence and saw a crowd of fans in another yard. The focal point of their attention was Jiang Siyan, who was holding in Shuangnan's face closely. The people screaming were their fans, and Shuangnan, blushing, made a shushing gesture to the fans, explaining, I got sand in my eyes, and the sea is helping me blow it out. She also asked everyone not to share the photos. The fans showed expressions of excitement. Don't worry, we won't spread rumors. Can't wait for your official announcement. This is like witnessing a kiss in front of me. So sweet and happy. Ruan Li didn't know how many times she had stumbled upon the two being affectionate. Her heart felt calm. She saw that Jiang Siyan was free and dialed his number. On the other side of the fence, Jiang Siyan's phone rang. He glanced at the incoming number, a smile creeping onto his lips as he was about to answer. And Shuangnan grabbed him and whispered, the fans are still here. C, can you help me out a bit more? Carry me upstairs. A pair played a trick on me while climbing the mountain, leading to some misunderstandings from the audience, and the harsh comments really hurt. Tomorrow's sales performance is very important to me. Thinking back on the comments online made Shuangnan feel angry and hurt. After returning to her room from the mountain, she thought she had successfully resolved the crisis. But she didn't know who had sent the drone that captured footage of her distributing supplies at the foot of the mountain. Now everyone online was criticizing her, and Shuangnan felt wronged, secretly thinking that a pair was too scheming. Fortunately, Jiang Siyan believed her. All right, Jiang Siyan replied, ending the incoming call. He thought he could call Ruan Li back anytime. The situation within Shuangnan was more urgent. Ruan Li was much luckier than in Shuangnan, having the Ruan family as support. But in Shuangnan had nothing left. Jiang Siyan picked up in Shuangnan and took her back to her room. Cheers from the fans erupted behind them. After Jiang Siyan returned in Shuangnan to her room, she took out a deck of cards and asked if he wanted to play. No, Jiang Siyan waved his phone, smiling. Ruan is looking for me. And Shuangnan's expression froze. Then she pretended to kick him, saying, forget it. You forgot your father after getting a wife. Jiang Siyan seemed quite proud, and Shuangnan shook her head and smiled. Wise people don't fall in love. The one who falls in love first loses. Jiang Siyan waved his hand. I think you're just jealous that I have a wife. As he spoke, he went downstairs while dialing a number on his phone. Ruan Li was the only person he didn't need to save in his contacts. Even if her number wasn't in his phone, he could still recite it from memory. The call connected. Jiang Siyan smiled and asked, what do you need? Just then, he heard Ruan Li's voice on the other end. Filled with mist, Jiang Siyan, let's cancel our marriage. Chapter 85. Dropping the mask? The bullet comments were shocked. What did I just hear? The female supporting character wants to break off the engagement with the male lead? Wait, how did this plot change so much? The female supporting character shouldn't be the male lead's #1 fan. Is the female supporting character breaking the glitch and bravely walking the flower path? Congratulations. Congratulations. I think the female supporting character is retreating to advance. wanting to create a false sense of security because she saw the good relationship between the male lead and in Xiangnan. Disgusting. So scheming. The bullet comments were very noisy. The night breeze was particularly quiet, and just a wall apart. Jiang Siyan, let's break off our engagement. Those few words drilled into Jiang Siyan's ears, causing his breath to catch, as if the wind had howled into his ears, and his blood felt like it had entered a vacuum state, his heart pounding violently. For a moment, he thought he was hallucinating. Then he chuckled, all right. Ruan Li didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The weight that had been on her mind immediately lifted. A sense of unprecedented ease swept through her body. Earlier, she had seen in the bullet comments that important plot points wouldn't change. So she had been worried that Jiang Siyan would have some inexplicable reason not to break off the engagement, just to force the wedding and the drama of snatching the bride. Fortunately, she had only said one sentence, and Jiang Siyan had already eagerly agreed. It seemed that the bullet comments about important plot points not changing were not entirely correct. Breaking off the engagement was really that simple. Just as she was about to end the call recording and take the opportunity to discuss the contract termination, she heard Jiang Siyan say again, "Who are you playing truth or dare with? By Rinjin? In them?" Ruan Li was confused. What? Jiang Siyan's voice was teasing as he asked, "Did you lose a dare? And that's why they made you call to break off the engagement? Otherwise, how could you bear to?" He sounded very confident, but Ruan Li's heart sank. Looking over the fence, she saw Jiang Siyan lighting a cigarette, lazily leaning against his orange-red sports car, the red tip of the cigarette flickering in the mist. She enunciated each word. What if it wasn't a dare? What is it then? The king's game? Jiang Siyan flicked the ash off his cigarette, smirking. "Did you go home today? Did you see the gift I prepared for you? It's what you like." Jiang Siyan. Ruan Li interrupted his casual chat, solemnly saying, "I'm not playing a game, and I'm not joking. Let's break off our engagement." The call seemed to have been cut off. There was no sound on the other end, not even a breath blending into the calm wind. After a while, a voice devoid of emotion came from Jiang Siyan. The wind was strong just now. "What did you say? I didn't hear you. Let's annul our engagement." Before she could finish, an angry, cold voice erupted from the other end. "Ruan Li, how dare you bring up breaking off the engagement? On what grounds do you propose this? How dare you?" His voice rose higher and higher, as if he was about to smash the phone on the ground in the next second. Ruan Li's shoulders shrank. She was afraid of arguments. Whenever she heard fighting, she would instinctively freeze, her hands and feet going cold, wanting to escape. But this time, she was determined to cut through the chaos. She spoke up. "I saw the trending topic, and I noticed many people are shipping you in Xiangnan. If someone exposes our engagement, it won't be good for you or in Xiangnan. So breaking off the engagement is beneficial for both of us. So it's because of this?" Jiang Siyan had a cold smile on his lips, and his emotions gradually stabilized. "So that's how it is." The tension in his muscles relaxed little by little as he leaned back against the car hood, exuding a sense of cynicism. He squinted his eyes, took a puff of his cigarette, and slowly exhaled. "Zhang's brokerage firm had Sinan Nan, and I was just helping her create some buzz. After the Double 11 Gala, I won't appear her videos anymore. Besides, the fans can just watch. It's all overthinking. I never admitted that in Xiangnan is my girlfriend. I've been tired all day. Stop making a fuss. Look at the gift I bought you later." "Ruan Li, I'm not making a fuss. I'm serious." "Enough." Jiang Siyan furrowed his brow and raised his voice again. "I've already said that in Xiangnan and I are just pretending to be a couple for the publicity, and this is beneficial for the Jiang family. Why are you so petty? Can't you learn from in Xiangnan's character and be a little more generous? Stop being difficult." As soon as he said this, Jiang Siyan felt a bit regretful and hit his head lightly. That wasn't what he meant. He didn't intend to compare Ruan Li with anyone else. He just lost his mind when he heard Ruan Li repeatedly saying she wanted to break off their engagement. To him, he was just helping a brother out. Yet, Ruan Li insisted on bringing up the engagement termination over such a trivial matter. Still angry, he added, "If I had something within Xiangnan, it would have happened a long time ago. Why wait until now?" On the other side, Ruan Li's face grew paler. She had underestimated the power of the narrative. Since Jiang Siyan didn't admit to liking in Xiangnan, she would play the villain. Ruan Li spoke up. "It's me. I like someone else." There was a brief silence on the other end of the call. Then, Jiang Siyan scoffed coldly. Ruan Li, you're something else. To force me to publicly acknowledge your identity. You'd even come up with this excuse? What, do you think I get jealous? Let me tell you, don't think too highly of yourself. Our marriage concerns the foundation of the Jiang family's integrity. As long as you're alive, it won't be easily changed. His voice was dry, as if it had been sanded down, and due to his intense emotions, it was as harsh as nails scraping against a white wall. Then, the call was abruptly cut off. Jiang Siyan had slammed his phone onto the ground, shattering it instantly. The comments were confused. Why is the male lead so angry? Yeah, the female supporting character took the initiative to break off the engagement, allowing him to be with the female lead without any entanglements. Shouldn't he be happy? He can't really like the female supporting character, right? I feel like it. As soon as he heard the female supporting character mention breaking off the engagement, he acted like he was going crazy. No way. The male lead is just used to being proud. Even if they break up, he has to be the one to say it. Exactly. The big boss is spot on. Fortunately, the male lead isn't fooled. The female supporting character is just jealous of the male lead's closeness with the female lead and wants to use this opportunity to get a title. So that is how it is. Ruan Li nudda sakrelli. Jiang Siyan had always been proud, even if he wanted to break off the engagement. He would have to say it himself. But she couldn't wait any longer. Since it was impossible on the surface, she decided to sneak out the contract. Just as she was thinking this, she planned to go back and rethink. Unexpectedly, there was a noise under her feet. Jiang Siyan heard the sound and suspiciously chased after her, grabbing her wrist. Ruan Li wasn't wearing a mask. Under the moonlight, her face was fully exposed. Jiang Siyan's eyes narrowed. Ruan Li, why are you here? Chapter 86. The prince turns dark under Jiang Siyan's death glare. Ruan Li's brain raced. Just then, an event staff member arrived at the guest house and said to her, Miss Pear, are you free now? I need to go over tomorrow's schedule with you. Miss Pear. The four words exploded in Jiang Siyan's ears like a bomb. The night was thick. The staff member couldn't see what was happening over here, and, upon seeing Ruan Li not responding, walked closer. But as she got closer, she noticed Jiang Siyan was gripping Ruan Li's wrist. Staff member. Isn't this Nana's boyfriend? What is he doing pulling on Miss Pear in the middle of the night? The staff member gasped. She seemed to have discovered some incredible secret. Under the moonlight, Jiang Siyan shot a sharp glance. Get lost. The staff member shuddered in fear and hurriedly ran away. Ruan Li frowned. She didn't want to involve others because of her own issues. Jiang Siyan noticed her subtle expression and, instead of getting angry, smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. Ruan Li, you're quite something. Is it fun to have me spinning around in circles? His grip was strong. Ruan Li felt like her wrist was about to break. She spoke up. Jiang Siyan, calm down a bit. What did you call me? Jiang Siyan realized belatedly that when he was on the phone earlier, Ruan Li had called him by his full name. If Ruan Li was Miss Pear, then what was her relationship with Shi Yu? Shi Yu had a girlfriend, and he had seen her. He always thought that Shi Yu's girlfriend was the blogger Miss Pear because he had seen the wedding photo shoots of Shi Yu and Miss Pear. Ruan Baozhu had even accidentally come across their filming scene. The hugs were real. The kisses were real. But now he was being told that Ruan Li was Miss Pear? Then who was the girl in the video call with Shi Yu? The girl in the kissing photo Shi Yu sent. Thinking of this, Jiang Siyan's eyes felt swollen. He pulled Ruan Li sharply to himself, his gaze burning with fury. You want to break off the engagement because of Shi Yu? What did you two get together? At this point, Ruan Li decided to take the opportunity to clarify things today. She wanted to break off the engagement because she didn't want to be the clown in someone else's love story. It had nothing to do with Shi Yu. It had nothing to do with him. She spoke. I think we're not suitable. You said you didn't like me and were only with me out of gratitude. That is unfair to both you and me. And this sentence, when it reached Jiang Siyan's ears, became Ruan Li implicitly acknowledging her relationship with Shi Yu. Jiang Siyan felt a heavy pressure in his chest, like the stifling heat before a humid summer typhoon. It felt like he was about to explode. He gritted his teeth, wanted to call Shi Yu to question him about why he was seducing his fiancée, but his phone had just been smashed by himself. With no outlet for his anger, he fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Ruan Li, his voice dripping with disdain. You're so cheap. Shi Yu has a girlfriend. And you still like him? It has nothing to do with him. I think we're not suitable. Then you and he are suitable? How long have you known each other? You know he has a girlfriend, yet you still entangle with him. Are you cheap? Ruan Li wasn't he a clay bodhisattva? After being insulted several times, she clenched her fists. First of all, this has nothing to do with Shi Yu. Secondly, you, as my fiancé, have been entangled with Shuangjie and allowed netizens to misunderstand your relationship. Aren't you the one who is cheap? You said before that you and Shuangjie were acting, testing me. Now you say you want to help Shuangjie gain fans. So you deliberately act intimate in front of fans. What about the dance at Madame Fu's birthday banquet? I saw it, and Shuangjie kissed you, and you didn't refuse. Would you act that way with Go Junjun too? Ruan Li poured out everything she had been wanting to say. Jiang Siyan retorted, that day at the banquet, I mistook someone. I thought the person in the purple dress was you. You mistook someone. What about her? Ruan Li asked. I don't believe she didn't recognize you. Don't say she was helping you test me. You both didn't even know I was there. Jiang Siyan was momentarily speechless. Ruan Li continued, if you don't want to break off the engagement because you don't want the Haicheng aristocrats to think the Jiang family is untrustworthy, I can say it's my problem externally. I can also date another boyfriend and let everyone criticize me. As soon as Ruan Li mentioned wanting to find a boyfriend, Jiang Siyan gritted his teeth. Boyfriend? His voice was laced with ice. Suddenly, a pair of hands grasped Ruan Li's delicate neck, his expression dark and grim. Want to break off our engagement and be with Shi Yu? Let me tell you, no way. Even if you die, you must marry into the Jiang family. Ruan Li felt a chill run down her spine. Why does Jiang Siyan, who clearly doesn't like her, insist on the engagement? Is there really no way to escape the plot? Just then, she saw the comments rolling in. If the female supporting character really wants to break off the engagement, the best way is to pretend to love the male lead. Exactly. My ex and I broke up like this. I want to break up. He threatened to kill himself, so I had to pretend to love him, checking up on him every day, and later he couldn't take it and cheated on someone else. And I was really quite happy. My sister is so miserable. Still the same saying, for men, what they can't have is the best. Jiang Siyan likes the female supporting character, but says nothing and does nothing. No wonder he has no wife. My boyfriend is the same. Because I express my love more, he thinks he's so great, calling his buddy saying, I must be too outstanding, otherwise why would this woman love me so much? I can definitely find better women. Men are just that cheap. Before, I was love-brained, desperately begging my ex not to break up with me. But he ignored me and went to be someone else's dog. The female supporting character also made a big mistake. She should completely clear up her relationship with Shi Yu. Otherwise, when a man's jealousy flares up, no matter whether he likes the female supporting character or not, he will hold on just to win. Right? The female supporting character is too stupid. If I were her, I would stabilize the male lead and then find out about the contract for the marriage agreement and finally destroy the contract. Ruan Li's dim eyes regained some light. Is that how it is? It seems she knew what to do. Under the moonlight, tears streamed down her cheeks. She grasped Jiang Siyan's wrist, her apricot eyes moist. Jiang Siyan's wrist stiffened. Ruan Li spoke. Promise me, don't have any dealings with Shuangjie, okay? I don't like her. As for Shi Yu, I just want you to experience how I felt during this time. I have nothing with him. He has a crush on his white moonlight. And that day's wedding dress shoot was just my part-time job. He was also a model hired by the store. You know, the first time I saw you in the hospital, I liked you. Even a marriage agreement we signed back then, I framed it and put it in the most conspicuous place so I can often see it as if I can often see you. The only person I like is you. The evening breeze rose and dark clouds covered the moon. Inside the guest house, a tall figure merged into the shadows, dark and gloomy. Sickly terrifying. The prince goes mad for love, willing to be small, pretending to be a roommate, seducing Li, darkening progress. 910, Chapter 87. Hug him. He.S. about to shatter. The evening breeze stirred emotions. Jiang Siyan heard Ruan Li's confession, his ears visibly reddening. He had always been testing Ruan Li because she had never said she liked him. But this time, he truly heard her confession. She said she liked him. In that moment, it was as if thousands of fireworks exploded simultaneously in Jiang Siyan's mind, passionate and grand. All his doubts vanished. He didn't even need Ruan Li to explain more. He had already reconciled her relationship with Shi Yu. Shi Yu was a poor kid, and with a girlfriend. He naturally had to work harder to earn money, which is why he took the wedding dress modeling job. And Ruan Li didn't like Shuangjie, so she wanted to oppose her, hence registered a pair account, and even hired Shi Yu to play the role of the boss. As for those so-called kissing photos, they were also sent by Shi Yu at Ruan Li's suggestion. The purpose was to make him jealous. The heaviness in his chest lifted like a refreshing rain. A gentle breeze blew, leaving only pure joy inside. On the other side, Ruan Li hung her head. She didn't notice the joy in Jiang Siyan's eyes. She fell into a brief confusion. She once thought that love, once spoken, would become shallow, like a birthday wish. So she always hid her love in actions. But unexpectedly, when she wanted to end this relationship, she became sweet with words instead. After a while, she heard Jiang Siyan's voice above her. After this event, I will keep my distance from Shuangjie. I will also announce that you are my fiancée, but I did promise her first, so I will still cooperate with her for the next couple of days. Hearing this, Ruan Li raised her head. Really? Jiang Siyan smiled and gently tapped her forehead. Really? Ruan Li broke into a smile. Since they were acting, she should have hugged Jiang Siyan. But inexplicably, she felt a bit resistant. So she just smiled, like a child who received candy, seemingly very happy. But soon, she drooped her eyebrows again and murmured, "What about that marriage agreement of yours? You didn't throw it away, right?" "Of course not." Jiang Siyan smirked. "It's in the drawer of my study desk." Ruan Li's eyes flashed with a dark gleam. "So that's where it was." "Oh, right." Jiang Siyan leaned down, staring at her swollen nose. "What happened to your nose?" Ruan Li wasn't used to being so close to him, instinctively taking a step back, and said, "Allergic. The doctor said it will be fine in a few days. By the way, about me being a pair, don't tell anyone yet. Okay?" "Okay." Jiang Siyan agreed. The moonlight filtered through the clouds, spilling down onto the yard again. The atmosphere was just right. Jiang Siyan's gaze fell on Ruan Li's lips, his atoms apple-bobbing. He leaned down, getting closer to her. Woof! But just then, a dog barked, and a Shiba Inu suddenly bared its teeth and charged at the only stranger in the yard, which was Jiang Siyan. The romantic atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Jiang Siyan fled in panic, leaving the guest house. Ruan Li sighed in relief and turned back into the guest house. She had a good night's sleep. However, her dreams were not peaceful. She dreamed once again of being entangled by a python in a damp heat. The next morning, Ruan Li woke up early. Her nose had swollen much less. She applied some medicine and wore a mask. As she went downstairs, she glanced at the seedlings in the small vegetable garden. It had been dark yesterday, and she hadn't been careful while pinching the climbing plants. And now in the bright sunlight, she indeed saw a few that had escaped her notice. After a while, Shi Yu came out. Today, he had changed from yesterday's black leather jacket to a gray-pink hoodie, which made his already fair skin look very clean, like delicious cream. Ruan Li couldn't help but swallow. She finally understood why the entertainment industry used cream boy to describe good-looking male actors. They really looked like a delicious cream cake. "You're awake," Ruan Li greeted. Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, she couldn't help but ask, "Didn't sleep well last night?" Shi Yu looked cold and weary, his tall body lazily wrapped around Ruan Li. A refreshing scent enveloped her. Ruan Li's back stiffened. A low voice came to her ear. "Someone is watching." He spoke briefly. Ruan Li didn't know who was watching. Was it the old man's people or Jiang Li's people? However, she didn't reject this embrace. She still remembered Jiang Siyan saying that when she was done being busy, she would find Ruan Li 18 male models. But she probably wouldn't be able to find a model with a better figure than Shi Yu. After breakfast, the agricultural assistance activity began. The hosts needed to go to the villagers' homes to understand the agricultural products they were going to promote. It had rained lightly last night, and the mountain roads were a bit slippery. As they passed a rocky slope, Shi Yu took a long stride, stepped on a rock, and turned back to pull Ruan Li. But another hand also reached out in front of Ruan Li. It was Jiang Siyan. Ruan Li stared at the two hands reaching out to her at the same time, momentarily stunned. She shook her head, saying no. However, Jiang Siyan clicked his tongue and directly grabbed her arm, pulling her up. "Don't be stubborn, be careful." Shi Yu's gaze was indifferent as he withdrew his hand, but his eyes were fixed on the skin of the two people in front of him jealousy making them redden. He wasn't the only one to notice this scene. Similarly, the sight of Jiang Siyan pulling Ruan Li also caught Shingnan's attention, and Shengnan paused in her steps, seemingly surprised that Jiang Siyan would actively help a pair and disregard her. Not far away, a fan named Fun was also confused. What's going on? Why is Jiang Xiao pulling a pair up the mountain? Did he grab the wrong person? Damn it, it must be that pair pretending to be weak. Darn green tea. So disgusting. She just wants to get close to Jiang Xiao because he's rich. Damn it. She hates mistresses the most. And she doesn't even dare to show her face. Either she's ugly or has failed plastic surgery. The fans were indignant. They posted this scene online as a leak. Then, using a secondary account, they scripted and directed. A pair is pretending to be green tea to gain Jiang Xiao's sympathy. Although Jiang Xiao doesn't like her, he is quite gentlemanly, pitying Nan Bao, who is alone. I know a pair personally. She just loves to seduce other people's boyfriends to prove her charm. Who would have thought her plastic surgery ruined her? Yet she still hasn't changed her ways. No wonder Nan Bao's fans bullied a pair yesterday. Turns out she is a habitual mistress. Besides this, Shingnan's fans also captured a video originally meant to capture her coming out early in the morning. But Ruan Li's figure appeared in the corner of the frame. She was picking vegetables from someone else's garden. Heaven helps me. The fans exclaimed, immediately writing a long article, claiming that a pair was ruining crops during a rural aid charity event, lacking quality, and even flirting with someone else's boyfriend, and should be boycotted by the entire internet. Immediately stepping down. Before long, someone bought trending topics. A pair, mistress, a pair, ugly, several topics hung on the entertainment rankings. Ruan Li hadn't taken her phone, so she was unaware of all this, learning about it only from the barrage of comments in front of her. The female lead's fans say Ruan Li is a mistress? The pot calling the kettle black, truly. To be fair, isn't Shengnan the mistress? LOL. It's the first time I've seen fans buy trending topics to cyberbully the main character. If Ruan Li's face counts as ugly, then what am I? Waiting for a slap in the face. Chapter 88. Dog waste. Ruan Li took out her phone and saw the trending topic. A pair, mistress hot. Ruan Li. She's also doing well. In her lifetime, she made it to the top trending topic. The netizens who were outraged yesterday over Shengnan and her fans bullying Ruan Li had now turned their guns and started to feel sorry for Shengnan. Ruan Li wasn't afraid of being scolded. Since she was 18, she understood. It wasn't that people chose the news, it was that the news chose them. Her negative keywords being high on the trending list couldn't have happened without Shengnan or her team's push. News is like a girl that people can dress up. Her foster mother was wronged in the same way. At this moment, Ruan Li was glad to have become a blogger. At least she had a channel to voice her opinions, unlike when she was 18, feeling helpless. But Shengnan thought that the mistress theory could stir public emotions. What she didn't know was that a pair was Ruan Li, Jiang Siyan's nominal fiancé. If we were to discuss it, Shengnan was the real mistress. Ruan Li felt assured in her heart and focused on selecting products. Even if some righteous staff members deliberately mocked her in front of her, she pretended not to hear. She had an unreleased video in her hand. It was from a last camping trip, where she used a mini camera to capture the entire process of Shengnan wronging her. Ruan Li didn't want to go against the female and male leads, but she needed the guilt of netizens after the situation reversed to pave the way for her foster mother's vindication. When she was being bullied the worst, it would be when this video was released, which was expected to be tomorrow. At noon, the autumn air was crisp. Ruan Li and Shi Yu each carried a woven basket filled with pears, planning to head down the mountain when Jiang Siyan came again. He unceremoniously snatched Ruan Li's basket. I'll help you carry it down. Ruan Li shook her head. No need, it's not heavy. Jiang Siyan held her hand, grinning. Don't worry about me, let us go. I'll take you back to the guest house. Ruan Li. She suspected Jiang Siyan had been kicked in the head by a donkey from the village. At this moment, a long, cold, white hand grabbed Jiang Siyan's arm. Give the basket back to her. Shi Yu's voice rang out. Jiang Siyan was taken aback at first, then laughed. Brother Yu, I know, you're short on money lately. That's why you agreed to help Ruan test me. If you need money, just tell me. We've been brothers for so many years. Shi Yu's voice was cold. I said, get it back to her. His hand was as strong as steel, and Jiang Siyan felt a sharp pain in his arm. anger flashing across his brow. Shi Yu, what do you mean? I'm helping my girlfriend carry things. What right do you have to stop me? Do you think you're helping her? Shi Yu's eyes were distant. Do you want to see how the internet is currently scolding her? Jiang Siyan was taken aback. His phone was broken, and he had been basically out of contact with the outside world since yesterday. Shi Yu lent him his phone. Even without searching, he could see the comments on the trending topics. Can a pair stay away from our Jiang Xiao? Flirting, get lost. Do you still need a man to help you go uphill? So delicate, go home and have babies instead. What are you doing participating in a rural aid event? Damn mistress. Dare to intrude into our Nanyan's privacy. You're courting death. There are many such comments. Jiang Siyan's fingers stiffened. Ruan Li seized the opportunity to take back the basket of pears, slinging it over her shoulder. She initially planned to leave, but thought of the comments from the night before. So, she deliberately said, "Ah, see, now the internet is saying I'm a mistress. It must be rumors spread by Shangnan. Can you clarify now that you have nothing to do with her, and that I'm not a mistress?" No. Jiang Siyan shook his head. Nan is not that kind of person. Sure enough, subconsciously, his trust in Shangnan was unshakable. Ruan Li was not disappointed. She continued, "You're protecting her like this? Fine, if you want to say it, I will." Saying this, she took out her phone to clarify online. Jiang Siyan grabbed her. Ruan, when did you become so unreasonable? Then he pinched the bridge of his nose. I know you've been wronged, but you have to wait until the evening gala is over. This rural aid event and tomorrow's gala are very important to Nan. They're important to me too. Ruan Li retorted, "You're different. You have the Ruan family. You have me, but she has nothing and can only rely on herself. Are you willing to let me, your fiancé, be scolded as a mistress by netizens for Shangnan and not let me clarify? Ruan, can you not be so aggressive? Be a little kinder. Last time you pushed Shangnan into the water, didn't she let it go?" Ruan Li remained calm. She recorded the conversation. This dialogue deserved to be heard by more people. Shi Yu couldn't take it anymore. His pale fingers clenched tightly, turning a sickly shade of blue. Every cell in his body was screaming, his white teeth gritted, his mouth filled with the taste of rust. He didn't understand what was so good about Jiang Siyan. Yet she liked him. Yet every time he appeared, he would monopolize her attention, leaving no room for others. Shi Yu was born into the Fu family in the capital circle. This surname was enough for him to stand at the top of the pyramid for his entire life, getting whatever he wanted without doing anything. This also led to his emotions being very indifferent. From childhood to adulthood, he didn't have much he wanted. No matter what he lost, he never cared. But at this moment, he was consumed by jealousy. He wished for Jiang Siyan to disappear from this world, never to appear again. Shi Yu could no longer stay here. The air felt like a tide, with only him sinking and suffocating. His face was cold as he stepped down the mountain. The rocky slope was slippery, and he slipped. "Be careful," Ruan Li exclaimed, grabbing him, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you okay?" "Not good, I sprained my ankle." "Is it serious?" Ruan Li cautiously supported his arm. "Slow down, I'll help you." Shi Yu averted his gaze, avoiding her hand. "You all go ahead, don't mind me." "No way." Ruan Li propped his arm over her shoulder, her thin and frail shoulder bearing the weight of his body. The barrage of comments suddenly increased. "Scheming green tea guy, what sprained ankle? Clearly jealous. With abs like that, how could he slip?" "Slip? No, he's sly. Our prince is fighting, and the female supporting role should pay attention to him." The sunlight was blinding. Jiang Siyan stared at the two figures almost embracing, feeling dazzled. He walked over and immediately called for a stop. "Let me handle this. Ruan Li is my girlfriend. It's not appropriate for you to help her." But Shi Yu tightened his arm. He glanced back, his voice cold. "Ah, see, can you be a bit more magnanimous? When did you become so petty?" Chapter 89. The Identity of the Mistress, the Stance of the Main Wife. These words floated lightly from Shi Yu's mouth, but landed heavily in Jiang Siyan's ears. He stumbled in his steps. Just as he tried to catch up, he slipped again, twisting his ankle painfully. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Ruan, I sprained my ankle, it hurts." Ruan Li turned back to see Jiang Siyan squatting on the ground, clutching his left ankle, his expression full of pain. She was about to go over, but Shi Yu grabbed her. His head hung low, his voice seemingly buried in her neck. "I'm in pain." Suddenly, Ruan Li found herself in a dilemma. Jiang Siyan was already gritting his teeth in pain. He had sprained his ankle while playing basketball in high school, and after that, he would habitually twist it. Plus, he had been injured in a car accident, and the doctor said his bones were much more fragile than ordinary people. At this moment, Jiang Siyan was in so much pain that he didn't even have the strength to speak. Large beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. The pain was excruciating, but he waited and waited without seeing Ruan Li come to help him. All he heard was Shi Yu telling Ruan Li, "You go ahead, I'm fine." Don't blame Shi. He just lacks a sense of security. Jiang Siyan was stunned. What was that supposed to mean? It sounded like he was intentionally pretending to sprain his ankle. Meanwhile, Ruan Li showed a look of realization. She sighed, "Shi Yu really isn't feeling well. You two are brothers, don't dwell on this." Jiang Siyan, after Ruan Li finished speaking, she helped Shi Yu down the mountain. The mountain was muddy and damp, with many stones. It was fine for her to go down alone, but now, carrying an injured person, she was especially careful about her footing. She didn't pay attention to the barrage. This damp green tea vibe. Awesome. Green tea guy. The identity of a mistress. The stance of the main wife. Saying he won't be a mistress, but actually competing fiercely. The male lead is in pain, and yet the prince subtly implies he's pretending to sprain his ankle. Who's really pretending? I'm so mad. Can't the female supporting role see that the dead green tea is just acting? Can't see it? The green tea guy looks so delicate and lovely today. How could he have bad intentions? Even if he had intentions, he's willing to put in effort for me. I suggest throwing the green tea guy into the Yellow River, so everyone can drink Longjing tea. The autumn wind suddenly rose. Jiang Siyan sat alone on the hillside, staring blankly at the two figures walking away. His eyes simmered with despair and confusion. Clearly, whenever he had a headache or a cold before, Ruan Li would worry endlessly. For years ago, that car accident not only injured his bones, but also his nerves. Every time the seasons changed, his legs would react, the pain seeping through his joints. Ruan Li would always look at him in distress when he had an episode, her eyes redder than if she were the one hurt. She clearly cared so much about him. Why did she believe Shi Yu's words, thinking he was pretending? Jiang Siyan clutched his chest as if a sour apricot had rolled down, unable to stop the bitterness. Was it because she was still angry? Angry that he had agreed to pretend to be Shuangnan's boyfriend. Angry that he accompanied Shuangnan to an event under the guise of a scandalous couple without telling her in advance. Yes, it must be that. Shi, why are you sitting here? Were you waiting for me? And Shuangnan's naive voice rang out from behind. Jiang Siyan raised his eyes, his gaze filled with anger. Did you spread rumors that a pair is the mistress? He had promised Ruan Li, so he didn't reveal the identity of the pair. And Shuangnan's eyes widened. Shi, are you defending an outsider? Jiang Siyan's gaze turned icy. If you want traffic, that's fine, but there's no need to involve others. And Shuangnan felt a chill in her palms. She understood Jiang Siyan. This high and mighty rich kid wouldn't care about the life or death of an irrelevant person. Remembering how Jiang Siyan had helped to pair up the mountain, her heart sank. Did she come to complain to you? Yesterday, she pulled a stunt on me up the mountain. I just wanted to retaliate a bit. How did it turn into me wanting traffic? Enough. Jiang Siyan interrupted. She's not that kind of person. Hearing this, and Shuangnan felt as if all the blood in her body had coagulated. Her voice trembled. How long have you known her to defend her? Jiang Siyan coldly warned, withdraw the trending topic, or you'll regret it. The world is full of spectators. He thought no one had seen the earlier scene, but unexpectedly, a fan of Shuangnan secretly started a live stream to expose the ugly truth of a pair. Although the sound couldn't be heard, as long as they captured a physical interaction between young Master Jiang and a pair, it would prove she was the mistress. But now, how come I feel like young Master Jiang is the mistress? Yeah, a pair was originally walking alongside her boss. But young Master Jiang suddenly wanted to help her carry something and pretended to sprain his ankle. It's hard to judge. Looking at it this way, Sister Pair and her boss are so sweet. Didn't they say the guy isn't the boss, but a hired male model? So what? Having such top-notch beauty is enough. If it were me, I'd be willing to support him for a lifetime. Are there really people shipping this? Let's treat ourselves to something good. A pair doesn't even dare to show her face. She must be ugly. This can be shipped? And Shuangnan felt aggrieved after Jiang Siyan's warning. She contacted someone, planning to withdraw the trending topic. As a result, she found that the cost to withdraw was 3 times that of buying it. She gritted her teeth and paid the money. However, she did it intentionally in front of her fans. She expressed, after all, a pair is a girl, and girls should help each other. You all know that I don't like female competition, and I dislike others using the mistress label to attack a girl. Her fans felt even more sympathetic towards her. Previously, and Shuangjie had spoken up for a mistress in some major news, and unexpectedly, when she encountered it herself. She could be so magnanimous, truly worthy of being the blogger I support. And Shuangjie's values are really correct. Tonight's live stream, we will definitely support you. By the way, my brother is a staff member. He said a pair wears a mask because of allergies. Her face is swollen like a pig's head. I really want her to be exposed on camera, so she won't always seduce others. A shadow flickered in Shuangjie's eyes. She smiled and said, no. Girls are gifts to the world, and no matter how they look, they deserve to be treated well. Fans sighed, and Shuangjie is so nice. No wonder young Master Jiang likes you so much. When Shuangjie marries into a wealthy family, that will be my connections in the upper class. Nanbao, will your wedding invite fans? I really want to see what a wealthy wedding looks like. And Shuangjie smiled and agreed, sure. Then, a trending topic appeared online. Under the topic Nanbao and her boyfriend preparing for a century wedding, someone commented, Nanbao is beautiful, and she is a wealthy heiress. So marrying into a wealthy family is very normal. On the contrary, a pair who doesn't even dare to show her face was clearly just a high-quality photo before. A poor girl who can only pretend to be in a relationship with a poor male model. How pathetic. Chapter 90. She is so beautiful. On both sides, Ruan Li supported Shi Yu back to the guest house. The guest house was a small 3-story building without an elevator. The wooden stairs creaked as they were stepped on. Ruan Li was holding Shi Yu, whose strong and robust arm was wrapped around her neck. But Shi Yu was too tall, and Ruan Li couldn't muster enough strength. She lifted her foot, stepped up 1 step, and then said, you try this time. She looked up, wanting to ask Shi Yu if he could lend her some strength. But at the moment she looked up, her movements froze. The steps eliminated the height difference between them. The distance between the two became uncomfortably close. As long as Ruan Li lifted her chin, she could brush against Shi Yu's flushed lower lip. Clearly, Ruan Li had no distractions in her heart, but at that moment, through the thin fabric on her back, she could clearly feel every rise and fall of Shi Yu's chest behind her. Through the thin layer of clothing, the scorching body temperature was suffocating, wrapping around her and making her dizzy. Her 5 senses were infinitely magnified. She could sense the masculine aura surrounding him with every breath. It was fine and aggressive. She could even hear the sound of their clothes rubbing against each other. The stairs were narrow and steep. Shi Yu seemed to trip over something and collided into her from behind. A muffled grunt accompanied by heavy breathing sounded in her ear. It was deep and abstinent. Ruan Li's eardrums felt hot. More importantly, she sensed something unusual from the collision just now. Her face flushed hot, and she unconsciously closed her legs. Shi Yu glanced at her, taking in Ruan Li's expression. He thought of their first meeting. She was just like now, with misty eyebrows and eyes, porcelain white and moist cheeks. And that full, vibrant lip impossibly red. She seemed like a melted strawberry-flavored cotton candy, leaving him with a bed full of sweet fragrance. She clearly liked it. But why did she still like Jiang Siyan? They were clearly more compatible. Shi Yu's tongue pressed against his cheek, quietly closing his palm, his long, gloomy eyes swelling with dark colors. Mr. Shi, what's wrong with you? A deep voice sounded from behind. Turning around, it was a male staff member standing at the guest house door. Ruan Li came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed. She stammered. He twisted his ankle. The staff member immediately stepped forward. I'll help. The previously tense and ambiguous atmosphere was swept away, leaving only the goodwill of helping others. Ruan Li, then, thank you. Her face was burning as she ran upstairs. Meanwhile, the staff member stepped forward, pretending to assist Shi Yu. But Shi Yu raised his hand, polite yet distant. No need. Thank you. Saying this, his casual gaze fell on the staff member, then turned away. With long, powerful legs, he stepped over 2 stairs. The staff member, watching the agile figure, he clicked his tongue in amazement. A medical miracle. 1 second, unable to move. The next second, he was walking briskly. Young people recover quickly, but the staff member touched the back of his neck, puzzled, feeling how his neck was cold. That night, the agricultural aid live broadcast started. The staff member called and asked Ruan Li if she wanted to appear on the live broadcast. In reality, Ruan Li's nose had completely gone down. After 2 days of applying medicine, her nose was delicate and smooth, like a peeled lychee. But to be safe, Ruan Li decided to appear tomorrow. That night, other hosts showcased their talents in the live broadcast room to earn the title of King of Sales. Ruan Li had no special skills, so she helped Shi Yu pack fruit. Just thinking about the scene on the stairs made her feel embarrassed. Fortunately, working helped distract her. She had done farm work since she was young and was quick at it. The fruit farmers liked her. But in the live broadcast room, the comments were very unpleasant. Show off. Want to explain why you secretly destroyed someone's crops? Agricultural girl. The mistress. Just seeing you is annoying. Ugly girl, get lost. At the greenhouse door. And Shuangjie came holding the live broadcast phone. She said, "Thank you all for your concern. Although there are some misunderstandings between me and a pair, I don't want everyone to attack her with the title of mistress. The topic that was trending today has been removed. I believe a pair must be feeling very sad about such baseless slander. Although these topics weren't trending because of me, this matter originated from me. So I want to personally apologize to a pair." Thus, and Shuangjie came to find Ruan Li. Ruan Li was still fully armed, wearing a hat and mask. Only her sunglasses had been replaced with a pair of thick-rimmed glasses. And Shuangjie explained her intentions. "I'm sorry because my fans captured a scoop. It made some people think you were trying to seduce a C, leading to the topic of you being a mistress trending. Can you forgive me?" In a live broadcast room, fans were commenting. They said Shuangjie was generous and dignified, and Shuangjie could see this. This was indeed her goal. Sometimes, apologizing first takes the initiative. But facing the inexplicable apology, Ruan Li shook her head and said it was unnecessary. And Shuangjie felt sad. "If you are unwilling to forgive me, then I will give you 1% of tonight's sales as my sincerity. Is that okay?" And Shuangjie's attitude was very low. After a few words, it instead became Ruan Li not accepting the apology. Sure enough, beautiful women have good tempers. Nan Bao is a wealthy heiress, beautiful, and raised with love. Because she has received a lot of love, she knows how to love others. But this pair, probably ugly and poor, is the most twisted. Some even tagged the program team. "You have an agricultural A variety show, but you invited someone like a pair who destroys other people's crops. Is it appropriate? Don't force me to report you." The situation escalated. Everything was progressing according to Shuangjie's plan. The only thing that made Shuangjie uneasy was Shi Yu's gaze not far away. Cold, sharp, and deep, with a hint of mockery at the corners of his lips, as if he were watching a clown. And Shuangjie clenched her teeth. She had always wondered why Shi Yu didn't like her, and even harbored malice towards her. Throughout her life, and Shuangjie had many male friends and was very successful in the boys' circle. Only Shi Yu remained cold and indifferent. And Shuangjie initially thought he was just that kind of cold personality, naturally averse to women. But after observing these past few days, she found that he took great care of a pair. And Shuangjie felt a strong sense of unwillingness rising in her heart. She wanted to know what kind of spell this woman had cast on Jiang Siyan and Shi Yu. If they saw her allergic, disfigured face, would they still have a good impression of her? The timing was almost right. The public's disgust for a pair had reached its peak, and Shuangjie's eyes turned, pretending to lose her balance. Taking the opportunity, she abruptly pulled down Ruan Li's mask, wanting to embarrass her in public. But in the next second, her pupils suddenly constricted, and the live broadcast room's comments momentarily went blank. Chapter 91. Happy again, sister pair. That thin blue mask slipped down to the side of her face, revealing a cold, jade-like, snow-white, and delicate face. The dark, water-like pupils widened slightly due to the sudden impact, like autumn water overflowing a pond. This is a face without makeup, without any embellishment or refinement. It is as natural as the morning air and sunlight. Thick, dark eyelashes tremble gently, and the lips are slightly parted, full and glistening, with a flush of vitality spreading across the snow-white cheeks, mingling with the fine sweat after labor, becoming the most vibrant rouge. Beautiful. To be more precise, it is stunning. and Xiangnan stood frozen in place. The smile at the corner of her lips stiffened, leaving only shock. Ruan Li? A pair actually turned out to be Ruan Li? Immediately, a wave of unwillingness surged to her head, and then Xiangnan felt darkness before her eyes. She was set up by Ruan Li. Ruan Li truly hadn't thought so much. She had planned to show her face today, so she dressed simply. Moreover, the temperature in the greenhouse was suitable. So she wore only a brown tank top paired with black work pants, her shoulders straight, exposing a segment of her waist. Clearly, it was an ordinary outfit, but standing next to the meticulously made-up Xiangnan, it appeared simply beautiful. In the brief moment of a blank screen in the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments erupted. What? A pair can be this beautiful? Wasn't it said she had a botched surgery? If this is fake, I would go bankrupt to get the same. Such a lovely appearance, my destined wife. Woo-woo, don't be so strict with genders. I love this outfit. The beauty has such a slim waist. This proportion is incredible. My God, fashion really relies on looks. This face instantly elevates this outfit by 100. So why did she wear a mask before? It's such a waste of beauty. The barrage was filled with compliments. Not only the comments, but even the staff were astonished. They didn't expect that beneath the skin of a pair was a stunning beauty. For a moment, everyone present looked at Ruan Li in shock. Ruan Li felt very embarrassed. To recover from her injuries, she hadn't worn makeup for the past 2 days and had just been working in the greenhouse, sweating profusely. It was easy to guess that she must look quite messy now. She wanted to put her mask back on, but then she heard the staff in charge of her live broadcast exclaim, "The number of viewers is increasing. Everyone has come to see the true face of a pair." Ruan Li, she resignedly lowered her head. Originally, she had covered herself for so many days to leave a good first impression on the audience, rather than looking like a red-nosed clown. But now that it had come to this, she could only take a different approach, planning to leave everyone with an impression of being hardworking and simple. The staff read the comments, and everyone was asking the host if the pear was sweet. Ruan Li took off her gloves, picked up a plump green pear, casually wiped it on her clothes, and took a bite. She chewed and said sincerely, "It's very sweet." And under the high-definition camera, viewers saw the host's neat white teeth gently biting into the crisp, sweet skin, revealing the milky white flesh inside. Juice spilled out, staining her lips, leaving shiny watermarks. The transparent pear juice flowed down her rosy fingertips, winding down her pale wrist, almost ready to drop. The barrage went wild. "Wife, don't eat the pear, eat me. This pear is indeed very sweet and very juicy." Ruan Li had only taken one bite, and her fingertips and wrist were already stained with pear juice. She reached out to grab a tissue, but a big hand with distinct knuckles clasped her wrist. A cool, damp tissue covered her juice-stained hand, slowly and carefully wiping it. Ruan Li's breath hitched. She whispered, "I can do it myself." But Shi Yu firmly held her delicate wrist, not allowing her to pull away. "Don't move." His long, handsome eyebrows lowered as if he were cleaning an artwork, carefully wiping the sticky juice from her fingertips, one finger at a time, not missing the spaces between her fingers. The damp tissue that should have felt cool seemed to melt, and her fingers became warm from the friction. Ruan Li felt a tingling sensation at her fingertips, and a fire ignited in her heart. It was so hot that she felt flustered. She randomly picked up a pear from the basket and stuffed it into Shi Yu's mouth, stammering, You tried too? Is it sweet?" Only then did Shi Yu release a wrist. His deep, dark eyes remained fixed on her. The corner of his thin lips curled up slightly. It's very juicy. The pear is sweet." The barrage exploded. "What the hell? You two are too ambiguous. Which pear is sweet? Answer me. This chemistry is too intense. I can't handle it. So authoritative with two beautiful faces. Sister pear, you're so happy again. So sweet, it's bad for my single dog status. I advise you to delete this. I can see it. The boss wants to eat pears. I'll buy all these pears. Can you all get one? I'm just a simple girl. I want to watch love every day." In a short time, the small yellow car in the live broadcast room sold out. And Xiangnan's dramatic reversal of an ugly girl turning into a beauty might seem kitsch in a short drama, but in real life, it was explosive. Many onlookers came to watch the fun. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room continued to rise. Ruan Li hadn't prepared any talents. So she just sat in front of the camera, honestly eating pears. 1 pear, 2 pears, 10 pears. She ate elegantly, chewing slowly, but it made people very hungry. The onlookers originally just wanted to spectate for free, but unexpectedly had their appetites whetted and began to place orders. After one live broadcast, Ruan Li surprisingly became the sales champion of the agricultural support live broadcast event. Countless business collaborations flooded in. Her fan base also surpassed 1 million. Meanwhile, to gain popularity, a pair beautifully trended on Hot Search. However, Shuangjie, who had given Ruan Li immense popularity, faced backlash. The comments were judging her. I'm confused. Even if Bao fell, it wouldn't accidentally pull off a pair's mask, right? Is that correct? It was intentional, and Bao thought that unmasking a pair would highlight her beauty, but she didn't expect a pair to be this beautiful. Isn't this just shooting herself in the foot? I've said it before, for some bloggers, loving girls is a fashion item. The more they wave their flags, the more hypocritical they are. Exactly. I'm also a bad person. I get her. So I'm unfollowing. Many fans who followed her because of Shuangjie's love for girls were disappointed and unfollowed. Even the brands that had previously sought her collaboration were preparing to cancel. After the live broadcast ended, Shuangjie was still a bit dazed. All she could think about was, how could a pair possibly be Ruan Li? Shi Yu's girlfriend is a pair, and a pair is Ruan Li. Did they get together? Besides shock, the first thing that surged in Shuangjie was doubt. Someone like Shi Yu, who was so high and mighty, someone she couldn't even approach, how could he possibly be interested in Ruan Li? Moreover, the two had no intersection. No, it's not that there was no intersection. Didn't Ruan Li kiss Shi Yu during the last camping trip? Did Ruan Li seduce Shi Yu back then? How dare she? And Shuangjie's eyelids twitched as she immediately dialed Jiang Siyan's number. Jiang Siyan had sprained his ankle and was taken to the town hospital in the afternoon. In a video call, he lay on the hospital bed, 1 foot wrapped up like a rice dumpling, raised high. She said, I see. There is something I don't know if I should tell you. It seems like Senior Ruan and Senior Shi Yu are hiding something from you. You knew? Jiang Siyan's voice was calm, and Shuangjie was stunned. You knew all along? You're surprised. You know Ruan Li and Shi Yu are together? What nonsense are you talking? Jiang Siyan wasn't happy. Shi Yu's girlfriend is someone else, not Ruan Li. Shi Yu only helped Ruan Li act because he needed money, making me jealous. And Shuangjie, remembering the scene of Shi Yu helping Ruan Li wipe her hands, the romantic atmosphere seemed to stretch. She blurted out, they don't look like they are acting. If you don't believe me, I'll send you the video, and you can see for yourself. Chapter 92. Dream. No trace in Shuangjie's search for the keywords online, intending to send the live stream recording to Jiang Siyan. But strangely, the video of Shi Yu helping Ruan Li wipe her hands was nowhere to be found on the internet. Only a few scattered screenshots remained, completely unable to restore the romantic scene at that time. And Shuangjie gritted her teeth and sent it over. On the other end, Jiang Siyan laughed when he saw the pictures. Isn't it just helping to wipe hands? What's the big deal? When did you become so superstitious? No. Look at Shi Yu's gaze. That peach blossom eye of UGE's. He looks at even dogs with affection. No, look at what the comments say. Fans just love to overthink. There are even people online saying I like you. Just kidding. My orientation is normal. How could I possibly like a man like you? And Shuangjie wanted to say something else, but Jiang Siyan interrupted her. But what you said makes sense. The misunderstanding among netizens is too deep. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to attend the gala with you tomorrow. I'm planning to walk the red carpet with Ruan Li and announce her identity. In reality, Jiang Siyan wasn't as confident as he appeared. Coming from the Jiang family in Haicheng, everyone pampered him, and he had always been proud and dismissive of others. But ever since that car accident, he had become twisted, especially after the doctor said he might never stand again. He overheard his parents discussing having another son. This meant they were planning to give up on him. From that moment, Jiang Siyan stopped believing anyone would truly care for him. He had once been anxious and pushed Ruan Li away time and again, simply because she never said she loved him. But ever since her confession last night, he believed in her. And today, when he saw Ruan Li supporting Shi Yu as they left, he suddenly realized how unreasonable he had been. So, he planned to publicly announce his relationship with Ruan Li tomorrow. On the other end of the phone, and Shuangjie's face turned pale. Once their engagement was made public, All those who had criticized Ruan Li would turn around and blame her. The label of a mistress, the lack of boundaries with someone else's boyfriend, would tear apart her image as a loving woman and backfire on her. Her voice trembled. "What will I do if you make your relationship with Ruan Li public?" Jiang Siyan said, "Don't worry. I'll have Ruan explain to the netizens that we are just good friends. I've already had a friend leak online that she is my fiancé. It won't seem too sudden." The call ended, and Shuangjie clenched her teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. The event guests were still sleeping in the village, and they would all depart together tomorrow for the gala. No matter how she tried, she couldn't fall asleep. She took a cigarette and a lighter and went up the mountain. She rarely smoked. During her study abroad, she only smoked occasionally when under stress. Afraid of being caught by the production team, she chose to hide in the mountains. It was autumn now, and the weather was dry and comfortable. The mountain was filled with fruit trees, heavy with fruit hanging from the branches. In the nicotine haze, and Shuangnan's mood remained restless. She was unwilling to be a stepping stone for Ruan Li. This Ruan Li was truly scheming. She actually intentionally created a contrast to stir up public opinion. Yes, Ruan Li was beautiful, but even if she were a celestial being, it wouldn't cause such exaggerated public discourse. Moreover, she was barefaced. How beautiful could she be? She had merely benefited from the contrasting narrative. She deliberately covered her face. Deliberately did not clarify the public opinion. Deliberately let the public mistakenly believe she had failed plastic surgery and was too ugly to be seen. Yet, she had fallen into her trap. If she hadn't accidentally uncovered her mask, it wouldn't have caused such a huge impact. And Shuangjie hated Ruan Li to death. Why did she always have to take away what belonged to her? Jiang Siyan was one thing, but so was the popularity. Otherwise, the business deals that went smoothly today should have been hers. A gust of autumn wind blew by, the ripe wheat in the fields below rolling in golden waves. Ready for harvest. Perhaps this beautiful scene sparked in Shuangnan's attention. She suddenly had a bright idea. She thought of the video where fans caught Ruan Li secretly destroying seedlings. If the matter of Ruan Li ruining the crop spread, then what use was her beauty? She would be despised, insulted, and blacklisted. And Shuangnan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she casually tossed the still-burning cigarette but on the ground, planning to return to her room and use this incident to create a big news story. But before she could celebrate, a bright red light suddenly shone on her face from the side. She stiffly turned around. A gust of autumn wind blew past, instantly igniting the dry mountainside. It was on fire. The fruit trees, ready for harvest, writhed violently in the sea of flames, thick black smoke billowing into the sky. The blazing light reflected in Shuangnan's dark eyes, and she instinctively opened her throat, wanting to shout for help. But she saw the slogan in the distance. Setting fire to the mountains will lead to imprisonment. Her throat felt like it was being choked, and she could no longer make a sound. If she woke everyone up now, everyone would know that it was her smoking that caused the mountain fire. Then she would be the one to be despised, insulted, and blacklisted. Who knows? She might even be detained for 15 days. That would be the end of it, at that moment. And Shuangjie was extremely grateful that there were no surveillance cameras here. She was also relieved that no one had seen her here. She tiptoed back to the village, pretending that nothing had happened, and contacted marketing accounts to buy trending topics about Ruan Li ruining crops. And Shuangjie wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep tonight. Ruan Li was also awake. After the live stream ended, she retreated back to her room. But as soon as she closed her eyes, the scene of Shi Yu helping her wipe her hands flashed in her mind. Clearly, they had done more intimate things on the night she was drugged. But what made her heart race the most was the touch of his fingertips tonight. Ruan Li lay on her soft bed, her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her chest, shaking off all her drowsiness. After finally falling asleep, she fell into a damp dream. Shi Yu's tall shadow loomed over her, his superior and high-nosed tip stained with transparent, thick pear juice, while his thin lips were also marked with glistening water droplets. So sweet. You should try it too. Ruan Li suddenly woke up. A wave of hot sweat drenched her thin nightgown. She took a shower again, but the fire in her heart only grew stronger, until the orange light outside the window slanted onto her face. She was momentarily dazed. Her clear, moist pupils reflected the raging mountain fire, suddenly shrinking. Ruan Li grew up in the village and knew that once this mountain fire ignited, it would be a disaster for the farmers who had worked hard all year. Once the fire reached the village, the threat wouldn't just be to their property safety. Without a second thought, Ruan Li put on her clothes. While calling the fire department, she ran to find the guest house owner, asking her to notify the villagers about the fire on the mountain. In the guest house courtyard, there was a tractor and various farming tools. Ruan Li asked, "Does this vehicle have fuel?" "Yes." The owner hesitated, "But I can't drive." "I can," Ruan Li said. "Give me the keys." The fire situation was urgent. The guest house owner, Yi Fang, had an excellent work history before leaving her job and could handle various emergencies in the workplace with ease. But when faced with a mountain fire, she was completely clueless. Originally panicking, seeing Ruan Li calm, her own racing heart began to settle down. "Are you going to create a fire break between the hillside and the village?" "Yes." Ruan Li deftly took the keys and got into the vehicle. "Be careful. I'll call people to help you right away." Yi Fang returned to the guest house, waking up guests and volunteers. Just as she was about to knock on Shi Yu's door, she heard his voice from behind. "Where's Ruan Li?" Chapter 93. Denying the marriage, he must have gone to find Ruan Li after discovering the fire. She drove the tractor to put it out, Yi Fang quickly said. Shi Yu's eyes darkened, and he immediately went downstairs. It was 2 a.m, the time when people were sound asleep. The originally quiet and dark village lit up one by one as Yi Fang knocked on doors. "It's on fire! It's on fire!" Villagers of all ages, men and women, grabbed water buckets and went up the mountain to fight the fire. The staff from the Agricultural Assistance Program and bloggers also joined the rescue efforts. When they arrived, they saw a slender figure sitting on the heavy tractor, her arms tense. One hand was on the steering wheel, while the other pushed the control lever all the way down. The mower's plow blade and shovel teeth were deeply embedded in the ground, uprooting the vegetation. The roar of the tractor and the crackling of the spreading wildfire echoed in the quiet mountains. Everyone paused for a moment. Wasn't that a pair? Can she drive a tractor? So skillfully? What does she do for a living? Meanwhile, a photographer holding water in one hand and equipment in the other recorded this scene. Shortly after, the fire truck arrived. With everyone's joint efforts, the wildfire was extinguished in time. The fruit farmers suffered some losses, but it wasn't severe due to the timely firefighting. Firefighters investigated the cause of the fire and found a cigarette butt in the woods. They would take it back for identification to determine who the arsonist was. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the homestay owner Yi Fang, saying she was the first to discover the fire. Yi Fang quickly shook her head. "It wasn't me, it was Ruan Li." Thanks to her quick reaction, she borrowed my tractor and cleared the grass connecting the upper and lower mountains, creating a fire break. The villagers then remembered the girl who had driven the tractor. "Yes, where is that girl?" Ruan Li didn't know where she was either. She had driven around the mountain and ran out of fuel when trying to turn back to the village. She had no idea where she had ended up, just that it was far from the village. She had left in a hurry and didn't bring her phone. The foot of the mountain was pitch black, and the remaining fuel barely kept the headlights on. Earlier, under the influence of adrenaline, Ruan Li felt like she had endless energy. But when the fire subsided, drowsiness and fatigue hit her instantly. She planned to wait until dawn to go back. Leaning her tense body against the back of the seat, sleepiness came over her. The tractor was quite simple. Aside from the windshield, there were no windows on the sides. The evening breeze blew through, chilling Ruan Li, who was drenched in sweat. It was a bit cold, but she really couldn't keep her eyes open any longer. She wrapped her arms around herself, curling up as much as possible, until a familiar, crisp scent filled her nostrils. When Shi Yu found her, he saw Ruan Li curled up in the vehicle. He gently shook her. "Wake up, don't sleep here." Ruan Li was groggy and thought of the big yellow dog she had raised in the countryside. She was not a quiet sleeper and always had a habit of letting her hand hang off the edge of the bed. The big yellow dog loved to play with her. It would lie under her hand and nudge her palm with its furry head. She didn't open her eyes, but instinctively hugged the big yellow dog's furry head, as she used to, pulling it close to her chest. She murmured softly, "Good dog. Don't make a fuss." Shi Yu was suddenly enveloped in her soft, fragrant embrace, his dark eyes widening. He looked up at her smoke-stained face, which resembled a calico cat, and a smile unconsciously formed on his lips. Then, a deep ache surged in his heart. He didn't disturb the sleeping girl, climbed onto the tractor, and wrapped his strong and gentle arms around her. In her dream, Ruan Li seemed to find a source of warmth and burrowed closer to him. When everyone arrived, Shi Yu held a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and then carefully lifted her off the tractor. The staff couldn't help but feel a rush of pink bubbles. Before this, like most netizens, they had not looked favorably upon Ruan Li, the delicate blogger, believing it was all marketing. But unexpectedly, the two not only looked good together, but were also so sweet. The photographer, who was originally a part-time driver, couldn't help but feel his professional instincts kick in and quickly took out his phone to capture the moment. He couldn't wait to edit this footage with a video of Ruan Li driving the tractor to fight the fire. It would definitely be effective. Online, the wildfire was still unknown to anyone. However, the topic of resisting Ruan Li's attendance at the Double 11 Gala quietly trended on social media. The top trending post was a video of Ruan Li cutting off seedlings. Many of the top comments were stirring the pot. The Jiang family, far away in Haicheng, saw the trending topic and wore serious expressions. The Jiang family was currently promoting a smart agriculture project funded by government subsidies, with many companies vying for this opportunity, including the Fu family. Someone, at a critical moment when Ruan Li was being criticized online, leaked the news about Jiang Siyan and Ruan Li's marriage. Wasn't this just adding to the chaos? Therefore, when the media inquired about the marriage, Mrs. Jiang clearly stated, "It's not true." Moreover, she accidentally liked a post that claimed Jiang Siyan and Shuangjie were childhood friends and that Ruan Li was deliberately getting close to Jiang Siyan to leverage her pretty face to climb up the social ladder. In an instant, Ruan Li was once again caught in a whirlpool of public opinion. Soon, it was revealed that Ruan Li was an employee of the Fu family, and some media outlets were blocking the entrance to the Fu family. In response, Wang Ying stated, "The Fu family protects the privacy of every employee, and we will sue those spreading rumors." This attitude angered the fans of Nan Yanji, who flooded the comment sections of the Fu family's various platforms, demanding Ruan Li's dismissal. At around 10 in the morning, the homestay owner, Yi Fong, spoke out. Chishan Homestay Yi Fong, regarding the viral video, "Miss Ruan Li was simply helping me deal with the climbing tendrils and door melons in the vegetable garden. She did not damage the crops. I hope everyone can see clearly and not be manipulated." She shared chat records and information found online about the dangers of climbing tendrils and door melons. Some agricultural experts also retweeted this Weibo post. Farmer Xiao Liang, "Climbing tendrils consume nutrients to expand outward, so fruit farmers will cut them off. Melon agriculture. Door melons are the first to grow and are inedible and unpalatable. If not removed, it will affect the formation of subsequent fruits." The girl in the video did the right thing. Public opinion flipped. Is there really such a claim? I learned something new. Please. This makes my previous comments about Ruan Li seem foolish. I wrongly accused her. Is this all an act? I don't believe it. Soon, the gala organizers also released a video. It was footage of Ruan Li driving the tractor to put out the fire and then collapsing from exhaustion in the vehicle. Chapter 94. My master Ruan Li's firefighting video was widely shared by many self-media outlets, garnering massive views. A girl driving a tractor to fight a fire. What a good person. A boy caring for his girlfriend is also a good person. The girl is amazing. I love her. Don't love her too much. Be careful. Her boyfriend might get you. This scene is so touching. May I ask which TV drama this is from? This isn't a drama. It's about a pair. This couple is genuinely sweet. The boss really dotes on her. Of course, there were still some discordant voices. Just so you know, this girl is trying to interfere in someone else's relationship. She's a gold-digging mistress. It's all an act. What are you shipping? Those who say it's sweet. When you grow old, I'll definitely sell you health products. Didn't they say this guy was a hired poor boy? The two are together just for the sake of publicity. That's even better for shipping. A hint of true emotion mixed in with the pretense. Isn't that a rotten person's true heart? Heavenly product. Business is just that good for shipping. Ruan Li woke up and found it was already past 10. The curtains blocked out the bright daylight, and the room was dimly lit. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the ceiling of the homestay. She didn't feel anything was wrong until she saw Shi Yu beside her. He was cold and distant, but his face was undeniably stunning, pale as jade, with deep, ink-like eyes and soft, rosy lips. He resembled a seductive ghost from classical ghost stories, and this ghost was staring at her. She suddenly snapped back to reality. What are you doing here? Shi Yu bent his arm lazily, propping up his head. Do you not remember what you did to me last night? Ruan Li felt her memory blank, unable to recall the incident involving the fire. However, she remembered that dream that left no trace. She dreamt that Shi Yu was giving her a cough. Just thinking about that scene made Ruan Li feel a bit dry in her mouth. But how did he know? Remembering the shared dream tales she had read before, Ruan Li's face turned red and then pale. She muttered, "No way. How could you possibly know what I dreamed about?" Shi Yu looked at her blushing, oval face. Noticing her biting her lip, her watery eyes filled with mist. It was clear she was thinking about something inappropriate. She dreamed of him. Still, it was hard to speak about dream. A certain indescribable emotion blossomed in her heart, spreading. He spoke in a low, husky voice, coaxing her. How do you know I don't know? Ruan Li felt apologetic. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have dreamed of you. That word was indeed hard to say. How'd I help? Shi Yu's voice grew even more husky. He extended his long hand, brushing aside the stray hairs sticking to Ruan Li's forehead. With his hand, or was it? His fingertips gently grazed her rosy lips, pressing down slightly, causing her lips to sink into a deep red. Ruan Li felt as if she had been electrocuted. The air conditioning was on in the room, but after a night of humidity, it felt as if there was a fire burning in her chest. Wait, fire. Ruan Li suddenly recalled some fragmented images, a wildfire, a tractor, an embrace. She remembered everything. After saving the fire last night, she was too tired, too cold, and she had mistakenly thought of Shi Yu as her family's big yellow dog. Compared to that damp dream, this was obviously easier to speak about. The flush on her face hadn't faded. She said with my teeth, I mistook you for my family's big yellow dog, and you were holding a basket, helping me buy meat floss and condensed milk bread from the village shop. Shi Yu. The dream was quite detailed. The atmosphere froze, dispelling all the ambiguity in the room. Ruan Li rarely saw Shi Yu at a loss. Holding back her laughter, she asked, What did you think I dreamed about? But the smile at the corners of her eyes betrayed her mischievous expression, like a cat that seemed to have 800 cunning eyes but wasn't very clever. A glimmer of darkness passed through Shi Yu's eyes. He suddenly leaned down, pinning Ruan Li beneath him, burying his head in her neck. Ruan Li stopped laughing. She reached out to push him, but Shi Yu remained unmoved. In the next moment, she felt a tingling pain in her neck. He was biting her. His sharp, white canine teeth were nipping at her skin. Ruan Li panicked. Why you don't bite me? Shi Yu lifted his head from her neck, his dark, gloomy eyes staring at her, a slight curve at the corner of his crimson lips, like a seductive ghost beneath a peony flower. I'm a dog. I don't understand human words. My master. Ruan Li's head buzzed, doubting whether she was still dreaming. Just a damn male ghost. How refreshing. Help. I actually had a royal banquet with the female supporting character. I want to be a mistress. The love brother indeed won't be a mistress, but he will be Ruan Li's dog. He is not here to break up this family, but to join it. Sigh. Can you bite somewhere else? I'm a college student. Show me. These comments were too embarrassing to read. Ruan Li pushed Shi Yu's head away, telling him to stop biting. Just then, the door opened. Yifang walked in with breakfast. She immediately saw the boy buried in the girl's neck, and a pair of beautiful, pale hands wrapped around the boy's head. Their eyes met, and Yifang gasped. Before the agricultural assistance activity began, this had been Yifang's room. She had just woken up and habitually walked into this room, not expecting to stumble upon such an awkward scene. She quickly backed out. You two continue. I'll go eat in the bathroom. Eat in the bathroom? Ruan Li's face flushed as she quickly pushed Shi Yu away, standing up awkwardly. The slightly loose neckline slipped to one side, revealing a pitiful blush on her neck. Yifang's gaze became even more ambiguous. She kindly closed the door. You two continue, okay? At that moment, a staff member's voice came from outside. Sister Fong, is Ruan Li awake? We are about to interview her. Yifang lowered her voice. Shh. Don't disturb the little couple. Little couple? You mean there are two people in the room? Shi Yu is in Ruan Li's room? They slept together yesterday? Oh, don't say any more. The door was closed. The sounds were completely cut off. Ruan Li glared at Shi Yu. The instigator showed no remorse. He rolled over, leaning back against the bed, his collar slightly open, revealing a small patch of cold, white collarbone, carefree and unruly. Ruan Li pushed him out. The comments were sharp, the brothel style. Suggest sending the Fu family's young master, the mistress, to trending topics. Don't let him enjoy it too much. The love brother is now completely immersed in the art of being a mistress, unable to extricate himself. After washing up, Ruan Li went downstairs for breakfast. Everyone looked at her and Shi Yu with strange expressions, filled with inexplicable excitement. Ruan Li held her tray, wanted to sit at the edge, but she heard a staff member whisper, "TSK," starting to avoid suspicion. They must be a real couple. Ruan Li quickly turned around and sat next to Shi Yu. The staff member added, "TSK, they must be a real couple," not able to separate for even a second. Ruan Li, indeed, love is in the eyes of the beholder. She awkwardly fiddled with her phone, scrolling to the video of her saving the fire from yesterday, only to realize she had gone viral. At that moment, a staff member came over, smiling. "Teachers, this is a couple's outfit sponsored by the brand. Please choose a set." The next second, her phone rang. It was Jiang Siyan, saying he would attend today's banquet with her, publicly announcing their relationship. Ruan Li. Then, she felt a chill around her neck. Turning her head, she met a pair of pitch-black, ghostly eyes. Chapter 95, difficult to soothe. The young master is jealous under Shi Yu's damp gaze. Ruan Li shrank her neck. She said into the phone, "No need." Jiang Siyan thought she was shy. He said, "I will have someone deliver the dress and jewelry to the backstage of the banquet. I will arrive later." The doctor said, "I need an injection for my leg." Ruan Li was taken aback. "Is it that serious? You still need an injection?" "Yes." Jiang Siyan said with a hint of grievance, "You don't come to see me. Then you shouldn't participate in the event today. Take care of your injury, doctor. Wei said your leg can't undergo strenuous exercise, and you need to be especially careful. Otherwise, what if the nerves are damaged?" Years of care had become a habit. She truly didn't want Jiang Siyan's leg injury to flare up again. After all, she had been with him day and night during his rehabilitation, pouring her heart into it. Jiang Siyan's voice brightened. "All right, no more nagging. I have a surprise plan for you tonight." Ruan Li wanted to ask more, but the call was disconnected. She inexplicably felt a bad premonition. Her expression grew serious as she walked to a secluded spot and dialed a number. "Hello, Wang Ma. Help me find a copy of the marriage agreement in a C study. I need the original." At noon, the bloggers returned to Haisher. They entered the public makeup room backstage for the banquet. "Hello, who is Mr. Jiang's partner?" "This is the dress and jewelry Mr. Jiang ordered." A voice sounded at the door. Everyone turned to Shangnan, and Shangnan smiled and walked out. "I am." She signed for it and opened it in front of everyone. Several bloggers who were close to her gathered around, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, it's a Dior haute couture dress. As expected of young Master Jiang, so extravagant. This set of jewelry is so beautiful. It must be worth at least 7 figures, right? Poverty limits our imagination." A person looked around and noticed that Ruan Li was nowhere to be seen, sneering coldly. "Hey, where's the pair? That little third party should see that this kind of relationship is something she can't intrude upon." And Shangnan ambiguously replied, "Don't say that. It might be a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding? I think she did it on purpose." "Nan Bao, don't be too kind." Soon, another staff member came in. "Excuse me, who is Jiang Shao's companion?" The organizer has prepared an independent makeup room for Jiang Shao and his companion. Amidst the envy, and Shangnan walked to the door. The staff member was taken aback upon seeing her. He instinctively lowered his head to compare her with a photo on his phone. Why does she look different? Did the photo use a beauty filter? True, nowadays people can't take photos without beautifying themselves. But this beauty camera is too powerful. I don't know what parameters were adjusted to turn an ordinary beauty into a stunning one. If it weren't for professional ethics, the staff really wanted to ask about the parameters. On the other side, and Shuangjie's friend flattered her. "I said Jiang Shao would never let Nanbao share a makeup room with us. This is the wealthy elite. So envious. Too bad a pair isn't here. I heard that her so-called boss is someone she hired." "That's right. Most likely a male model, so dirty. By the way, where did she actually go?" Everyone speculated about Ruan Li's whereabouts. At this moment, the staff spoke up. "Are you talking about the blogger A pair? She was invited by the sponsor to the lounge on the top floor. Do you want to find her?" although ordinary guests don't have permission to go there. I can help you send a message. And Xiangnan and her little group were confused. Someone questioned, how is that possible? You must be mistaken. Yeah, her boyfriend is just a poor kid. How could he qualify for an independent makeup room? Our Nan's boyfriend is the Prince of Haicheng. The staff corrected. It's not an independent makeup room. It's the lounge, and there are only 3 rooms. The other 2 are for top artists. The atmosphere froze. Then a burst of laughter erupted. Huh, it can't even fit 4 people. Don't say anything else, otherwise, Jiang Xiao will be angry. What am I afraid of? My last name is Yehanala. My ancestors are from the right yellow banner. Don't say Jiang Xiao. Even if his ancestors met my ancestors, they would have to say, you are auspicious. The blogger speaking had a Beijing accent and was known for playing with abstract art, wearing a yellow horse coat at the moment. Her words filled the makeup room with laughter, and Xiangnan bit her teeth in frustration. So annoying. She turned and left the makeup room, leaving her little group looking at each other. On the other side, in the top floor lounge, Ruan Li handed a glass of water to Shi Yu, saying, drink some water. Shi Yu lifted his gaze and coldly replied, you have a boyfriend now. It's inappropriate to give me water. Ruan Li thought to herself, it's been an entire afternoon since Shi Yu received that phone call, and he has been like this. Hard to appease. Ruan Li didn't want to walk the red carpet with Jiang Siyan. He was the male lead, destined to be involved with the female lead, and Xiangnan, while she was just a supporting character, acting as a foil for the female lead's brave pursuit of love, leading to her disgrace. All of Ruan Li's efforts were aimed at changing this outcome. Therefore, tonight was crucial. She needed a reason to expose the video of Xiangnan slandering her and pushing her during the camping trip, taking the moral high ground while also making it easier to break off the engagement. They had to walk the red carpet together tonight. Ruan Li clutched her phone, waiting for news from Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang was a family member of the Jiang family. Ruan Li had once saved her daughter, and she had always been grateful to Ruan Li. But what Ruan Li received first was an anonymous text message. Come to room 208. There's a surprise. It was vague and seemed like a trap. Only a fool would go. But Ruan Li saw the bullet comments. The message was sent by the female lead. The female lead doesn't want the male lead and the supporting female character to walk the red carpet together. So she plans to lure the supporting female character to the lounge and then slander her for hiding blades in her high heels, staging a self-inflicted injury to gain the male lead's sympathy, making him walk the red carpet with her. The female lead is struggling too hard for love. What is so hard for her? Clearly, the supporting character is taking all the blame. Ruan Li's eyes lit up. She had misunderstood this text message. It turned out to be from an ally. Chapter 96. A slap. Ruan Li went to makeup room 208. The door was slightly ajar, and when opened, the room was empty. The bullet comments grew anxious. Don't do anything reckless. Supporting female character. There's surveillance at the door. If the supporting female character goes in, the female lead will say she hid blades in her shoes, and the male lead will dislike her. No way. The surveillance can't capture the moment she hides the blades. Is the male lead really that stupid? The new ones upstairs must be clueless. The male lead will absolutely believe the female lead, which is the sweetest part of this story. This bullet comment was correct. Even if she took 1,000 steps back, Ruan Li thought these two were indeed sweet. But the premise was to leave her alone. Ruan Li circled the room, and the pendant of her necklace was recording. Just then, Xiangnan returned. After the camping night, the two of them had clearly torn their masks off, and Xiangnan still maintained a cheerful smile. Senior Wan, you're here. I'm really sorry. It was the staff's mistake. This makeup room and the dress were booked for you by C. I wore it without knowing, and I'll return it right now. Her voice was cautious. As she spoke, she changed out of her high heels and back into her original shoes. Ruan Li's eyes flickered. The next moment, the door was pushed open. It was Jiang Siyan. He was holding a large bouquet of bright red roses. Wan, he paused, noticing Xiangnan. What are you doing here? Isn't this the dress I had prepared for Ruan? Why are you wearing it? And Xiangnan was about to explain when suddenly her face turned pale, and she screamed, collapsing into Jiang Siyan's arms. The air was thick with a faint smell of blood, and Xiangnan had a finger-length wound on the sole of her foot, bleeding profusely and looking extremely terrifying. It hurt so much. and Shuangnan's eyes turned red. Senior Ruan, why did you harm me? I really didn't mean to use your makeup room or wear your dress. It was the staff's mistake. If you're unhappy, you can tell me. Why did you hide blades in my shoes? The smell of blood in the room grew stronger. Ruan Li's gaze was calm. She even cooperatively read aloud. No, I didn't tea. The bloody sight on her foot was shocking, staining Jiang Siyan's eyes. The roses in his hand fell to the ground, crushed by his shoes. Apologize. His voice was extremely cold, squeezed out through clenched teeth. I want to apologize for something I didn't do. Ruan Li turned to leave. At the same time, she received a message from Aunt Wang. It said that Jiang Siyan had a locked drawer used for important documents, and she couldn't open it. Ruan Li's heart sank. She didn't understand why Jiang Siyan had always been indifferent towards her. Was a marriage agreement really worth locking away? On the other side, Jiang Siyan saw Ruan Li about to leave and grabbed her wrist tightly, as if he wanted to crush it. You can't leave. Apologize to Nan Nan. Ruan Li turned around, her clear eyes deeply staring at him. Jiang Siyan, a judge needs evidence to make a ruling, and I am your fiancé. Yet every time something happens to Shuangnan, she only needs to slander me with her lips, and you convict me. What sense does that make? Jiang Siyan's expression tightened, and Shuangnan endured the pain and weakly said, "Ah, see, don't blame Ruan Senior sister. She's just jealous. I've reflected on my own character. Being carefree and treating boys as buddies indeed leads to misunderstandings." She pressed her pale lips together. Let's not interact anymore. She was genuinely in pain. Her pale face and the beads of sweat were undeniable. Jiang Siyan picked her up horizontally. I'll take you to the hospital. No. And Shuangnan shook her head firmly. Today's gala is very important to me. Even if the sky falls, I must attend. Jiang Siyan was moved by her tenacity. He then turned his icy gaze towards Ruan Li. Why would you do such a malicious thing? I clearly agreed to accompany you on the red carpet. Why would you still frame Nan Nan? And during the camping trip, you knew Nan couldn't swim, yet you pushed her into the lake. Do you know that's attempted murder? Fortunately, Nan is carefree. Even though you haven't apologized until now, she doesn't hold it against you. Ruan Li, you have disappointed me too much. I will accompany Nan on the red carpet today. You'd better behave. If there's a next time, we'll cancel the engagement. Saying this, he carried Shuangnan away to bandage her. Behind them, Ruan Li's calm voice came, there's no need to wait for the next time. Let's cancel it now. Jiang Siyan froze for a moment and turned back stiffly. What did you say? I said, cancel the engagement. Ruan Li enunciated each word. Since you don't trust me, it would be useless for me to say more. Your heart is biased. Let's tear up the marriage agreement now, and in the future, we can marry whoever we want, unrelated to each other. Jiang Siyan exuded a cold aura. His eyes narrowed. Are you threatening me? Ruan Li's lips curled, a ripple of calm crossing her face. Mrs. Jiang was afraid you would never stand again, so she approached the Ruan family, saying she wanted a marriage alliance. My biological parents couldn't bear to let their daughter enter the fire pit, so they brought me back from the countryside. Our statuses were never equal. How could I dare to threaten you? Jiang Siyan's forehead throbbed with veins. He hated hearing others mention the time when he was crippled. He couldn't hear Ruan Li's grievances and struggles. He only heard the words fire pit. He clenched his teeth, his voice dark as ink. You say I'm a fire pit? Ruan Li met his gaze, her snow-white face like a sharp blade. Jiang Siyan, let me go. For the past 4 years, I have been dedicated to you. But how have you treated me? Do you really consider me your fiancé? Jiang Siyan was taken aback, and Shuangnan sensed the change in atmosphere. Senior sister Ruan, you never used to throw tantrums with Asi. Why have you been so unreasonable lately? You suddenly said you wanted to break off the engagement. Is there another man? And Shuangnan's eyes darted, continuing, is that boy Shi Senior? But Shi Senior has a girlfriend. If you interfere in their relationship, won't you become the third party? And Shuangnan spoke with righteous indignation. The comments were speechless. This is hard to judge. It's the first time I've seen a thief shout to catch a thief. I'm annoyed. I suggest the female supporting character be removed. Female supporting character, hurry up and marry the love interest, leaving this crazy couple. Slap. A crisp slap echoed in the dressing room. Ruan Li raised her hand and slapped in Shuangnan's face. The latter's head tilted to the side, her face filled with shock. After a brief silence, Jiang Siyan's angry reprimand erupted. Ruan Li, are you crazy? Ruan Li's clear eyes were bright and clean, as if they could pierce the heart. I'm just telling you, when I hit someone, I only do it openly. Chapter 97. She is Jiang Xiao's fiancé. Ruan Li clenched her hands. The force was mutual. Her hands and arms were numb, but she felt exceptionally pleased. And Shuangnan, covering her face, felt a surge of humiliation. She buried herself in Jiang Siyan's arms and started to cry. Jiang Siyan pressed his lips tightly, his gaze cold as ice. Ruan Li, you repeatedly threatened me with breaking off the engagement. Who do you think you are? There are countless people who want to marry me. Do you really think I can't do without you? Break off the engagement? Fine. Just don't come begging me to reconcile later. Ruan Li's heart suddenly stirred. She nodded, okay. From today on, we go our separate ways. She continued, I don't know if you've seen that marriage agreement, but if we don't get married, the terms in it are very unfavorable for me. I don't think the Jiang family would be concerned about this little thing, right? Jiang Siyan was still angry. He sneered. Don't worry, I'll call Andy right now and have her tear up the agreement. Saying this, he dialed Wang Ma's video call. Wang Ma, take out the marriage agreement from my study drawer and throw it into the shredder. The password is 654321. In the video, Wang Ma found the agreement. She showed it to the camera and then followed Jiang Siyan's instructions, throwing it into the shredder. Instantly, the comments surged, laughing to death. Did the female supporting character's plan backfire? This smooth little maneuver by the female supporting character. Could it be that she had already planned to break off the engagement? Impossible. She just wanted to take advantage, but it backfired. Congratulations to the sister. She's about to get sweet with a male lead. The next second, the comments in front of her gradually blurred into a mass. Ruan Li's full attention was on the transparent casing of the shredder. Watching the agreement that had locked her for 4 years turn into countless shreds, her eyes turned red. It was tears of joy. With the Jiang family's agreement resolved, the one from the Ruan family would be easier to handle. Jiang Siyan saw her eyes redden and thought she was reluctant, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He knew she was unwilling, and Shuangnan quietly reminded him, Senior Sister Ruan still has another agreement, right? Jiang Siyan simply said, it doesn't matter. She is unwilling to tear up that agreement. She will eventually come back to reconcile with me. But this time, I won't easily forgive her. Her temper needs to be tempered properly. Just then, Mrs. Jiang called. She had seen Ruan Li's online reputation turn around. Even during today's collaboration discussion, the other party mentioned Ruan Li and praised her for extinguishing the fire with a tractor. She also said, it's a pity she isn't a daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. The tone was very subtle. Mrs. Jiang regretted it at that moment. When she got home, she was scolded by her husband. Her husband said she shouldn't have denied the marriage. Otherwise, they would have had a better advantage in the government's agriculture collaboration project. On the phone, Mrs. Jiang said, see, you must walk the red carpet with Ruan Li today. If the media asks, just say you two have been dating secretly and I didn't know. Mrs. Jiang's plan hadn't finished yet when Jiang Siyan interrupted. Impossible. I won't walk the red carpet with a malicious woman like Ruan Li. Mrs. Jiang said, what are you throwing a tantrum about? Jiang Siyan sneered. You should ask Ruan Li about that. She had blades and in Shuangnan's shoes. I won't marry such a malicious woman. Saying this, he even took a photo of Shuangnan's injured foot and sent it to Mrs. Jiang. When Mrs. Jiang saw the photo, she twisted the beads in her hand. Her eyes turned, and she no longer insisted on her son. Instead, she contacted the media and sent out the photo. On the other side, Ruan Li returned to the dressing room. The corners of her lips, which she had been trying to suppress, finally rose. Receiving roses? So happy? Shi Yu's cold voice rang out. Ruan Li was startled and wanted to ask how he knew Jiang Siyan had brought roses. But when she looked over and saw Shi Yu still hadn't changed his clothes, she couldn't help but glance at her watch and reminded him, the red carpet is about to start. Why haven't you changed yet? Shi Yu looked cold and tired, wearing a layer of polyester over his carbon-based coat, as if he were being observed like a monkey. Aren't you going to walk the red carpet? He didn't answer, just lazily leaned back on the sofa, seemingly uninterested in anything. Ruan Li was a bit disappointed. After all, it was understandable that he was aloof by nature and didn't like the commotion. Just then, a staff member knocked on the door. Teachers, you can enter now. Okay. Ruan Li opened the door and said to the staff member, sorry, my boss isn't feeling well, so I'll be entering alone tonight." Before she could finish, Shi Yu's voice came from behind. "You're entering alone?" "Yeah. Didn't you say you weren't going?" "I never said I wouldn't go," Shi Yu replied, "since I promised. I should have a sense of commitment." Ruan Li. The comments in front of her burst into laughter. "Commitment guy. Didn't you say you didn't want to be watched like a monkey?" "Don't mind it. This belongs to one monkey and one leash." Face change. "Really? It's like an old lady getting into bed." Made me laugh. At 7 p.m., the Double 11 Gala began to let people in. The entire event was live-streamed, and the red carpet was ready. When Jiang Siyan appeared holding in Shuangjie, it attracted a lot of attention. The venue was filled with screams from fans of the couple. "Help! It's a Princess Carrie. I'm born." When the host asked the two why they appeared this way, and Shuangjie said, "I accidentally twisted my ankle backstage." It wasn't just a twisted ankle. Someone had placed a blade in her shoe. Jiang Siyan said in a deep voice. Instantly, the entire venue was shocked. At the same time, someone online revealed it was a pair that did it. She couldn't get Jiang Xiao, so out of humiliation and anger, she took revenge on Bao. The fans were furious. Therefore, when Ruan Li appeared, an excited fan rushed onto the red carpet, wanting to tear at Ruan Li. Shi Yu blocked with his hand. The next moment, the back of his hand was scratched by an extended nail. The height clearly indicated an intention to go for Ruan Li's face. Shi Yu's eyes darkened, and he kicked the person down to the ground. "You, how can you kick a girl?" The fan was shocked, unable to believe that a man could be so ungentlemanly. She shouted in outrage. "Your girlfriend is secretly flirting with a rich young master behind your back, trying to be a third party and plotting revenge, putting a blade in Bao's high heels. Did you know?" Shi Yu's gaze was cold, as if looking at a lifeless object. "Who are you calling a third party?" "Your girlfriend. She's flirting with Jiang Xiao." "Bullying Jiang Xiao's girlfriend. Is that so?" Shi Yu raised his eyebrows coolly. "How come I didn't know Jiang Siyan had a girlfriend?" He turned to Ruan Li. "As Jiang Siyan's fiancé, did you know?" Chapter 98, Official Announcement. "I've called off the engagement with him." "As Jiang Siyan's fiancé, did you know?" This sentence was transmitted through the microphone to every ear present. While the audience was in a state of shock and confusion, only in Shungnan's eardrums were ringing. How could Shi Yu brazenly expose such private matters? Didn't he know that Mrs. Jiang had just denied this engagement? Didn't he fear Jiang Siyan or the Jiang family's retaliation? Jiang Siyan's lips were pressed into a straight line. Shi Yu wasn't the type to meddle in others' affairs, so why would he publicly disclose this? Was it Ruan Li who made him say it? But he knew this roommate well. No one could force him to do what he didn't want to do. So why was Shi Yu stirring up trouble? For justice? At this moment, the audience finally reacted, letting out sharp bursts of noise. Did I hear that right? A pair is Jiang Xiao's fiancé? Are you crazy? Is the pair team trying to hype it up? Exactly, and Bao is a wealthy heiress. How could she be with Jiang Xiao? A pair is just a working girl. Does she even deserve it? But she's pretty. Laughing to death. Is this a moon landing stunt? These two clearly had no prior contact. What do you mean no contact? Didn't Jiang Xiao actively pull Sister Li when they went up the mountain before? I just don't understand. Clearly the man was the one being proactive. Yet the woman is the one getting shamed. Let us see what Sister Li has to say. The audience descended into chaos. All eyes were focused on Ruan Li. The director zoomed in for a close-up. When Ruan Li's face appeared on the 169-inch widescreen, even those who disliked her would momentarily catch their breath. Yesterday, Ruan Li's appearance had already sparked huge discussions. If that was due to the contrast of psychological expectations, then today was truly stunning. She wore a new Chinese-style dress designed by a niche designer sponsored by the brand, a misty purple strapless gown embroidered neatly with white plum blossoms. Although it wasn't an international luxury brand, on Ruan Li, it seemed tailor-made for her. Slim back and waist, cool and elegant. Her thick black hair was piled to one side, secured with a silver hairpin, her makeup bright and appropriate, with light purple eyeshadow sparkling with gold, complementing the gown. Her dark eyebrows were like mountains, her nose delicately upturned, and her lips rich in color. There were no deliberately innocent under-eye bags, nor excessive shadowing. The natural play of light emphasized her innate bone structure. Today, the red carpet was filled with stars, including several well-known directors in the industry. Upon seeing this face, they noticed the only imperfection, a a slight underbite. Many award-winning actresses and top idols had similar bone structures. In daily life, it was not obvious, and no one would pay attention. But under the big screen, this minor imperfection was magnified dozens of times. Yet it wasn't a flaw. It was the most captivating and story-rich aspect of her face. Clearly, she had a well-behaved, conventionally beautiful appearance, yet it exuded an inherent stubbornness and coolness, a sense of wild growth unrestrained by norms. This contradiction birthed a sense of story. Several directors exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a strong sense of urgency, all eager to seize this newcomer as soon as she arrived. Ruan Li was naturally unaware of this. She was still pondering how to naturally reveal her identity. Unexpectedly, Shi Yu sent her a message. Sometimes she really wondered if Shi Yu had mind-reading abilities. Ruan Li looked around and said, "I am not Jiang Siyan's fiancé." As soon as this sentence was spoken, the entire venue erupted into discussions again. I said it. How could that be possible? Not famous, but loves to cling. Shi Yu's eyes darkened slightly. His hands, which had been naturally hanging at his sides, clenched into fists. The tense string in his mind seemed about to snap at any moment. Did she really like Jiang Siyan this much? Even if he publicly slandered her, threw dirt on her, even if she was labeled as a third party, even if Jiang Siyan allowed her to be attacked and insulted, did she still love him this much? Shi Yu lowered his gaze, his dark eyes resting on Ruan Li's misty purple skirt hem, revealing her slender white ankles. That glaring white could easily leave marks. A dangerous thought began to grow in his mind. What if he locked her hands and feet, making her completely belong to him? As soon as she mentioned Jiang Siyan, he would make her hurt. Would she still like anyone else then? Meanwhile, Ruan Li held the microphone, originally wanting to build up to her announcement. However, the comments in front of her surged. Not good. It feels like Justice Guy's going to go dark. He's been staring at his wife's ankles. He won't want to imprison her, right? Imprison? Saying this, I'm not sleepy at all. Wife, you talked to him 9 times today, so you